The Boys, Part 1, from A Diary Without Dates, by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. So now one steps down, from chintz covers and lemonade, to the main army and lemon water. And to show how little one has one's eye upon the larger issues, the thing that upset me most on coming into a Tommy's ward was the fact that instead of 26 lemons twice a day for the making of lemonade, I now squeezed 2 into an old jug, and hope for the best about the sugar. Smith said today, "Give us a drop of lemon, nurse." And the sister, "Go on with you, I won't have the new nurse making a pet of you." I suppose I'm new to it, and one can't carry on the work that way. But God knows the water one can add to a lemon is cheap enough. Smith had a flash of temper tonight. He said, "Keepin' me here staring at green walls this way. Nothin' but green, 9 blessed months." His foot is off, and tonight, for the first time, the doctor had promised that he should be wheeled into the corridor. But it was forgotten, and I am too new to jog the memory of the gods. It's a queer place, a Tommy's ward. It makes me nervous. I'm not simple enough. They make me shy. I can't think of them like the others do, as the boys. They seem to me full-grown men. I suffer awfully from my language in this ward. I seem to be the only VAD of whom they continually ask, "What say, nurse?" It isn't that I use long words, but my sentences seem to be inverted. An opportunity for learning to speak simple Saxon. "An anti-tetanic injection for Corrigan," said Sister, and I went to the dispensary to fetch the syringe and the needles. "But has he any symptoms?" I asked. In a Tommy's ward one dare ask anything. There isn't that mystery which used to surround the officers' illnesses. "Oh, no," she said. "It's just that he hasn't had his full amount in France." So I hunted up the spirit lamp, and we prepared it, talking of it. But we forgot to talk of it to Corrigan. The needle was into his shoulder before he knew why his shirt was held up. His wrath came like an avalanche. The discipline of 2 years was forgotten. His Irish tongue was loosened. Sister shrugged her shoulders and laughed. I listened to him as I cleaned the syringe. I gathered that it was the indignity that had shocked his sense of individual pride. "Treating me like a cow," I heard him say to Smith, who laughed, since it wasn't his shoulder that carried the serum. Smith laughed. He has been in the hospital 9 months, and his theory is that a sister may do anything at any moment. His theory is that nothing does any good, that if you don't fuss, you won't get worse. Corrigan was angry all day. The idea that a bloomin' woman should come and shove something into me system was too much for him. But he forgets himself. There are no individualists now. His system belongs to us. Sister said, laughing, to Smith the other day, "Your leg is mine." "Wrong again. It's the government's," said Smith. But Corrigan is Irish and doesn't like that joke. There are times when my heart fails me, when my eyes, my ears, my tongue, and my understanding fail me, when pain means nothing to me. In the bus yesterday, I came down from London sitting beside a sister from another ward who held her hand to her ear and shifted in her seat. She told me she had earache, and I felt sorry for her. As she had earache, we didn't talk, and I sat huddled in my corner and watched the names of the shops, thinking, as I was more or less forced to do by her movements, of her earache. What struck me was her own angry bewilderment before the fact of her pain. "But it hurts. You've no idea how it hurts." She was surprised. Many times a day she hears the words, "Sister, you're hurting me. Couldn't you shift my heel? It's like a toothache," and similar sentences. I hear them in our ward all the time. One can't pass down the ward without some such request falling on one's ears. She is astonished at her earache. She is astonished at what pain can be. It is unexpected. She is ready to be angry with herself, with her pain, with her ear. It is monstrous, she thinks. The pain of one creature cannot continue to have a meaning for another. It is almost impossible to nurse a man well whose pain you do not imagine. A deadlock. One has illuminations all the time. There is an old lady who visits in our ward, at whom, for one or two unimportant reasons, it is the custom to laugh. The men who fall in with our moods with a docility which I am beginning to suspect is a mask, admit, too, that she is a comic. This afternoon, while she was sitting by Corrigan's bed and talking to him, I saw where her treatment of him differed from ours. She treats him as though he were an individual. But there is more in it than that. She treats him as though he had a wife and children, a house, and a back garden, and responsibilities. In some manner she treats him as though he had dignity. I thought of yesterday's injection. That is the difference. That is what the sisters mean when they say the boys. The story of Rees is not yet ended in either of the two ways in which stories end in a hospital. His arm does not get worse, but his courage is ebbing. This morning I wheeled him out to the awful sleep again for the third time. They will take nearly anything from each other. The only thing that cheered Rees up as he was wheeled away was the voice of Pinker crying, "D'yer want white flowers on your coffin? We'll see to the brass handles." From Pinker, a little boy from the Mile End Road, they will stand anything. He is the servant of the ward, he says, partly through his good nature and a little because he has 2 good arms and legs. "I ain't no skivvy," he protests all the time, but every little odd job gets done. Rees, when he wakes sobbing, and says, "Don't go away, nurse." He holds my hand in a fierce clutch, then releases it to point at the air, crying, "There's the pain," as though the pain filled the air and rose to the rafters. As he wakes, it centralizes, until at last comes the moment when he says, "Me arm aches cruel," and points to it. Then one can leave him. It was the first time I had heard a man sing at his dressing. I was standing at the sterilizer when Rees's song began to mount over the screen that hid him from me. Whatever is that? Rees's tube's going in. It was like this. "Ah-ee-oh, sister," and again, "Sister, oh-ee-ah." Then a little scream, and his song again. I heard her voice. "Now then, Rees, I don't call that much of a song." She called me to make his bed, and I saw his left ear was full of tears. Oh, visitors who come into the ward in the calm of the long afternoon, when the beds are neat and clean, and the flowers out on the tables, and the VADs sit sewing at splints and sandbags, when the men look like men again, and smoke and talk and read. If you could see what lies beneath the dressings. When one shoots at a wooden figure, it makes a hole. When one shoots at a man, it makes a hole, and the doctor must make 7 others. I heard a blackbird sing in the middle of the night last night. 2 bars, and then another. I thought at first it might be a burglar whistling to his mate in the black and rustling garden, but it was a blackbird in a nightmare. Those distant guns again tonight. Now a lull, and now a bombardment. Again a lull, and then batter, batter, and the windows tremble. Is the lull when they go over the top? I can only think of death tonight. I tried to think just now, what is it after all? Death comes anyway. This only hastens it. But that won't do. No philosophy helps the pain of death. It is pity, pity. that I feel, and sometimes a sort of shame that I am here to write at all. Summer. Can it be summer, through whose hot air those guns shake and tremble? The honeysuckle, whose little stalks twinkled and shone that January night, has broken at each woody end into its crumbled flower. Where is the frost, the snow? Where are the dead? Where is my trouble, and my longing, and the other troubles, and the happiness in other summers? Alas, the long history of life. There is that in death that makes the throat contract and the heart catch. Everything is written in water. We talk of tablets to the dead. There can be none but in the heart, and the heart fades. There are only 10 men left in bed in the ward. Sometimes I think, will there never be another convoy? And then, is not one man alone sufficient matter on which to reflect? One can find God in a herring's head, says a Japanese proverb. When there is not much to do in the ward, and no sound comes from behind the screens, when there has not been a convoy for weeks, and when the little rubber tubes lie in the trolley drawer and the syringe gives place to the dry dressing, then they set one of us aside from the work of the ward to sit at a table and pad splints. It isn't supposed to be a job we care for, and I am keeping up the delusion. But all the time I run my seams straight, pull the horsehair out to the last fine shred, turn in my corners as the corners of a leather book are turned, so that I may be kept at it, although out of cunning I appear to grumble and long to be released. One does not wash up when one makes splints. One does not change the pillow-cases, forcing the resentful pillow down, till the corners of the case are filled, nor walk the ward in search of odd jobs. But these are not the reasons. Just as I liked the unending laying of the trays in the corridor, so making splints appears to me a gentle work, in which one has time to look at and listen to the ward, with more penetrating eyes, with wider ears. A work varied by long conversations with Pinker about his girl and the fountain pen trade. But I ought not to have asked if she were pretty. At first he didn't answer, and appeared to be thinking very seriously, of a way out, perhaps. "Does for me all right," he presently said. The defense of his girl occupied his attention, for after a few minutes he returned to it. "Sensible sort of girl. She ain't soft. Can cook and all that." I went on sewing my splint. Almost reluctantly he pursued. "Got her photograph here." But he did not get up at once, and we turned to the fountain pens. "Any nib," he said, "crossed ever so, I could mend it. Kept the books, too. We was always stock-taking." Now I think of it, fountain pen shops are always stock-taking. They do it all down the Strand, with big red labels across the front. He rose suddenly, and crossed to his locker, to look for her photograph, returning after a few minutes with a bundle of little cardboards. The first I turned over was that of a pretty, fair-haired girl. "Is that her?" I asked. "She's pretty." "That's her young sister," he answered. I turned over the rest, and he pointed out his family one by one. Last of all, his girl. There are some men who are not taken in by a bit of fair hair. One knows what these cheap photographs are, how they distort and blacken. The girl who looked at me from this one appeared to be a monster. She had an enormous face, enormous spectacles, bands of galvanized iron drawn across her forehead for hair. There's just them two, her and her sister. Her sister ain't got a feller yet. I praised his girl to Pinker, and praised Pinker to myself. "A girlfriend," he said, "keeps you straighter than a man. Makes you punctual." "So she won't wait for you when you're late?" "Not a minute over time," he said with pride. "I used to be a terror when I first knew her. Kept her waiting about. She soon cured me, did F. Steele." "You are a funny little bird, Pinker," said the sister, passing. Little bird, am I?" He tucked his cardboards carefully into his locker and followed her up the ward, firing repartee. I sewed my splint. In all walks of life, men keep one waiting. I should like to ask the huge and terrible girl about her cure. Monk is the ugliest man I have ever seen. He has a squint and a leer, his mouth drops at both sides, he has no forehead, and his straight combed hair meets his eyebrows, or rather his left eyebrow, since that one is raised by a cut. He has the expression of a cutthroat, and yet he is quite young, good-tempered, and shy. When Monk was working at a woolen belt, Pinker said, "Working that for your girl? You got a girl, Monk?" Monk squinted sidelong at Pinker and rubbed his hands together like a large ape. "He ain't got no girl," shrilled Pinker. "Monk ain't got no girl. You don't know what a girl is, do you, Monk?" Although they do much more to help each other than I ever saw done in the officers' ward, yet one is always saying things that I find myself praying the other hasn't heard. In the next bed to Monk lies Gaynor, 6'2", of the Expeditionary Force. Wounded at Mons, he was brought home to England, and since then he has made the round of the hospitals. He is a good-looking, sullen man, who will not read or write or sew, who will not play draughts or cards or speak to his neighbor. He sits up, attentive, while the ulcers on his leg are being dressed, but if one asks him something of the history of his wound, his tone holds such a volume of bitterness and exasperation that one feels that at any moment the locks of his spirit might cease to hold. "Ever since Mons, these ulcers, on and off?" "Yes." "Oh, well, we must cure them now." Her light tone is what he cannot endure. He does not believe in cure, and will not believe in cure. It has become an article of faith. His ulcers will never be cured. He has a silent scorn of hospitals. He can wind a perfect bandage, and he knows the rules. Beyond that, he pays as little attention as possible to what goes on. When his dressing is over, he tilts his thin, intelligent face at the ceiling. "Don't you ever read?" I asked him. "I haven't the patience," he replied. But he has the patience to lie like that, with his thin lips compressed and a frown on his face, for hours, for days, since Mons. I have come to the conclusion that he has a violent soul, that he dare not talk. It is no life for a man. I said to Pinker this morning, "I wish you'd hurry up over your bath. I've got to get it scrubbed out by 9. "Don't you hurry me, nurse," said Pinker. "It's the only time I can think, in me bath." I should like to have parried with Pinker, only my language is so much more complicated than it ought to be, that thinking in one's bath is a self-deception. I lay in my own bath last night, and thought very deep thoughts, but often when we think our thoughts are deep, they are only vague. Bath thoughts are wonderful, but there's nothing to them. We had a heated discussion today as to whether the old lady who leaves a tract beneath a single rose by each bedside could longer be tolerated. "She is a nuisance," said the sister. "The men make more noise afterwards, because they set her hymns to ragtime." "What good does it do them?" said the V.A.D., "and I have to put the roses in water." I rode the highest horse of all. Her inquiries about their souls are an impertinence. Why should they be bothered? These are the sort of things they say in debating societies, but life talks differently. Pinker said, "Makes the poor old lady happy." As one bends one's head low over the splint, one sits unnoticed, a part of the furniture of the ward. The sounds of the ward rise and fill the ears. It's like listening to a kettle humming, bees round a bush of flowers, the ticking of a clock, the passing of life. Now and then there are incidents, as just now. 2 orderlies came in with a stretcher to fetch Mr. Smith, an older man than Smith and more dignified, away to a convalescent home. Mr. Smith has never been to France, but walked into our ward one day with a sore on his foot which had to be cut. He was up and dressed in his bedraggled khaki uniform when the stretcher-bearers came for him. He looked down his nose at the stretcher. "I don't much like the look of that," he said. The stretcher-bearers waited for him. He stood, irresolute. "I never been in one of them, and I don't want to make a start." "It's bad luck to be our name," called out Smith, waving his amputated ankle. "Better get your hand in." Mr. Smith got in slowly and departed from the ward, sitting bolt upright, gripping the sides with his hands. Some of the wards and the sisters' bunks are charming at this time of year, now that larkspur and rambler roses are cheap in the market. But the love of decoration is not woman's alone. Through the dispensary hatchway I saw 3 empty poison bottles, each with a poppy stuck in its neck. Everything in the dispensary is beautiful. Its glasses, its flames, its brass weights, its jars and globes. But much more beautiful because it is half a floor higher than the corridor in which we stand and look up into it through a hatchway in the wall. There is something in that. One feels like Gulliver. No woman has ever been into this bachelor's temple. On tapping at a small square panel set in the wall of the corridor, the panel flies up, and a bachelor is seen from the waist to the knees. If he feels well, and my smile is humble, he will stoop, and I see looking down at me a small worn face and bushy eyebrows, or a long ascetic face and bleached hair, or a beard and a pair of bearded nostrils. Between them, these 3 old things, priests in their way, measure and weigh and mix and scold, and let up the panel and bang it down through the long day, filling the hospital with their colored bottles, sealed packets of pills, jars, and vaccines, and precious syringes in boxes marked, "To be returned at once." I never knew a sister fail to toss her head when she saw this message. It is a very social spot outside the panel of the dispensary. Each VAD goes there each morning as one might do one's marketing, and meeting there puts down her straw basket, taps at the panel, and listens to the scolding of the old men with only half an ear. For the bachelors amuse themselves when they are not mixing and weighing by inventing odd rules and codes of their own, and reaching a skinny arm through the hatchway, they pin them on little scraps of paper, which fall down and are swept to heaven in the charwomen's pails. And the VADs, who are not at all afraid, because one cannot be afraid of a man of whom one has never seen more than half, turn a blind eye to these slips, and a deaf ear to the voices, bringing their bottles and their jars just in the manner they were taught to do when they first entered the hospital. And they gossip. They have just seen the morning papers on all the beds. They have just heard about the half-days for the week. They have collected the little rags and ends of news as they came along the corridor. They gossip. And once a bearded bachelor thumped the panel down almost on my finger, leaving 3 startled faces staring at a piece of painted wood. But a little dark girl worked the panel up an inch with her nails and cajoled them through the crack. I have said before that the long corridor is wonderful. In the winter afternoons and evenings, when the mist rolled up and down over the tiles like the smoke in a tunnel, when one walked almost in darkness and peered into the then forbidden wards, when dwarfs coming from the G block grew larger and larger till the A block turned them into beings of one's own size, the corridor always made a special impression on me. But in the summer mornings it is remarkable too. Then regiments of charwomen occupy it, working in close mass formation. 7 will work abreast upon their knees, flanked by their pails, their hands moving backwards and forwards in so complicated a system that there appears to be no system at all. Patches of the corridor are thick with soapsuds, patches are dry. The art of walking the corridor in the morning can be learnt, and for 1 year and 5 months I have done it, with no more than a slip and a slide. But yesterday I stepped on a charwoman's hand. It was worse than stepping on a puppy. One knows that sickening lift of the heart, as though the will could outdo the weight of the foot. The stagger, the sense of one's unpardonable heaviness. I slipped on her hand as on a piece of orange peel, and jumping like a chamois, sent the next pail all over the heels of the front rank. It was the sort of situation with which one can do nothing. I met a friend yesterday, one of the old Chelsea people. He has followed his natural development, although he talks of war, war, war. It is from his old angle, it wears the old hallmark. He belongs to a movement which believes it feels the war. Personal injury or personal loss does not enter the question. The heart of this movement of his bleeds perpetually, but impersonally. He claims for it that this heart is able to bleed more profusely than any other heart, individual or collective, let us limit it to England. In fact, it is the only blood he has noticed. When the taxes go up, he says, "Well, now perhaps it will make people feel the war." For he longs that everyone should lose their money so that at last they may feel the war, or stop the war, interchangeable. He forgets that even in England a great many quite stupid people would rather lose their money than their sons. How strange that these people should still picture the minds of soldiers as filled with the glitter of bright bayonets and the glory of war. They think we need a vision of blood and ravage and death to turn us from our bright thoughts, to still the noise of the drum in our ears. The drums don't beat, the flags don't fly. He should come down the left-hand side of the ward and hear what the dairyman says. "I hates it, nurse, I hates it. Them 'orses'll kill me. Them drills. It's no life for a man, nurse." The dairyman hasn't been to the front. You needn't go to the front to hate the war. Sometimes I get a glimpse from him of what it means to the weaklings, the last-joined feeble creatures. Me head's that queer, nurse. It seems to get queerer every day. I can't help worryin'. I keep thinking of them horses. Always the horses. I said to Sister, "Is number 24 really ill?" "There's a chance of his being mental," she said. "He is being watched." Was he mental before the war took him? Before the sergeant used to whip the horses as they got to the jumps? Before the sergeant cried out, "Cross your stirrups"? It isn't his fault. There are strong and feeble men. A dairyman's is a gentle job. He could have scraped through life all right. He sleeps in the afternoon, and stirs, and murmurs, "Drop your reins. Them 'orses, Sergeant. I'm comin', Sergeant. Don't touch him this time." And then in a shriller voice, "Don't touch him!" Then he wakes. Poor mass of nerves. He nods and smiles every time one looks at him, frantic to please. There are men and men. Scuts has 11 wounds, but he doesn't mind the war. God made many brands of men, that is all. One must accept them. But war finds few excuses, and there are strange minnows in the fishing net. Sometimes, looking into the TB ward, I think it almost comes to this: one must spit blood or fight. "Why don't you refuse?" my friend would say to the dairyman. "Why should you fight because another man tells you to?" It isn't so simple as that, is it, dairyman? It isn't even a question of the immense, vague machinery behind the sergeant, but just the sergeant himself. It isn't a question of generals or politicians, of great wrongs or fierce beliefs, but of the bugle which calls you in the morning and the bugle which puts you to bed at night. Well, the dairyman is in the hospital, and that is the best that he can hope for. I read a book once about a prison. They, too, the prisoners, sought after the prison hospital, as one seeks after one's heaven. It is so puffed up of my friend to think that his and his movements are the only eyes to see the vision of horror. Why, these others are the vision. End of The Boys, Part 1, from A Diary Without Dates, by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Casper. The Boys, Part 2, from A Diary Without Dates, by Enid Bagnold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This afternoon I was put at splints again. I only had an inch or two to finish, and I spun it out, very happy. Presently, the foot of a bed near me began to catch my attention. The toe beneath the sheets became more and more agitated. Then the toes of the other foot joined the first foot, beating a frenzied tattoo beneath the coverings. I looked up. Facing me were a pair of blue eyes bulging above an open mouth. The nostrils were quivering, the fingers were wrung together. It was Gaynor, surely seeing a ghost. I rose and went to his bed. "My jaws want to close," he muttered. "I can't keep them open." I jumped and went for Sister, who took the news in a leisurely fashion, which reproved me for my excitement. Feeling a fool, I went and sat down again, taking up my splint. But there was no forgetting Gaynor. I tried to keep my eyes on my work, but first his toes and then his hands filled all my mind, till at last I had to look up and meet the eyes again, still looking as though he had seen a ghost, a beast of a ghost. In hospital since Mons. I wonder how many men he has seen die of tetanus. He's got the jumps, I thought. So had I. Suppose Sister was wrong. Suppose the precious minutes were passing. Suppose she was only the junior sister. "Shall I get you some water?" I said at last. He nodded, and gulped in a horrible fashion. I got him the mug, and while he drank, I longed, but did not dare, to say, "Are you afraid of that?" I thought if one could say the word, it might break down that dumb fright, draw the flesh up again over those bulging eyes, give him a sort of anchor, a confessional, even if it was only me. But I didn't dare. Gaynor is one of those men so pent up, so rigid with some inner indignation, one cannot tamper with the locks. Again I went and sat down. When next I looked up, he was sweating. He beckoned to me. "Ask Sister to send for the doctor. I can't stand this." I went and asked her. She sucked her little finger thoughtfully. "Give him the thermometer," she said. He couldn't take it in his mouth, "for if I shut my lips they'll never open." I put it under his arm and waited while his feet kicked and his hands twisted. He was normal. Sister smiled. But by a coincidence the doctor came, gimlet-eyed. "Hysteria," he said to Sister in the bunk. Is no one going to reassure Gaynor? I wondered. And no one did. Isn't the fear of pain next brother to pain itself? Tetanus, or fear of tetanus, a choice between two nightmares. Don't they admit that? So, forbidden to speak to him, I finished my splint till tea time. But I couldn't bring myself to sit down to do it, for fear that a too placid resumption of my duties should outrage him. I stood up, which helped me, not him. After the dressings are over, we scrub the dishes and basins in the annex. In the annex, except that there is nothing to sit on, there is leisure and an invitation to reflection. Beneath the windows, legions of white butterflies attack the cabbage patch which divides us from the road. Beyond the road there is a camp, from which the dust flows all day. When the wind is from the north, the dust is worse than ever, and breaks like a surf over the cabbages, while the butterflies try to rise above it, but they never succeed, and dimly one can see the white wings beating in the whirlpool. I shall never look at white butterflies again without hearing the sounds from the camp, without seeing the ring of riders, without thinking, perhaps, of the dairyman and of the other dairymen. The butterflies do not care for noise. When, standing beside the cabbage patch, the bugler blows the dinner bugle, they race in a cloud to the far corner, and hover there until the last note is sounded. I think it is I who am wrong when I consider the men as citizens, as persons of responsibility, and Sister is right when she says the boys. Taken from their women, from their establishments, as monks or boys or even sheep are housed, they do not want, perhaps, to be reminded of an existence to which they cannot return, until a limb is off or the war ends. To what a point they leave their private lives behind them! To what a point their lives are suspended! On the whole, I find that in hospital they do not think of the future or of the past, nor think much at all. As far as life and growth goes, it is a hold-up. There is really not much to hope for. The leave is so short, the home life so disrupted, that it cannot be taken up with content. Perhaps it isn't possible to let one's thoughts play round a life about which one can make no plans. They are adaptable, living for the minute, their present hope, for the cup of tea, for the visiting day, for the concert, their future hope, for the drying of the wound, for the day when the sister's fingers may press but no drop be wrung from the long scar. Isn't it curious to wish so passionately for the day which may place them near to death again? But the longing for health is a simple instinct, undarkened by logic. Yet some of them have plans. Scuts has plans. For a fortnight now he has watched the post. "Parcel come for me, sister? Small parcel?" Or he will meet the postman in the corridor. "Got my eye yet?" he asks. "What will it be like, Scuts?" we ask. "Can you move it? Can you sleep in it? Did he match your other carefully?" "You'll see," he says confidently. "It's grand." "When I get my eye," he says, with almost the same longing with which he says, "When I get into civvies." Scuts is not one of those whose life has stopped. He has made plans. "When I get into civvies and walk out of here." His plans for 6 months' holiday are all writ down in me notebook. But what shall you do, Scuts? Go to London? London? No towns for me. He will not tell us what he is going to do. Secretly, I believe it is something he wanted to do as a boy, but thought himself a fool to carry out when he was a man. Perhaps it is a sort of walking tour. Among his 11 wounds, he has 2 crippled arms. "I'm safe enough from death," he says, meaning France, "till it fetches me in the proper way." Perhaps he means to live as though life were really a respite from death. "I had a day on the river yesterday." "I seed yer with your bit of urdy-furdy round your neck and your little attaché case," said Pinker. "A nurse's life is one round o' pleasure," said Pinker to the ward. We had 2 operations yesterday. One on a sergeant who has won the D.C.M. and has a certificate written in gold which hangs above his bed, telling of his courage and of one particular deed. The other on a Welsh private. I wonder what the sergeant was like before he won his D.C.M. There is something unreal about him. He is like a stage hero. He has a way of saying, "Now, my men, who is going to volunteer to fetch the dinners?" which is like an invitation to go over the top. The men gape when he says that, then go on with their cards. It is like a joke. Before his operation, he was full of partially concealed boastings as to how he would bear it, how he would come to, saying, "Let me get up, I can walk." I felt a sneaking wish that he would be undone and show unusual weakness. When the moment came, he did as he had said he would do. He laughed and waved goodbye as he was wheeled away. And in the afternoon, when I came on duty, I found him lying in his bed, conscious, looking brown and strong and unconcerned. But he can't let well alone. As I passed up the ward to the bedside of the Welsh private, I was called by the sergeant, and when I stood by his bed, he whispered, "Is that chap making a fuss over there?" "Evan?" "Chap as has had an operation the same as me." "He's very bad." You don't find me making a fuss, and my leg isn't half giving me something." "We're not all alike, Sergeant." "Why should one make a fuss and another say nothing?" "Is your leg hurting you a lot?" "Yes, it is," and he screwed up his face into a grimace. After all, he was a child. "Try to go to sleep," I said, knowing that it was jealousy that was hurting him the most. I went to Evan. He could do nothing with his pain, but in its tightest embraces, and crying, he lay with his large red handkerchief over his eyes. "Oh, Evan," I said. I couldn't do anything either. "Oh, dear, dear, dear," he wailed in his plaintive Welsh voice. "Oh, my dear leg, my poor leg." He looked about 19. "Couldn't I lie on my side?" "No, it would make it bleed." "Would it?" He was so docile and so unhappy. The tears had run down and marked his pillow. I turned it, although the sergeant wouldn't see. "Will they give me something to make me sleep tonight?" "Yes, Evan, at 8 o'clock. I said that because I was so sure of it. I had always seen it done. But oh, I should have made more sure. He built on it. He leant all his hopes upon it. His little clenched hands seemed to be holding my promise as firmly as though it had been my hand. And Sister said, no, it would be better not. Oh, Sister, why not? I, the least of mortals, had made a promise belonging only to gods. Oh, Sister, why not? Her reason was a good one. He will want it more later in the night, and he can't have it twice. I ran back to tell him so quickly, but one can't run back into the past. It is wonderful to talk to men affectionately without exciting or implying love. The utopian dreams of 16 seem almost to be realized. When I sew splints, they come and talk to me. Scuts will sometimes talk for an hour. At first I was so proud that I dared hardly stir a finger for fear that I should frighten him away. Now I am more sure of him. He never says, "What?" to me, nor any longer jumps when I speak to him, as though my every word must carry some command. When I sew splints and listen to Scuts, or the old Scotch grocer, or Monk, that squinting child of whom Pinker said, "Monk got a girl, he don't know what a girl is," I think we cannot all be efficient, but this serves some end. For they are complaining that I am not efficient. At first it hurt my pride, but it depends upon the point of view. Does one go into a ward primarily to help the patients or to help the sister? It is not always the same thing. But one must not question discipline. Today 9 of the patients went convalescent. They departed, hobbling or on stretchers, at 2 o'clock, with bursts of song, plastered hair, bright buttons, and not a regret. "You'll be able to hear a pin fall tonight, nurse," said one of them. "I know we shall, and a tear, too," I added. But they won't listen to any such nonsense. They are going off to the little convalescent hospitals. They are going to be treated like men. And I must laugh and shake hands, and not dream of adding, "Perhaps we shall see you back again." "No more route marching," was the last cry I heard from the 9. How they hate route marching, especially the city men, most especially Pinker. "March down the silly road," he grumbles. sit on the silly grass, and get heat bumps. Sometimes I think that sewing splints will be my undoing. If I listen much longer, I shall see crooked. Today they had some small bottles of stout to help us say goodbye to the 9. Happiness is cheap. Last night at dinner a man said, as he refilled his glass with champagne, "It makes me sad to think how much happiness there is in a bottle." The attack has begun. At 3:15 this morning, on a front of 2 miles. So that is why the ward is so empty, and the ambulances have been hurrying out of the yard all day. We shall get that convoy for which I longed. When the ward is empty, and there is, as now, so little work to do, how we, the women, watch each other over the heads of the men. And because we do not care to watch, nor are much satisfied with what we see, we want more work. At what a price we shall get it. Scuts and Monk talk to me while I sew, but what about the Monks, Scuts, Gainers, whose wounds will never need a dressing or a tube, who lie along a front of 2 miles, one on his face, another on his back? Since 3:15 this morning, a lot of men have died. Thank God one cannot go on realizing death. But one need not think of it. This is a ward. Here are the lucky ones. Even when I look at Rees, even when I look at the grocer, even when I look at the TB ward, I know that anything is better than death. But I have known a man here and there who did not think so. And these men, close on death, it is true, were like strangers in the ward. For one can be close on death and remain familiar, friendly, comprehensible. I used to think, it is awful to die, but who knows what compliance the years will bring. What is awful is to die young. A new VAD came into the ward yesterday, a girl straight from home who has never been in a hospital before. Rees told me. She turned her head away when she saw me arm. I did once, Rees. He looked down at the almost unrecognizable 12 inches, which we call Rees's wound, and considered how this red inch had paled and the lips of that incision were drawing together. "'Tisn't no more me arm," he said at length. Then he paused for a simile. "'Tisn't me arm, it's me wound," he finally explained. His arm is stretched out at right angles from his bed in an iron cradle, and has been for 6 months. "Last night," he said, "I felt me arm layin' down by me side, and I felt the fingers and tried to scratch me knee. It's a feelin' that been comin' on for some time, but last night it seemed real." The pain of the dressing forces Rees's reason to lay some claim to his arm. But when it ceases to hurt him, he detaches himself from it to such a point that the ghost arm familiar to all amputations has arrived, as it were, by mistake. The new VAD doesn't talk much at present, being shy, but tonight I can believe that she will write in her diary, as I wrote in mine, "My feet ache, ache, ache." Add to that she is hungry, because she hasn't yet learnt how to break the long stretches with hurried gnawings behind a door, that she is sick, because the philosophy of Rees is not yet her philosophy, that her hands and feet grow cold, and her body turns to warm milk, that she longs so to sit on a bed, that she can almost visualize the depression her body would make on its counterpane. And I get a glimpse of the passage of time, and the effect of custom. With me, the sickness and the hunger and the ache are barely remembered. It makes me wonder what else is left behind. The old battle is again in my mind. The struggle to feel pain, to repel the invading familiarity. Here they come. One convoy last night and another this morning. There is one great burly man, a sort of bear, whose dried blood has squeezed through the bandages applied in 7 places, and who for all that mumbles, "I'm well, if one asks him how he feels. Long before those wounds are healed, he will diagnose himself better than that. I'm well. That's to say, I'm alive, and I have reached this bed, and this bit of meat, and this pudding in a tin, he answers by his standards. But in a few days he will think, I am alive, but I might be better. And in a few weeks, is this, after all, happiness? How they sleep, the convoy men, watching their wounds as we dress them, almost with a grave pleasure, these passports to this wonderful sleep. Then, when the last safety pin is in, they lie back without making themselves in the least comfortable, without drawing up a sheet or turning upon the pillow. They sleep just as the head falls. How little women can stand. Even the convoy cannot mend the pains of the new V.A.D. I dare not speak to her. She seems, poor camel, to be waiting for the last straw. But when we wash the bowls together, we must talk. She and I together this morning washed and scrubbed, rinsed, dried, and piled basins into little heaps. And while we washed, we examined each other. She is a born slave. In fact, I almost think she is born to be tortured. Her manner with the sisters invites and entices them to put upon her. Her spiritual back is already covered with sores. I suppose she is hungry for sympathy, but it isn't really a case in which sympathy can do as much as custom. I showed her the white butterflies, without supposing them to be very solid food. She reminds me of the man of whom the sister said, he must stick it out. I might have pointed to the convoy and suggested comparisons, but one cannot rub a sore back. Someone has applied the last straw in the night. When I came on duty, a brisk little war-hardened V.A.D. was pushing a pile of dust along the long boards to the door. The poor camel whose back is broken is as though she had never existed. Either she is ill, or she is banished. Such is the secret diplomacy of these establishments that nothing is known of her except her disappearance, at least among those whom one can ask. Matron knows, sister knows, but these are the inscrutable, smiling gods. There is only one man in the ward I don't much care for, a tall boy with a lock of fair hair and broken teeth. He was a sullen boy, whose bad temper made his mouth repulsive. I say was, for he is different now. Now he is feeble, gentle, grateful, and he smiles as often as one looks at him. Yesterday he went for his operation in the morning, and in the afternoon, when I came on duty, he was stirring and beginning to groan. Sister told me to sit beside him. I went up to the little room of screens in which he lay, and taking a wooden chair, I slipped it in between the screen and the bed and sat down. Is it the ether which rushes up from between his broken teeth? Is it the red glare of the turkey twill screens? But in 10 minutes I am altered, mesmerized. Even the size of my surroundings is changed. The screens, high enough to blot out a man's head, are high enough to blot out the world. The narrow bed becomes a field of whiteness. The naked arm stretched towards me is more wonderful than any that could have belonged to a boy with dirty fair hair and broken teeth. It has sea-green veins rising along it, and the bright hairs are more silver than golden. The life of the ward goes on, the clatter of cups for supper, the shuffling of feet clad in loose carpet slippers. But here, within, he and I are living together a concentrated life. Oh, me back! I know. Do I know? I am getting to know. For while the men are drinking their cocoa, I am drinking ether. I know how the waves of the pain come up and recede, how a little sleep just brushes the spirit but never absorbs it, how the arms will struggle up to the air, only to be covered and enmeshed again in heat and blankets. Was it in me lung? He pronounces the G, a Lancashire boy. The shrapnel? He nods. I hold up the piece of metal which has lain buried in him these past 3 weeks. It has a number 20 engraved on it. That satisfies him. The blood which has come from between his lips is in a bowl placed too high for him to see. Through the crack in the screens, the man in the bed opposite watches us unwinkingly. 8 o'clock. Here is Sister with the syringe. He will sleep now, and I can go home. If one did not forget the hospital when one leaves it, life would not be very nice. From pillar to post, the dairyman, who had been gone to another hospital these 5 weeks, returned today, saying miserably as he walked into the ward, "Me 'ead's queerer than ever." His eyes, I think, are larger too, and he still has that manner of looking as though he thought someone could do something for him. I can't, beyond raising the smallest of tablets to him with the inscription, "Another farthing spent." Walker had a birthday yesterday and got 10 postcards and a telegram, but that is as nothing to another anniversary. A year tomorrow I got me wound, 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shall you be awake then, Walker? Yes. How will he celebrate it? I would give a lot to know what will pass in his mind, for I don't yet understand this importance which they attach to such an anniversary. One and all, they know the exact hour and minute on which their bit of metal turned them for home. Sometimes a man will whisper, "Nurse," as I go by the bed, and when I stop I hear, "In 10 minutes it will be a 12-month, and he fixes his eyes on me. What does he want me to respond? I don't know whether I should be glad or sorry that he got it. I can't imagine what he thinks of as the minutes tick, for I can see by his words that the scene is blurred and no longer brings back any picture. Did you crawl back or walk? I walked, but he is hardly sure. I know that for some of them, for Walker, that moment at 2 o'clock in the morning changed his whole career. From that moment his arm was paralyzed, his nerves severed. From that moment football was off, and with it his particular ambition. And football, governing a kingdom or painting a picture, a man's ambition is his ambition, and when it is wiped out his life is changed. But he knows all that. He has had time to think of all that. What, then, does this particular minute bring him? They think I know, for when they tell me in that earnest voice that the minute is approaching, they take for granted that I, too, will share some sacrament with them. Walker is not everything a man should be. He isn't clever, but he is so very brave. After his 10th operation 2 days ago, there was a question as to whether he should have his pluggings changed under gas or not, but the anesthetist couldn't be found. The discussion went on between the doctors over his bed. He didn't take any part in the discussion, such as saying, "Yes, I will stand it," but waited, with interest showing in his bony face. And when they glanced down at him and said, "Let's get it through now," he rolled over to undo his safety pin that I might take off his sling. It was all very fine for the theatre people to fill his shoulder chock full of pluggings while he lay unconscious on the table. They had packed it as you might stuff linen into a bag. It was another matter to get it out. I did not dare touch his hand with that too easy compassion which I have noticed here, or whisper to him, "It's nearly over," as the forceps pulled at the stiffened gauze. It wasn't nearly over. 6 inches deep the gauze stuck, crackling under the pull of the forceps, blood and pus leaping forward from the cavities as the steady hand of the doctor pulled inch after inch of the gauze to the light. And when one hole was emptied, there was another. 5 in all. Sometimes when your mind has a grip like iron, your stomach will undo you. Sometimes when you could say, "Today is Tuesday, the 5th of August," you faint. There are so many parts of the body to look after. Any one of the flock may slip your control while you're holding the other by the neck. but Walker had his whole being in his hands, without so much as clenching them. When we had finished, and Sister told me to wipe the sweat from his forehead, I did so reluctantly, as though one were being too exacting in drawing attention to so small a sign. I must say that the dairyman seems to me quite mad, and I only wonder how little it is noticed. He will sit in a chair beside Palmer for hours, raising and lowering his eyebrows, and fitting imaginary gloves onto his fingers. An inspecting general, pausing at his bed this morning, said, "A dairyman, are you? Frightened of horses, are you? Then what do you do about the cows?" He was pleased with his own joke, and the dairyman smiled too, uncomprehendingly, his eyebrows shooting up and down like swallows' wings. Such jokes mean nothing to him. He is where no joke but his own will ever please him any more. Palmer doesn't like sitting near him, but since it is too much trouble to move, he allows it. Poor Palmer, who has a piece of metal somewhere in his brain, and is never seen without one long hand to his aching head. He said to me yesterday, when I asked him which convalescent home he was going to, "It doesn't matter. We both go to the same kind before long," jerking his thumb at the dairyman. As for the latter, there surely can be no escape. But for Palmer? They won't take it out. Too risky. Seen my X-ray picture? No. You look at it. Right in the middle of the brain. Seems funny that if I say I'm willing to risk it, why they shouldn't be. You're willing to risk it? I'm only 19. What's the good of my head to me? I can't remember the name of the last hospital I was at. These hurried conversations sandwiched between my duties, when in 4 sentences the distilled essence of bitterness is dropped into my ear. Sister, what will they do with Palmer? They're going to discharge him. They won't operate. But what will happen to him? I don't know. But if he is willing to risk his life to save his brain, can they still refuse? They won't operate. Pinker is full of grains of knowledge. He has just discovered a wonderful justification for not getting up directly he is told off for a job. "I never refuse a nurse," he said, as he thoughtfully picked over the potatoes. "Little men, little spuds," he says, to excuse himself for taking all the sought-after small ones. "I never refuse a nurse, but I like to finish me game of drafts first, like Drake." Pinker notices everything. He took the grocer for a ride on the tram yesterday. He got so excited he got singing Tipperary, and the blood vessels on his neck going fit to burst, weren't he, Bill? He appealed to Monk, whose name is George. By the way, I wonder when people will stop calling them Tommy and call them Bill. I never heard the word Tommy in a soldier's mouth. He was a red-coated man. But every mate's called Bill, ain't he, Bill? From the camp across the road, the words of command float in through the ward window. "Halt!" and "Left wheel!" and "Right wheel!" They float into the ward, bearing the scents of heat and dust, and of the bumping of the saddle. The dairyman has perhaps put me a bit against that camp across the road. When the dressings are finished, and we scrub the enamel bowls in the annex, one can see all the dairymen and all the plumbers, chefs and shop walkers, bumping up and down in a ring amid a cloud of dust, while the voice of the sergeant cries out those things that my dairyman used to think of in his sleep. Then the jumps go up. "Left wheel, right wheel," and now, "Cross your stirrups." 1 out of every 4 of them is clinging, grabbing, swaying. The 7th is off. It was a long fight. He went almost around the horse's neck before he fell. We must win the war, win the war, win the war. Every sort of price must be paid, every mud of curious coinage, pennies and farthings of fear and despair in odd places, as well as the golden coin of life, which is spent across the water. All day long the words of command come over the ward window-sills. All day long they bump and shout and sweat and play that charade of theirs behind the guns. All day long little men training to fill just such another hospital as ours with other little men. But one does not say any longer, "What a strange thing is life!" For only in rare moments does the divine astonishment return. End of The Boys, Part 2, from A Diary Without Dates, by Enid Bagnold. Read by Maria Casper.
Lettere del ferroviere Giulio Cozzi, tratte da Lettere e testimonianze dai ferrovieri caduti per la patria. Questa è una registrazione LibriVox. Tutte le registrazioni LibriVox sono di dominio pubblico. Per maggiori informazioni o per diventare volontari, visitate il sito librivox.org. Cozzi, ragioniere Giulio. Applicato del servizio materiale trazione, aspirante ufficiale 215 Fanteria. 16 maggio 1917. Dalla scuola di applicazione di fanteria in Parma. Non son triste perché so che state bene, perché son qua a compiere il mio dovere. Anzi, mi fa piacere essere soldato. E siate anche voi superbi di avere un soldato che cercherà di fare nel miglior modo il suo dovere. 28 maggio 1917. Abbiamo saputo la presa di Duino. Vi lascio immaginare la nostra gioia. Non abbiamo potuto fare a meno di esultare con canti e grida di vittoria. Sono qui al circolo in mezzo a canti, inni, gioia frenetica. Non potrò dimenticare questo giorno. È una notizia che una volta di più mi fa apparire l'Italia quella che fu ed è stata fino ad ora, e ci fa sperare di arrivare a quel giorno tanto desiderato della nostra vittoria sulla barbarie tedesca. Fra breve il nostro vessillo sventolerà sulle torri di Trieste. I nostri martiri saranno vendicati. 9 luglio 1917. È una vita di lavoro questa. Ho poco tempo da pensare, a ogni istante una cosa nuova da fare, siamo sempre in moto, sempre occupati a qualcosa. I giorni passano e un giorno più dell'altro ci sentiamo diventare migliori, cambiamo carattere, ci prepariamo a tutto, siamo pronti a sopportare qualunque cosa e viviamo contenti. Sto benissimo. E tu, mamma? Cerca di star più tranquilla che puoi, perché, te lo giuro, non ho nulla da desiderare. La vita borghese non la invidio, no. Questa è per me la vita. Questo è il mio dovere. E mi preparo per compierlo nel miglior modo. Non dico questo perché sia indifferente con te, non lo pensare perché ti adoro. Soltanto bisogna abituarsi anche a star lontano dai nostri cari. Quando poi si avrà la fortuna di ritornare, avremo piacere di aver vissuto una vita come quella del soldato. L'imboscato non proverà nessuna soddisfazione. Si troverà a vivere quella stessa vita che tanto in tempo di pace come in tempo di guerra ha trascorso, senza aver poi l'animo in pace. Credi, mia cara, son così contento di aver preso questo cammino che non saprei quale altra vita invidiare. 24 luglio 1917. Tu desideri la pace? Anch'io. Non per me quanto per tante persone, per tutta l'umanità. Non possiamo farci niente per ottenerla, altro che vincere. Più aspra sarà la lotta, più soddisfatti saremo dopo. 18 ottobre 1917. Zona di guerra. Questa vita è molto meglio di quella come istruttore a Parma. Ho appreso più in questi 3 giorni che in 5 mesi di corso. La realtà è tutt'altra di quel che uno si può immaginare. Dio mi aiuterà sempre, lo spero con certezza. Credete, questa è una vita che mi piace. Non ci sono gli scaldaletti qua? Non c'è l'ombrello, non c'è il lastricato alle strade perché andiamo fino a mezza gamba nella mota. Ma queste sono tutte sciocchezze che ci vogliono per i signori cittadini che forse hanno gridato e poi... Non state in pensiero. La nostra allegria è massima. Sono in mezzo a un monte di compagni e per di più di amici. Dunque, allegri. Tutto quel che vi ho detto è la pura verità. Fine della lettera. Una settimana dopo cadeva resistendo impavido alla grande offensiva di Caporetto. Alla sua memoria venne decretata la medaglia di bronzo al valore. Citazione. Cozzi Giulio, aspirante ufficiale 215 Fanteria Milizia Mobile. Attaccato ripetutamente durante una violenta offensiva nemica, oppose col suo plotone strenua ed accanita resistenza, finché, colpito in pieno da una raffica di mitragliatrici, lasciava da prode la vita sul campo. Colovrat, 25 ottobre 1917. Fine delle lettere del ferroviere Giulio Cozzi.
Women Wanted, the story written in blood-red letters on the horizon of the Great World War. By Mabel Potter Daggett. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Women Who Wear War Jewelry. There is a new kind of jewelry that will be coming out soon. We shall see it probably this season, or at least within the next few months. It will take precedence of all college fraternity pins and suffrage buttons and society insignia, and even of the costliest jewels, for it will be unique, since no American woman has ever before worn it. As a Mayflower descendant, or a colonial dame, or daughter of the Revolution, you may have proudly pinned on the front of your dress the badge that establishes your title, perhaps to heroic ancestry. In the gilt cabinet in the front parlor, you may even cherish among curios of the wide, wide world a medal of honor as your choicest family heirloom. Who was it who won it? Grandfather or great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather? Anyway, it was that soldier lad of brave, uniformed figure whose photograph you will find in the old album that disappeared from the center table something like a generation ago. We are getting them out from the attics now, the dusty, musty albums, and turning their pages reverently to look into the pictured eyes of the long ago. Someone who still recalls it must tell us again this soldier boy's story. Somewhere he did a deed of daring. Somewhere he risked his life for his country, and a grateful government gave him this, his badge of courage. It's fine to have in the family, there in the parlor cabinet. You are proud, are you not, to be of a brave man's race? But blood, they say, will always tell. Heroism and daring may be pushing in your veins today as once in his. Have you ever thought how it might be to have your own badge of courage? Ah, yes, even though you are a woman? No, it is true. There are no such decorations that have been handed down from grandmother or great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother. It is not that they do not deserve them, but their deeds were done too far behind the front for that recognition. Today, as it happens, the new woman movement has advanced right up to the firing line, and it's different. Every nation fighting over in Europe is bestowing honors of war on women. There is no reason to doubt that special acts of gallantry and service on the part of American women now in action with the hospitals and relief agencies that have accompanied our troops abroad shall be similarly recognized by the War Department. To earn a decoration, you see, not merely to inherit one, that can be done today. She was the first war heroine I had ever seen, Eleanor Warrender. Over in London I gazed at her with bated breath, and to my surprise and astonishment found her just like other women. Among those called to the colors in England in 1914, she is one of the specially distinguished who have followed the battle flags to within sight of the trenches, within sound of the guns. And somehow one will inadvertently think of these as some sort of superwoman. Before this there have been those who did what they could do for their men under arms. There was one woman who risked her life heroically for British soldiers. And Florence Nightingale's statue has been set along with those of great men in a London public square. In this war many women are risking their lives. They are receiving all the crosses of iron and silver and gold, and to the lady of the decoration who wears this war jewelry, it is a souvenir of sights such as women's eyes have seldom, if ever, looked on before since the world began. I have said that Eleanor Warrender seemed to me just like other women. And she is at first. Other war heroines are. Until you catch the expression in their eyes, which affords you suddenly, swiftly, the fleeting glimpse of the soul of a woman who knows. There is that about all real experience that does not fail to leave its mark. You may get it in the quality of the voice, in a chance gesture that is merely the sweep of the hand, or in the subtle emanation of the personality that we call atmosphere. But wherever else it may register, there are unveiled moments when you may read it in the eyes of these women who know that they have seen such agony and suffering and horror as have only been approximated before in imaginative writing. The ancient pagans mentioned in their books that have come down to us a place they called Hades, where everything conceivable that was frightful and awful should happen. The Christians called it hell. But nobody had been there, and there were those in very modern days who said in their superior wisdom that it could not be, that it did not exist. Now how are we all confounded, for it is here and now. The lady with the decoration has seen it. Look, I say, in her eyes, for that is where you will find out. She does not talk of what she has been through. My friend Eleanor Warrender, Lady Randolph Churchill told me, has been under shell fire for 3 years, nursing at hospitals all along the front, from Furness to the Vosges Mountains. Sometimes she has spent days with her wounded in dark cellars where they had to take refuge from the bombs that came like hail, and the cellars were infested with rats. Eleanor Warrender, when I saw her, came into the Ladies' Empire Club at 67 Grosvenor Street, London. High-bred, tall and slender, she wore the severe tailor-made suit in which you expect an Englishwoman to be attired. In the buttonhole of her left coat lapel there was a dark silk ribbon striped in a contrasting color, from which hung a small bronze Maltese cross. It is the Croix de Guerre, bestowed on her by the French government for conspicuous bravery and gallant service at the front. She dropped easily on a chintz-covered lounge before the great fire in the smoking room. A club member caught sight of the ribbon in the coat lapel. "I say, Eleanor," she said eagerly, coming over to examine it. Miss Warrender was home on leave. In a few days she would be returning again to her unit in France. She has been living where one does not get a bath every day, and there are not always clean sheets. One sleeps on the floor if necessary, and what water there is available sometimes must be carefully saved for dying men to drink. The Red Cross flag that floats over the hospital is of no protection whatever. Sometimes it seems only a menace, as if it were a sign to indicate to the enemy where they may drop bombs on the most helpless. There is a slight soft patter at the window pane, and it isn't rain, it's shrapnel. The warning whistle has just sounded. There is the cry in the streets, "Gardez-vous!" The Taubes are here. A Zeppelin bomb explodes on contact, so you seek safety in the cellar, which it may not reach. But a Taube bomb, small and pointed, pierces the floor and explodes at the lowest level reached. So you may not flee from a Taube bomb to anywhere. You just stay with your wounded and wait. Ah, there is the explosion which makes the cots here in the ward rock and the men shake as with palsy and turn pale. But thank God this time the explosion is outside and in the garden. Beyond the window there, what was a flower bed 3 minutes ago, is an upturned heap of earth and stone. They are bringing in now 4 more patients for whom room must be made, besides these from the battlefield that have been operated on, 20 of them, since 9 o'clock this morning. These 4 who are now being laid tenderly on the white cots have 2 of them had their legs blown off, and 2 others are already dying from wounds more mortal. Eleanor Warrender a little later closes their eyes in the last sleep. She has watched beside hundreds of men like that as they have gone out into the great beyond, and just now she walks into the Ladies' Empire Club as calmly as if she had but come from a shopping tour in Oxford Street. Ah well, but one can suffer just so much, as on a musical instrument you may strike the highest key and you may strike it again and again until it flats a little on the ear because you have become so accustomed to it. But it is the limit. It is the highest key. There is nothing more beyond, at least. And that is what you feel ultimately about these women who have come through the experience that leads to the decoration. It is one in the most constant danger who arrives at length at the most constant calm. I don't know really why it should be called bravery, says Eleanor Warrender's quiet voice. You see, a bomb has never dropped on me, so I have no actual personal experience of what it would be like. Now, in that old convent in Flanders turned into a hospital, Sister Gertrude at the third cot from where I stood had a leg blown off, and Sister Felice had lost an arm, and I think it was very brave of them to go right on nursing in the danger zone afterward. But as I have said, no bomb has ever hit me, and having no experience of what the sensation would be like, it isn't particularly brave of me to go about my business without special attention to a danger of which I have no experience of pain to remember. As for death, and Eleanor Warrender looked out in Grosvenor Street into the yellow-grey London fog, as for death, it is, after all, only an episode, and what does it matter whether one is here or there? Eleanor Warrender and others have gone out into the great experience on the borderland with death from quiet and uneventful lives of peace, such as ours in America up to the present have also been. The call is coming now to us in pleasant cities and nice little villages all over the United States, and the time is here when we too are summoned from the even tenor of our ways because the high white flashing moment of service is come. Eleanor Warrender was called quite suddenly from a stately career as an English gentlewoman. She kept house for her brother, Sir George Warrender, afterward in the war Admiral Warrender. It was a lovely old country house, of which she was the chatelaine. There had been a delightful week-end party there for which she was the hostess. She stood in a porch embowered in roses to bid her guests good-bye on an afternoon in August. And she had no more idea than perhaps you have who have touched lightly the hand of friends who have gone out from your dinner table tonight, that the farewell was final. But 2 days later, in a Red Cross uniform, she was on her way to her place by the bed of the war wounded. There has been no more entertaining since, and one cannot say when Eleanor Warrender shall ever again see English roses in bloom. The Viscountess Elizabeth Daisy had been with her young son, passing a summer holiday at a watering place in France. She had just sent the boy back to boarding school, and herself had returned to her apartment in Paris, overlooking the Esplanade des Invalides. At the moment she had no more intention of becoming a war heroine than of becoming a haloed plaster saint set in a niche in the Madeleine. Yet before she had ordered her trunks to be unpacked, the nation's call for Red Cross women had reached her. It was so sudden, she has told me, and I was so dazed, I couldn't even remember where I had put my Red Cross insignia. At last my maid found it in my jewel case beneath my diamond necklace. I hadn't even seen it since I had received it at the end of my Red Cross first aid course of lectures. The maid packed a suitcase of most necessary clothing. Carrying this suitcase, the Viscountess Elizabeth Benoit Daisy, daughter of the Marquis de Vogue, of the old French aristocracy, in August 1914, walked with high head and firm tread out of a life of luxury and ease into the place of toil and privation and self-sacrifice at the Vosges front, where her country had need of her. That was, I think, the last time a maid has done anything for her, for whom up to that day in August there had been servants to answer her least request. Ever since then, the Viscountess Daisy has been doing things with her own hands for the soldiers of France. It was in the second year of the war that a gentleman of France, General Joffre, bent to kiss her small hand, now toil-hardened and not so white as it used to be. There is a military group in front of a hospital that she commands, and they stand directly before a great jagged hole in the wall, torn there by a German bomb, which as it fell missed her by a few meters. The general is giving her the accolade, and on the front of her white uniform he has pinned the Croix de Guerre of France for distinguished service. Last year, on behalf of her grateful country, the Minister of War conferred on her another decoration, the Médaille du Vermeil des Épidémies. I do not know what others may have been added since to these with which the front of her white blouse sagged last spring in Paris. But the woman thus cited for military honors had before this Armageddon as little expectation of playing any such role as have you today who are, say, the social leader of the 400 in Los Angeles, or the president of a foreign missionary society in Bangor, Maine. Her one preparation was that 2 months' course of Red Cross lectures. Many women of the leisured class were taking it in 1910. I think I will too, she had said to her husband. Some elemental knowledge of the scientific facts of nursing I really ought to have when the children are ill. There were 5 children, 4 little daughters and a son, and the Viscount thought of them and reluctantly gave his consent. Very well, Elizabeth, he had said, I think I am willing that you should hear the lectures, but on this I shall insist, my dear. I cannot permit you to take the practical bedside demonstration work. I don't wish to think of my wife doing that kind of menial service, even for instruction purposes, and I simply could not have you so exposed to all sorts of infection. Like that it happened when Elizabeth, the Viscountess d'Azy, arrived at the battlefront to which she was first called at Gérardmer, she had had no practical nursing experience. Oh, she got it right away. She had quite some within 24 hours. But up to now, this flashing white moment of life, which she faced so suddenly, she had not so much as filled a hot water bag for anyone. And she had never seen a man die. At this military barracks where she took off her hat to don the flowing white headdress with the red cross in the center of the forehead, 150 men, some of them delirious with agony, some of them just moaning with pain, all of them wounded and waiting most necessary attention, lay on the straw on the floor ranged against the wall. There weren't even cots, and there was only herself with one other woman to assist her in doing all that must be done for these 150 helpless men. The first that she remembers, a surgeon was calling out orders to her like a pistol exploding at her head. She got him a basin of water and some absorbent cotton, and she managed to find the ether. Oh, his shining instruments were flashing horribly in the light from the window. He was going to cut off a man's leg. "But, doctor," she exclaimed, "I never had that in my Red Cross training. I don't know how." She went so white that he looked at her and he hesitated. "Go out in the garden outside," he commanded, "and walk in the air." He looked at his watch. "I'll give you just 3 minutes. Come back then and we'll do this job." They did this job, the Viscountess d'Azy holding the patient's leg while they did it. After that, she has told me, I was never nervous, I was never afraid. There wasn't anything I couldn't do. And there wasn't anything she didn't do. There were always the 150 men to be cared for. As fast as a cot was vacated for the grave, it was filled again from the battle line. For 6 weeks, the Viscountess was on her feet for 17 hours out of every 24, carrying water, preparing food, dressing wounds, closing the eyes of dying men. It took from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon just to do the dressings alone. 12 men on an average died every night, and they wrapped them in white sheets for the burial. The Viscountess d'Azy did, daughter of one of the proudest houses of France. One day the message came that the Germans, sweeping through the nearby village of Saint-Dié, had denuded the hospital there of all supplies. Would the Viscountess, with her influence, the commandant begged, carry a report of their need to Paris. She went to Paris and brought back a truckload of supplies. She and the driver were 3 days on the return journey. German shells were again falling on the road to Saint-Dié as they approached. The chauffeur stopped in terror. "Go on," commanded the Viscountess. "Go on." As the car shot forward by her order, a bomb dropped behind them, tearing up in a cloud of dust the exact spot in the road where the car had halted. Word reached military headquarters of Elizabeth Dazie's skill in nursing, of her unflinching coolness in the face of all danger. It was decided that the War Department had need of her at Dunkirk. The town was under heavy bombardment, receiving between 300 and 400 bombs daily. At the barracks hospital, arranged at the railway station, there were cots for 200 wounded. Sometimes 1,000 men were laid out on the floors. One night there were 3,000, and there was only the Viscountess, who was the commandant, one trained nurse, and some voluntary, untrained assistants. For protection against the Zeppelins, it was necessary that there should be only the dimmest candlelight, even for the performing of operations. As rapidly as possible, patients were evacuated to base hospitals. The commandant one night was tenderly supervising the lifting into an American ambulance of an officer whose wounds she had just bandaged. She leaned over the wheel to admonish, "Drive slowly, or he cannot live." And as she touched the driver's arm, there was an exclamation of mutual surprise. The driver was A. Piatt Andrews, Under Secretary of the Treasury in President Taft's administration. And the last time he had seen the Viscountess Dazie, he had taken her to dinner at the White House in Washington, where her husband was an attaché there of the French embassy. How long ago was all the gaiety of diplomatic social life at Washington? A siren sounded shrilly now, the cry of danger and death in an approaching taw braid, and the greeting ended hastily, the hospital commandant and the ambulance driver hurrying in the darkness to their respective posts of duty. The Viscountess has been in charge of a number of hospitals, having been transferred from place to place at the front. When I saw her, she was temporarily in command for a few weeks at the hospital which had been opened at Claridge's Hotel in Les Champs-Élysées in Paris. She didn't care about her medals or her own magnificent record. It wasn't even the achievements of her husband, the Viscount Dazie, in command of the naval battleship J'aurais Guibéry, of which she spoke most often. The Viscountess Dazie's one theme is her boy. Before the war he was her little son. Now he is a tall and handsome officer in uniform, at the age of 19, Sub-Lieutenant Charles Benoit Dazie. He wanted to enlist when she did, but she insisted that he remain at school until he had finished his examinations in the spring of 1915. He got into action in time for the great push on the Somme. Here, at the hospital in Les Champs-Élysées, the Viscountess shows me his photograph, snapshots that she has taken with her Kodak. Last night she walked unattended and alone 3 miles through the streets of Paris at midnight, after seeing him off at the Gare de l'Est. He had started again for the front after his furlough at home. Her one request to the War Department is to be detailed to hospital duty where she may be near her boy's regiment. Her pride in the boy is beautiful. When she speaks his name, that look of experience is gone for the moment, and in the eyes of Elizabeth Dazie there is only the soft, luminous mother love, even as it may be reflected in your eyes that have never yet seen bloodshed. Up to the time of the war, the Viscountess said in her pretty broken English, as she looked reminiscently out on the broad avenue of Paris, I was doing nothing but going to fêtes all day and dancing most of the nights. But I think there is no reason why a woman who has danced well should not be able to do her duty as well as she did her pleasure, n'est-ce pas? And from the records of the European War Offices, I think so too. Among the English war heroines is Lady Ralph Paget, whose name has gone round the world for her splendid service in Serbia. In that defenseless little land, exposed so cruelly to the ravages of this terrible war, she commanded with as efficient executive skill as any of the generals who have been leading armies, one of the best managed hospitals that have faced the enemy's fire. Lila Paget had lived all her life in the environment where ladies have their breakfast in bed and someone does their hair and hands them even so much as a pocket handkerchief. Lila going to command a hospital? Questioned some of her friends. Lila, who has always been so dependent on her mother? She is the daughter, you see, of the Lady Arthur Paget, the beautiful Mary Perrin Stevens of New York, who, ever since her marriage into the British aristocracy, has been one of the leaders in the Buckingham Palace set. Lila Paget was, of course, brought up as is the most carefully shielded and protected English girl in high life. She grew up in a stately mansion in Belgrave Square. She was introduced to society in the crowded drawing room, there which has been the scene of her brilliant mother's so many social triumphs. But she had no ambition to be a social butterfly. She was a debutante who did not care for a cotillion. You see, it was not yet her hour. She was a tall, rather delicate girl who continued to be known as the beautiful Lady Paget's quiet daughter. A few seasons passed, and she married her cousin, the British diplomat Sir Ralph Paget, many years her senior. She had never known responsibility at all when one day she sat down in the great red drawing-room in Belgrave Square to make out a list of the staff personnel and the supplies that would be required for running a war hospital in Serbia. Her heart at once turned to this land in its time of trouble, because she had for 3 years lived in Serbia when Sir Ralph was the British minister there. They had but recently returned to England on his appointment as Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs. And now she had determined to go to the relief of Serbia with a hospital unit. I suppose British society has never been more surprised and excited about any of the women who have done things in this war than they were about Lila Paget. This day, in the great red drawing-room, Lila Paget found her métier. She's the daughter of a soldier, General Sir Arthur Paget, and what has developed as her amazing organizing and administrative ability is an inheritance from a line of American ancestors through her beautiful mother. But from her reserved, retiring manner, none of her friends had suspected that she was of the stuff of which heroines are made. Now, as she laid her plans for war relief, she did it with an expeditious directness and a mastery of detail with which some Yankee forefather in Boston might have managed his business affairs. With a comprehensive glance, she seemed to see the equipment that would be needed. Here in the red drawing-room she sat, with long foolscap sheets before her on the antique carved writing-desk. She listed the requirements, item by item, a staff of so many surgeons, so many physicians, so many nurses. Then she estimated the supplies, so many surgeons' knives, so many bottles of quinine, everything from bandages and sheets down to the last box of pins. And she planned to a pound the quantity of rice and tapioca. Her hospital ultimately did have jam and tea when all the others were scouring Serbia in a frantic search to supplement diminishing supplies. Without any excitement, with an utter absence of hysteria, as a woman ordering gowns for a gay season in Mayfair, Lila Paget gave her instructions and assembled her equipment. I was, you see, her hour. She arrived at Uskub in October 1914, with the first English hospital on the scene to stem the tide of the frightful conditions that prevailed toward the end of 1914. After the retreat of the Austrians, Serbia had been left a charnel house of the dead and dying. Every large building of any kind, schools, inns, stables, was filled with the wounded, among whom now raged also typhus, typhoid, and smallpox. There were few doctors and no nurses, only orderlies who were Austrian prisoners. At one huge barracks, 1,500 cases lay on the cots and under them. At another 3,000 fever patients overflowed the building and lay on the ground outside in their uniforms, absolutely unattended. Facing conditions like these, Lady Paget opened her hospital in a former school building, and here, in the war zone, she instituted for herself such a regime as probably was never before arranged for an Englishwoman of title. She rose at 4 o'clock in the morning, and when she slipped from her cot, no one handed her a silk kimono. The regulation germ-proof uniform worn by women relief workers in Serbia consisted of a white cotton combination affair, the legs of which tucked tight into high Serbian boots. Over this went an overall tunic with the collar tight about the neck and bands tight about the wrists. There was a tight-fitting cap to go over the hair, and beneath this uniform, about neck and arms, you wore bandages soaked in Vaseline and petroleum. It was also the protection against the attacking vermin that swarmed everywhere as thick as common flies. Wounded men from the trenches arrived infested with lice, and typhus is spread by lice. Lady Paget stood heroically at her post by their bedsides, with her own hands attending to their needs. What there was to be done in the way of every personal service she did not shrink from, and she unpacked bales of goods, and she scrubbed floors, and she assisted with the rites for the dying. There had to be a lighted candle in a dying Serbian soldier's hand, and often her own hand closed firmly about the hand too weak to hold the candle alone. Her wonderful nerve never failed, but there came a time when her frail physical strength gave out. She still held on, working for 2 days with a high fever temperature, before she finally succumbed herself, the victim of typhus. Her husband was telegraphed for. She was unconscious when he arrived, and it was 3 or 4 days before he could be permitted to see her. Her life hung in the balance for weeks, but finally recovery began, and it was planned for her to return to England for convalescence. She and Sir Ralph were attended to the railroad station by the military governor of Macedonia, the archbishop of the Serbian Church, and a guard of honor of Serbian officers. The Serbian people, in their devotion, lined the street and threw flowers beneath her feet and kissed the hem of her dress. At the station the Crown Prince presented her with the highest decoration within his gift, and the Order No. 1 of St. Sava, a cross of diamonds. Never before had it been bestowed on any other woman save royalty. Seldom has any woman in history been so conspicuously the object of an entire country's gratitude. The street on which the hospital stood was renamed with her name. On the plain of Kosovo there stands a very old and historic church, on the walls of which, from time to time through the centuries, have been inscribed the names of queens and saints. Lila Paget's name also has been written there. A nation feels even as does that common Serbian soldier whom she had nursed back from death, who afterwards wrote her, "For me only 2 people exist, you on earth and God in heaven." Well, Lila Paget stayed with Serbia to the end. After 2 months' rest in England, she was back in July at her hospital in Uskub. Sir Ralph had returned with her, having been made General Director of the British Medical and Relief Work in Serbia, with his headquarters at Niš. In October, the Bulgarians took Uskub. When the city was under bombardment during the battle that preceded its fall, Sir Ralph arrived in motor car to rescue his wife. But 4 hours later he had to leave without her, on his way in his official capacity to warn the other hospitals which were in his charge. Lila, Lila, he expostulated in vain. She only shook her head. "My place is here," she said, glancing backward where 600 wounded soldiers lay. Lady Paget and her hospital were of course detained by the enemy when they occupied the town. She remained to nurse Bulgarians, Austrians, and Serbians alike, and she organized relief work for the refugees, of whom she fed sometimes as many as 4,000 a day. For weeks and months it was only by dint of the utmost exertion that it was possible to extract from the exhausted town sufficient wood and petrol just to keep fires going in the hospital kitchens and in the sterilizers in the operating rooms. These, said Lady Paget, were strange times, and in the common struggle for mere existence it did not occur very much to any one to consider who were friends and who were enemies. In the spring of 1916, in March, arrangements were made by the German government permitting the return to England of Lady Paget and her unit. Her war record reaching America, the New York City Federation of Women's Clubs selected her as the recipient of their jeweled medal. It is awarded each year to the woman of all the world who has performed the most courageous act beyond the call of duty. Woman's war record in Europe is now starred with courageous acts. That day in Serbia, Sir Ralph, riding on while the people sprinkled their mountain roads with white powder in token of surrender, came to the Scottish women's hospitals. These had not even men doctors, as at Uskub. They were manned wholly by women sent out by the National Union of Women's Suffragettes in Great Britain. And there was not a man about the place except a wounded men in the beds. But Dr. Alice Hutchinson at Valhavo and Dr. Elsie Inglis at Krushevats, with their staffs, also refused to leave their patients. All three of these women made the decision to face the enemy rather than desert their posts of duty. They were all three taken prisoners and required to nurse the German wounded along with their own. Months afterward they were released to be returned to England. Dr. Hutchinson, who has been decorated by the Serbian government with the Order of St. Sava when she evacuated her hospital at the order of the Austrians, wrapped the British flag about her waist beneath her uniform, that it might not be insulted by the invaders. Dr. Inglis had all her hospital equipment confiscated by the Germans. When she protested that this was in violation of Red Cross rules, the German commander only smiled. "You have made your hospital so perfect," he said, "we must have it." Dr. Inglis was decorated with the Serbian Order of the White Eagle. At the Russian front with another Scottish hospital, Dr. Inglis and her entire staff were decorated by the Russian government. In London, I heard the women of the Scottish hospitals spoken of at historic St. Margaret's Chapel as "that glorious regiment of Great Britain called the Scottish Women's Hospitals," and the clergyman who said it spoke reverently in eulogy of one of the most distinguished members of that regiment, the very gallant lady who in behalf of her country has just laid down her life. In the historic chapel, the wall at the back of the altar behind the great gold cross was hung with battle flags. Men in khaki and women in khaki listened with bowed heads. It was the memorial service for Catherine Mary Harley, of whom the London papers of the day before had announced in large headlines, "Killed at her post of duty in Monaster." In that other world we used to have before the war, Mrs. Harley was known as one of England's most distinguished constitutional suffragists, not quite so radical as Mrs. Despard, her sister, who was the leader of the Woman's Freedom League. One of her most notable pieces of work in behalf of votes for women was the great demonstration she organized a few years ago. In that pilgrimage of women who marched from all parts of England, addressing vast concourses of people along the highways and arriving by diverse routes for a great mass meeting in Hyde Park. You see, Catherine Harley was an organizer of tried capacity, and she too comes from a family of soldiers. She was the daughter of Captain French of Kent. Her husband, who died from the effects of the Boer War, was Colonel Harley, Chief of Staff to General Sir Leslie Rundle in South Africa. Her brother is Viscount French of Ypres, and her son is now fighting at the front. With all of this brilliant array of military men belonging to her, it is a curious fact, as her friends in London told me, that Mrs. Harley did not believe in war. Catherine was a pacifist, one of them said at the International Franchise Club the night that the announcement of her death was received there in a hushed and sorrowful silence. But she believed if there must be war, someone must bind up the wounds of war. And it was with high patriotic zeal and with the fearless spirit of youth, albeit she was 62 years of age, that Mrs. Harley in 1914 enlisted with the Scottish women, taking her 2 daughters with her into the service. She went out as administrator of the hospital at Royaumont, and when that was in successful operation, she was transferred to Troyes to set up the tent hospital there. Then she was called to Salonika. It was at Salonika that she commanded the famous transport flying column of motor ambulances that went over precipitous mountain roads right up to the fighting line to get the wounded. She was in charge of a motor ambulance unit with the Serbian army at Monaster when in March 1917, at the time of the regular evening bombardment by the enemy, she was struck by a shell. They buried her like a soldier, and she lies at rest with the Croix de Guerre for bravery on her breast out there at the front of the conflict. Violetta Thurston you might think, if you met her, a little English schoolgirl who has just seen London for the first time. Then by her eyes you would know that she is more, by the wide, almost startled look in what were meant to be calm, peaceful English eyes. Violetta Thurston is the little English nurse, decorated by both Russia and Belgium, who in these last years has lived a life that thrills with the adventures of war. She went out at the head of 26 nurses from the National Union of Trained Nurses who were at work in Brussels when the Germans arrived. They improvised their hospital in the fire station. At last the English nurses were all expelled by German order and sent to Dunkirk. There Miss Thurston connected with the Russian Red Cross. She has written a book, Field Hospital and Flying Column, on her experiences in Russia. There were 4 days at Lodz that she neither washed nor had her clothes off, and once she was wounded by shrapnel and once nearly killed by a German bomb. The last record I have of her, she was matron in charge of a hospital at Le Pan in Belgium. No girl, I suppose, lived a more uneventful life than did Emilienne Moreau up to the time that she became one of the most celebrated heroines of France. You haven't, if your home is, say, down in some little mining village of West Virginia, or in the coal fields of Pennsylvania, where you are going back and forth to school on weekdays and to Sunday school every Sunday. Emilienne was like that in Luz. She was 16 and so near the end of school that she was about to get out the necessary papers for taking the examination for institutrice, which is a school teacher in France. Luz was a mining village. The inhabitants lived in houses painted in the bright colors that you always used to see in this gay and happy land. It was in one of the most pretentious houses, situated in the Place de la République and opposite the church, that the Moreau family lived. The large front room of the house was Monsieur Moreau's store. He had worked all his life in the mines, and now, at middle age, only the past summer, had removed here with his family from a neighboring village, and he had purchased the general store. It was with great pride that the family looked forward to an easier life and a comfortable career for the father as a bonneted merchant. Emilienne was his favorite child, his darling and his pride, and she in turn adored her father. Often they took long walks in the woods together. They had just come back from one of these walks, Emilienne with her arms filled with bluets and marguerites, when on August 1st a long shriek of the siren at the mines called the miners from the shafts and the farmers round about from their fields. Assembling at the mairie for mobilization, all the men of military age marched away from Luz. That night the sun went down in a blood-red glory. All the houses of Luz were bathed in blood red. "Bad sign," muttered an old woman, purchasing chocolate at the store. And it was. Soon the refugees from surrounding burning villages came flocking by in streams, telling of the terrible Germans from whom they had escaped. Most of the inhabitants of Luz joined the fleeing throngs. Of 5,000 people, ultimately only 200 remained in the village. Among these were the Moreau family, who, possessing in marked degree that national trait of love for their home and their belongings, refused to leave. "But," said her father to Emilienne, "little daughter, I fear be it a long time before you will gather flowers again." And it was. The Germans were in possession of Luz by October. They poured petrol on the houses and burned many of them. At the store in the Place de la République, Emilienne, with quick wit, set a bottle of wine out on the counter, and they drank and went away without burning, although they looted the store of everything of value. During the year that followed, Luz remained in the hands of the enemy. In the effort of the French to retake it, it was often fired upon from the surrounding hills. From the windows in the sloping garret roof, Emilienne and her father watched many a battle, until the bombs began falling on the garret itself. They were exposed to constant danger. They had to live on the vegetables they could gather from the deserted neighboring gardens. By December, her father was ill from privation and hunger and anxiety, and one night he died. Emilienne, girl as she was, seems to have been the main reliance of the family. Her mother, her little sister Marguerite, and her little brother Leonard, aged 9. The morning after her father's death, Emilienne went to the German commandant to ask for assistance. How should she get a coffin? How should it be possible to bury her father? And the German laughed. One can get along very well without a coffin. He finally permitted her 4 French prisoners to dig the grave, and the curé of Luz, he said, could say a prayer. But Emilienne was heartbroken at the thought of putting her father into the ground without a coffin. She and her little brother made one with their own hands from boards she found at the deserted carpenter shop down the street. By the spring of 1915, the bombardment of Luz increased in violence. There were days at a time when the whole family, with their black dog Sultan, did not dare venture out of the cellar. In September, Emilienne, ascending to the demolished garret, where she lay flat on her stomach on the rafters, watched a battle in which the strangest beings she ever saw took part, fantastic creatures of a grey color who were throwing themselves on the German trenches. As they advanced, she noticed that they wore little petticoats, and she hurried to tell her mother that these must be the English suffragettes of whom she had heard, coming to the rescue of Luz. What they actually were was the Scottish troops in kilts, the famous Black Watch, who a few days later had driven the Germans from Luz. As they came into the village, Emilienne, braving a cyclone of shells and rallying her French neighbors, ran to meet them, waving the French flag and singing the Marseillaise. Thus, it is said, by her fearless courage was averted a retreat that might have meant disaster along the whole front. But the fighting was not yet over. During the next few days, Emilienne, with the Red Cross doctor's assistance, turned her house into a first aid station. Some 7 of the stalwart Scotsmen in the little petticoats she herself dragged into safe shelter when they had been wounded. 2 Germans taking aim at French soldiers she killed with a revolver she had just snatched from the belt of a dead man. When the enemy had been finally repulsed, Emilienne Moreau was summoned by the government to be given the Croix de Guerre. A little later her pictured face was placarded all over Paris by the French newspapers. They wanted her to write her personal story. At first she shrank from it. It would be presumption on the part of a girl. What would my commune think? But finally she was prevailed upon, and for 2 months, daily, Mes Memoirs appeared on the front page of Le Petit Parisien, with a double-column headline. Even more honors have come to Emilienne. Great Britain bestowed on her its Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and the King has sent her a personal invitation to visit Buckingham Palace as soon as the Channel crossing shall be safe. With it all, you would think Emilienne, if you met her, quite a normal girl. You see, she is young enough to forget, and it is only occasionally that in the clear blue eyes you catch a glimpse of tragedy. Her smooth brown hair she is as interested in having in the latest mode as you who today consulted the fashion pages of a magazine for coiffures. I have seen her on the sands at Trouville, with a group of girls at play at Blind Man's Buff in the moonlight. And by her silvery laughter you would not know her from the rest as a heroine. The next day, when they were in bathing, and the body of a drowned man was washed ashore, one of the other girls fainted. Afterward, Emilienne said, and there was in her eyes a faraway look of old horrors as she spoke, "Marie, Marie, if your eyes had looked on what mine have, you would not faint so easily." There is another French girl, the youngest war heroine I know, who has been decorated by any government. And the case of Madeleine Danau is perhaps of special interest, because any girl in the United States can even now begin to be a heroine as she was. They say in France that La Petite Danau has served her country, even though it was not while exposed to shot and shell. She lives in the village of Corbeil, and she was only 14 years old at the time her father, the baker, was mobilized. A baker in France, it must be remembered, is a most necessary functionary in the community, for as everybody has for years bought bread, nobody even knows how to make it at home any more. The whole neighboring countryside, therefore, you see, was most dependent on the baker, and the baker was gone away to war. It was then that Madeleine proved equal to doing the duty that was nearest to her. She promptly stepped into her father's place before the bread trough and the oven. She gets up each morning at 4 o'clock, and with the aid of her little brother, a year younger than herself, she makes each day 800 pounds of bread, which is delivered in a cart by another brother and sister. The radius of the district is some 10 miles, and no household since war began has missed its daily supply of bread. One day Madeleine was summoned to a public meeting for which the citizens of Corbeil assembled at the mairie. She went in her champagne-colored dress of toile de laine and her Sunday hat of leghorn, trimmed with black velvet and white roses. And there before this public assemblage, the Préfet des Deux-Sèvres pinned on Madeleine the cross of Lorraine, and read a letter from President Poincaré of France. In it the President presented to Madeleine Denau his sincere compliments, and begged her to accept this little jewel, this cross of Lorraine, which shall proclaim that the valiant child of the Deux-Sèvres, through her own labour, assuring for the inhabitants of the commune of Exudon their daily bread, has performed as patriotic a service and is as good a Frenchwoman as are any of her sisters of the Meuse. The ever-lengthening list of heroic women who have distinguished themselves in this war in Europe is now so many that it is quite impossible even to mention any considerable number of them in less than a very large book. You will find their names now in every country quite casually listed along with those of soldiers in the roll of honor published in the daily newspapers. And it is no surprise to come on women's names in any of the lists, dead, wounded, or decorated. The French Academy, out of 70 prizes in 1916, awarded no less than 47 to women as most distinguished examples of military courage. Among these, the Croix de Guerre has been given to Madame Marcherez, capable citizeness of Soissons, who has been daily at the mairie in an executive capacity, and to Mademoiselle Cellier, who has been in charge of the Red Cross hospital there during the long months of the bombardment. The Cross of the Legion of Honor, along with the Cross of Christ, decorates the front of the black habit of Sister Julie, the nun of Gerberville, who held the invading Germans at bay while she stood guard over the wounded French soldiers at her improvised hospital. It's like this in all of the warring countries, and all of these women with their war jewelry for splendid service are women like you and me. But yesterday, and they might have been pleased with a string of beads to wind about a white throat. Out of everyday feminine stuff like this shall our war heroines to be made. End of Women Wanted, the story written in blood-red letters on the horizon of the Great World War, by Mabel Potter Daggett.
The Care of the Dead, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Care of the Dead. 1. In a graveyard west of Vimy there are buried 1,320 French soldiers and more than 600 English. The earth is bare on most of the English graves. The French ones are older, but all are cared for alike by the Englishmen now in charge of the place. "We leave you our trenches and our dead," a French officer said to an English one when our army took over this part of the line, and both parts of the trust are discharged with a will. What this means for the French, one feels when one sees the visits of French soldiers' friends to their graves. The other day a French woman in deep mourning came here with a handful of white flowers to place upon one of these. Probably it was her son's, for she was not young. While she was arranging them at its head, there came into the cemetery one of the usual little bareheaded processions, a NCO showing the way, then an English chaplain with his open book, then on a stretcher, the body sewn up in a brown army blanket, a big Union Jack lying over it, then half a dozen privates looking on as Englishmen do at these moments, a little awkward but simply and sincerely sorry. As they passed the French woman, she rose and then, evidently moved by some impulse which shyness made it difficult to follow, fell in at the rear of the procession, with some of the flowers still in her hand. When I next saw them, the men were standing round the new grave. The chaplain was reading aloud, "Dust to dust and ashes to ashes," and the woman, a few yards away, was kneeling on the ground. The service over and the rest turning away, she came close to the grave, dropped the white flowers in, and went back to the other grave empty-handed. One knew, though the woman could not, how all this would be told to the dead Englishman's comrades, and one felt the truth of Sir Douglas Haig's saying that a kind of work which does not directly contribute to the successful termination of the war may still have an extraordinary moral value to the troops in the field, as well as to the relatives and friends of the dead at home. But for the work of the Army's Graves Registration Units, this little scene and many other scenes equally binding, in their degree, to the friendship of England and France could scarcely have taken place. After the French army had left this district, the French soldier's grave might not have been taken care of, perhaps could not have even been known to be his. The Englishman might have been buried under cover of night in some vacant space near the firing trench, and all trace of the grave blown away next day by a shell. To know the full worth of what these units are doing now, one needs to see first what the state of things was in the first months of the war. In those days a man was commonly buried close to the place where he fell. Wherever hard fighting had been, in France or Belgium, the eye of the traveller along the roads is struck by many low crosses sticking out of the ground, in the fields, in cottage gardens, in corners of farmyards and orchards, even on roadside strips of grass, where the ground has changed hands a good deal in the course of the war. You may see, within a few hundred yards of each other, the gabled and eaved cross of the Germans with Herruten Gott, and a name painted white on a dark ground, the painted wire wreath of the French with its Requiescat, or Mort pour la France, and the plain lined cross of the English, white or light brown, or just the unpainted wood, in loving memory, of one or more officers or men. Even now a good many of these isolated memorials are raised. The very position of some of them is eloquent. Near Frecourt, in what used to be no man's land, till we won it this summer, a number of crosses, all of the English sorted and inscribed in English, stand to the honored memory of an unknown French soldier, 2 unknown French soldiers, 6 unknown French soldiers here buried. Here, when our troops took the German front line on the 1st July, it was one of their first cares to bury the French comrades who fell while holding this part of the front during the winter, whose bodies could not be retrieved at the time of their death from under the fire of the German machine guns, and when recovered at last, were beyond all chance of identification. Near La Boisselle, again, is a cross inexpertly made of 2 pieces of lath, and lettered in pencil, "In loving memory of 2nd Lieutenant X, th Regiment, killed here July 1st, 1916. It stands scarcely 10 feet in front of the line from which our army advanced on that morning. You feel, when you see it, the thrill of the first moment of the long battle of the Somme, the subaltern giving the word to his men, and himself springing first out of the trench and falling almost at once, and the men pressing on. That is a special case of a grave on a site more monumental than Westminster Abbey itself. A few such graves, and some part of the trenches near them, will probably be preserved forever by the village communes or private owners of land as memorials and relics of the Great War. But not every man can be buried just where he falls. As a rule, the spot remains under fire for some time after his death. even if it could be done, and the history of the war left written in this way on the face of the country, a long dotted line of graves, representing a trench, a cluster of graves, a skirmish, a dense constellation of battle, the record would not be durable. France could not fence off a strip of country 300 miles long and many miles wide and keep it up as a historical museum. And nothing else could preserve all the graves, or most of them. Some would be treasured and tended as they are now by farmers and cottagers. Others would soon be lost sight of. In a few months, the earth of a newly made grave sinks in, the cross falls awry and may split. The writing on it is weathered away. Unless something is done, and done promptly, every trace of an outlying grave may be gone in a year. That is what might have happened to thousands of British and French soldiers' graves if an Englishman, full of goodwill and energy, had not noticed the danger in time and stepped in, with a few like-minded friends to avert it. How the work was begun and how it has grown may next be described. 2. In the autumn of 1914, the necessity for a continued organization to undertake the supervision of graves was recognized, both from the point of view of national feeling and to discourage the disconnected and spasmodic efforts of private individuals, which were threatening to create friction and confusion. The services of Mr. Fabian Warrow, who, while employed under the British Red Cross with French troops, had already interested himself in the subject, were obtained by the army, and later this gentleman was granted a commission in order to supervise the department, of which he is now director. It was not until March 1915 that the organization of the Commission of Graves Registration and Inquiries finally assumed its present shape. Under the Directorate are the Graves Registration Units in the different spheres of military activity. In France and Belgium there are 4 of these units, each with their 2 or 3 sections. 3 of the 4 units divide the British front between them, from north of Ypres to the Somme battlefield. The 4th unit deals with everything outside and behind the beats of these 3. When an officer or man is killed at the front or dies of wounds, his burial is at once reported to the director as well as to the base. If killed in action, he may still be buried in the old way somewhere near the trench. If so, the chaplain or officer who buries him reports the position of the grave, and one of the officers of the grave registrations units visits it, verifies the record, affixes, if necessary, a durable cross with the date, the man's name, rank, regiment, and regimental number upon it, clearly stamped on aluminium tape, and enters these particulars and the exact site of the grave in the register. But this mode of burial is becoming much less common. The Army has been quick to realize the desirability of burying its dead in the nearest of the 300 or more recognized cemeteries behind the line. The bodies are carried back by road or light railway to one of the little wooden, iron, or canvas mortuaries which the graves registration units have set up in the cemeteries. There, the soldiers in charge of the cemetery do all that remains to be done, and an eyewitness can assure the friends of soldiers at home that there is nothing perfunctory about these funerals. Everything is done as tenderly and reverently as if the dead man were in an English churchyard among themselves. When a death takes place in a hospital, there is, of course, a regular cemetery at hand, and registration is simple. Some of the cemeteries are great extensions of little village graveyards. Some were begun by special corps or divisions which wished to bury their dead all together. In one you find a separate plot, each with its special entrance for Gurkhas, Sikhs, and Punjabis. Under the great tree of another, where are many of those who fell at Festubert, some of our Indian soldiers have built, for their comrades, brick tombs of extraordinary massiveness at Villers-aux-Bois. The French buried 2,500 of those who were killed in winning the Vimy Ridge. On each grave, at the foot of its wooden cross, there is still stuck in the earth, neck downwards, the bottle in which the first hasty record of the interment was placed. A tiny chapel at one end shelters the Christ brought from the ruined Calvary of Carency, and a little colored image of the Virgin riddled with German bullet holes. In all the cemeteries, the graves registration units keep the graves, British and French, in repair. They sow grass and plant flowers and shrubs under the advice of the headquarters of British gardening at Kew. A few of these places are already gay with autumn flowers in full bloom. More will be brightened in this way next year, when all the arrears of tidying and restoration that the units found waiting for them have been overtaken. Outside the cemeteries themselves, an immense amount of work is done. The staffs of the units are constantly searching all possible and almost impossible places for isolated graves that may have escaped registration. The Directorate answers every inquiry sent by a soldier's friends, and will, if they wish, take a photograph of a grave and send it to them for nothing, thanks to the funds provided for this purpose, the Joint War Committee of the British Red Cross Society and St. John's Ambulance. The director and his officers cooperate with the French engineers, sanitary authorities, and communal councils in making arrangements to take advantage of the noble and moving gift made by the French nation on December 29, 1915, when the law was passed which acquires forever, in the name of the French government, the special cemeteries where most of our dead in France are buried. No money is wasted and no energy is diverted that might have been spent in fighting. All the officers of the units are men disqualified by age or other disability for combatant service. The other ranks are filled with men permanently relegated, through age, wounds, or sickness, to duty behind the front. But much of the work is done under fire. One officer, Captain J.D. MacDonald, has already been killed on duty, and 2 others and several men wounded. In all wars, it has been one of the fears haunting a soldier's friends that his body may be utterly lost. Even in this war, there have been such irretrievable losses, but in no great war has so much been done as in this, to prevent the addition of that special torment to the pains of anxiety and of bereavement. End of The Care of the Dead by Anonymous, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Excerpt from Gallipoli by John Masefield. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Very nearly 30,000 men, 1 whole division and 1 brigade of English soldiers and a brigade of Gurkhas with their guns and stores, had to be landed unobserved and hidden. There was only one place in which they could be hidden, and that was under the ground. The Australians had to dig hiding places for them before they came. In this war of digging, the daily life in the trenches gives digging enough for every soldier. Men dig daily, even if they do not fight. At Anzac in July, the Australians had a double share of digging, their daily share in the front lines, and when that was finished, their nightly share preparing cover for the new troops. During the nights of the latter half of July, the Australians at Anzac dug, roofed and covered not less than 20 miles of dugouts. All of this work was done in their sleep time, after the normal day's work of fighting, digging and carrying up stores. Besides digging these hiding places, they carried up, fixed, hid and filled the water tanks which were to supply the newcomers. Long after the war, the goat herd on Gallipoli will lose his way in the miles of trenches which zigzag from Cape Helles to Achi Baba and from Gabba Tipi to Ajelma Bay. They run to and fro in all that expanse of land, some of them shallow, others deep cuttings in the marl, many of them paved with stone or faced with concrete, most of them sided with little caverns, leading far down, in a few cases, to rooms 20 feet under the ground. Long after we are all dust, the goats of Gallipoli will break their legs in those pits and ditches, and over the coffee round the fire the elders will say that they were dug by devils and the sons of devils, and antiquarians will come from the west to dig there, and will bring away shards of iron and empty tins and bones. 50 years ago some French staff officers traced out the works round Durazzo, where Pompey the Great fought just such another campaign 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years hence, when this war is forgotten, those lines under the ground will draw the staff officers of whatever country is then the most cried for brains. Those lines were the homes of thousands of our soldiers for half a year and more. There they lived and did their cooking and washing, made their jokes and sang their songs. There they sweated under their burdens and slept and fell in to die. There they marched up the burning hill where the sand devils flung by the shells were blackening heaven. There they lay in their dirty rags awaiting death, and there by thousands, up and down, they lie buried in little lonely graves where they fell, or in the pits of the great engagements. Those lines at Cape Helles, Anzac and Suvla were once busy towns, thronged by thousands of citizens whose going and coming and daily labour were cheerful with singing, as though those places were mining camps during a gold rush, instead of a perilous front where the fire never ceased and the risk of death was constant. But for the noise of war coming in an irregular rattle with solitary big explosions, the screams of shells or the wild whistling crying of ricochets, they seem busy but very peaceful places. At night, from the sea, the lamps of the dugouts on the cliffs were like the lights of sea-coast towns in summer, and the places seemingly as peaceful. But for the pop and rattle of fire and the streaks of glare from the shells, there was always singing, sometimes very good and always beautiful, coming in the crash of war, and always one heard the noises of the work of men, the beat of pile drivers, wheels going over stones, and the little solid popping noises from bullets dropping in the sea. I have said that those positions were like mining camps during a gold rush. Ballarat, the Sacramento and the camps of the Transvaal must have looked strangely like those camps at Suvla and Cape Helles. Anzac at night was like those crags of old buildings over the Arno at Florence. By day it was a city of cliff dwellers, stirring memories of the races past. An immense expanse was visible from all these places. At Cape Helles there was a plain rising gradually to Archibaba. At Anzac a wilderness of hills. At Suvla the same hills seen from below. Over all these places came a strangeness of light, unlike anything to be seen in the West, a light which made the hills clear and unreal, at the same time softening their savagery into peace, till they seemed not hills, but swellings of the land, as though the land there had breathed in and risen a little. All the places were dust-coloured as soon as the flowers had withered, a dark dust-coloured where the scrub grew, often almost wine-dark, like our own hills where heather grows, a pale sand colour where the scrub gave out, and elsewhere a paleness and a greyness as of moss and lichen and old stone. On this sandy and dusty land where even the trees were grey and ghostly, olive and eastern currant, the camps were scattered, a little and a little, never much in one place on account of shelling, till the impression given was one of multitude. End of excerpt from Gallipoli by John Masefield.
I Am Not Dead, from Experiences from the Great War, by Ashby Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was a hazardous move looked at from any point of view, but the triangle of wood in my left front was practically impregnable as the situation stood, protected as it was by its own defensive weapons and by the mutually supporting positions on its flank. But if I could take the system of trenches somewhat to the rear and to the right of it, either the enemy would be compelled to withdraw from the triangle of woods because of the threat against his flank or rear, or I would then be in a position to attack him from three sides without being subjected to the enemy supporting fire from the positions in the 319th sector in my left. It was indeed a beautiful game, just like a game of checkers. I remember at the same time that I sent Lieutenant Calkins out on this mission on the right flank, I sent a message to Captain Little, who was occupying the trenches on my right front, advising him of the move that was being made and telling him of the purpose and mission of the move, and that he would receive further orders telling him of the success of the mission. It was now between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Having made my new disposition, I moved back to my temporary headquarters in the edge of the Malamore Woods, south of the Cunea-Brio Road, which was near the center of my sector. Here I sat together with Major Emery in a little rifle pit, and I remember how we went over the mission together, and I wrote a message to regimental headquarters advising them of the move that I had made. As I said, Major Emery and I were sitting in the little rifle pit, which was about 3 feet deep, 2 feet wide, and 5 feet long, he in one end and I in the other. So as we were sitting, our knees touched, and the tops of our helmets were slightly above the level of the ground. I remember an officer of the 5th Division came up after a little while and sat on the edge of the rifle pit and said that his division was to relieve us, which relief, he said, was to take place that night. There were a number of other officers and a number of men immediately around the place. I remember Lieutenant France was sitting on the edge of the pit on one side and Lieutenant Preston on the other. Captain Sumner and Lieutenant Vermeuil were in a little pit about 20 feet away, and some wounded machine gunners and other men were seated in rifle pits or lying upon the ground. I remember as we sat in this rifle pit, one of the companies from the 319th Infantry sector on our left came in battle formation across the open space that separated our wood from their sector, and poured a great volume of fire into our wood, under the impression, the officer in charge said, that enemy fire was coming from our woods. I remember Lieutenant Ben Temple, who was also close by, rushed out to the edge of the woods, held up his hands, and said, "For God's sake, men, stop shooting us up!" The bullets did not do us any harm, but the Boche saw the movement of the troops into our woods and communicated this fact to his artillery, and in about 20 minutes the Boche began to pour steel into the woods in the area in which we were, and they were falling fast and furious about us. It was during this bombardment that I had perhaps the narrowest escape of my life. Indeed, as narrow an escape perhaps as any man ever had who came out alive. Without the slightest warning of any sort, I suddenly found myself under the ground, as if by magic, with a ringing in my ears as of many bells. There was a sense of great bewilderment, for the act was quicker than thought. And I remember my first thought was, "I'm not dead. I'm thinking." After a bewildered moment or two, I worked my helmet and my head through the surface of the earth and looked around. Major Emery was just then doing the same thing, and I remember the dazed and bewildered look in his eye as he gazed around the place. I think he spoke, because his lips moved, but I was too deaf to hear whether he said anything. I tried to get my arms loose, but could not. So tight had they been packed in by the impact of the shell. Presently, 2 men, I think Captain Wilson was one of them, took hold of me and pulled me out. And I remember, as I scrambled out of the dirt, I took hold of an unexploded portion of a 6-inch-high explosive shell that had stopped within a few inches of my face, and it was so hot I had to let it go. This shell had struck about 2 feet from the edge of the rifle pit in which we were sitting. How Major Emery and I escaped being blown to pieces is almost incredible. The shell had struck and exploded with its full force against the body of the 5th Division officer who was talking to us, blowing him into 1,000 pieces. Lieutenant France, with his head crushed in, was blown across the rifle pit and killed. 2 machine gunners were killed outright, and 4 others were wounded. Lieutenant Preston was struck in the side and in the neck with pieces of steel, but was able with some assistance to move to the first aid station. Captain Sumner was shell-shocked. I remember as I got out of the hole, my legs had been cramped with the impact of the earth and were very shaky, and my eardrums were ringing so that I could not hear a person speak. In that condition of mind and body, I determined to go back to my headquarters at once, where I could collect my scattered thoughts and rest my shattered nerves for a time. So I got my stick, which I never forsook under any circumstances at the front, and started out of the woods in the direction of my headquarters. I remember, as I passed along the beaten path a few feet from the edge of the woods, a man's liver was scattered along the path, and 20 feet out in the open I saw a leg and part of a stomach, still warm with the blood of life so recently departed. It was a horrible sight that I shall never forget. I passed along the hollow that leads by the Villa Bois, and I remember the shells were bursting in the woods, and they sounded in my ears like the ringing of many bells. As I passed along, also, I recollected that I had left a pair of Boche gloves in the hole where I was buried. But I decided that if the Boche wanted them that bad, he could have them. End of I Am Not Dead, from Experiences of the Great War, by Ashby Williams. Read by Winston Tharp.
Effect of Air Raids and Aircraft on Birds. Chapter 7 of Birds and the War by Hugh S. Gladstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Effect of Air Raids and Aircraft on Birds. I will continue to confine my remarks to the effect of the war on birds as regards Great Britain. In a subsequent chapter I shall deal with observations on birds in the actual war zones, but I now propose to record how aircraft, gunfire, air raids, and the like affected birds, particularly in this country. That birds should regard an aeroplane, especially one of the monoplane type, as a huge falcon or other raptor, might be considered as not only probable but natural, and there are numerous records of birds being obviously terrified by them. Scottish Naturalist, 1916, pages 39-164. Gulls, in the early days of the war, were sadly put about and scared by aeroplanes that hovered over the Bredensplatz, but they soon began to pay no heed to them. Zoologist, 1915, page 95. On some occasions, the birds' curiosity seems to have been aroused, rather than their fear, and a flock of black-headed gulls in Perthshire were seen to pursue 3 hydroplanes. Scottish Naturalist, 1916, page 66. On the approach of an airplane after dark to a fir wood, it was noticed that the wood pigeons, which had come in to roost, rose in a mass and fluttered noisily round and round. Pheasants crowed and flew to and fro, and all the small birds twittered and called. A whitethroat and a willow warbler began snatches of song and broke off abruptly. Only a long-eared owl sat tight and showed no fear. Bird Notes and News, Volume 6, page 103. A bird lover who lives in Kensington Palace Green tells me that the birds were very much alarmed by the earlier raids. Sparrows and owls became restless about an hour or 30 minutes beforehand. A green parrot shrieked repeatedly. On one occasion a sparrow fainted, but, after having been kept in the house all night, flew away next morning. A tame pigeon, which was always very nervous, sat in its owner's hand in a state of tension with legs and wings stiff. As the raids became more frequent, however, the birds seemed to become more accustomed to them. and their behavior could no longer be depended on as a warning of approaching aircraft. Jackdaws were observed in a French town to leave their homes in the steeples and throw themselves upon aeroplanes, clinging to them and attacking them with their beaks as if to drive away these gigantic and unknown birds of prey. Bird Notes and News, Volume 7, page 105. The fact that parrots were employed early in the war to announce the approach of hostile aircraft to Paris has already been recorded when dealing with birds as messengers. A friendly rivalry in supplying aeroplanes was encouraged in our colonies. The planters of Ceylon conceived the idea of naming their gifts after birds. Thus, their first 3 contributions were christened Paddy Bird, Devil Bird, and Nightjar. Daily Mail 2/6/15. Some time later, the Parliamentary Air Committee suggested that Army aeroplanes should be designated as land birds and seaplanes as seabirds. Daily Mail 17/8/16. One type of German machine was known as Taube, surely a misnomer. Among the many ornithological terms subsequently adopted by our naval, military, and air forces may be mentioned the wrens, to denote the Women's Royal Naval Service, and the penguins, as a distinctive name for the women attached to the Royal Air Force, which force was known as roosters, men who could fly, and fledglings, men who were learning. No term was, however, more apt than that of kiwi, to denote the Royal Air Force staff officer whose terrestrial duties rendered him incapable of flight. These are but examples of avian nomenclature as applied to our forces, and will suffice as typical of their ingenious adoption. The formation of aerodromes in various parts of the country had but little effect on the bird population in their vicinity. Partridges haunted the precincts of more than one of our largest airship sheds, and, in spite of the almost incessant noise associated with these establishments, the birds in general did not seem to avoid them. It was, however, recorded that 2 large ancient rookeries, one about a quarter and the other half a mile away, were deserted in 1915 on account of a field being used habitually for the descent of airplanes. Observer 5/9/15. Sound waves of great explosions have been found to travel long distances from the center of the disturbance. When the Silvertown munitions factory exploded in East London on January 19, 1917, it was heard 128 miles away. Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 38, page 115. And other great explosions have been distinguished at distances varying from 90 to 186 miles. Nature, 1917, page 439. A limited number of observations tend to show that throughout a large part of the area over which the sound waves are audible, birds are affected by the disturbance. The immediate cause of their disquiet is unknown, but it is supposed to be due either to actual perception of the sound of explosions or to shock caused by airwave concussion. Scottish Naturalist, 1917, page 140. The Zeppelin raids, a feature of the war early 1915, were nearly always heralded in this country by the crowing of pheasants, and the sensitiveness of this species to distant sounds was frequently a subject of comment. There seems no reason to suppose that pheasants have keener powers of hearing than men. It appears more probable that these birds are alarmed by the sudden quivering of the trees on which they happen to be perched at the time of an explosion. Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 38, page 125. It was said that when pheasants began to talk, the airmen got ready to fly and the anti-aircraft gunner turned out. The crowing of pheasants often preceded by 15 minutes to half an hour the approach of hostile aircraft. Daily Mail 1/2/18. During the first Zeppelin raid in January 1915, pheasants at Thetford and Bury St. Edmunds, 35 to 40 miles from the area over which the Zeppelins flew, shrieked themselves hoarse. Daily Mail 1/2/18. In one of the early battles in the North Sea, pheasants as far west as Cumberland were recorded as having manifested an uncanny knowledge of some unusual atmospheric disturbance. Globe 26/6/16. Gamekeepers on the East Coast used to say that they always knew when enemy raids had commenced, quote, "for the pheasants call us day and night," unquote. Globe 28/9/17. On March 7, 1918, about 10:30 p.m., pheasants near Chichester crowed loudly. Possibly the excitement, so to speak, passed along from the northeast of Kent from birds which heard the approaching Gothas. Globe 12, 318. A pair of tawny owls, in the outskirts of London, were credited with being able to detect the presence of Zeppelins when many miles away. On their approach, they appeared to be very angry and nervous, flying from bough to bough. Daily Mail 2/10/16. Peacocks are said to have been the first birds to detect the air raid of May 19, 1918. Daily Chronicle 21/5/18. An observer of an air raid on the southeast coast on May 20, 1916, was awakened just before 2 a.m. by the distant approach of seaplanes. Nightingales were singing lustily, and it was not until the aircraft were right overhead that they ceased, not to commence their song again till about 2:30 a.m., when the whirring of the seaplanes had faded into a distant hum. The nightingale's reiterated song seemed like a choral defiance to the Huns, and was swelled by countless other little British songsters, together with a cuckoo, who added a jeering call to the retreating enemy alien, who so closely resembled that parasitic avian intruder into homes not his own. Observer 28/5/16. Aircraft, however, do not seem on the whole to have had much effect on birds, and skylarks have often been seen singing unconcernedly around airplanes and airships in the sky. Mr. Charles Dixon, writing of the daylight raid on London on July 7, 1917, when a fleet of 20 Taubes appeared like magic in a sun-bathed sky, states that the effect on bird life was practically nil. Although many German machines passed over him, and gunfire was incessant for nearly 2 hours, he noticed that thrushes were singing on and off throughout the raid period, while sparrows were quite unconcernedly hopping about the roads not 100 yards from where shrapnel was bursting, and pigeons and starlings were equally undisturbed. As regards raids by night, the same competent observer gave his opinion that they caused no disturbance whatsoever among roosting birds. Manchester Guardian, 29/11/17. During the air raid of May 19, 1918, a nightingale was heard in a London suburb singing at the top of his voice when the guns were most clamant and above the crash of a bomb. Daily Express, 21/5/18. Other writers consider that birds were much upset by night raids, and it is recorded that the ducks on the lakes in the London parks rose and flew in despair, and that for hours afterwards a lighted window attracted them with dolorous cries from their weary flight in quest of the waters from which they had blundered. Daily Chronicle 26/9/17. The only birds which I saw personally during the daylight raid of July 7, 1917, were London pigeons, which evinced the greatest excitement at the general noise, whirling about in flocks in a thoroughly scared manner. Charles Waterton was of the opinion that all birds would get used to every sound except that of the gun. This opinion has certainly been upset by the observations of bird watchers on the battlefronts. In this country, there has not been sufficient continuous gunfire in any one place for the local birds to become accustomed to it. And in this connection, it is interesting to note that when in November 1917 the bells of St. Paul's rang out a merry peal for the victory of the tanks, the pigeons in a startled flock rose fluttering in the air. Whereas in happier days, when the ringing of the cathedral bells was a daily occurrence, they used to regard it with indifference. Manchester Guardian, 29/11/17. Similarly, when the armistice with Germany was announced at 11 a.m. French time on November 11, 1918, maroons were discharged, cannons fired, and church bells rung in London, much to the perturbation of the pigeons, which were unaccustomed to any such sounds. The noise of gunfire in their immediate proximity undoubtedly had a more or less transitory effect, according to the duration of fire, on certain classes of birds, chiefly wildfowl, on the coast. During the bombardment of Yarmouth and Lowestoft in 1915, the birds were driven away in a panic. Anti-aircraft guns in action terrified blackbirds, which were much disturbed at each detonation, and flitted from tree to tree uttering agitated cries. Even swallows, in their aerial chase, seemed to dart hither and thither more spasmodically than usual. It seems probable that birds, being naturally sensitive to aerial movements, are disturbed more by the concussion of the air than by the actual sound of the explosions. Daily Mail, 10/4/17. At the Zoological Gardens in Regent's Park, only a few birds raised protesting voices during the raids, and still fewer showed any sign of nervousness next morning. During the daylight raids, many of the birds sat with their eyes fixed on the sky, and the cranes were at all times excited by the presence of aircraft, quote, making a rare clatter, as their keeper said, but that signified nothing, for they shout their heads off every time a barge passes on the canal, unquote. Daily Mail, 22/10/17. Casualties among birds were of rare occurrence. In the summer of 1916, it was stated that numbers of linnets had been found dead near Louth, with the drums of their ears split, and a complete absence of this species was reported from Suffolk and Hertfordshire, Times 4 and 18/7/16. In view of the fact that birds did not suffer from the reverberation of the guns on the battlefront, the above statement becomes the more remarkable. As the actual result of air raids, an unlucky bird was more than once reported as the only victim, and a canary in its cage was the single casualty of an air raid on King's Lynn. Bird Notes and News, Volume 6, page 79. During the Zeppelin raid on the night of September 22nd and 23rd, 1916, a bomb, dropped within 20 yards of a fowl run, blew all the feathers except one from a cock's tail. Next day the bird, with truly Gallic sang-froid, was strutting about with the one feather sticking out, none the worse for its adventure. Globe 25/9/16. And possibly feeling extra cock-a-hoop in the knowledge that 2 of the Zeppelins had been brought down. Our intrepid airmen at times were tempted to vie with birds in their own element. In the very early days of aviation, naval aviators are credited with having shot ducks over the marshes, and I know of one case where an airman, out on a trial trip one day from Ramsgate, came across some mallard. He gave chase, opened fire at them with his machine gun, and killed 3, which were picked up by a fisherman and brought to the R&A mess, where they formed a welcome addition to government rations. There is a story, so far back as 1911, of the French aviator Garros having shot with his revolver at an eagle which attacked him while flying over the mountains in Spain, when on his way from Paris to Madrid. Louis Noel of the French Air Service shot 2 eagles in the air from his machine with a shotgun on the Salonika front. Ibis, 1919, page 324. On the Balkan front in 1916, a French pilot is said to have shot 3 eagles with his machine gun in the course of an hour or so. He regarded the eagle as not a very fast flyer but a clever aviator, so that he had to nosedive, side-slip, and do vertical banks in order to keep in sight of his quarry. On one occasion, a British officer, while testing a new machine behind the French lines, was suddenly passed by a flock of wild geese. He promptly started in pursuit, and oblivious of the direction in which they were heading, flew right across the lines at an altitude at which he offered an easy target even to rifle fire. The Germans, however, were apparently so engrossed in watching the performance that they neglected to fire at him. At last the birds, as he got near them, turned and headed back across the lines again, with the result that he returned to his own territory without a shot having been fired at him. Daily Express, 25/4/16. An airman has told me that birds were not infrequently killed by coming into contact with aeroplanes. For reasons of their own safety, however, and not from their love of birds, airmen tried to give as wide a berth as possible to any flocks of birds they happened to overtake or meet. An eagle is reported to have been overtaken and entrapped in the wires of a French aeroplane nearly 5,000 feet above the earth in Macedonia. Daily Express, 18/5/18. But the propeller of an airplane is well known to be extremely fragile. I've been assured that on one occasion an airman narrowly escaped with his life, the propeller of his machine having been broken by coming into contact with a soaring lark. One is reminded of the story of George Stephenson and the cow, whose fate, it will be remembered, he did not expect would be shared by the driver of the locomotive. The effect of searchlights on gulls has been described as soporific, hypnotic. In this case it would seem that they rest in the steady beam much as migrating birds rest in the light of the lantern on lighthouse bird rests. Another observer, however, states that the moving searchlights in the Firth of Forth and in Weymouth Bay roused the gulls to active flight and the hunt for food. Bird Notes and News, Volume 7, page 3. End of Effect of Air Raids and Aircraft on Birds by Hugh S. Gladstone. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Mystery of the Turkish Beauty by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Was Despina Davidovich Storch, the beautiful Turkish woman who led a curious existence in New York City, a spy of the Sultan, or was she the innocent victim of the espionage laws of the United States of America? That is a question which will probably never be answered in a definite manner. Not that it is impossible to answer, but rather because there are so many interests involved and so many innocent persons concerned that a positive and explicit statement would fail to further the ends of justice. For many months, the representatives of the Department of Justice were on the trail of Madame Storch. They had reports concerning her movements from 5 great capitals, and the curious part of it lay in the fact that she appeared in each of these cities under a different name. In Paris, for instance, she was known as Madame Nazy, in Madrid and London as Madame Hesketh, in Rome as Madame Davidovich, at the Biltmore in New York as Madame Despina, and at the Shoreham in Washington as the Baroness de Belleville. Surely we have here the foundation of a mystery story of surpassing interest. When we add to the secrecy of her movements the further facts that she was born in Constantinople, that she was strikingly beautiful, that she was married to a Frenchman, Paul Storch, at the age of 17, that they were divorced and that he was fighting in the French army at the moment she was suspected of aiding the enemies of France, it is not too much to say that we have here a real-life romance more absorbing than anything dared by the writer of fiction. Madame Storch was in Spain at the time the war began in the company of a gentleman who shall be known simply as the Baron. She attracted attention there, as she did elsewhere, by reason of her uncommon beauty and her lavish expenditure of money. Officers of the army and the navy, and even the ambassadors of the countries at war, were on her visiting list. They vied with one another in paying attention to this young woman. She was only 23, who had the mere suggestion of a Turkish nose, but otherwise, as one man has put it, with features that complied with Occidental standards of symmetry. The Turkish beauty and the Baron were seen in the company of German agents while they were in Spain. The French police heard of this, and as a consequence, the couple hurriedly left Madrid. They remained in Havana for a time, and then journeyed to New York. In that city, a curious quartet was placed under suspicion by the Department of Justice. It consisted of Madame Storch, the Baron, a French count, and a little German woman, a middle-aged widow who had 2 children at school in this country. One of the things ascertained by the secret police was that Madame Storch had no visible means of support, and that she always had an abundant supply of money, and always paid her bills promptly. Also, and this was considered important, her companion, the German woman, was known to have received $3,000 from Count Bernstorff as a loan. It was a significant fact that the beautiful Turkish woman always stopped at the best hotels. Thus, according to the agents of the Department of Justice, she had registered at the Savoy in London, the Palace in Lisbon, the D'Alba in Madrid, and the Biltmore in New York. Few persons had a wider acquaintanceship, and we are told that British Army officers attended the little parties in her suite at the Savoy in London. Her special penchant, as one writer puts it, was for diplomats and men in uniform, officers from many nations who constantly streamed through her quarters at the Biltmore in New York, and other hotels in whose ballrooms she was well known. The investigators in this country learned that she had a safe deposit box in one of the banks in New York, and when this was seized, it was found to contain a great quantity of documents, including correspondence, plain and in code, that was said to have come from notable persons in all parts of the world. Madame Storch seemed to lead a butterfly existence in this country. She was seen at many social affairs, and as she danced well and spoke French delightfully, she was not lacking in admirers. The fact that some of those who enjoyed her hospitality were connected with affairs of state gave her an additional importance. It was remarked that the Baron, who has already been mentioned, was a frequent caller. He usually came in the evening, and then there were long and serious talks. About this time she became aware of the fact that she was under official scrutiny. One day she had her trunks sent to a steamship bound for Panama, but a government agent intercepted them and sent them back to the hotel. Truly, the plot was thickening, but up to this time no actual charges had been made against Madame Storch. She was in the unpleasant position of being under suspicion. Late in February 1918, she obtained a French passport to go to Cuba by way of Key West. A companion obtained a passport at the same time. The Department of Justice was fully informed of all her movements, but there was no disposition to take any action until more was known of the woman and her associates and activities. But it was decided that she should not be permitted to leave this country, or at least not to get beyond the control of the authorities. She went to Washington and remained there for 2 days, and all the time the investigator was at her heels. After that she went to Key West, and at this point she was taken into custody. She was brought to New York and quartered in a hotel there with a companion, pending a decision from Washington. An official of the Department of Justice said at the time that Madame Storch had been living in New York at the rate of $1,000 a month. She gave various explanations of her income, but none of them were satisfactory to the authorities. While in this country, she received one payment of $3,000 from an official of a foreign government. From the same source she had received 3 $1,000 remittances, which she said were advances or loans from friends. The baron in the case was the son of parents whose loyalty to France was unquestioned. They were naturally disturbed at the notoriety achieved by their son, and insisted that he was in no way involved in anything that might have the shadow of disloyalty. Any suspicion which might have been aroused came from his devotion to Madame Storch. The United States government accepted this explanation. The count concerned was a friend of the young clerk, who, as the Marquis de Castillo, passed as a chum of King Alfonso of Spain, and on the strength of this connection tried to borrow $50 million from J.P. Morgan and Company. The German woman who completed the quartet first told the investigators that she made $100 a week as a dressmaker, but as she could not produce a list of her customers, her explanation was not accepted by the government. She finally admitted that she had been in correspondence with a young officer of the British Flying Corps. There does not seem to have been any doubt but that one or more of the quartet had been in communication with Americans as well as others in foreign countries, but no specific charges of this nature were made against them. Finally, it was decided that all 4 should be interned and then deported under the head of undesirables. It was stated at the time that if they were sent to France, they would be dealt with by the French authorities. Telegrams were sent to Washington, and it was announced that the case was so important that it would have the attention of A. Bruce Bielaski, Chief of the Bureau of Investigation of the Department of Justice, and John Lord O'Brien, of the Office of the Attorney General. An effort was made to induce Madame Storch to make a frank statement, but she parried all of the questions that were being put to her by the authorities. But there was a feeling that she would weaken in the end and that there would be important revelations. In government circles it was whispered that the secrets of the German spy ring might be disclosed at any moment. One anxious day followed another, and just when it was thought that the lips of the beautiful Turkish subject were to be opened, there came a totally unexpected denouement. Madame Storch died suddenly at daylight in her headquarters at Ellis Island, where she was being held pending action that would have sent her to France, possibly to face a firing squad. It was the dramatic close to a puzzling case. Madame Storch said more than once that she would never return to France, and the dark-eyed little woman who was called a modern Cleopatra was as good as her word. She was not the first suspect who had died when it was supposed important revelations were to be made. It was said at the time that death, apparently natural, yet stunning in its swiftness, seemed to be the fate of the mysterious ones who might have told the innermost secrets of the Kaiser's Secret Service system in America. Curiously enough, the 3 persons who were associated with her, and who had also been taken into custody as undesirable subjects, were also taken ill at the same time. They did not die, but when the breath left the body of Madame Storch, the officials of the United States government gave up all hope of learning the truth concerning her mission in this country. Her funeral was delayed, and the body lay in the morgue at Ellis Island for some days in the hope that some additional facts might be ascertained, but all to no avail. Officials of the government frankly admitted that death was from natural causes. They said there was no ground whatever for the suspicion of suicide, a suspicion that might have been natural under the circumstances. From the time of her arrest, her physical condition gradually weakened under the emotional strain that overcame her when she realized the seriousness of her predicament. Her coolness in parrying questions fell away. She became subjected, downcast, and morbidly gloomy. This downheartedness obsessed her from the time she was trapped into confession that she was at one time known as Madame Hesketh and was on intimate terms with the German Secret Service. She contracted a cold after a crying spell one night, and a few days after, pneumonia set in. It was not a serious case, but in her despondency she probably welcomed death and made no effort to win back health and life. The funeral of this strange woman took place in New York on April 1, 1918. The ceremony has been described vividly in the New York Sun of the following day. From that account the following extract is taken. An exquisitely carved white coffin containing the body of Madame Despina Davidovich Storch, the most romantic spy suspect America has yet known, was placed in a vault on the east slope of Mount Olivet Cemetery, Maspeth, Queens, yesterday afternoon. Thus was drawn the curtain on a life which in 23 years knew more diplomatic intrigue than even the popular fiction spy heroine is given by Oppenheim and others. The burial was simpler than those of people who never reached the prominence of the beautiful Turk. Only one limousine rolled up to the vault after the hearse. It contained the grief-stricken Baron, his parents, and a Secret Service man who accompanied the French nobleman from Ellis Island. The five knelt on the soft earth about the grave, and James F. Fallon, the undertaker, said a short prayer. The Baron, whose infatuation for the Turkish spy suspect entangled him in the web of her intrigues, wept silently, and cast a long look upon the vault as he was led back to the car. The funeral services were held behind locked doors. It had been requested that she be buried from the Greek Orthodox Church of the Annunciation, 310 West 54th Street, but the pastor of that congregation refused to officiate unless it were proved the dead Turkish woman had at some time in her life been a worshipper in the Greek faith. The Baron could offer no such evidence, and so Undertaker Fallon secured the Reverend Robert R. White, pastor of the Faith Presbyterian Church of West 48th Street, to offer prayer in the funeral parlors, 14 East 39th Street, before the body was removed to the cemetery. The Baron, accompanied by a Secret Service man, drove up to the Fallon place at noon and met his aged parents there. They embraced, and mother and son wept a little. The young Frenchman bore a plaque of roses and some lilies which he tenderly placed in the folded arms of the dead woman, and then knelt by the casket praying for 2 hours. His parents sat close by. He murmured over and over again, and some say the words were "Forgive me," and others "Chérie, chérie," and like French words of endearment. A morbidly inquisitive crowd circled the doorway of the funeral church an hour before the scheduled time for the services. They lined the sidewalk 6 deep in front of the Hotel Touraine, opposite the Fallon place. They climbed on trucks and pushed around the hearse. Many lined the windows of the lofty buildings across the street. None was allowed to enter the funeral parlors, which were guarded by a Secret Service man. A little after 2 o'clock, the white casket, carried by 2 undertakers, came out of the building. The chatter of the crowd hushed, and all that stirred the quiet was the music of "The Girl I Left Behind Me," which echoed into the street as the subway band on an army truck passed by. Thus ended one of the most mysterious and romantic stories of the war. It is an unfinished story, and that fact only adds to its human interest. In considering the case, it must be remembered that no criminal charge was brought against her. She was never even brought before a United States commissioner, although the United States District Attorney was waiting to handle the case should the Washington authorities decide to try her in this country. In telling her story, so far as it is known, there has been an earnest effort not to do injustice to her memory, or to reflect upon those who were associated with her in her last days. For that reason all names have been omitted. It is certain that the titled Frenchman who adored her was guiltless of any wrongdoing so far as his own country and the United States are concerned, and it is not the province of the writer to pass judgment on either Madame Storch or her associates. She died in her youth, far from the land of her birth, a mysterious undesirable. But what a plot might be woven from the facts that have been made known through the investigations of the secret police of the United States. The details cover all of the essentials of a story of love, romance, diplomacy, and adventure. They are at the disposal of any budding novelist or ambitious dramatist who may have the desire to win fame and fortune with the pen. End of Mystery of the Turkish Beauty by George Barton. Read by Betty B. The Romantic Life of the Dutch-Javanese Dancer Who Was Shot as a Spy by George Barton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Few stories of the Great War contain more romance, adventure, and tragedy than that of the Dutch-Javanese woman who was shot as a spy on the rifle range at Vincennes at the breaking of dawn on the morning of October 15, 1917. Marguerite Gertrude Zell, better known as Mademoiselle Mata Hari, lived in an atmosphere of mystery and mysticism. She was born in Java about 1877, the daughter of a Javanese mother and a wealthy Dutch planter. As a child she gave promise of the great beauty which came to her in later life. As a young woman she was tall and dark, with a wonderful skin that was almost bronze in color. She seems to have had natural talents of a high order, and was given opportunities for education not granted to the poorer inhabitants of that Dutch possession. It is not strange that she should have had an unusually colorful life. One need only try to picture her early surroundings to understand that her existence was to be an uncommon one in every respect. In the locality where she was born and reared there were many men of many races. Besides the Javanese, there were Arabs, immigrant Malays, Chinese, Hindus, and other Orientals, and some Dutch and other Europeans. Among the educated Javanese there was a love of literature, and we are told that they were fond of romances, poems, and chronicles of the olden days, and that many of them made translations from the Sanskrit and Arabic. Christianity did not thrive in the islands, and the religions which predominated then, as now, were Mohammedanism, Brahmanism, and Buddhism. As a child, Mata Hari roamed among the remarkable Hindu ruins which dotted Java. She visited the beautiful temples of Buddha and peered over the edge of more than one terrifying volcano. Her father died when she was quite young, and her mother, in order to protect her from the dangers which beset a child in that country of mixed races, took her to Burma and placed her in a Buddhist temple to learn the art of dancing, and at the same time pledged her to the life of a Vestal Bayadere. It was on this occasion that she was given the name of Mata Hari. She must have remained there for nearly 10 years, but when she was still in her teens, she escaped from the temple. The escape occurred on the occasion of a great Buddhist festival where she met a young army officer. She fell in love with the man, and the story has it that they were married and that 2 children were the result of the union. One report says that the boy, who was the favorite of his mother, died suddenly, and that a post-mortem examination proved that he had been poisoned, and finally that the dancer, taking the law into her own hands, shot a discharged gardener who was suspected of the crime. She fled from her home and going to Paris began the professional career which gave her a worldwide reputation. The husband, we are informed, died soon after this, and the other child, a daughter, is now supposed to be living in England. Surely this may be regarded as a sufficiently interesting prelude to the sensational life of a woman whose life was to end before a firing squad on the plains of Vincennes. In Paris she created a stir when she appeared as an exponent of Eastern ritualistic dancing. That city which loves sensations took the tall, handsome woman to its bosom. She became one of the fads of the day. She was almost instantly deluged with offers to appear elsewhere. Invitations came from London, Berlin, Vienna, and New York. It is interesting to note at this point that Mata Hari became a special favorite in Berlin and Vienna. She performed frequently before titled men of those two capitals. Among her dances were several sinuous ones that were performed with the aid of wriggling snakes. About this time the war began, and she made her way to Spain, and afterwards to Holland. Later she went to England, and finally found her way again to Paris. But she found a different Paris from the city where she had made her first success as a dancer. The gay capital was in gloom. Amusements were tabooed for the time being, and even the gay Parisians thought of nothing but the war. The dancer did not enjoy this sort of thing. She was a child of pleasure, and for a time thought of leaving Paris for other parts. But something happened that caused her to remain there. It was hinted that she was in correspondence with some of her former admirers in Berlin and Vienna. The finger of suspicion was pointed in her direction. Evidently she was unaware of this fact, for she moved about freely and made no attempt to conceal her movements. She left Paris and went to one of the English towns where experiments were being made with the famous tanks which proved to be such an important factor in the war. On one occasion she was seen with a young English officer who had fallen under the spell of her charms. It was currently reported that her arrest and conviction were due to a rejected sweetheart, the brother-in-law of a former French minister of finance and once a noted banker. But, however true that may be, it is certain that the first tangible evidence in the case came to light while she was in England. She did not remain in the English town, but made frequent trips to London, and it is presumed that the information she was able to gather about the tanks was transmitted from the capital. How she was able to communicate with the Germans was long a puzzle. During this period she visited by turns Holland and Spain, and it is not hard to believe that it was in these countries that she was able to obtain a trustworthy messenger to carry the English secrets to Berlin. In the intervals between these trips to the continent, she was seen walking along the Strand and the West End of London. It was difficult for such a person to remain unnoticed. Her reputation had preceded her, and she was described in the English press as a high-class Indian princess, who had been a priestess in India, and one who had acquired complete control of enormous snakes. Indeed, her very prominence served as a cloak under which she was enabled to carry on her dangerous operations. Her repeated presence in the company of the young officer attached to the tank service eventually brought her under suspicion. The tanks, or armored motor tractors, were trump cards in the British war game, and that fact in itself caused the government to watch over them with unremitting care. Presently came word that the Germans were working furiously on a special gas to combat the tank operations. This meant that in some way or other they had obtained information of what the British were doing in this connection. Where did that information come from? That was the natural question, and after some inquiries in the little town where the tractors were being manufactured, suspicion pointed to Mata Hari. For one thing, it was discovered that she was always well supplied with money. After giving a famous veil dance, she had practically ceased her professional work, so that it was evident that the cash was not coming from her public exhibitions. In the midst of the British investigation, she suddenly left for Paris. Her arrival in the French capital was the beginning of the end for the famous dancer. The French secret police were on her trail from the moment she stepped on French soil. In Paris, her name of Mata Hari was translated to mean Eye of the Morning. Secret Service men smiled grimly at this, as they followed her from the Café de Paris to Maxime's and finally to Armenonville in the Bois. They did not fail to take note of the fact that she was in the company of an English officer, who wined and dined her, and seemed proud of the fact that he was permitted to be in her company. The young man wore in the lapel of his coat a little twisted brass dragon, the same being an official insignia denoting service with the tanks. One of the American correspondents says that it was on June 1st, exactly a month before Generals Haig and Foch began their drive astride the Somme, that Mata Hari returned to Paris. He adds, and the first thing she did was to apply for a visé on her passports permitting her to go to Spain. San Sebastian was the place she mentioned, explaining that she wished to attend the horse races there. Her papers were stamped and sealed, and she left almost immediately for the fashionable winter resort in the south. Madrid, Spain, and Noyon, Germany, are in constant wireless communication. There were other radio stations privately owned in Spain which could flash messages to Germany, according to Allied officers. And of course there were innumerable German agents, spies and propaganda disseminators infesting the land of the Dons. Secret Service reports disclose the fact that Mata Hari was seen much at the San Sebastian racecourse in the company of a man who was looked upon with suspicion by the French government. He was a frequent caller upon her at the hotel where she stopped, and it was reported that he made many of the big bets which she placed upon horses that did not materialize as winners. Soon Mata Hari came back to Paris and to the apartment near the Bois Boulogne, and once more the limousine owned by the individual branded a deputy began rolling up to her door twice a week, and sometimes oftener. The plot was thickening. About this time the French people began to get the first news from the Somme. They learned of the simultaneous Franco-British offensive. There the tanks went into action for the first time, and according to General Haig's report, his land ships scored satisfactory results. But at the same time there were some disquieting rumors. It was hinted that several of the tanks were put out of commission in a curious manner. The enemy seemed to be possessed of private information concerning the land ships. A number of German officers were taken prisoners at the battle, and when they were pressed, admitted that they had received descriptions of the tanks weeks before, and that they had been given special training in the art of combating these new weapons of war. Mata Hari was still in Paris at this time, and it is likely that she read the news of the battle with more than ordinary interest. At all events, the cozy apartments which she occupied in the Bois de Boulogne proved to be a magnet for the French police. One evening an officer appeared there and asked for Mata Hari. She appeared radiant in evening toilette. She greeted the caller with regal pride, her bronze-like skin slightly flushed and her head held high in the air. "How may I serve you, sir?" she demanded. The man was lost in astonishment at this tall, beautiful woman, but he managed to tell the purport of his errand in a few words. "You are wanted at headquarters. Come with me." For a fleeting instant her countenance lost its composure. Evidently she fully realized the meaning of the command. The game was ended and she had lost. Without another word she put on her hat and coat and followed the officer. From that moment she was a prisoner, and was watched day and night until her trial. The story of her trial has not been given to the world, and probably never will be. Indeed, one of the difficulties in telling the story of the spies of the Great War has been found in the reluctance of the authorities to tell any more than has been necessary. But it is not hard to picture this regal beauty facing her judges in the Hall of Justice. Much of the testimony against her must have been circumstantial, as it is in the case of most spies, but when the evidence had all been pieced together, the jurist who presided over the inquiry was satisfied of her guilt. That, too, was the verdict of his associates, and one morning she was commanded to stand up and hear the verdict pronounced by the judge. It came in the awful words, "Guilty, and condemned to be shot for the crime of high treason." She went back to her prison cell to await the final summons, and it was in the grey dawn of a dull October morning that Mata Hari heard her last hour had arrived, heard it with an impassive face and not the least sign of emotion. It was the 15th of the month, and when the dancer awakened in her cell in the prison of St. Lazare, she instantly realized that the preparations for her execution were going on. Captain Bourchardon, the representative of the French military court that had condemned her to death, was there. So was the warden of the prison and her counsel, Monsieur Clouet. The Protestant clergyman who was to offer her spiritual consolation paced the corridor, while two nuns connected with the prison entered her cell to assist her in dressing. Smilingly she thanked them while declining their friendly offices. Quickly, deftly, and with the air of one who is about to go on an ordinary journey, she dressed, attiring herself in a dark dress trimmed with fur which she had worn at her trial. A felt hat and a long coat completed her outfit. Nervously the little procession lined up and marched through the dark corridor of the prison. The men in the party were visibly affected. Mata Hari, as has been said, was mistress of herself and her emotions. There was a pause in the office of the warden. Here the condemned woman was given the opportunity of writing 2 letters, which she entrusted to her lawyer. Without further ado, she entered a military automobile in the company of Captain Bourchardon and the 2 nuns. Presently they came in sight of the fortress of Vincennes. If any emotion stirred Mata Hari, she did not betray them. Around her were some of the most historic buildings in France. The castle, which was used as a royal residence until the time of Louis XV, and which has since served the double purpose of a prison and a fortress, loomed up before her eyes. She probably recalled that the structure had housed Condé, Diderot, Mirabeau, and other distinguished prisoners, and if so, it made her hold her stately head a little higher. Nearby were the woods of Vincennes, where the people of Paris came for their outings. Absent now were the signs of merrymaking. War had changed all of that, and for the moment a grim tragedy was being enacted within sight of the Parisian playgrounds. Mata Hari was the first to alight from the automobile, and with a graceful inclination she turned to help one of the nuns to alight. The 2 nuns accompanied her to the office of the governor, and after the final official formalities had been concluded, they started for the rifle range, this time being accompanied by a squadron of dragoons. During the brief ride from the prison, and in the short time before the execution, there seemed to arise a sort of understanding between the dancer and the nun who stood by her right side, the one a woman of the world and the other a woman of God. Differing in faith, appearance, and mode of thought, they were yet both women, the one pale and spiritual, and the other dark and almost bronzed with an air of haughty defiance. The calm, religious life of the little nun was reflected in the serenity of her countenance. The pride of the tall, beautiful dancer was shown in the stoicism of her face and manner. If the unfortunate woman felt anything, it was the sympathy of the little nun, and in the clasp of the 2 hands there was a world of meaning. The Paris correspondent of the New York Sun has given us a dramatic picture of those last moments. Let him tell the rest of the story. On the range all preparations for the execution were ready. A detachment of infantrymen in their blue-gray uniforms were drawn up, forming a hollow square, the targets being at the further end. The firing platoon of Zouaves was in the center, the men standing at attention. The automobile stopped at the entrance to the square, and Mata Hari stepped out. She gazed unmoved, almost disdainfully at the setting prepared for her final appearance, in much the same manner as she had regarded the audiences that had applauded the exotic dances with which she had startled Paris. In the background stood a group of officers from the Vincennes garrison, many of whom had been witnesses of the condemned woman's stage triumphs. With her lawyer on one side and one of the nuns on the other, she passed unshaken in front of the silent, waiting troops. Arriving in front of the targets, Mata Hari bade these 2 good-bye, embracing the nun as she stretched out her hands to a waiting gendarme, who held the cord with which they were to be bound. As he fastened it about her right wrist, the spy with the other waved a friendly little farewell to the second nun off in the background. When both were securely fastened, she was left alone, standing erect, facing the muzzles of the 12 rifles of the firing squad. The commander of the platoon raised his sword, and the volleys rang out, followed a second later by the report of a single shot. One of the squad had not pulled his trigger in unison with his fellows. Matahari fell on her knees. A non-commissioned officer of the dragoons advanced and fired at close range. The dancer fell backward. She had answered her last curtain call. The troops marched past the prostrate body and returned to their barracks to begin the day's garrison duties, while the corpse was taken to a military cemetery and buried in a section set apart for the interring of executed criminals. Such is the dramatic and thrilling story, so far as it can be gathered from many conflicting sources, of one of the most notable women spies of the world's greatest war. End of The Romantic Life of the Dutch-Javanese Dancer Who Was Shot as a Spy, by George Barton.
Chapter 1 of Catastrophe and Social Disintegration by Samuel Henry Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The City of Halifax, Terrific Nature of the Explosion, Destruction of Life and Property, the Subsequent Fire and Storms, Annihilation of Homes, Arresting of Business, Disintegration of the Social Order. Halifax is the ocean terminal of the Dominion of Canada on her Atlantic seaboard. It is situated at the head of Chebucto Bay, a deep inlet on the southeastern shoreline of Nova Scotia. It is endowed by nature with a magnificent harbor, which as a matter of fact is one of the 3 finest in the world. In it 1,000 vessels might safely ride at anchor. The possession of this harbor, together with ample defenses and a fortunate situation with regard to northern Europe, established the garrison city early in the year 1914 as the natural war base of the Dominion. Its tonnage leaped by millions, and it soon became the 3rd shipping port in the entire British Empire. Hither the transports came and the giant freighters to join their convoy. Cruisers and men of war put in to use its great dry dock or take on coal. Here, too, cleared the supply and munition boats, some laden with empty shells, other with high explosives, destined for the distant fields of battle. How much of the deadly cargo lay in the roadstead or came and went during those fateful years is not publicly known. Certainly there was too much to breed a sense of safety, but no one gave the matter second thought. All were intent upon the mighty task of the hour. Sufficient unto each day was each day's evil. Each night the great war gates were swung over the channels. Powerful searchlights swept unceasingly the sea and sky. The forts were fully manned, the gunners ready. The people knew these things, and no one dreamed of danger save to loved ones far away. Secure in her own defenses, the city lay unafraid and almost apathetic. About midway in the last 2 years of the war, to be exact, December 1917, a French munitioner, heavily laden with trinitrotoluol, the most powerful of known explosives, reached Halifax from New York. On the early morning of the 6th of that month, she was proceeding under her own steam up the harbor length toward anchorage in the basin, an oval expansion half hidden by a blunt hill called Turplehead. Suddenly an empty Belgian relief ship swept through the Narrows directly in her pathway. There was a confusion of signals, a few agonized maneuvers. The vessels collided, and the shock of their colliding shook the world. War came to America that morning. 2,000 slain, 6,000 injured, 10,000 homeless, $35 million in property destroyed, 300 acres left a smoking waste, churches, schools, factories blown down or burned. Such was the appalling havoc of the greatest single explosion in the history of the world. It was an episode which baffles description. It is difficult to gain from words even an approximate idea of the catastrophe and what followed in its trail. It was all of a sudden, a single devastating blast, then the sound as of the crashing of 1,000 chandeliers. Men and women cowered under the shower of debris and glass. There was one awful moment when hearts sank and breaths were held. Then women cried aloud, and men looked dumbly into each other's eyes and awaited the crack of doom. To some death was quick and merciful in coming. Others were blinded and staggered to and fro before they dropped. Still others, with shattered limbs, dragged themselves forth into the light, naked, blackened, unrecognizable human shapes. They lay prone upon the street side, under the shadow of the great death cloud, which still dropped soot and oil and water. It was truly a sight to make the angels weep. Men who had been at the front said they had seen nothing so bad in Flanders. Over there men were torn with shrapnel, but the victims were in all cases men. Here father and mother, daughter and little child, all fell in one red burial blint. A returned soldier said of it, "I have been in the trenches in France. I have gone over the top. Friends and comrades have been shot in my presence. I have seen scores of dead men lying upon the battlefield, but the sight was 1,000 times worse and far more pathetic." A well-known relief worker who had been at San Francisco, Chelsea, and Salem immediately after those disasters said, "I am impressed by the fact that this is much the saddest disaster I have seen." It has been compared to the scenes pictured by Lord Lytton in his tale of the last days of Pompeii. True, there was not that hellish river of molten lava flowing down upon the fleeing people, and consuming them as feathers in fierce flames, but every other sickening detail was present. That of crashing shock and shaking earth, of crumbling homes and cruel flame and fire. And there were showers, not, it is true, of ashes from the vortex of the volcano, but of soot and oil and water, of death-dealing fragments of shrapnel and deck and boiler, of glass and wood, and of the shattered ship. Like the New Albany tornado, it caused loss in all 5 of the ways it is possible for a disaster to do so, in death, permanent injury, temporary injury, personal property loss, and real property loss. Here were to be found, in one dread assembling, the combined horrors of war, earthquake, fire, flood, famine, and storm, a combination seen for the first time in the records of human disaster. It was an earthquake so violent that when the explosion occurred, the old rock-founded city shook as with palsy. The Citadel trembled. The whole horizon seemed to move with the passing of the earth waves. These were caught and registered, their tracings carefully preserved, but the mute record tells not of the falling roofs and flying plaster, and collapsing walls, which to many an unfortunate victim brought death and burial at one and the same time. It was a flood, for the sea rushed forward in a gigantic tidal wave, fully a fathom in depth. It swept past pier and embankment into the lower streets, and receding, left boats and wreckage high and dry, but carried to a watery doom score upon score of human lives. Nearly 200 men were drowned. It was a fire, or rather a riot of fires, for the air was for a second filled with tongues of igneous vapor, hiding themselves secretly within the lightning discharge of gas, only to burst out in gusts of sudden flame. Numberless buildings were presently ablaze. Soon there was naught to the northward but a roaring furnace. Above the sky was crimson, below a living crematorium. Church and school, factory and home, burned together in one fierce conflagration, and the brave firemen knew that there were men and women pinned beneath the wreckage, wounded past self-help. Frantic mothers heard the cries of little children, but in vain. Fathers desperately tore through burning brands, but often failed to save alive the captives of the flame. And so the last dread process went on, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And when the fires at last abated, the north end of the city of Halifax looked like some blackened hillside which a farmer had burned for fallow in the spring. But perhaps the most terrible of all the terrible accompaniments was the tornado-like gas blast from the burning ship. It wrought instant havoc everywhere. Trees were torn from the ground, poles were snapped like toothpicks, trains were stopped dead, cars were left in twisted masses, pedestrians were thrown violently into the air, houses collapsed on all sides, steamers were slammed against the docks. Then followed a veritable air raid, when the sky rained iron fragments upon the helpless city. Like a meteoric shower of death, they fell piercing 1,000 roofs, and with many a mighty splash bore down into the sea. Nor yet did this complete the tale of woes of this dies irae. Scarce was the catastrophe an hour old when the news was flashed around that a second explosion was approaching. It was the powder magazine in the Navy Yard, and the flames were perilously near. Through the crowded streets raced the heralds like prophets of wrath to come. "Flee! Flee! Get into the open ground!" was the cry. Shops were abandoned, unguarded, goods laid open on every side. No key was turned, no till was closed, but all instantly joined the precipitant throng, driven like animals before a prairie fire. Yet this was not all. For the plight of the aged, the sick, the infants, the bedridden, the cripples, the nursing mothers, the pregnant, cannot be described. It was like the flight from Vesuvius, of which Pliny the Younger tells. You could hear the shrieks of women, the crying of children, and the shouts of men. Some were seeking their children, others their parents, others their wives and husbands, one lamenting his own fate, another that of his family. Some praying to die from the very fear of dying, many lifting their hands to the gods, but the greater part imagining that there were no gods left anywhere, and that the lasting eternal night was come upon the world. It has been said that Moscow was no more deserted before Napoleon than were the shattered streets of Halifax when this flight had been carried out. And when the Hegira was over, and when there had been ensued a partial recovery from the blow and gloom, a still lower depth of agony had yet to be undergone, a succession of winter storms. Blizzards, rains, floods, and zero weather were even then upon the way. They came in close procession, and as if to crown and complete the terrors of the great catastrophe, thunder rumbled, lightning broke sharply, and lit up weirdly the snow-clad streets. Such was the catastrophe of Halifax, a calamity, the appalling nature of which stirred the imagination of the world. The description here concluded, brief and inadequate as it is, will sufficiently indicate the terrific nature of the catastrophic shock, and explain how utter and complete was the social disintegration which followed. There was the disintegration of the home and the family, the reproductive system of society, its members sundered and helpless to avert it. There was the disintegration of the regulative system. Government was in perplexity, and streets were without patrol. There was the disintegration of the sustaining system, a dislocation of transportation, a disorganization of business, while the wheels of industry ceased in their turning. There was a derangement of the distributive system, of all the usual services, of illumination, water connections, telephones, deliveries. It was impossible to communicate with the outside world. There were no cars, no mails, no wire. There was a time when the city ceased to be a city, its citizens a mass of unorganized units, struggling for safety, shelter, covering, and bread. As Leighton wrote of Pompeii, the whole elements of civilization were broken up. Nothing in all the varied and complicated machinery of social life was left save the primal law of self-preservation. A writer has given a vivid word picture of the social contrast of the disaster night and the beautiful evening before. What a change from the night before! No theaters open, no happy throngs along the street, no cheery gatherings around the fireside. The houses were all cold and dark and silent. Instead of laughter, weeping. Instead of dancing, agonizing pain. Instead of Elysian dreams, ominous nightmares. Fears and sorrows were in the way, and all the daughters of music were brought low. Halifax had become in a trice a city of dead bodies, ruined homes, and blasted hopes. To have looked in upon one of the great makeshift dormitories that first night, to have seen men, women, and children of all stations huddled together on the stages of theaters, the chancels of churches, in stables, boxcars, and basements, was to have beheld a rift in the social structure such as no community had ever known. Old traditional social lines were hopelessly mixed and confused. The catastrophe smashed through strong walls like cobweb, but it also smashed through fixed traditions, social divisions, and old standards, making a rent which would not easily repair. Rich and poor, debutante and chambermaid, official and bellboy met for the first time as victims of a common calamity. Even on the 8th, 2 days after the disaster, when Mr. Retschewski of the Massachusetts Relief arrived, he could report, "An awful sight presented itself, buildings shattered on all sides, chaos apparent." In a room in the City Hall, 12 by 20, he found assembled men and women trying to organize different departments of relief, while other rooms were filled to utmost capacity with people pleading for doctors, nurses, food, and clothing for themselves and members of their family. Everything was in turmoil. This account faithfully expresses the disintegration which came with the great shock of what had come to pass. It is this disintegration and the resultant phenomena which are of utmost importance for the student of social science to observe. To be quite emotionally free in the observation of such phenomena, however, is almost impossible. It has been said of sociological investigations that observation is made under bias because the facts under review are those of human life and touch human interest. A man can count the legs of a fly without having his heart wrung because he thinks there are too many or too few. But when he observes the life of the society in which he moves, lives, and has his being, or some other society nearby, it is the rule that he approves or disapproves, is edified or horrified by what he observes. When he does that, he passes a moral judgment. Sociology has suffered because of this inevitable bias. In our present study, it is natural that our sympathy reactions should be especially strong. Quamquam animus miminiciore incipiam must be our motto. As students, we must now endeavor to disassociate ourselves from them and look upon the stricken Canadian city with all a chemist-patient detachment. In a field of science where the prospect of large-scale experimental progress is remote, we must learn well when the abnormal reveals itself in great tragedies and when social processes are seen magnified by 1,000 diameters. Only thus can we hope for advances that will endure. In this spirit, then let us watch the slow process of the reorganization of Halifax and see in it a picture of society itself as it reacts under the stimulus of catastrophe and adjusts itself to the circumstantial pressure of new conditions. Before doing so, however, we shall pause in the next chapter to glance at a number of social phenomena which should be recorded and examined in the light of social psychology. But we must not lose the relationship of each chapter to our major thesis. It is sufficient for our purpose if thus far it has been shown that at Halifax the shock resulted in disintegration of social institutions, dislocation of the usual methods of social control, and dissolution of the customary, that through the catastrophe the community was thrown into the state of flux, which, as was suggested in the introduction, is the logical and natural prerequisite for social change, and finally, that the shock was of a character such as to affect all individuals alike at the same time, and to induce that degree of fluidity most favorable to social change. End of Chapter 1 of Catastrophe and Social Disintegration by Samuel Henry Prince, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Victory, Girls and Boys by the United War Work Campaign. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Victory Girls. Every girl pulling for victory is the slogan. Victory Girls is the name of the Girls Earn and Give division of the United War Work Campaign, which takes place November 11th through the 18th, 1918. Every girl between 12 and 20 is challenged to share in this campaign to keep our fighters fit. General Plan and National Organization. The Victory Girls Earn and Give division is, like the Victory Boys, an integral part of the campaign, seeking to mobilize girls to earn and give, and is not an organization. The General Campaign Committee elected Dr. John R. Mott as Director General of the United War Work Campaign. Dr. Mott appointed a National Secretary for the Girls Division and an advisory committee to serve with her. The campaign directors in each of the 6 departments into which the United States has been divided for this campaign have each appointed a department executive for Victory Girls. The same plan is being followed in state, district, county, and town. In every case, the girls' executive is associated with the boys' executive. National Director, Gertrude Gogan. National Advisory Committee, Mrs. George A. Kohut, Mrs. Emma Murray, Mrs. Henry P. Davison. Department Executives. Northeastern Department, Miss Lois Kugler. Eastern Department, Miss Helen Sanders. Southern Department, Miss Sue Waddell. Southeastern Department, Miss Gladys Roosevelt. Central Department, Miss Ruth Anderson. Western Department, Miss Alice G. Moore. The National Bureau of Publicity and the National Speakers Bureau will cover the girls' effort and cooperate in every possible way. The bureaus of the different subdivisions will cooperate in the same way. Local organization plans. In every place, small or large, the nucleus of the Girls Workers Organization should be secured as soon as possible. The local girls director should be the associate of the local boys director, and the Boys and Girls Division should be a subdivision of the general local organization in every case. As fast as they are set up, these preliminary organizations should be reported to the state executives, by them to the department executives, and by them to the general headquarters. Special suggestive plans and programs are being prepared. No public meetings in connection with the campaign should be held within the period of the Liberty Loan Drive, September 28th to October 18th. The local organization of the Girls Division of the campaign should cover the following matters. 1. The General Campaign Committee should appoint 2 subcommittees, one to be responsible for organizing and pushing to a successful conclusion the Earn and Give campaign as represented by Victory Boys, and the other to assume a like responsibility toward the Victory Girls campaign. These committees should be representative of all local agencies touching boy and girl life in the community, including all creeds. By frequent meetings of these subcommittees and closest cooperation between leaders, all plans should be carefully coordinated and provision made for adequate and proper appeals to boys to enroll as Victory Boys and girls to enroll as Victory Girls. Local conditions will determine when the appeal had best be made jointly to boys and girls, as in public and parochial schools, or separately to groups of boys and groups of girls. Enrollment will generally be sought through individual effort. 2. Organize these women and girl leaders into an effective working force with necessary subcommittees to plan fully the effort among girls between 12 and 20. 3. Enroll the girls to earn and give by means of A. Special presentation of the need. B. Personal solicitation. 4. Plan to help suggest employment for those who pledge to earn and give. 5. Make effective a plan for collecting and reporting the pledges, issuing certificate receipts, etc. 6. Adequate plan should be made before the campaign starts to follow up each pledge with information and assistance, ensuring payment in full of each girl's subscription. The goal and the pledge unit. While 1 million girls have not been definitely stated as the absolute goal for the Victory Girls, it is hoped that this number may be enrolled. Enrollment by a girl consists of her written statement of purposes to earn and give a sum of money to make available to a fighter the privileges of the 7 organizations in the campaign. Each girl states on the subscription or enrollment card the amount of money she plans to earn and give toward the total amount needed in the campaign. Thus, the girl's purpose is to share in the raising of the entire $170,500,000. While the majority of girls will probably decide to enroll to earn and give at least $5, some will pledge to cover the expenses for 6 months or a year. Others may find that even with real sacrifice, $5 is not possible. These girls will receive full recognition since sacrifice and not the actual sum is what counts. Window banners, pledge cards, buttons, posters, and pamphlets telling in a graphic way the purpose of the Victory Girls have been prepared and will be distributed from publicity headquarters. Some interesting points about Victory Girls. To ensure the highest possible standards in this campaign, which will involve so many girls, the following resolution was adopted as the standard for the Victory Girls Division. Resolved, that in the campaign for war work funds no girl under 18 years of age shall be used to solicit money in any way, either on the streets or in a house-to-house canvass, but that all money contributed by girls under 18 shall be given by the girls themselves or earned in a way approved by the campaign managers. Leaders of boys and girls throughout the country see the value in such a campaign, offering as it does a chance for a better understanding of the great principles of democracy and a deepening of the spiritual values of life. Margaret Slattery says, "The Victory Girl slogan to earn and give seems to me to challenge every girl to express her patriotism by doing something hard and doing it with that enthusiasm which we like to call American." The Right Reverend Bishop P.J. Muldoon, D.D., Chairman of the National Catholic War Council, says, "A boy or girl, by enrolling in the Earn and Give Division, can have a direct personal part in the great World War. Each of them can thus fight and help win. What an inspiration it will be to each of our fighters to know that one boy or one girl has earned and given $5 for his comfort and cheer. We cannot furnish an enlisted man better proof of the solid backing of a closely united nation, nor can we find a better way of doubly reassuring him in his great trials, of the sincere personal interest we have in him, than by enrolling 1 million or more of our young people to make personal sacrifices for him." The main purpose. The main purpose of the Victory Girls Earn and Give Division is, first, to develop a new interpretation of sacrificial giving. The men and women of the country are being called upon to sacrifice more than ever before. Every girl and boy should be made to realize what true sacrifice means, because from their number in the years to come will be demanded a more unselfish leadership than has ever been demanded from their fathers and mothers. Second, to develop among girls a greater appreciation of the true meaning of democracy. This can be gained through a thorough knowledge of our nation's share in this world war. Third, to develop a deeper and broader ideal of community service. Fourth, to give added inspiration and stimulus to the men and women working in the United War Work campaign, for men and women will work harder and give larger amounts when they know that girls and boys are making sacrifices. How girls can earn money. The following list is suggestive only, and there are doubtless many other ways in which the Victory Girls will be able to secure the money for their pledges. All girls must be careful to obey the existing child labor laws in their states. Caring for children. mending, washing dishes, running errands, cleaning silver, typewriting, knitting, blacking shoes, making simple garments for sale, Saturday work in offices, stores, etc., sale of Christmas cards, wreaths, etc., sale by groups of girls of conservation foods, canning and preserving, picking fruit, gathering nuts, tutoring, planting bulbs, shoveling snow, self-denial fund from allowances, sale of butter, eggs, vegetables, poultry, and jellies. Victory Boys. "A million boys behind a million fighters" is the slogan. Victory Boys is the name of the Boys Earn and Give division of the United War Work Campaign, which takes place November 11th through the 18th, 1918. With this challenge to national service, boys of proper age will be given an opportunity to back our American fighters by enrolling as Victory Boys. Enrollment. Enrollment by any boy consists in his statement of purpose to earn and give in order to make his fighter happy through the work of the 7 organizations in the campaign. Each boy states on the subscription card the amount of money he will plan to earn and give toward the total amount needed in the campaign. Thus the boy's purpose is to share in the raising of the entire $170,500,000. Boys' subscriptions and payments will be a part of the quota for each department, state, district, county, city, or town. The plan is to mobilize boys to earn and give and not to build up a new organization. Subscription or pledge unit. To provide the privileges of the 7 organizations for an American fighter costs approximately $5 for 5 weeks. A majority of the boys will thus enroll to earn and give $5 at least. Some will pledge to cover the expense for 6 months or a year of privileges. To show what $5, $10, $25, or $50 will be to enroll larger numbers at these amounts. Some will give but $1, which, however, will require regular recognition provided it represents the boy's own earnings and actual effort. Each boy who enrolls to earn and give will receive an enrollment button. He will receive a home window banner saying a boy in his home is enrolled with the Victory Boys to back up an American fighter by earning and giving to the United War Work Campaign Fund. When he has completed payment, he will receive a certificate receipt. Every effort should be exerted to make it clear that a real sacrifice is necessary. Each boy should be urged, however, to pledge only what he fully expects to earn and give. Payments may be made in full or in 3 installments at the same time as in the regular campaign. No boy should be allowed to secure gifts for any part of his pledge. He may utilize his savings provided they represent his own earnings. In presenting the opportunity to boys, it will be wise to tell the story of the need and, when feasible, leave the solicitation of pledges from boys to personal calls or visits by workers. This will tend to emphasize the necessity for hard work and payment in full. Whenever it becomes necessary to take subscriptions in connection with meetings, speakers and workers should give special emphasis to the need for early and complete payment of pledges. The goal, 1 million boys. The definite goal is the securing of 1 million boys, each to earn and give at least $5. Boys who pay the hard price are the real goal. On this basis, the goals of the different departments are as follows. Northeastern Department, 65,000 boys. Eastern Department, 270,000 boys. Southeastern Department, 155,000 boys. Central Department, 390,000 boys. Southern Department, 100,000 boys. Western Department, 45,000 boys. State, county, and city or town goals may be adopted on the same basis, approximately 1/9 of the boy population. The campaign should challenge every boy in the open country and rural communities as well as in the cities. The main purpose. The chief aim of the Victory Boys effort is the development of boys in intelligent, sacrificial investment of their lives in behalf of the great cause. The appeal is to earn and give. The gift of money should result in a challenge to full preparation for the largest usefulness in the Reconstruction days ahead, and in a growing consciousness of the spiritual significance of the gift of life and talent in the cause of righteousness. The Victory Boys division of the campaign should prove an inspiration and stimulus to increased effort by men in the general campaign. Learning of the sacrificial price the boys pay on the earn and give basis, men and women will give larger amounts and work harder. General Organization Plans. The organization of the Boys Division of the General Campaign is under the direction of the General Campaign Committee, representing the 7 organizations. This committee early decided that the Victory Boys, with their slogan and earn and give effort, should be an integral part of the whole campaign and parallel the general campaign at every point, nationally, by departments, by states, by districts, by counties, by cities, by towns, and out into the rural communities. Wherever the organization of the campaign goes, the men in charge should make certain that a committee of men be charged with the responsibility for inaugurating and pushing to a successful conclusion the enrollment of boys to earn and give, and to pay their pledges in full. The responsibility rests with the general campaign organizers in each place to think and plan in terms of boys who may earn and give, as well as to secure gifts from men and women. The General Campaign Committee unanimously elected Dr. John R. Mott as Director General of the United War Work Campaign. He appointed the National Director and the National Advisory Committee of the Boys Earn and Give Division of the campaign. The 6 department directors appointed their department boys secretaries who are directly associated with and under the general direction of the campaign directors within the designated areas, state, district, county, city, and town executive secretaries or committees of the Boys Division are similarly related to the officers and committeemen of the general campaign within these smaller sections. The National Bureau of Publicity and the National Speakers Bureau cover the boys' effort and cooperate in every possible way. The special manuals of these bureaus give valuable suggestion and ammunition, as does the Victory Boy. Local organization plans. In every place, small or large, the nucleus of the staff of the boys' working organization should be secured as soon as possible and serve as a subdivision of the men's local organization. As fast as they are set up, these preliminary organizations should be reported to the state directors of the boys' division of the campaign, by them to the department boys' executive secretaries, and by them to the national headquarters. When possible, older boys' planning conferences should be held as early as practicable. In addition, state conferences and district and county patriotic meetings may wisely be held, not merely to recruit and train boys for the campaign, but to give a sufficiently challenging motive for the large task of the years of opportunity ahead. Special suggestive programs and plans are available. The local plans for the boys' division of the campaign should include the following. 1. Secure the appointment of a boys' division committee to inaugurate and push to a successful conclusion the enrollment of boys to earn and give and to pay their pledges in full. The local general chairman or campaign director should appoint this committee and be certain that it adequately represents the various local agencies that touch the boy life of the community, including all creeds. It must be, in fact, a hard-working committee. The chairman should be a member of the local general campaign committee and may wisely be made a vice chairman. 2. Organize these men and the older boy leaders into an effective working force, with necessary subcommittees to plan fully the effort among all boys of proper age in the community. The Victory Boy, a 16-page booklet, gives full instructions on how to set up the local campaign in rural or urban communities, among industrial boys, employed boys, school boys, colored boys, and Mexican boys. Every worker should have this manual of instruction. 3. Plan the details for pledging the boys to earn and to give by means of A. Special presentation of the need, B. Personal solicitation. An over-the-top local campaign for cities and a Boys Behind the Fighters campaign are outlined with detailed instructions in The Victory Boy. 4. Work out plans for helping to provide employment for those who pledge to earn and give. Great care should be taken to live up to local and state child labor laws in spirit and in letter. 5. Develop an effective plan for collecting and reporting the pledges and issuing certificate receipts. 6. Before the campaign starts, make adequate plans to follow up each boy's subscription with information and challenge to service, as well as to provide for full payment of it. 7. Confer with county, district, and state leaders for help in setting up the Victory Boys plan. 8. Read all the material in this pamphlet and in the Victory Boy, which can be secured from campaign chairmen everywhere. 9. Secure printed matter, posters, and pamphlets, and plan for wise and wide distribution. The county committee will have all these. If there is additional need, write at once to the state campaign committee. In each locality, a leading citizen should be appointed as head of the local committee in charge of the Victory Boys. As chairman of the General Campaign Committee, he may wisely have on his staff an executive secretary and an employment secretary. Some communities that have raised war chests are planning to have the Victory Boys campaign. Only by vote of the local war chest committee can this be done. Observe child labor laws. Leaders are urged to become thoroughly familiar with and carefully observe federal and state laws and municipal regulations which govern child labor. They are also cautioned to use their best efforts to promote no work that will interfere with the boys' schoolwork or in any way undermine their physical health or moral character. Avoid street solicitation. Solicitation of money or pledges is not earning. One of the chief objectives of the boys' division of the campaign is the development of character through sacrifice. It is clear that this purpose would be defeated if boys solicited money rather than earned it. Therefore, requests by boys should not be made for gifts of money, and the use of various devices and plans for the collection of money by boys should not be allowed. Boys should not be allowed to collect money on the streets, in theaters, or in other public places. Victory Boys publicity material. The Victory Boys publicity material illustrated on this page, namely the poster, window banner, 2 booklets, buttons, and pledge cards, will usually be shipped directly to county headquarters with the publicity material for the general campaign. Local readers should secure their supplies from this source. A limited reserve supply will be sent to state headquarters. The Victory Boy is a worker's manual of instructions and is mailed to each worker whose name is recorded at national headquarters. Extra copies may be secured from state and department headquarters. Victory Boy speakers. Speakers from out of town who are to speak on the United War Work campaign frequently can be made available for special meetings of boys at schools, stores, or shops. Special speakers to boys should be secured and routed by the department and state speakers bureaus. These special speakers, while employed primarily to address meetings of girls or boys or audiences of both boys and girls, can wisely be used to cooperate in the general campaign. Local men with particular talent in speaking to boys should be enlisted to bring the message of the Victory Boys to the boys at home and also in neighboring centers. These speakers can frequently be secured from the ranks of professional or business life. Returned soldiers or war workers will have a special appeal. If these people are inexperienced in speaking to boys, they can be secured to share the allotted time with men or women accustomed to this work, but unable because of a lack of personal experience to tell the actual story of the work at the front. A few carefully selected and trained older boys can be secured from the colleges or schools, or from among the large groups of employed boys. Speakers' suggestions. For general audiences, all speakers should share in the responsibility to bring to every audience an inspiration to provide for the organization of the Victory Boys division of the campaign. This reference may be very brief, but it should be with no uncertain note. It should stimulate the local workers to the appointment of active committees for this work. For meetings of boys, the best appeal to boys is to make real to them the hard price that our own soldiers and sailors are paying over there, and then to present a challenge to boys here to share in that task by assuming work in a similar spirit of sacrifice. The record of some particularly hard or disagreeable job cheerfully undertaken and thoroughly done by a soldier or sailor will bring more results than the mere recital of some deed of daring. A few human interest stories of the work of some of the organizations in the campaign will hold the attention and secure the cooperation where details of method and statistical results would fail. Pick from the bulletins published by each of the organizations the most suggestive facts and tell them in a simple but virile way. Remember that the boys to whom the message goes in most cases will be mature enough to face up to the strongest challenge. Briefly tell the plan of the Victory Boys. Give one or two human interest stories from the experience of last year's Earn and Give campaign. Ample illustrations are given in the handbook entitled The Victory Boy, which is available for every speaker. Submit a digest of the enrollment or pledge card and urge that each give full consideration to every word upon it. In presenting the opportunity to earn and give, speakers would wisely tell the story of the need and, when feasible, leave the solicitation of pledges to personal visits or calls by the workers. This will tend to emphasize the necessity for hard work and payment in full. Whenever it becomes necessary to take subscriptions in connection with meetings, the speakers and workers should give special emphasis to the need for early and complete payment of pledges. No promise of work should be given. Boys should be urged to find their own work and engage in only such tasks as comply fully with the local child labor laws and restrictions. If possible, the speaker should meet with a small group of the most interested boys after the meeting and with them go over the details of the plans as outlined in the campaign handbook entitled The Victory Boy. End of Victory, Girls and Boys by the United War Work Campaign. Read by Betty B.
Soldiers, Sailors, and Books, Part 1, by the War Service of the American Library Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soldiers, Sailors, and Books, by the War Service of the American Library Association, 1918. Library War Service. The object of the Library War Service of the American Library Association is to furnish books, magazines, and newspapers to officers and enlisted men of the Army and Navy in camps, cantonments, hospitals, naval and marine stations, and naval bases, both in this country and Europe. It supplies troop trains with current magazines and places deck libraries on all Army transports. All war vessels, from the huge dreadnoughts to the lively little torpedo boat destroyers, are supplied with libraries. In brief, the Library War Service aims to keep soldiers, sailors, and marines, construction engineers, and work troops in camp, en route, behind the lines, in the trenches, in hospitals, and even in German prisons, supplied with reading matter all the time. Reasons for war service. Library war service grew out of a real necessity. Soldiers and sailors must have books, and the American Library Association is the only medium through which books can be supplied. The War and Navy departments recognize this fact, and the association has been officially delegated to distribute books and reading matter to the Army and Navy. The President of the United States has recognized Library War Service as one of the essential war relief agencies. General Pershing endorses the service, and has given the American Library Association the sole privilege of supplying the Army overseas with reading matter. Soldiers and sailors need books. Soldiers and sailors must have books, not alone for recreation, although this is an important reason. Young men, suddenly removed from their homes and their ordinary occupations, are necessarily lonely and homesick at least part of the time. They need diversion and wholesome recreation. They need books to offset tendencies to roam away from camp, to keep doubtful company, to brood or to long for home. The men must be kept in a cheerful, contented frame of mind. Nothing serves better than good books. The Army a university. There are other reasons why the fighting men must have books. The most important reason is that they have to be educated, not only physically, but mentally. Everybody knows that when men go to camp, they drill and hike and go through vigorous setting-up exercises. This is to improve their health and to make them strong and hard, physically educated, so to speak. They are instructed in the manual of arms, military formation, trench digging, target shooting, bayonet practice, and scores of special military subjects according to the branch of service to which they are assigned. This is to educate them in military technique. Military technique and the art of war are nothing like as simple as they were in former times. Methods of warfare have been completely changed, revolutionized in fact, and much more is expected of soldiers of today than of soldiers of the Civil War. Many technical subjects have to be studied, highly specialized branches must be mastered before the men are ready to take the field. In the words of Raymond B. Fosdick, head of the Commission on Training Camp Activities, the training camp of today is not essentially different from a big university. The fellows work and study a good deal harder in the training camps than they would in a university. The war is a highly specialized affair. It's a modern science which the men must learn by studious application to the problems of drill and trench. Going to school in Army and Navy. Every great Army camp in the country has its schools, innumerable schools. In the quartermaster's camp at Johnston, Florida, more than 1,000 subjects are taught, from ordinary clerical work to the most technical problems of transportation and terminal systems. They have schools for Army cooks and bakers, carpenters, horseshoers, wheelwrights. An aviation camp has schools too numerous to mention in detail. Flying is only part of aviation. The students must learn bombing, machine gun work, photography, and a long list of mechanical trades. Artillerists have to go to school and college, for gunnery as a science has advanced very rapidly within recent years. It has advanced tremendously since 1914. So with every other branch of the service, all must study. This applies to soldiers as well as officers. It applies to naval as well as Army recruits. The lowest-rated man aboard a warship must have a certain amount of mathematical and technical training. Herbert Putnam, Librarian of Congress and Director of the Library War Service, said recently, "This war is a war of mechanism and of exact science. The mechanism is intricate and the science extends not merely to the ordnance but to every factor of organization, transportation, sanitation, equipment, supply. It is a war of engineering. It is a war of chemistry. It is a war of physics. It is a war of dynamics. It is a war of hygiene, down to the minutest detail." Textbooks needed. That is why the Library War Service is not only desirable, but essential. The Army is woefully lacking in textbooks, and Library War Service has been entrusted with the task of supplying the lack. It supplies textbooks on almost every known subject, from algebra to wireless telegraphy. A list of technical books consulted in one camp in a single day includes French history, mechanics, topography, strategy in war, self-propelled vehicles, hand grenades, field entrenchments, bridges, chemistry, physics, astronomy, hydraulics, electricity, medieval history, calculus, civil engineering, geography, American history, surveying, materials of construction, general history, masonry, and concrete. The book they need when they want it. Every camp library contains a selection of the newest and best technical books, but Library War Service cannot always know in advance what technical books are needed in any particular camp. It has undertaken to supply at short notice any books or collections of books requested by a camp, or even by an individual officer or soldier. One day, a notice was posted at Pelham Bay, New York, where 20,000 young men are training for the Navy, that an examination for Annapolis was soon to be given, and that they were eligible. 80 men registered for the examination, and then went in haste to the library for books on higher mathematics. The librarian gave out geometries and trigonometries until her stock was exhausted, and then she telephoned to New York headquarters for more. Before that night, every one of the 80 aspirants was furnished with the book he needed. A young man in the aviation section in California was obliged to go to a hospital for an operation a few weeks before the date of his final examination. He was much distressed until the hospital librarian assured him that he would be furnished with all the textbooks and reference books he needed. He spent his convalescence reading and passed his examination on the allotted date. The enlisted men at the Sayville, Long Island Naval Wireless Station were informed recently that one of the first steps toward a commission was mastery of Swope's Practical Electricity, whereupon every wireless man at Sayville was inspired to read Swope at the same time. There was only one copy of the work on the shelves, and the man who got there first hid it. The others swore to find the culprit and shed his gore. The commanding officer at the station sent in a distress call to the Brooklyn office of the American Library Association. 7 more copies of Practical Electricity were rushed out to Sayville that day, and the crisis was past. Camp libraries and library branches. Since we entered the war, 41 large camp libraries have been built in camps and cantonments and naval stations throughout the United States. The library buildings are plain wooden structures of the type generally adopted in cantonments. They differ somewhat in length, from 93 to 120 feet in length. They are always placed near the residential centers of the camps and convenient to the transportation lines. The buildings contain one large room with 2 small bedrooms at one end. The books are upon open shelves accommodating 10,000 or more volumes. Tables and chairs for 200 readers are the rule. The service is absolutely free, and the books are loaned on the honor system. The men choose their books, sign their names on the register, and go, if they choose, to their own quarters to read. The main library, with its 10,000 volumes, cannot begin to supply the needs of a large training camp. Numerous branch libraries must be established, as in a city. The Library War Service has branch libraries in every YMCA, Knights of Columbus, and Jewish welfare hut in the camps. The hostess houses of the YWCA have special shelves of books for women visitors. The camp hospitals and Red Cross houses have a separate service. Besides these, technical book collections are placed in all the schools, and officers may have collections in their quarters. The branch libraries extend the length and breadth of the camps. The men never have to walk far to get the books they want. A unique branch library is in an underground YMCA hut near Camp Grant, Illinois. This hut is in a large cave, about 35 by 70 feet, and capable of accommodating 4 regiments of men. It is located in the midst of a system of trenches dug by the soldiers at Camp Grant, and is built on the same plan as the underground Y huts near the front-line trenches in Europe. The librarian in camp. Many large city libraries have lent their librarians or assistant librarians for service in the camp libraries. Others have been especially engaged for the service. They are paid about $100 a month and expenses. The men live in the library building, and the women are lodged with the nurses. Besides the librarian, there are paid assistants. Provision for janitor service is made. Usually there is little difficulty in getting volunteer service from officers' wives and daughters, or from women in the neighboring towns. The expense of maintaining a central camp library is from $250 a month up. This does not include the building cost, or the cost of the motor truck which is used to distribute the books to branch libraries throughout the larger camps. The trucks are also used to gather and distribute books which have been collected by libraries from citizens. Gift books and magazines. It will interest people who give books and those who place stamps on magazines after reading to know what becomes of their donations. The books they leave at the libraries are examined carefully by library assistants assigned to that duty. Certain books not suitable for the camp libraries are thrown out. The War Department has issued a list of expurgated books, and the public is assured that no pro-German, no pacifist or defeatist book will be permitted to fall into soldiers' hands. No book setting forth the undiluted horrors of war, such as, for example, Under Fire, Le Feu, by Henri Barbusse, may be sent to a camp library. Attempts have been made by pro-Germans and pacifists to spread their propaganda through books of this sort, which give an altogether distorted view of war, but they have not been allowed to succeed. Other well-meaning people have been careless in their selection of gifts of books. Soldiers do not want to read Ruskin's Sesame and Lilies, the Elsie books, the Undertaker's Review, or the Housewife or Home Needlework. Soldiers are vigorous, red-blooded men, not mollycoddles. People should not think of camp libraries as dumping grounds for their literary trash. They should give good books or none at all. After examination and classification, the gift books are placed in boxes of standard size, the covers are screwed on, and the boxes are marked for shipment. They are consigned to the quartermaster in a designated camp and are delivered at storehouses of the quartermaster's corps. From there, the library truck conveys them to the main library and afterwards distributes them to where they are wanted. When do soldiers read? The question is often asked, when do soldiers in camp find time to read? They are supposed to drill or study all day, and to be so tired when night comes that they are ready to go to bed early. That they were going to have time to read for recreation purposes was made plain even before the American Library Association had time to organize its library war service. The first YMCA huts established in the new camps usually had bookshelves with perhaps 100 books, and these were nearly always cleaned out before the building closed in the evening. One officer wrote to headquarters that he needed books for his men so badly that he would willingly pay for them himself if the Library Association could not furnish them. Another officer said that if the American Library Association would supply his regiment with books, he would see to it that a room and a competent attendant to take care of the books would be provided. The men in camp are healthily tired at night, but they want and seek recreation. It is recognized that they are tired enough not to walk long distances for books, and that is why care has been taken to place the books as near to them as possible. In some cases, books have even been sent to the barracks, where they are placed in the social room under the care of the top sergeant. Regimental libraries are found in the headquarters of the officers of the regiment, a lieutenant being detailed to look after them. These books are exchanged from time to time. Magazines and newspapers. No better work can be done by citizens who want to see our soldiers and sailors speeded up to their best than to keep up the flow of magazines and newspapers to camps all over the country and overseas. The magazines are the first contribution made to the Army and Navy by the American Library Association. Troop trains conveying men to training camps are equipped with late magazines, and they help to make the long journey easier and happier. Magazines are indispensable in camp, and so are newspapers. There's nothing that heartens a homesick boy more than a recent newspaper from his hometown, or even from his state. It is a very small thing to do, to put a wrapper around the morning paper and address it to the nearest camp. Foreign language papers are especially wanted. Men who know little English, and who would not read a book, even in their own language, are enraptured to find newspapers that give them news of their own people. In a camp far removed from New York, where hundreds of thousands of foreign-born soldiers were drafted, there were a number of Syrians. They never came near the library, until one day a man came shyly in, attracted by the light and warmth. He did not approach the bookshelves, but looking at the newspaper files, he was amazed to find a Syrian paper. He grabbed it, read it through, advertisements and all. The next day he appeared leading 3 other Syrians. They read the paper, handing it one to the other in turn. The news spread through all the companies until all the Syrians in the camp heard about that paper. They came to the library in swarms. They stood in line and read the news from home. And from that time on they awaited the weekly advent of their home paper as eagerly as they waited for letters. Great credit should be given to the publishers of foreign-language newspapers who have donated regularly their papers to the camps. But readers of the papers should also be appealed to send their copies after reading. The army is the great melting pot of all our nationalities, and the foreign-born soldier who is being made into a real American deserves all the consideration we can give him. What the soldiers read. Our fighting men read everything. All kinds of men are in our army and navy. They range from university professors to day laborers, from PhDs of Harvard to men who cannot write their names. Every trade and profession is represented. A major, who in civil life had been an automobile manufacturer, said, "If I wanted a diamond cutter in a hurry, all I would do would be to open my door and shout into the hall. A diamond cutter would soon materialize." Soldiers read more than people in civil life, partly because they are away from home and need diversion, and partly because they are preparing themselves for a profession which is entirely new to them. In most camps, the call for fiction is a little below 50%. It is rarely above that figure. The soldier reads to learn even more than he reads for recreation. What kind of fiction? Since 9/10 of the gift books are fiction, people who give, and those who are appealed to give, will be interested to know what kinds of stories men under arms prefer to read. All soldiers will read love stories, and some read nothing else. Zane Grey, Jack London, Rex Beach, Rudyard Kipling, Joseph Conrad, O. Henry, Mark Twain, Conan Doyle, G.B. McCutcheon, Booth Tarkington, Rider Haggard, E.P. Oppenheim, and Robert Chambers are favorites, of course. They tell good stories in a vivid, virile fashion. They buck a man up. The more of this kind of fiction that goes into camp, the better. Avoid sending novels that have unhappy endings. Conrad sometimes indulges in a tragic end, and Jack London's Martin Eden ends badly for soldiers. Keep them smiling is the thought we have to hold towards our men. They tell a variety of stories about this choice of fiction. "What's that about?" asked a boy in a camp hospital, pointing to the popular Bambi. "It's about a girl who married a man without his having anything to say about it," replied the librarian. In the next bed was a man who had previously scorned the librarian's offer of something to read. He raised himself on one elbow. "Give me that book," he demanded. "It's my autobiography." A rather low-spirited boy asked for a book that would give him more pep. Stephen Crane's Red Badge of Courage was given, and in a day or two the boy came back. "Say, that hit me just right," he said. They like stories the scene of which is laid in their part of the country. Part of the immense popularity of Zane Grey lies in the fact that so many of the Western soldiers know the country he describes. A stray copy of The Country Gentleman, containing one installment of The Desert of Wheat, was brought to a certain librarian with an eager request for the rest of the tale. "I was brought up on a wheat ranch," said the soldier, "and I sure want to know how this fellow came out with his big harvest." "I sure did enjoy Perch of the Devil," said another Westerner. "You know my home isn't 20 miles from the scene of that story." Books sure to please. An officer browsing among the bookshelves seized upon Mark Twain's Life on the Mississippi. That officer was blue and homesick, although he wouldn't have had anybody guess it for the world. The librarian knew all the symptoms, however. and when the officer brought her the book and explained that he knew the river and was delighted to get the book, she understood. For half an hour the officer sat there showing her pictures of places he knew and reading extracts of especially familiar chapters. People who send such books may be sure that they are helping somebody far from home. All good fiction is acceptable. Few young soldiers will read Dickens, Thackeray, Trollope, or George Eliot, but some of the older ones and many of the older officers will be glad to. They will be glad to reread old favorites they had no time in civil life to review. The intellectuals in the Army and Navy, and their number is very large, are glad of a chance to read the latest works of good authors, foreign as well as American. Conversely, we have some men in the Army whose taste in literature is primitive. Some of the younger ones, especially those from the Southwest, profess to scorn love stories and want what they call hot stuff. They mean adventure and sea stories and Indian tales. One man from New Mexico selected a book at random, walked out and casually opened the book to the frontispiece. He gave one look at the beautiful young lady depicted and hurried back to the desk. "Nothin' doin'," he explained bitterly. "What I want is live stuff." "Give me the bad stuff," demanded another youngster, meaning the Wild West variety of tale. These men are very young, some of them a year or two under 18. They are as wild and undisciplined as jackrabbits. For the very young soldiers, boys' books of the better type are in demand. They even read Henty with avidity. In fact, these boys' books are read by some mature majors and colonels. Such books rest the mind, the officers explain. Poetry comes next in popularity. After fiction, poetry is a high favorite. Kipling leads, and then Robert Service, whose Rhymes of a Red Cross Man is exceedingly popular. The American Library Association's branch office in Brooklyn received a strange order from the Montauk, Long Island Hydro Aeroplane Station recently. Naval officers there wanted Kipling's poems, especially his poems of the sea. Next trip out around Long Island in his Ford truck, the American Library Association's representative delivered the books, as per request, at Montauk, and wanted to know what in the world naval officers studying hydroaviation could find of value to them in the poetry of Kipling. "All seagoing men," replied the naval officer, "can learn lots of valuable things from Kipling's poems. The sea poems are a textbook. A sailor who's been around the world can take the Song of the Cities and explain things that no landlubber could possibly understand. A shipbuilder or an engineer on a ship can point out many interesting things in The Ship That Found Herself that go completely over the average reader's head. Kipling," added the officer, "is the only poet in existence who understands the Navy and the men who are building the Navy." An enlisted man in one of the big camps volunteered to help unpack a consignment of books. In the process, he came across a copy of Evangeline. "I haven't read that in a long time," he said, and borrowed the book on the spot. "I certainly did enjoy that," he said, on bringing it back. Anthologies, recent war poetry, collections of best poems of the year, etc., are highly appreciated. Nonfiction books. So much for the lighter side of the soldier's reading. About 50% of the serious books called for include history, biography, general literature, essays, travel, drama, social and political science, religion and philosophy. War books and technical and reference works make up the other 50%. Books of history are greatly in demand. The men want to know from the historical standpoint the reasons that gave birth to this war. They have a deep curiosity about France, Belgium, England, Russia, and Germany. They want to know how and why Poland, Bohemia, and others became subject nations against their will, or why France and the Allies claim Alsace-Lorraine from the German yoke. They want to know why Germany and Austria have a different conception of society from that held by America and the Allies. The very best and most modern histories have been purchased by the American Library Association for the men of the Army and Navy. When the men come home, we shall have a population knowing more of the history of the world than the average university graduate knew before. They will know more French, too, for our soldiers are studying the living language, not just the classics. The libraries furnish the books. Books about the war. In the same spirit, the men read all the books that have been written about the war. They like personal narratives and books that set forth in clear language the causes of the war. They pore over the maps contained in these books. Baedeker has become a war author. This German publisher never dreamed that his handbooks of travel would be studied by American soldiers to learn the railroads, highways, cities, money, and customs of European countries, with the object of reducing his own country to the position of a fifth-rate power, but so it is. The soldiers study the French, Belgian, Italian, and German, particularly the German Baedekers, with deep interest. They study the excellent maps, thinking of the glorious day when the Allied troops will end their long journey by marching into Berlin. Books useful in winning the war. It has been explained that the Army is a university where all branches of education necessary to the winning of the war are studied. The men study every branch of military art, artillery, aeronautics, engineering, tactics and strategy, maps, scouting and signaling, infantry and trench warfare, a very long list. Many textbooks and reference works are needed, and they are supplied by the American Library Association. Mechanical engineering, engines and machinery, civil engineering, road making, bridge building, railroad building, these are immensely important. When the history of this war is written, there will be many books on the marvels of engineering and construction accomplished by our American engineers in France. The war could never have been won without them. They laid the foundation for the fighters, made it possible for millions of men to land in France and live there without taking food and sustenance away from the French people. The telegraph, telephone, wireless, every kind of communication agent, including dogs and carrier pigeons, enter most importantly into the war. Our men must study all these. The quartermaster's department needs a whole library of text and reference books, so also the medical department. This war has introduced new elements which call for special instruction. Gas is one of them, aviation is another. A few book requests, reported in from various camps, will give an idea of the immense range of book subjects needed to satisfy the demands of this great Army university. Give me a trigonometry with the logarithm tables in it. In our engineering work, we need the tables all the time. Let me see your latest book on the nutrition value of foods. I'm from the Cooks and Bakers School, and I must keep up to date in my lectures on the rationing of men. I'd like to have this book renewed for 2 weeks. Read up on the chemistry of modern high explosives doesn't go very fast after a hard day's work in the field. Are there any books or pamphlets on junk and the reclamation of waste, its storage, classification, etc.? Asks an officer in the quartermaster's department. Have you anything on boot and shoe repair? Is there such a thing as a book on the psychology of color? This is from a member of the camouflage branch of the service. I want a good book on cold storage and transportation of food. Is there a medical dictionary in this library? Where are your books on sanitation and camp hygiene? They tell the story of a muleteer who drove up to the camp library at Camp Custer, Texas. He was covered with dust and was perhaps not a very promising-looking specimen. So when he asked for a good book on automobiles, the librarian handed him one, saying, "Exactly what you want, the latest book on the Model T Ford." He looked at him in disgust. "Pardner," he said, "I've taken apart and reassembled 1,500 Fords in my lifetime. I told you I want something to refresh my mind." The librarian was game. he dived into the library again and reappeared with a 1918 handbook on the automobile. "Just the thing," grinned the muleteer. "Giddy up," and he disappeared in a cloud of dust. Reading for promotion. There is such a thing as promotion in this Army and Navy of ours, and plenty of ambitious youngsters are going after it hard. The following authentic instances will show how the books furnished by the American Library Association have helped men to promotion and commissions. Headquarters, Cadet Wing, Flying Department, Kelly Field South, San Antonio, Texas. July 19, 1918. A few weeks ago I passed an examination for the rank of Sergeant First Class, which examination requires that the applicant have a general knowledge of Army paperwork, nomenclature of aeronautics, photography, internal combustion engines, magnetos, electricity, and visual signaling, together with infantry drill. I owe my successful passing of this exam largely to the information I received through studying books from the American Library Association's Camp Library. J. H. Faraday. A few weeks ago, examinations for promotion were announced for the men in the base hospital unit at Camp MacArthur. From that day to this, there have been several men waiting for every book for sanitary troops that we could supply, and we had a considerable number. Each book is constantly being used by a group of men. When one man returns one of these books, there are several other men at his heels trying to see which can get it first. Extract from a letter written by the camp librarian. From Camp Devens, Massachusetts, the librarian writes, "A young man came to the library who had just received a telegram from his congressman that if he could pass a certain examination, he would be considered for appointment at Annapolis, which was a thing he had been trying for a long time. He said to one of the boys in the barracks, 'I can't possibly get ready for this examination without the necessary books.' Someone said, 'Go over to the library and you'll find the books you want there.' So he came over post-haste, all out of breath, and found we had 2 or 3 books which he needed." A private in Camp Logan, Texas, asked the librarian there for a book on machine gunnery. He studied it several hours a day for a month. At that time, 500 crack men were being selected from the ranks for the commissioned officers' training camp. He was one of the first to be sent. How to Win Promotion in the Army is a book that is dog-eared and worn out from frequent use by men who have dreams of double bars, silver and gold leaves, or even the screaming silver eagle. Reading for the future. Most soldiers in camp live intensely in the present, and the only future they look forward to is getting over to France and taking part in the fighting. But there is a type of man who knows that the war will not last forever, and even in camp he thinks of the future, when he will put on citizen's clothes again and go back to the old job, or something better. We know that this is so because this small minority of men ask for reading matter that will help them. Here are typical inquiries. "Have you got any books on cost accounting? That was my line before coming here. If I come back when we get through with this war, I don't want to start in all over again. I want to try to keep up with my line while I'm working for Uncle Sam. I'd like to get a book on hog raising. I'm reading up on farming. No more indoor work for me when I get through with this thing. After Camp Custer, the outdoor life is the life for me." It is not until the men are wounded and in hospitals that large numbers of them begin to think about the job, and then they want to begin at once to read and plan for the future. Sometimes very despondent men are brought back to health and cheerfulness by a tactful librarian. A man who had been a contractor and builder was badly wounded at Chateau Thierry. He lost a leg and was also shot in one lung. He knew that he could never live again the life of hard work and exposure that he had lived before the war, and he was very low-spirited. Turning to books for comfort, he was soon deeply immersed in the study of wood. Before he left the Reconstruction Hospital in the United States, he had received a government appointment for the purchase of lumber. These stories could be multiplied. The libraries are teaching men to fight, and they are teaching them to live better lives when the fighting shall cease. Reading for the foreign-born. We have about every nationality on earth in the American Army and Navy. Thousands of men in the first draft speak little or no English. That is, they did not until they had been many months in the service. Some still know only the rudiments of the language and cannot read it at all. But the YMCA and other organizations have established schools for the foreign-born soldiers, and the camp libraries have contributed books to help them learn English. Before the foreign-born soldier can read or speak English, he has to be supplied with books in his own language. The camp libraries contain books in Yiddish, Polish, Lithuanian, French, Italian, German, Scandinavian, Russian, Chinese, Lettish, and dozens of others. One book request forwarded to New York called for The 1001 Nights in the original Arabic. With the help of Columbia University, the book was found and sent to the camp. We have to supply many Spanish books. From a camp in the Southwest recently came the report that the draft had brought in thousands of Mexicans, residents of southern Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. They could not read English and wanted Spanish books very badly. One day, a Greek boy showed a book in his language to the librarian in his camp and asked her if she had ever read it. She replied that modern Greek was not one of her accomplishments. "But this is a translation from the English," he explained. "It is called Sherlock Holmes." He did not know that that book represented one of the ways of the American Library Association for luring the foreign-born soldier into the study of English. The student sees on the English shelves a book that he has just been reading in his own language. He thinks he might venture to tackle it in English. Knowing the story already will make it easier for him to understand the English text. There are plenty of books which have been translated into every known tongue. Huckleberry Finn and Robinson Crusoe are examples. The American Library Association has sowed these freely in camp libraries where many non-English speaking soldiers come. Teaching illiterate soldiers. The draft revealed a disagreeable surprise in the number of illiterates among men from 21 to 31. We thought we had a public school system that permitted few children to escape getting the simple rudiments of education, but we haven't. Leaving out the foreign-born, who came from countries where they never had a chance to go to school, we find that in some states no compulsory education laws force these same immigrants to send their children to school. We find thousands of native-born who, because of the same lack of compulsory education laws, never saw the inside of a schoolroom. These soldiers come from the mountains of Tennessee or North Carolina. They are children of the squatter population of Florida. Their parents grew up without education and had no means of gauging their own ignorance. They did not wish their children to be educated for fear of losing their respect and affection. They won't allow newspapers or magazines to come into their communities for fear the boys will get uneasy and want to leave home. The ignorance of these illiterate soldiers is pathetic. They tell their superior officers that their names are just Buddy or Sonny. They have no other. They do not know their exact age or the date of their birth. They never heard of the war, and of course have no conception of its causes or objects. Their terror upon being drafted, their homesickness in camp, their helplessness in the presence of other better-equipped soldiers is tragic. These men, thanks to the Army training, thanks to the elementary classes arranged for them, and the books loaned to them in the libraries, will return to their homes vastly superior, vastly more useful, and immeasurably happier than they were before the war. The camp libraries have no book more valuable than the primers and first readers they provide for these soldiers. Hospital libraries. It is when they fall ill, after they are wounded, when they are sent to hospital, that the longing for books assails men who perhaps never had much impulse to read. But now they are out of action. Some are in strange harnesses, a leg elevated at an angle of 50 degrees with sandbags. Some, with back wounds, are strapped face downward to their beds. Some have part of their faces shot away and are bandaged up to their eyes. Thanks to modern surgery and modern science, The pain of these frightful wounds is not as great as might be imagined. After the first dreadful days, pain in the majority of cases is present only when the wounds are being dressed. Yet the days are long, time drags. The mind, turned inwards, tends toward depressing thoughts. What would sick and wounded soldiers do without books to read? The American Library Association selects its hospital books with especial care. It assigns the position of hospital librarian to women of the highest possible qualifications. The hospital librarian is furnished with a kind of tea-wagon vehicle on noiseless rubber wheels, and this she rolls into the wards, stopping at every bed, allowing the patient time to make a selection before moving on to the next bed. What sick men read. Naturally, what the sick man reads depends on the individual. A wounded soldier is the same man in most respects as he was before they took off or cut off his uniform and put him in pajamas and a bathrobe. If he is an educated man, a reader of books, he will want first a good novel, and after a few days something more substantial. Every sick or wounded man wants first a detective story, a tale of adventure, or something amusing. Many men insist on taking a book with them into the operating room. Just why is not always clear. Perhaps the man has become interested in a story and fears that he won't find it again after coming out of the anesthetic. Perhaps he just wants to hold something familiar in his hand. A man who was being returned to his ward from the operating room came out of the ether momentarily just as the librarian's book wagon passed his stretcher. "Hello," he called feebly. "Did you bring me that book?" In a moment he was asleep again, and did not wake for hours. What he had said was merely an utterance of the subconscious mind, and he remembered nothing of it. All quarantined men, says one of the best of hospital librarians, want first to be diverted. But as soon as they begin to recover, they want to study technical books, books on the war, such as Over the Top, Private Pete, and Gerard's My 4 Years in Germany. Kipling makes scrapbooks. Those who are very ill, who cannot concentrate on serious books, will read magazines and scrapbooks. We all remember in early youth or childhood making scrapbooks. It was a good thing and got some of us into the reading habit. Few grown people make scrapbooks, yet it was a very great man, none other than Rudyard Kipling, who suggested the making of scrapbooks to be sent to military hospitals. The idea spread to America, and in many places groups have been organized for the sole purpose of making, under local library direction, hospital scrapbooks. These weigh about 1 ounce, for very sick men cannot handle a heavier book. The best of these booklets are made up along special lines: some humor, some adventure, sea stories, gardening, inventions, mechanics, electricity, some pictures. All classes of men enjoy these scrapbooks, writes a supervisor of hospital libraries: surgeons, nurses, patients, even the nervous and mentally affected. Foreign books prized. Foreign language books are greatly in demand for hospital use. They are, in fact, indispensable, especially in the camp libraries on this side of the water. Men who have been in the army only a short time and have not had time to learn English fall ill and find themselves marooned in the hospital. A ward master in a camp hospital called on the rabbi of a neighboring town and told him that he had a Jewish soldier under his care who spoke no English and seemed to be insane. He clung tenaciously to a tattered newspaper and would not let it out of his hands even at night. The rabbi went at once to the hospital and found indeed a half-crazed soldier. He was an educated man, a student in his own language, and for 10 days he had had nothing with which to divert himself except this old newspaper. The rabbi knew what to do, and very shortly, supplied with Hebrew and Yiddish books, the young man was perfectly normal and on his way to recovery. Easy lessons in English are supplied to these foreign soldiers. and many a man has taken the first step toward citizenship in the ward of a camp hospital. Not all of the foreign-born soldiers are ignorant of English. Some are positively erudite. In a Bronx hospital, a young Italian soldier read, during his convalescence, Plato, Socrates, Petrarch, Dante, 3 Lives of Napoleon, Froude's Caesar, and a number of other classics. Reading for the future. It is in hospital more than any other place that men begin to think about the future and to plan for their future work. Many of them know that they are definitely out of the war. They must go back soon to civil life, and they plan. They call for books that will help them to earn more money than they did before the war, or they seek ways of earning money in spite of their handicaps. The librarians, of course, encourage this tendency. A man who had lost his right hand was in a state of great depression and refused to read anything except light novels. The librarian brought him a manual on business correspondence, which interested him for half an hour, but then he threw the book down, saying, "Oh, what's the use? I can't write with my left hand." "Plenty of people do," said the librarian. "Let's organize a left-handed writing class of 2. They did, and in a week the wounded soldier was writing letters home with a hand that was on its way to a complete education. Shell shock and nervous cases. These are the most difficult cases to deal with, but most of them can be benefited by the right kind of books. Usually these mentally affected soldiers like books that were familiar to them before the war. Sometimes a book of travel will recall pleasant days. Thus, a splendid young man who said that he liked England was made happy by The Spell of England. A wild-looking boy chose vagabonding down the Andes. His shell-shocked brain remembered a voyage to South America. Some of the seriously affected can be reached only through bright picture books. A colored boy who said there was nothing the matter with him, but that he was just tired of living, kept the same picture book for days, turning the leaves over and over, forgetting his lost leg and his bewildered state of mind. End of Soldiers, Sailors, and Books, Part 1, by the War Service of the American Library Association. Read by Maria Casper. Soldiers, Sailors, and Books, Part 2, by the War Service of the American Library Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Naval Libraries, Afloat and Ashore. The Library War Service of the American Library Association serves the Navy as well and completely as it serves the Army. Afloat and ashore, sailors and Marines are given ample opportunity to read for recreation and to study for advancement. The lowest-rated man aboard a ship of war must have a certain amount of technical training, must have some knowledge of mathematics. Hence, every ship must carry a reference library, large or small. In pre-war days, some effort was made to supply this need. The Navy Department sent a few books, and private donations accounted for a few more, but the service was never adequate. Now, every war vessel, every naval base, station, naval aviation camp, minesweeping base, and proving ground is supplied with libraries. At some of these, the libraries have arrived very recently. At others, library buildings are in the course of construction. Pelham Bay Library, typical. At Pelham Bay, New York, Naval Training Station, where 10,000 men are being trained, the naval authorities have erected a large camp library, which is the center for distribution of books to the YMCA and Knights of Columbus huts, Red Cross headquarters, chaplain's office, camp hospital, and officers' club. The radio school has been supplied with a special technical library. At Pelham Bay, as in other large camps, there is an isolation camp where new men must stay for 3 weeks before associating with the others. Previous to the arrival of the camp librarian, a woman, These prisoners were living a life of unspeakable monotony and loneliness. As soon as possible after hearing of the condition of these young men, most of them away from home for the first time in their lives, the librarian commandeered a service truck and took over a book collection for every one of the 78 barracks of the isolation camp. The books were hailed by the men as veritable lifesavers. One day, writes the Pelham Bay librarian, one of the YMCA secretaries discovered about 90 men who were stationed on a boat that was patrolling the Sound. They were not allowed to come ashore, but they were only working about 4 hours a day. Can you imagine their feelings when the box of books and magazines arrived to relieve those monotonous hours of just waiting? At the Naval Proving Ground at Indian Head, Maryland, the naval authorities have erected a library building. Another has been built at the Naval Training Station at Newport, Rhode Island, and so on. The naval authorities are not a whit behind the Army in their appreciation of the library war service. The ships at sea are kept generously supplied with book collections. Keeping a ship on her course and maintaining a constant watch for tin fish, as the sailors call U-boat torpedoes, makes such calls on the time of a crew and its officers that one would think the men would have scant leisure for reading. But read they do. The Newport News-Dispatch office of the American Library Association recently reported an unusual opportunity for service. A captain, after bringing his ship into port, called the dispatch office on the telephone to say that he had had a wireless from a passing ship asking for books. The men wanted to read up on certain special subjects, he said. When he sailed, the books went with him. He expected to pick up the ship at a harbor in France. Libraries on transport ships. The circulation of books in all the freight transports engaged in carrying supplies to the Army overseas is considered part of the naval service. That the books receive the same warm welcome by the crews of these vessels is indicated in a report of the Walter D. Munson, one of the large transports engaged in carrying supplies to Pershing's men. To the 80 books supplied by the Library Association, the officers of the ship added 11, making 91 in all. The third-class quartermaster of the Naval Reserve, one of the crew of the Munson, who acts as librarian, reports that on the last round trip, the 91 books were used 250 times. That is, each book was read nearly 3 times. Every time the ship returns to port, a new library is substituted for the books the crew have read and reread. Another part of the naval library service is putting books on the transports which carry our soldiers overseas to the fighting zone. Every one of these transports has its deck library, and the books go far towards making the voyage in a crowded ship bearable and even enjoyable. Under conditions which make games and other recreations impossible, everybody wants to read. The first transports that went over carried few, if any, books, and the men complained of that lack. In letters home they advised those to come after them to bring books and magazines, all they could carry. Now the books are provided, and the YMCA secretary, each transport carries one of these men, sees that they are circulated. Fiction, travel, geographies, French history are eagerly devoured. Lonely marine bases. Most people are aware that America has expanded within the last few years to include the islands of the Danish West Indies, the Virgin Islands as they are known. We have on these islands 6 naval posts, in each of which about 50 Marines are stationed. Major J. M. Saladay, commanding the Marine Barracks at St. Thomas, has been active in communicating to the headquarters of the American Library Association the needs of these men, many of whom are stationed in isolated camps. Major Saladay asked for and was supplied with 2 main libraries, one for St. Thomas and the other for St. Croix. And from the 2 bases, the 6 posts will be kept constantly served with circulating libraries. Standard current magazines and newspapers are also circulated weekly. Major Saladay writes, "Allow me to thank you most heartily for sending these books, the special war books, so promptly. They are accepted with much appreciation and will be interesting and instructive to us all. They will be put into circulation, and officers and men will be glad to have a chance to read them, as lots of valuable information will be obtained thereby. The letter is quoted to show how the American Library Association follows the American flag wherever it goes. Library service overseas. Especially has Library War Service followed the flag to France. The Library Association has established shipping points at Hoboken, New Jersey, and Newport News, Virginia, and by September 1918, more than 1 million books had passed through these dispatch offices and were either in use in France or on their way there. Millions more will be sent, for the need of books overseas is at least as great, perhaps greater, than in the camps at home. In France, as in the United States, the American Library Association undertakes to send any camp or even any individual officer or enlisted man the books they need when they want them. Our fighting men abroad, the engineers and builders, and the work troops back of the lines, have only to write to the newly established Central Library, No. 10 Rue d'Elysée, Paris, or at the second reservoir station at Givre, stating their needs, and the book or books will be forwarded to them as promptly as war transportation conditions permit. Very recently, by order of General Pershing, the franking privilege was given to the Library Association, which means that the books will travel to the men through the American Postal Service free of charge, and when the men finish with the books, they may return them post-free. Special Library Service abroad. That the men of our Army abroad have special needs in the way of reading matter was illustrated by a letter written to headquarters by Mrs. Burton Stevenson, wife of the Overseas Director of Library War Service. Mrs. Stevenson told of a visit paid her by a young soldier, one of a group of 21 signal men in charge of telegraph and telephone lines leading directly to the front-line trenches. The men were living in a half-ruined chateau and were working 12-hour shifts, a day and a night trick. It was an awfully lonely job, the boy said, especially in the slack hours. "So much depends on us," he said. "We don't dare to sleep. Can't you give us some books to help keep us awake?" Mrs. Stevenson filled a case with books of the most thrilling character. Kipling, O. Henry, Zane Grey, Sherlock Holmes, Oppenheim, and the Signal Corps man went away happy. Recently, Washington headquarters received a cabled hurry call for more educational books. Requests were pouring in, said Mr. Stevenson, for elementary and advanced arithmetics, higher mathematics, chemistries, physics, grammars, and for every kind of technical works, from banking, law to forestry. Included in these requests were architecture, mechanical drawing, cost accounting, beekeeping, and poultry raising. All of these books must be purchased by the American Library Association, for seldom is such a volume found among the gift books. So far, more than 600,000 books have been purchased just to meet such calls. Dr. Rainey's work overseas. M. Llewellyn Rainey, librarian of Johns Hopkins University, is director of overseas service for the American Library Association. He recently completed plans for the distribution of books in the entire territory occupied by our men in France. Over most of this large area Mr. Rainey traveled, everywhere asking the question, "Do you want books?" and getting the kind of answers that will certainly convince the country that if the claim "books will win the war" is rather too ambitious, the assertion that books will go a long way toward making our army the greatest fighting body in existence is amply justified. America is a reading nation. Our people must have books. They must read. Mr. Rainey told of a perilous journey into the heart of the devastated regions over which the retreating Hun has recently been harried by our young soldiers. Here, at the end of a soft spring afternoon, just as the guns were beginning their nightly argument, Mr. Rainey found himself looking into a dugout doorway, where the night before a gas shell had fallen with deadly effect. The only men left in the dugout at that hour were 2 young officers, reading by the light of one flickering candle the only printed pages within their reach, an ancient copy of a National Geographic magazine and a more recent issue of the Literary Digest. Did they want books? They most enthusiastically did. And if today they are on duty in that particular sector, they have only to take a 10-minute walk to reach a good stock of new books and current magazines. All hungry for books. On a visit to a YMCA hut in the next village, Mr. Rainey found a crowd of soldiers, gas masks alert and ready for the order to go forward. There was a phonograph, and the boys put on one record after another, joining in the chorus, singing and whistling to pass the time away. Some sat outside the hut under the battered remnants of a stone wall which shielded them from the eyes of enemy snipers, reading, writing, enjoying the 1 hour in the 24, which in that advanced post could be given to recreation. "Books," exclaimed the devoted secretary of this firing line canteen. "If my little store were doubled and tripled many-fold, I would not have enough to satisfy these hungry souls." As Mr. Rainey watched them a little later, winding down the concealed roadway and dropping beneath the hedge into the communicating trenches for the nightly game of death, he felt the need of renewed efforts to get libraries distributed quickly all over the war area. Most of us get our ideas of the war from published photographs and from the moving pictures. Probably the movie is the sole interpreter to the vast majority. Therefore, war, to most people, is a matter of fighting, marching, or getting patched up in hospitals. These form the romantic and interesting phases of war. By far the greater business of war is lived under monotonous and laborious conditions remote from the firing lines. Soldiers asked to define the real hardships of war almost invariably reply, monotony and loneliness. Mr. Rainey declared that if the doughboy in action needs books, even more do the men detailed to other work than actual fighting in the trenches. There are a great many of these men. If we add the supply trains, headquarters police, veterinarians, etc., as well as the upwards of 1,200 officers, said Mr. Rainey, we shall not have accounted for 2/3 of the 27,000 men that go to make up a combat division. There are about 4,500 artillerymen, 2,500 machine gunners, 1,500 engineers, 1,500 engaged in medical and sanitary work, and 500 belonging to the Signal Corps, groups having each a life peculiar to itself and calling to us in its own tongue. Take, for example, the gun crews. They are fighting men, but their position is isolated. Men of technical training and intellectually active, they are confined to a square which they cannot leave and into which no one else can come. They are on duty 24 hours, sometimes several days at a stretch, and at least a part of that time is spent waiting for telephonic orders to fire. Perhaps the orders come quickly and the gunners are kept busy. Perhaps a day will pass, 2 or 3 days, before the men hear the command. Time hangs heavily on their hands, and they will certainly rejoice when they hear that arrangements have been made that books and magazines may be sent to them with the mail on munitions trains moving at night to the outlying gun positions. Books to the men behind the big guns will be boons of great price. Back of the fighting zone there lives an army of which the average reader knows little or nothing. They are the soldiers in reserve. Leaving out the special training camps where the men remain for a few weeks or months, take the long stretch of French towns and villages where our men are billeted, some waiting to go forward, some resting after the ordeal of battle. Dreary enough some of these places, especially in winter. Whether the men are lucky enough to be billeted in a cottage, where some of the comforts of home are within reach, or, as is oftener the case, they are quartered in barns with the family livestock, recreation is one of their most pressing needs. Library man always welcome. "Like rain to the parched ground is a cheering entertainer to them," said Mr. Rainey, "and how ravenously they read. One evening I came unannounced upon a crowd packing a hut to the doors in anticipation of a performance put on by their own talent. They had their own volunteer band, and there were to be a lot of stunts. Just as the instruments were tuning up, it reached the ears of the officer in charge that a library man from America was in the building. So I was ushered to the platform, and the story of our proposed service became the first number on the program. The idea was vigorously applauded. In fact, before I could settle down to the evening schedule, I had to go outside and reassure an eager group of more distant listeners that they had heard correctly and the news was reliable. It must have seemed too good to be true to those eager young soldiers, chafing under enforced waiting to be called into the action they crave. In this same great finishing region, books other than recreational are also demanded. Army schools for the training of line and staff officers exist in numbers. Large libraries have to be provided for these student officers. One school visited by Mr. Rainey had a curriculum including anti-aircraft, camouflage, carrier pigeons, dentistry, engineering with several divisions, gas, and infantry specialties such as bayonet, machine gun, marksmanship, sniping, etc., Signal Corps, tanks, trench mortars, and others besides. Collateral reading supplied. Textbooks in all branches the government provides, but the American Library Association can be very useful in its supply of collateral technical reading, as well as reading in leisure hours or minutes, for students in these war schools and colleges measure their spare time in minutes. Thus, the cablegram calling for 500 copies of Jeanne d'Arc demands 30 of Metal Workers' Pattern Book, according to Mr. Rainey's report. The Metal Workers' Book is wanted by the student officers, and they will get their share of lighter reading, too. Through 40 villages and towns in this advance area, the library service will extend. But that is not all. Farther back still lies the intermediate area, where many divisions are in disintegration, men awaiting assignment to duty, sick and wounded men, many of them. The area is a mixture of barracks and hospitals. These soldiers are often low in spirit and in pocket, and among them, said Mr. Rainey, there was no difficulty in establishing free library service. They are hungry for books. In the intermediate area lie many large training camps, especially for artillery and aviation. Miles away from any town, Mr. Rainey found an American city, newly created, of 10,000 inhabitants, some of whom were there already, others on the way overseas. It was an aviation camp, one of scores which have sprung up over there. Good substantial towns, with paved streets, water, electric light, sewage disposal, telephone, telegraphs, etc., badly needing libraries. A great deal of studying goes on in these camps, and there is an urgent demand from officers for works on mechanics and aeronautics. To every 18 flyers, there are 150 mechanics, and the pilots themselves have a term of ground training and theoretical work. The service of supply. Travel farther still with Mr. Rainey on his long journey, and get into the region known to the Army as the SOS, the Service of Supply. There is little glory or excitement in the SOS, but our men are fighting the Hun there as surely as are the heroes in the trenches. They feed and clothe the fighters, build for them, bake for them, supply all their needs, do the things that the Germans were confident an army so far away from its base could never do. For example, reported Mr. Rainey, one of these depots is an ice factory and the third largest producer in the world, furnishing daily ice for the cold storage of 11 million pounds of meat. It is 6.5 miles long and, at parts, 2 miles broad. Salvage plants and bakeries, camouflage factories, and ammunition caches all find place here. This brings concentrations of specialists in training centers, labor and technical troops, ordnance and warehouse men, forestry and engineering troops, guards and headquarters contingents, American young men living in barracks, among strangers, wanting and needing just the help the libraries are giving them in a constantly increasing stream. Even this is not all. The base areas, which include the ports at which our transports dock and our supplies are unloaded, have an ever-growing American population. For what these men, white and brown, have done and are doing in this war, there are no words of praise too strong. The Library Conference at Saratoga heard with wonder an account of the miracles of construction wrought by American engineers and work troops in these areas. A year ago, at a certain French port, said Mr. Rainey, there were a few small wharves approachable by light draft vessels which were emptied and loaded by hand labor. Today we have driven 30,000 piles by machinery and constructed 4 great docks capable of accommodating 16 heavy cargo vessels at the same time, and deepened the channel for their entry. At another port, you can now walk along 3 miles of landing stages and see 375,000 square feet of wharf space, where last October there was a swamp. Nearby is a remarkable system of warehouses which will cover nearly 2,000 acres, not to mention a mighty railroad system. A hospital of 25,000 beds, the largest in the world, is being built here, while in this area is accommodation for 25% of the command. This means a concentration of 12,000 laborers in this region. Then there are the naval stations and the rest camps for troops arriving. First chance to learn to read. 12,000 stevedores concentrated in this region were recruited mostly in the rice swamps and cotton fields of the far south, and the first chance they ever had to learn to read and write came to them in the barracks on foreign soil. The library service will be of vital service to these men, and through them to the United States. By contrast, thousands of engineers, university and technical school graduates, are working with pick and shovel in the base area. They crave books of all kinds, books to advance them in their work after the war, books to make them forget the hard labor which is their contribution to the war for liberation. Small wonder that the first consignment of books sent over was placed at the disposal of these men. Perhaps you think that it was an easy task that was assigned to Mr. Rainey, that of establishing a library service in the Army and Navy abroad. If you do, you simply do not know war conditions and the conduct of war. Military necessity imposes a certain amount of formality and red tape, and it is human nature to add another certain amount for good measure. When Mr. Rainey, as a guest of the United States Navy, landed in Europe, he unfolded his plans first to the commander of the United States naval forces operating in European waters. His response was not too encouraging. The admiral had had an experience, and he was shy of welfare organizations. Besides, the larger ships possessed libraries. A vigorous plea from aviation stations. The admiral was kind enough, however, to give Mr. Rainey a pass to all naval stations under his command, and only those who know the Navy in war times can realize what a requisite that pass was. But it was not until Mr. Rainey reached France that the demand for books really manifested itself. At naval headquarters in Paris, said Mr. Rainey, I stumbled upon a group of officers who at once set up a vigorous plea in behalf of the aviation stations. These boys, with a good percentage of college graduates among them, were choice fellows, and yet set usually in out-of-the-way places, with recreational provisions scanty or none. Their admiral out at the coast endorsed what they had to say, but wanted it distinctly understood that his boys on the boats were just as deserving of our remembrance. To prove it, the admiral took Mr. Rainey on an exciting 2 days' cruise down the French coast in the flagship of a convoying fleet. Afloat and ashore, the men of the Navy lent their warmest endorsement to the library plan. Men in some of the stations were taking Annapolis examinations the next month. They lacked textbooks, and the minute they heard of Mr. Rainey's presence in France, they fairly yelled for help. They got it, too, instantly, the cables being used for the first consignment of textbooks. The next time Mr. Rainey saw Admiral Sims, he too had been converted. He had heard from France, and now he wanted books sent to every arm of his service. Naval bases, aviation stations, mine-sweeping bases, and even his pet battleships, that in February would never need us, said Mr. Rainey, with quite pardonable pride. The Navy, after all, was easy, once Mr. Rainey had a chance to explain his plans. But the Army proved a more difficult proposition. As fixed as the proverbial laws of the Medes and the Persians appeared at first the decree allocating the whole field of civilian activities to the Red Cross and the YMCA, the one to do every possible thing necessary for the sick, and the other to have entire jurisdiction over the leisure hours of the well. Accordingly, both of these organizations had been militarized. You could feel in the atmosphere, Mr. Rainey told the library conference, a working agreement to kill off all newcomers, and the backyards of all three parties were white with the bleaching bones of would-be associates. The Army was in supreme command, while the Red Cross were in possession, was working splendidly, and seemed to cover all activities. They had libraries, and they had, besides, in hut and hospital all over France, the only establishments in a position to render civilian service. Mr. Rainey went straight to headquarters, to General Pershing, explaining the whole plan of the American Library Association, asking for endorsement of the plan and a military status for those administering it. To his letter he appended endorsements from E.C. Carter, Chief of the American Expeditionary Force of the YMCA, and from Major J.H. Perkins, Commissioner for Europe of the Red Cross. In 2 days' time the endorsement came. The American Library Association was given the sole privilege of supplying books to the American Army and Navy, and was given a tonnage of 50 ship tons a month, this carrying space having been requested for the association by the Chief of Staff in Washington. Shipments are addressed to the Chief Quartermaster of the American Expeditionary Force for distribution. That official, who was warmly in favor of the plan, offered to build a warehouse for the books at an important distributing point. The warehouse has been completed, and books in quantity are being sent there every month. General Pershing's statement. How close the cooperation with the Army has grown is indicated by the card, which stands above every case of books. Following the announcement of a library service without charge, and a few simple rules, is this message from the Commander-in-Chief. These books come to us overseas from home. To read them is a privilege. To restore them promptly, unabused, a duty. Signed, John J. Pershing. The Red Cross, Mr. Rainey reports, found us useful in strengthening its medical library, established in Paris for American doctors in military service. Found us so useful, in fact, that they finally agreed to have us run this central library for them, and have its fine suite of rooms in the Reinhardt galleries for our headquarters if we liked. Even for prisoners in Germany. As for the YMCA, it has virtually handed over its whole library business to the American Library Association. The YMCA secretaries and chaplains agreed to look after the books placed on transports for the use of men en route both ways, to rebox the books and to deliver them in port. Cooperation with the Knights of Columbus and the Salvation Army has come to be as close. Through all these organizations, it has become possible for the library service to extend all over our area in Europe, and even to prisoners of war in Germany and Austria. The Red Cross and the YMCA furnish these poor prisoners food, clothing, medicine, and recreation. The American Library Association furnishes books. As an initial stock for prison libraries, Mr. Rainey visited Bern and Geneva and left an order for 6,000 volumes. What these books will mean to our captured men and to other prisoners in their camps cannot be overestimated. It may mean life and sanity to some. It will mean hope and joy to all. 6 dispatch offices in America at points of embarkation, 400,000 books sent to the docks before the 1st of July, 203 points in France covered by the first shipments, a steady stream of books for the camps, is the fine record announced by Mr. Rainey's report. A promise of magazines for the trenches as soon as the Burleson sacks resume overseas dispatch followed. Thus the cycle is complete, from training camps in the United States to troop trains as we contemplate, and transports from port to the front and back to the rest station, hospital, or captivity, with the naval units, whether ashore or at sea, from the British Isles to the Mediterranean, we follow the flag. The work of Mr. Stevenson. Burton E. Stevenson, the famous novelist, author of The Mystery of the Buhl Cabinet, Marathon Mystery, editor of the Home Book of Verse, etc., who is in charge of the overseas libraries of the War Service of the American Library Association, recently wrote, "We have distributed through the YMCA from the Paris warehouse more than 34,000 volumes, serving about 203 points. We have persuaded the Army to erect for us a warehouse of our own, 20 feet by 100 feet in size, at one of the great receiving depots, where we will handle the books that come through on our own cargo shipments. This warehouse is almost complete, and these books are beginning to arrive. We have arranged with the Red Cross to permit us to supervise the distribution of the books which come over on their tonnage, and we have also distributed some 5,000 of Nelson fiction to the front-line trenches, these books being bought in Paris for the purpose. Some 7,000 volumes of historical and miscellaneous reference books, which Dr. Rainey purchased in London on his way back to America, are also beginning to arrive and will be distributed very soon. The YMCA has turned over to me the management of their library department, and has placed their educational secretaries at my disposal for the forwarding of this work. We are working in very close touch with the Y Educational Department, and are just having placed at our disposal magnificent headquarters occupying the entire ground floor of a building which was formerly the palace of the papal delegate to the French Republic. I am planning to set up there a real American public library which will act as a reservoir and central distributing point for the whole of France. It seems to me that one of the greatest services we can perform in France is to demonstrate the way in which American public libraries work. As you know, there are no free lending libraries, as we understand the term, in France at present. There is, however, a move on foot to establish them here, organized by a committee of which the President of the French Republic is the chairman, and I wish to place the experience and advice of the American Library Association at the disposal of this committee for the forwarding of this movement. The work is of the more inspiring and interesting kind, and the demand for books on the part of our men is almost unbelievably great. Their gratitude for even the smallest collection is very touching and makes me feel that we cannot work hard enough to give them the very best possible service. Even after the war, this service will go on, because repatriation will take a year or two, and the Army is to be put to school during that period. Even after that, for the American library system has taken root in France. The public library, translated into French, becomes Maison de Tout, the People's House, and Mr. Rainey tells us that a great organization, headed by the President of the Republic, planning for the social reconstruction of France after the war, has decided to adopt our library system, and has asked the aid of the American Library Association, which nobody can possibly doubt will be given to the fullest extent, as one of the greatest privileges that has ever fallen to the lot of that organization. United War Work Campaign. The largest amount of money ever asked as a gift of the people of any nation is the goal of the United War Work Campaign, in which the people of the whole United States will participate during the week of November 11th through 18th. At the request of the President of the United States, the 7 civilian organizations engaged in welfare work among our soldiers, sailors, and Marines, overseas and on this side, have combined their efforts to obtain the necessary funds for the maintenance and expansion of their work in a single appeal. These 7 organizations are the Young Men's Christian Association, the Young Women's Christian Association, the War Camp Community Service, the National Catholic War Council Knights of Columbus, the Jewish Welfare Board, the Salvation Army, and the American Library Association. These 7 organizations operate under the general direction of the War and Navy Department Commissions on Training Camp Activities, of which Raymond B. Fosdick is chairman. For the purpose of organizing the work of soliciting and collecting the fund, there has been set up a nationwide campaign machine. At the head, under the chairmanship of Mr. Fosdick, is a national committee of 11, consisting of Dr. John R. Mott and George W. Perkins, representing the YMCA, James J. Phelan and Mr. John G. Agar, representing the National Catholic War Council Knights of Columbus, Mrs. Henry P. Davison, wife of the head of the American Red Cross, representing the Young Women's Christian Association, ex-ambassador Myron T. Herrick, representing the War Camp Community Service, Mr. Mortimer L. Schiff of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, representing the Jewish Welfare Board, Mr. Frank A. Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank, representing the American Library Association, and Mr. George Gordon Battle, representing the Salvation Army. Mr. John D. Rockefeller, Jr., has accepted the chairmanship for Greater New York, and has associated with him a group of the city's wealthiest and most active businessmen. Mr. Cleveland H. Dodge of Phelps, Dodge and Company has been appointed National Treasurer. In the Red Cross drive last spring, the goal was $100 million. The people of America subscribed $175 million. If the United War Work campaign goes over the top in the same proportion, it will produce $297 million. There is not a single valid excuse for any man, woman, or child to refrain from giving. Religious and racial differences have been buried. There has never been such a union of all sorts and conditions of men as is represented in this United War Work campaign. The Library War Service of the American Library Association builds, equips, and operates libraries for soldiers and sailors on this side and overseas. 43 libraries of 30,000 volumes at large camps, 300 small camps and posts, 148 naval and marine stations, 350 library branches overseas. Supplies books and magazines for the Red Cross, YMCA, Jewish Welfare Board, Knights of Columbus, Salvation Army, YMCA, and War Camp Community Service. 1,547 branch libraries and stations have been established in huts, canteens, club rooms, and hostess houses. Places libraries on warships, transports, and government cargo ships. 406 vessels and naval stations have libraries. There is a deck library on every transport. Makes the public's gifts of books available for our fighting men. 3,011,510 volumes have been collected and placed in circulation. Buys educational and technical books to help meet the demand of the men for books that help. 560,271 volumes have been purchased thus far, covering a wide range of subjects. Distributes the magazines contributed by the public through the Post Office Department. More than 5 million copies of periodicals have been placed in the hands of our forces. Maintains library service in every ward of every military hospital. Trained librarians serve our wounded as well as their more fortunate brothers in arms. Needs $3,500,000 to buy more books and expand the service. We have sent 1,206,054 books to 350 points overseas. We must send millions more. The service is growing daily. Above figures are correct up to October 1st, 1918. End of Soldiers, Sailors, and Books, Part 2, by the War Service of the American Library Association. Read by Maria Casper.
Section 14, Authors and Soldiers, from Waiting for Daylight, by H.M. Tomlinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Authors and Soldiers. October 26, 1918. If a man who knew no books, but who became serious when told of his emptiness and showed eagerness to begin to fill it, were confronted with the awful strata in the library of the British Museum, and were told that that was his task, he might fall unconscious. But what cruelty! He could be warned that the threat has little in it, that the massed legions of books could do him no harm if he did not disturb them. It could be whispered to the illiterate man, whose wisdom, it might chance, was better than much scholarship, that it is possible to read the best of the world's dramas in a few months, and that in the remainder of the year he could read its finest poetry, history, and philosophy. I am but paraphrasing what was said recently by an Oxford professor. I would not dare to give it as my own opinion, within hearing of the high priest. Yet the professor's declaration may be not only outrageous, but right. It is a terrible thought, except to those who are merely bibliophiles, just as some little boys are lovers of old postage stamps. I think he may be right, for I have a catalogue of all the books and documents prompted by the war and published before June 1916. It runs to 180 pages of small type. It contains the names of about 3,500 books and pamphlets. Now let us suppose a student wished to know the truth about the war, for perhaps a very youthful student could imagine it was possible to get the truth about it. The truth may be somewhere in that catalogue, but I know, for I have tried, that it has no significant name to betray its pure gold, no strange brilliance to make the type dance on that page as one turns the leaves with a hopeless eye. There are, however, two certainties about the catalogue. One is that it would require a long life, a buoyant disposition, and a freedom from domestic cares to read every book in it. And the other is that there are no more books in it, which we ought to count as books, than one evening would see us through, interruptions and all. The books in that mass are as dead as the leaves of their June of the war. I must confess, though, that I am a bibliophile with war books. Any book about the Great War is good enough for me. I am to that class of literature what little boys are to stamps. Yes, I know well the dread implication. I am aware of the worm in the mind, that I probe a wound, that I surrender to an impulse to peer into the darkness of the pit, that I encourage a thought which steals in with the quiet of midnight, and that it keeps me awake while the household sleeps. I know I consort with ghosts in a region of evil. I get the horrors and I do not repel them. For some reason I like those ghosts. Most of them have no names for me, but I count them as old friends of mine. But where should I meet them again at night but amid the scenes we knew? And what would I look for in these war books? It is not easy to say. It is a private matter. Songs the soldiers used to sing on French roads are often in my head. I am like the man who was once bewitched, and saw and heard things in another place which nobody will believe, and who goes aside, therefore, unsociable and morose, to brood on what is not of this world. I am confessing this but to those who themselves have been lost in the dark, and are now awake again. The others will not know. They will only answer something about cheering up, or, this is the strangest thing to hear, to forget it. I don't want to forget it. So if in a book I see names like Chateau Thierry, Crépy, Envalois, Dicbouche, Houge, Vermel, Hulot, Festubert, Notre-Dame de Lorette, Linitiwa, Seli, Poislaya, Thiepful, Contel-Maison, Dampierre, then I am caught. I do not try to escape. Yet these books rarely satisfy me. Is it not remarkable that soldiers who could face the shells with an excellent imitation of indifference should falter in their books, intimidated by the opinion of those who stayed at home? They rarely summon the courage to attack those heroic dummies which are not soldiers but idols set up in a glorious battlefield that never existed except as a romance among the unimaginative, the fine figures in the splendid war that were air-built of a rapture. Those authors who were soldiers faced the real war, but they dare not deride the noble and popular figments which lived but in the transports of the exalted. They write in whispers, as it were, embarrassed by a knowledge which they could communicate, but fear they may not. To shatter a cherished delusion, to expose the truth to a proud memory, that, I will confess, is always a task before which a sensitive man will hesitate. Yet it is also part of the test of a writer's courage. By his hesitation, a soldier author may know that he is in danger of failing in his duty. Yet the opinion of the public, which intimidates us, is no mere bugbear. It is very serious. People do not enjoy the destruction of their cherished delusions. They do not crown the defamers of their idols. What is it that balks a soldier's judgment when he begins to write about the war? He is astonished by the reflection that if he were to reproduce with enjoyment the talk of the heroes which was usual in France, then many excellent ladies might denounce it indignantly as unmanly. Unmanly? But he is right. They not only might, but they would. How often have I listened to the cool and haughty contralto of ladies of education and refinement, who were clearly unaware that what they were encouraging, what to them afforded so much pride, what deepened their conviction of righteous sacrifice, was but an obscene outrage on the souls and bodies of young men. How is one to convey that to ladies? All that a timid writer may do is to regret the awful need to challenge the pious assurance of Christians, which is sure to be turned to anger by the realities. I have read in very few books anything that was as good as the gossip one should hear by chance in France. The intimate yarn of the observant soldier home on leave, who could trust his listener, is superior to much one sees in print. In that way I heard the best story of the war. If it could be put down as it was given to me, it would be a masterpiece. But it cannot be reproduced. It came as I heard it because, remembering his incredible experience, the narrator found himself in secure and familiar circumstances again, was confident of his audience, and was thinking only of his story. His mind was released, he was comfortable, and he was looking backward in a grim humor, which did not quite disguise his sadness. His smile was comical, but it could move no answering smile. These intelligent soldiers, who tell us the stories we never see in print, are not thinking about their style, or of the way the other men have told such tales, but only of what happened to themselves. They are as artless as the child who at breakfast so tells its dream of the night before that one wants to listen, and Tolstoy says that as art. The child has heard nothing of the apocalyptic visions, and does not know Poe, Ambrose Bierce, or Kipling. He is concerned only with his own sensations, and you listen to him because you have had such dreams, and he recalls a dark adventure you had forgotten. But the difficulty in the writing of such stories is that the narrator, as soon as he begins, becomes conscious of the successful methods of other men. I have been reading a number of war stories published recently, and it was painful to see how many were ruined by Kipling before this war began. Kipling was original, and his tricks of manner often irritating, and his deplorable views of human society were usually carried off by his genius for observation and the spontaneity of the drama of his stories. But when his story was thin and he was wandering in an excursion with his childish philosophy, he was usually facetious. As an obvious and easily imitable trick for dull evenings, this elaborate jocularity seems to have been more enjoyed by his disciples than his genius for narrative when he was happy and his material was full and sound. Yet his false and vulgar fun has spoiled many of these volumes pollinated from India. They have another defect, too, though it would be unfair to blame Kipling for that, when it may be seen blossoming with the unassuming modesty of a tulip in any number of Punch. I mean that amusing gravity of the snob who is sure of the exclusive superiority of his caste mark, with not the trace of a smile on his face, and at a time when all Europe is awakening to the fact that it sentenced itself to ruin when it gave great privileges to his kind of folk in return for the guidance of what it thought was a finer culture, but was no more than a different accent. It was, we are now aware, the mere nobodies who won the war for us, and yet we still meekly accept, as the artistic representation of the British soldier or sailor, an embarrassing guy that would disgrace pantomime, and how the men who won must enjoy it. End of section 14, Authors and Soldiers, from Waiting for Daylight, by H. M. Tomlinson. Read by Mary in Arkansas.
Poetry of the War. Chapter 1 of Part 2 from French Literature of the Great War by Albert Schintz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poetry of the War. Here we have a good harvest. Very few poets had thought of, or at any rate given much attention to, war before the war. We must, however, recall the Chant du Soldat, 1872, and the Nouveau Chant du Soldat, 1875, by Paul Déroulède, which ever since they came out appealed to the innermost heart of the Frenchman. Then we must recall also the moving poem by Charles Péguy, with the ever-recurring words, Heureux ceux qui sont morts. It was taken by many as a prophecy of the poet's own death and of the death of his fellow soldiers. In any case, it is a most remarkable panegyric ante-mortem of the soldiers of the Great War, and some lines from it will form a particularly fitting introduction to this chapter. Heureux ceux qui sont morts pour la terre charnelle, mais pourvu que ce fût dans une juste guerre. Heureux ceux qui sont morts pour 4 coins de terre, heureux ceux qui sont morts d'une mort solennelle. Heureux ceux qui sont morts dans les grandes batailles, couchés dessus le sol à la face de Dieu. Heureux ceux qui sont morts sur un dernier haut lieu parmi tout l'appareil des grandes funérailles. Heureux ceux qui sont morts pour leur âtre et leur feu, et les pauvres honneurs des maisons paternelles. Heureux ceux qui sont morts dans une juste guerre. Heureux les épis mûrs et les blés moissonnés. Heureux ceux qui sont morts car ils sont retournés dans ce même limon dont Dieu les réveilla. Ils se sont rendormis dans cet Alléluia qu'ils avaient désappris devant que d'être nés. Heureux les grands vainqueurs, paix aux hommes de guerre, qu'ils soient ensevelis dans un dernier silence. Que Dieu mette avec eux dans leur juste balance un peu de ce terreau, d'ordure et de poussière. Que Dieu mette avec eux dans le juste plateau ce qu'ils ont tant aimé, quelques grammes de terre, un peu de cette vigne, un peu de ce coteau, un peu de ce ravin sauvage et solitaire. Prière pour nous autres charnels, dans la collection Ève. Poetry lent itself particularly well to the expression of righteous anger against Germany. At the beginning of the war, a good many poets did use thus the corde d'airain of their lyre. Some have sounded no other note even at a later date. We mention without comment J. de Martol's Chant de haine, Réponse à Berlin, 1915, which this poet felt called upon to write in answer to Lissauer's famous Song of Hatred against England. The collection of Lecoq's Germaniade, Eux, leurs crimes, 1915, and Félicien Chansor's curious, elaborate, and sometimes truly powerful L'Assassin innombrable, symphonie dramatique de haine contre Guillaume II, roi de Prusse, empereur d'Allemagne, et chant d'amour pour nos morts, 1914 to 1917, composed after a visit to the hell of Verdun. But the following volumes, in which this note of indignation prevails also, deserve more attention. They are not, it will be noticed, written by soldiers, but they come from the pen of well-known poets of today who found truly deep expression for the great tragedy. The place of honor belongs to Émile Verhaeren, the author of Les Ailes Rouges de la Guerre, 1916. The Belgian patriot did not try to conceal his passionate hatred for the brutal conqueror of his beloved country. Ô cri qui retentit ici, si tragique aujourd'hui, tu peux courir immensément de plaine en plaine, car tu es juste au cri, bien que tu sois de haine. Oftentimes his denunciation of Germany's wickedness and madness has recalled to the critics' minds the names of the two greatest representatives of high satire in France, the Agrippa d'Aubigné of Les Tragiques and the Victor Hugo of Les Châtiments. The poem Guillaume II is one of the most scathing indictments of the sinister megalomaniac emperor. Les soirs de fête, en des banquets, il s'évoquait à la lueur des candélabres. Son buste chargé d'or dans l'or étincelait, et son verbe emphatique et farouche jonglait, ou bien avec son casque, ou bien avec son sabre. Il paradait de long en large. La fourberie animait son esprit puritain. Il ordonnait et déplorait la tragédie du massacre éclairé par le rouge incendie. Pendant qu'il brûlait Reims, il pleurait sur Louvain. Ses régiments, il les dressait à coups de botte. La schlag, il la disait âprement patriote. He wanted la gloire. Et dans un geste brusque, il jetait son délire comme mesure à son empire. Et ses fifres, et ses tambours, et ses clairons annonceront que désormais surgit sous le ciel d'Allemagne, pour la terreur du monde, un plus grand Charlemagne. Hélas, depuis le temps que ce rêve s'en vint, battre son front étroit et vain, on a pu voir déjà dans l'immense fumée son aigle noir comme la nuit, n'étendre plus sur lui qu'une aile pauvre et déplumée. Au peuple allemand is written in the same vein and is a bitter railing against the people who have allowed themselves to be duped or misguided by their emperor. Dans l'horreur et le meurtre, et la haine et la rage, Allemagne, Allemagne, est-ce donc à jamais qu'une bande de rois emploiera ton courage à préparer un crime ou parfaire un forfait? Seras-tu à jamais hypocrite et brutal, et morne et dur, et celle, hélas, qui n'aime point? Tu ne livres tes bras qu'aux besognes cruelles, ton histoire n'est qu'égoïsme âpre et profond. Pourtant une autre existe, et plus grande et plus belle, celle qui donne une âme au peuple qui la fond. Verhaeren was in France with all the other refugees, and he remained there until his death. He was accidentally killed at the station of Rouen while trying to board a train. But his thoughts were elsewhere. Mon âme, elle est là-bas. Mon âme en joie et en alarme, elle est là-bas, où l'on s'élance, où l'on se bat. Mon âme, elle est là-bas, dans les clameurs et dans les armes. Elle est ardente et frissonnante, elle se cache et se blottit en vos grands plis, drapeaux qui promenez sur le monde la gloire. Mon âme, elle est déjà là-bas, dans la clarté de la victoire. The volume contains various accounts of war episodes celebrating the bravery of the Belgian soldiers and people, for example, La ferme du Marais d'Or. Jean Écart, in Le Témoin, offers an enthusiastic testimonial to the part played by France in the war against Germany. The whole history of the world reveals a slow but sure progress towards an ideal of goodwill among men. The present war will not stop that progress. It is only a bloody interlude in which France represents the Christian spirit of brotherhood, justice, and sacrifice against the spirit of the Antichrist, represented by Germany attempting to rule the world by violence. One of the most beautiful collections of verses on the war is Samakui's L'Ineffaçable, 1916. His resentment against the political crimes of Germany is further exasperated by his sorrow for the victims of her atrocious methods of warfare, especially for the weak old people, for women and children. The touching little poem L'Enfant is typical of his manner. It tells the revolting story of the little boy of 7 who at Magny, Haute-Alsace, was stupidly shot by the German soldiers because he had aimed at them with his small toy rifle. S'il est vrai, Majesté, ce crime qu'on raconte, comme il pèsera lourd le matin du grand compte pour le débiteur aux abois, comme il pèsera lourd lorsque dans le silence une main posera l'enfant sur la balance et son petit fusil de bois. The graceful and kindly poet of Les Bouffons was one of those who found it very hard to realize that men actually existed who were criminal enough to allow the war to break out, and especially to allow it to be conducted with such diabolical cruelty. So, after giving his sympathy to the victims, he returns in closing to L'Homme Responsable. Donc un homme pendant des nuits et des journées, qui forment bout à bout un grand nombre d'années, a pu dans son esprit, sans devenir dément, entendre résonner ces 6 mots constamment. La guerre, ou bien la paix, a pu tenir captive dans son cerveau l'horreur de cette alternative, avec des mois de oui, des semaines de non, sans s'écrouler un soir au fond d'un carbanon. Et la pensée alors obstinément s'arrête sur la seconde exacte, absolue et concrète, l'instant mathématique, effrayant, inouï, où celui qui voulut cette guerre a dit oui. Comment résiste-t-il depuis au cauchemar du visiteur nocturne, exsangue au nez camard, qui sur son lit royal, au camp sur la couchette, chaque nuit sans manquer vient s'asseoir en cachette? Comment donc put-il voir, sans en devenir fou, le spectre chaque nuit le joindre n'importe où? Henri Bataille's La Divine Tragédie, 1916, is conceived on the plan of Dante's Divina Commedia. It starts with the infernal realities of war in the first volume, and was to end, as the war proceeded, in a song of victory for the divine cause. There are some fine poems, but too much abstract reasoning and weighing of motives and moaning. Was the poet himself conscious of those defects? At any rate, the work is not completed. The gem of the collection is indisputably the striking piece Le Nouveau Christ. Right at the summit of a hill dominating the plains of Lorraine stood a Calvary. A German shell was aimed at it, struck it, but only removed the cross, leaving the Christ standing, his arms raised in a gesture of blessing. L'obus vient de frapper un grand Christ de calvaire, et le bois de la croix s'est volatilisé. Comme un aigle éployant les ailes sur son aire, le Christ reste debout. Rien ne l'a renversé, mais il est délivré du fardeau millénaire et de son portement liturgique aux épaules. And now he stands there. Ce Christ inopiné, les bras soudain ouverts et les mains déclouées, transformant tout à coup, en haut d'un promontoire, son geste de supplice en geste de victoire. Gloire à l'obus pointé qui foudroya les bois. Le monde est libéré, ô Jésus, plus de croix. En mourant à nouveau dans chacun de vos fils, vous l'avez racheté pour la seconde fois. Other poets who could be classed with this group must be mentioned more briefly. Such are Madame de la Rue Madru, with her Souffle de Tempête, 1918, and the Comtesse de Noailles, who early in the war sang so vigorously, in the Revue de Paris, March 1915, the Soldat de 1914. Nul ne mourra jamais aussi bien qu'ils sont morts. Les mondes périront avant qu'ils ne périssent. Ils mettaient leurs gants blancs devant la canonnade et tendaient cette main de fiancés joyeux, à la Vierge d'airain, qui leur broyait les yeux, jusqu'à ce que le jour sombrât sous leurs paupières. These last lines are an allusion to the famous oath of the young officers of Saint-Cyr to go to battle with their white gloves and wearing their plumes on their shakos. This episode is told in Maurice Barrès' Les Traits éternels de la France. Gabriel Mouret's Le Chant du Renouveau, 1916, shows in the soldier of the Great War the same virtues of chivalry and heroism found in the past in the epic pages of French history. Les mots seuls changés, mais le rythme est le même, et le ton et l'accent, et les voix sont les mêmes. The French soldiers are defending a just cause, drinking le vin de flamme de la haine, and the whole world feels with them. Faut-il, ô France, qu'il soit irrésistible le désir dont ta beauté brûle l'amour et l'essence de ces hommes, qu'ils éprouvent autant de joie à se battre, à souffrir et à mourir pour toi. Then again there is Maurice Potechet, most of whose Chants dans la Tourmente, 1916, are poems describing with philosophical comments the succession of events from the assassination of Jaurès to the descent into the trenches, passing through the great days of the Marne. In Georges Trouillot's Gavroche et Flambeau, the idea of evoking in a poetical dialogue the heroic Gavroche of Victor Hugo's Misérables and the old grognard de l'Empire of Rostand's L'Aiglon was better than the execution. Soon after Edmond Rostand's unexpected death, in the first month of 1919, there was published Le Vol de la Marseillaise, containing a collection of war verses by the author of Cyrano, of L'Aiglon, and of Chantecler. The poems were first published in various periodicals, as La Revue des Deux Mondes or L'Illustration, and had been inspired either by some great events of the fateful years, or by episodes that happened to reach the ear of the poet. It must be frankly owned that the quality is not even all through the volume. Some poems, however, are indeed worthy of Rostand, such as Caïn, Le Crime de Potsdam, L'Île des Chiens, or the Condoléances aux Boches. Some of those which call for a more delicate treatment are among the best, as La Vitre, Le Nom sur la Maison, La Mère. One of the finest, perhaps the best, and of the most Rostandesque in beauty, is called Les Ruches Brûlées. They burn the hives because c'est la guerre, answers the officer, la brute allemande, to the priest who asks, Pourquoi me brûlez-vous mes abeilles? And the poet reflects, it is worthy of them, and it is better that it should be so. They betray at once their barbarian souls. J'aime que tout de suite ils aient brûlé des ruches. Then the bees will go elsewhere, and Abeilles, or bourdonnant, qui dans l'azur trébuche, ils ne sont pas vainqueurs si tu flottes encore, dernier petit vestige, ailé de l'âge d'or. The poem ends with this striking scene. Au premier jour du choc tragique, lorsque nos cavaliers montaient vers la Belgique, on raconte qu'un soir, les cuirassiers français traversaient un hameau de Flandre, je ne sais plus lequel, et sur leurs chevaux couverts de roses, tous ils chantaient, entre leurs dents, à bouche close, la Marseillaise. Ils la bourdonnaient seulement, et c'était magnifique, et ce bourdonnement, de colère latine au-dessus des corolles, c'était l'âme grondant, sans geste et sans parole, c'était la conscience, et c'était la raison. Cela faisait un bruit d'orage et d'oraison, pieux et menaçant, doré, quoique farouche, calme. On ne voyait pas remuer une bouche, et ce bourdonnement semblait sortir des fleurs. Et ceux qui l'entendaient croyaient, les yeux en pleurs, entendre dans le soir aux poussières vermeilles, comme une Marseillaise étrange aux abeilles. Et c'est ainsi que, purs, ayant fait à dessein de leur hymne de guerre un murmure d'essaim, nos hommes s'en allaient vers le nord pleins d'embûches, sauver le miel du monde et mourir pour les ruches. The shattered cathedral of Reims and the remains of the priceless statues mutilated by German shells inspired him this sonnet. La cathédrale. il n'en fait que la rendre un peu plus immortelle. L'œuvre ne périt pas, que mutile un gredin. Demande à Phidias et demande à Rodin, si devant ces morceaux, on ne dit plus « c'est elle ». La forteresse meurt quand on la démantèle, mais le temple brisé vit plus noble, et soudain, les yeux, se souvenant du toit avec dédain, préfèrent voir le ciel dans la pierre en dentelle. Rendons grâce, attendu qu'il nous manquait encore d'avoir ce qu'ont les Grecs sur la colline d'or, le symbole du beau consacré par l'insulte. Rendons grâce aux pointeurs du stupide canon, puisque de leur adresse allemande il résulte une honte pour eux, pour nous un Parthénon. We now come to a group of 4 poets who belong to the generation which immediately preceded that of the war. They are considered by the jeunes of today as elder brothers. They use to a greater or less extent that new rhythm adopted by the successors of the Parnassians, which sounds very free but is extremely difficult to handle with success, because it discards the rules which preserve the very perceptible, although often artificial, regularity of classical French poetry. As Verlaine said, de la musique avant toute chose, et pour cela préfère l'impair, plus vague et plus soluble dans l'air, sans rien en lui qui pèse ou pose. The first, Fernand Gregg, has more than any of the 4 returned to the traditional form of versification. Some of his poems come very near to classic or Parnassian perfection. The volume La Couronne douloureuse, 1917, is divided into première, deuxième, and troisième année de guerre, and includes also a few introductory poems. The Battle of Verdun made him understand all that was really involved in that gigantic struggle, and the book opens with a poem called Vertige, written during those anxious hours. L'univers hésitant entre la force et l'âme va retomber de l'un ou de l'autre côté, comme un glaive oscillant sur le fil de la lame. Heure, instant de qui dépend l'éternité. Il est grand, il est beau d'être le cœur du monde. In juin 1870, he explains the folly of the Second Empire, which ended in the catastrophe of the Franco-Prussian War, and that poem is followed by another, 1910, in which the poet asks whether after 40 years of suffering France has not sufficiently atoned for the sins of the empire. Avons-nous fait assez pour changer le destin? What affects him most in the war is the stupid desolation of peaceful provincial France, that quiet, meditative France, which holds in reserve and nurses profound intellects such as Racine, Pasteur, Péguy, who later go to Paris to feed the brain of the world. Constantly he goes back to dreams about the vieilles maisons, the arbres paisibles de la route, the pensive cathédrale, the doux carillon. His poem on Senlis is exquisite. Est-ce toi que j'ai vu, Senlis, beau lieu qui levait, dans les lys, le plus doux visage de France? Est-ce toi que j'ai vu, meurtri, penchant dans l'ombre un front flétri, encore tout crispé de souffrance? Tu dormais en ton doux vallon, tu dormais en tes maisons, tu rêvais parmi tes jardins. Et soudain, le peuple bandit, dans un tragique après-midi, douairière, a forcé ta chambre. Tu vis, ivre de leurs excès, défiler des casques à pointe. Cette grâce dans la beauté, cet air d'exquise humanité, que même tes maisons respirent, cette finesse des détails, ces ruelles, ces puits, ces mailles, ces vieux murs moussus qui verdissent, c'était la fleur des siècles. Mais c'est cela même qu'à jamais, de toute leur force, ils haïssent. Eux, les barbares tard venus, qui rôdaient encore demi-nus dans les sombres forêts germaines, quand on lisait Platon chez toi. Pleure sans lys sous ton coteau, comme le franc dans un manteau. He has an admirable way of making one feel, through the mere sounds of his words, the perturbation of life by war. Read how the sourd tambour drum their lugubrious refrain in the poem Mobilisation. Ces tambours, ces sourds tambours, je les entendrai toujours. Ils battaient la générale entre les vieux murs de billes. Au ciel des nuages gris passaient, roulant vers Paris, gros d'une lourde tempête. Partout sur le territoire, ces tambours, ces sourds tambours, je les entendrai toujours. Leur rythme net et péremptoire, précis, rageur, obstiné, partout avait résonné. Dans ces voix accélérées, dans ces roulements méchants, on sentait les dents serrées de ceux qui quittaient les champs, sans phrases, sans cris, sans chants, mais leurs âmes délivrées. Ces tambours, ces sourds tambours, je les entendrai toujours. Et les femmes, au lointain, dans un serrement de main, pleuraient, pleuraient en silence. Ces tambours, ces sourds tambours, je les entendrai toujours. Dans un serrement de main, l'humble escouade groupée, au détour du vieux chemin, s'enfonçait dans l'épopée. Ces tambours, ces sourds tambours, je les entendrai toujours. Then, when the irreparable has been committed, the ruins accumulated, hear the long wails of the sanglots de Pierre. Henri Guéant, physician of the 29th Artillery, has received due praise for his 2 volumes, Foi en la France, Poème du temps de guerre, Per patriam ad dominum, 1916. But if men of letters may appreciate him, the public at large will follow him with some difficulty. He certainly tries to think before yielding to the furor poeticus. His Éloge d'un Kaiser is characteristic of his style. Cet homme est grand, et je ne crois pas juste de l'abandonner tout entier aux satiristes des journaux. But Dieu l'a marqué sur la montagne pour n'être plus un homme entre les hommes, le jour qu'il a perdu la douleur, puis le sens. The Kaiser disliked his peace-loving father, Frederick III, and despised the strong hand of Bismarck, and so, il s'est allé jucher aux fêtes, il vit avec Dieu de plein pied, il crée une Camelote, une flotte, une armée, l'ichthyosaure de Kiel et le dragon d'Essen, la pieuvre des 1000 casernes aux 100 000 bouches féroces, la baleine volante du comte Zeppelin et le soldat de Vaucanson sous l'officier Pithecanthrope. Ah, qu'il se grise de mots et de batailles! Mais vous n'êtes qu'un homme, après tout, mauvais homme. Guéant's first series ends with Notre poème, another discours lyrique. Speaking of France, he says, Le destin du monde est notre destin, mais il n'est pas clos ton poème, et tu t'es trop ouvert au monde pour te refermer maintenant. Ô cœur français, purgé des petites pensées, la plus grande sur toi descend. Even more than Guéant, Paul Fort, who has had for some years now the official title of Le Prince des Poètes, uses with excellent effect sometimes the peculiar Walt Whitman rhythm. The author of Les Ballades Françaises offered his contribution to war literature chiefly in 2 volumes, Poèmes de France, Bulletin lyrique de la guerre, 1914-15, and Que j'ai le plaisir d'être français. He dedicates his poem, of course, to France. Ô consolant génie de France, dont le voile, par transparence au moins élu des jeunes pousses, et qu'enlève tant de semences, prend la couleur de l'espérance, et dans l'aube ressuscitée, j'ouvre une âme ressuscitée, à la France ressuscitée. To speak frankly, Paul Fort, who did such original writing some years ago, has not been well inspired by the war. Here is the last part of his answer in rhythmical prose to the manifesto of the 93 German intellectuals. Les intellectuels germains, tous les Schbott, ceux de Berlin d'abord ayant hurlé « Non, non !» d'un gueulement de basse, agitant sa culotte, mirent en gros tas la pluie d'aérolithes, et l'un d'eux, inventant soudain la divinite, poudre à te foutre en poudre, ô civilisation, envoyèrent le tout, nom de, bon Dieu son nom, aux armées pour nourrir la gueule des canons. But for instance, his ode to the Marseillaise is more readable. Chant qui ne laisse plus le temps de réfléchir, allons, enfants de la patrie, vaincre ou mourir. Il fait honte aux blessés, il leur rend la vigueur, et les voilà debout, recombattant plus fort. Même il propage au sang une telle fureur qu'il n'est pas que les morts qui ne se dressent encore pour se donner encore le suprême plaisir de retuer l'infâme avant que de mourir à jamais. Hymne qui revigore, hymne qui ressuscite, hymne entendu des morts, hymne qui, d'un seul coup, dès ses premiers accents, explose, affranchit l'air du vide, Marseillaise, qui devient l'air lui-même où passe l'ouragan, des âmes entraînant les corps dans la fournaise, capable d'entraîner, en les purifiant, jusques aux cieux, l'immensité des incroyants, et que, pour en doter l'église triomphante, le Christ même eût payé d'une agonie plus lente. The fourth of the group is Paul Claudel, who shared with Péguy the honor of having had the most original influence on the coming French youth of France, orienting them towards national traditionalism. Claudel following, however, more closely than Péguy, the orthodox Catholic tradition. Since the glorious death of Péguy at the Battle of the Marne, Claudel holds the field alone. He has written comparatively little referring to the war, but the Trois Poèmes de Guerre, 1915, and the Nouveaux Poèmes de Guerre, 1916, are worthy of him. There is a reminiscence of Péguy's Heureux ceux qui sont morts in Aux morts des armées de la République, mars 1915. Héros qui avez été versés en masse dans la terre comme le blé, est-ce vrai que vous ne verrez pas la victoire? Est-ce vrai que vous ne verrez pas l'été? Ô nos frères entremêlés avec nous, ô morts, est-ce vrai que vous êtes morts tout entiers? Debout, frères entremêlés, et voyez l'espace libre devant nous, et nos armées qui marchent par énormes bataillons dans le soleil et dans la giboulée. La frontière que le parjure a ouverte, forcez-la de vos rangs accumulés. Entrez, armes de la justice et de la joie, dans la terre qui vous a été donnée. Ah, ma soif ne sera désaltérée, et le pain ne sera bon, armé des vivants et des morts, jusqu'à ce que nous ayons bu ensemble dans le Rhin profond. There are beautiful lines also in Tant que vous voudrez, mon général. Tous frères comme des enfants tout nus, tous pareils comme des pommes. C'est dans le civil qu'on était différents. Dans le rang, il n'y a plus que des hommes. Tant qu'il y aura ceux d'en face pour tenir ce qui est à nous sous la semelle de leurs bottes, tant qu'il y aura un Français avec un éclat de rire pour croire dans les choses éternelles. Tant que pour arrêter un homme vivant, il n'y aura que le feu et que le fer, tant qu'il y aura de la viande vivante de Français pour marcher à travers vos sacrés fils de fer, tant qu'il y aura un enfant de femme pour marcher à travers votre science et votre chimie, tant que vous voudrez, jusqu'à la gauche, tant qu'il y en aura un seul, tant qu'il y en aura un de vivant, les vivants et les morts, tous à la fois. Tant que vous voudrez, mon général, ô France, tant que tu voudras. Among the poems more directly inspired by actual fighting, if not also written by actors in the struggle, the following have met with a special favor. L'arrêt de la Marne, à la mémoire de Charles Péguy, 63 pages, first published in the Figaro, then separately. Nouvelle Revue Française, 1916. The poet, François Porcher, belongs to the group of the Nouvelle Revue Française, and later wrote the play Les Butors et la Finette. His panegyric of the heroes of the Marne is divided into 3 parts: L'agression, Paris, la bataille. It is written in lines intentionally abrupt at times, yet very well hit off with original finds, especially in the first part. C'est là, dans l'œuvre des 7 jours, que nos vieilles capotes bleues, sur un front de 80 lieues, ont brisé l'orgueil des Pondours. C'est là, dans cette mêlée ivre, que fut sauvé l'honneur de vivre. Et si nous vivons sans remords, c'est parce que d'autres sont morts. Here perhaps belong Paul Géraldi, the author of Toi et moi and of La guerre, madame, with Le grand-père Joffre, poème dit par Monsieur de Féraudy à la Comédie Française le 22 mai 1915, 12 pages. Lucien Boyer, with his stirring poem, often recited in public gatherings, on the return of the victorious Poilus to Paris, and Paul Rougier, à la France, Prix de Poésie 1917, in a contest organized by the French Academy, 15 pages. In that poem, France is shown extending her hospitality to the refugees and persecuted of all nations. In other words, the theme is that France is every man's seconde patrie, and a patrie for such as can claim none. It is an honest attempt to be vigorous while remaining academic. The inspiration of the war poets has frequently been religious, and some of their works are truly beautiful. The best-known collection of such religious war poems is Louis Mercier's Prières de la Tranchée. Mercier had published rather early in the war Poèmes de la Tranchée, the first edition of which was promptly exhausted. He then issued a special edition of some of these poems under the title just given, Prières de la Tranchée, 30 pages. They are prayers of remarkable simplicity and directness, in behalf of all, but especially of the most humble, who also helped to win the war, for the sentries. Dieu tout-puissant, soyez en aide aux sentinelles, du funeste sommeil défendez leurs prunelles, que la nuit passe vite et laisse ouïr enfin le chant de l'alouette au retour du matin. For the cooks, cuistots. Marthe, sœur de Marie, ô sainte ménagère, qui vouliez réjouir Jésus d'un bon repas, pour les humbles cuistots agréez ma prière, et daignez être leur patronne, ils n'en ont pas. Débraillés, marmiteux, et de rude langage, ils jurent trop souvent le saint nom du bon Dieu, sans savoir ce qu'ils font, et parce que l'ouvrage est dur, et que le bois manque souvent au feu. Devant la flamme rouge, on voit leur forme noire, s'évertuer le jour, et maintes fois la nuit. Ils font penser à ceux qui sont en purgatoire, tant leurs yeux sont brûlés dans leurs visages cuits. For those who carry logs to repair the roads, for the safety of the cagnards, the uncomfortable dugouts where the soldiers try to rest, protected against shells while not on duty, for the peasant soldier, for the absente, wife or mother. Seigneur mon Dieu, veillez sur l'absente qui m'aime, de tout le grand amour dont je l'aime moi-même. Donnez à ces matins un rayon de clarté, pour que son pauvre cœur en soit réconforté. Qu'en se mettant à table, elle ne pleure point, en songeant qu'elle est seule, et que je suis bien loin. Mais surtout, ô mon Dieu, que les soirs, les longs soirs, ne l'environnent pas de pressentiments noirs. Que celle dont elle a le charme, que la lampe d'une lueur de paix illumine sa tombe. Seigneur mon Dieu, veillez sur l'absente qui m'aime, de tout le grand amour dont je l'aime moi-même. There are morning prayers and evening prayers, prayers to the patron saints asking for their intercession, and the supplication to the divine guest to visit and comfort the soldiers in hours of infinite sadness. Vous, l'ami des pêcheurs, qui souvent vous assites dans leurs barques fleurant la saumure et la poix, vers la tranchée obscure où nous avons nos gîtes, qu'il vous plaise, Seigneur, de venir une fois. N'y venez pas un jour qu'on a l'âme un peu claire, à cause du soleil qui luit dans le ciel bleu, mais plutôt par un soir où l'on se désespère, parce que l'air est plein de corbeaux et qu'il pleut. Entrez dans un abri sans vous faire connaître, et demeurez un peu parmi ces pauvres gens. Vous vous retirerez sans vous faire connaître, mais en laissant leur cœur moins obscur et moins sourd. Et puis, permettez-moi ce vœu très humble au maître, faites cesser la pluie, au moins pour quelques jours. Un chant de consolation by J. Belloir, caporal brancardier au 314e Infanterie, 1916, is animated by the same spirit. The author is a priest. Maurice Barrès wrote an enthusiastic preface for him. The reader will find in these pages a veritable prayer book in verse for the Catholic soldier, with hymns, model prayers, invocations for all occasions, but the reverence for God is intimately associated with reverence for the mother country. Français, voyez là-bas nos frères soldats, brisés de souffrance. Voyez-les, vibrants d'espérance, c'est pour l'Église et pour la France. The memory of Joan of Arc, who also suffered for her faith and for France, is quite naturally evoked. The Maid of Orléans is asked to intercede for France. C'est la France en souffrance qui te dit, Jeanne, viens à nous. Ô guerrière, sa prière pleure humblement à tes genoux. Sorrow and compassion, prayer and hope, such are the ever-recurring themes. The warriors do not forget, in their daily intercourse with God and the saints, the people at home, who have their full share of anxieties. Ayez pitié de ceux que nous avons laissés seuls avec le fardeau de leurs cœurs angoissés. Ayez pitié de ceux qui sont restés là-bas, attendant des absents qui ne reviendront pas. The Protestant creed in war poetry is represented by Jean Fontaine-Vive. His little volume, 108 pages, is called Jeunesse ardente, vers de guerre, written in 1916 but published in 1918 only. A preface by G. Rioux tells that the poet was a very young officer who earned his commission during the war, received the War Cross, then the Wooden Cross. He sleeps his last sleep in a little cemetery in Champagne. The title Jeunesse ardente is very fitting. The poems are full of life and fire, and permeated with a real but discreet Christian spirit. Jean Fontaine-Vive liked to meditate as the pilosus artifex of one of his sonnets. Mais le canon s'éveille et hurle à pleine voix, et lui se meurt de rêve en la brutale histoire, reprenant l'anneau clair entre ses rudes doigts, cisèle un peu d'amour dans ce lambeau de gloire. He has a noble piece, un rêve, about William, whom he represents as watching his phantom soldiers of Verdun march past. The reproaches which he reads in their eyes fill him with terror, and he tries to take refuge in death. But il vit montant la garde du trépas. Un soldat de Verdun, croisant la baïonnette, lui criait « On ne passe pas !» Dated August 1916. Another energetic poem is called Sonate contre Romain Roland. If only Roland had died after his Jean-Christophe. Plût à Dieu que brisant son archet trop sonore, dans un suprême accord d'espérance et d'amour, le divin Jean-Christophe ait clos ses yeux au jour et trouvé le trépas dont un peuple l'honore. Mais Jean-Christophe a rejoint la foire sur la place. Son archet fait danser d'un entrechat cocasse le neutre dont la poche a des cliquetis d'or. The poet's preference in his songs goes most of the time to his splendid brothers in arms. See the Ode à mon régiment. The general inspiration of the whole collection is well expressed in these few lines from the Ode aux morts de Verdun. Qu'en n'ayant plus que Dieu pour unique espérance, plus qu'un désir, la mort, plus qu'un amour, la France. Le soldat accablé s'incline pour mourir. Il ouvre lourdement ses ardentes prunelles, pour qu'une ultime fois vienne s'y réfléchir le ciel de la patrie aux douceurs maternelles. Puis il meurt où son chef le met en sentinelle. A place by itself must be made for Max Leclerc, not only on account of the originality of his inspiration, but also because the delightful Anjou dialect which he uses gives to his poetry a flavor of its own. The little gem called La Passion de notre frère le Poilu was first published in the Écho de Paris, at once gaining recognition. The Société des gens de lettres, soon awarded it the Prix Jean Revel 1916 au meilleur ouvrage régionaliste. It has been since issued in a separate edition with preface by R. Bazin, 22 pages. The poet tells the naive and touching story of a poor poilu from Anjou. C'était un pauvre bougre de poilu qui s'en allait sous la mitraille. Ventier ben qu'on aurait voulu être en autre part qu'en la bataille. Mais du moment qu'il fallait qu'il y aille, ben, il n'y allait, tout simplement. Our modest hero falls in an attack, and soon, the wound being mortal, he passes away. He bids goodbye to the comrades. Puis, ayant dit son testament, il rendit son âme, tout doucement. He goes and knocks at the door of paradise. St. Peter introduces him before the Almighty, who is seated upon the judgment throne, surrounded by his warrior saints, Saint Georges, Saint Hubert, Saint Michel, Saint Charlemagne, Saint Martin, Saint Maurice, Saint Joan of Arc, and the men who have recently come from the battlefield. The poilu is not a little nervous. Y a des chances que je vais écoper. But he presents his case in a modest and good-natured way to le bon Dieu, and with a good bit of peasant astuteness. The great judge is not too terrible after all. The hearing finally comes to an end. Et voilà que le bon Dieu sourit, et que derrière lui le ciel s'ouvrit. And as the man enters, he finds a great many poilus like himself. Et le poilu s'assit dans la foule, en chantant de tout cœur avec eux, gloire à Dieu, au plus haut des cieux. The whole poem is a marvelous imitation of the naive and witty medieval contes dévots, such as those of Rudebeuf. Leclerc has written, besides, a little volume, Les Souvenirs de Tranchées d'un Poilu, 1917, 54 pages, bearing the same stamp of gentleness, of genuineness, and of simple but solid religious beauty. In his last poem, for instance, he dreams of peace which must come some day, but has not come yet. Quand sonneront les cloches. V'là plus de 30 mois que sur la vallée, un soir d'août qu'on n'oubliera plus, les cloches sonnèrent à toute volée le tocsin en lieu d'Angélus. 30 mois déjà qu'on est en guerre, 30 mois déjà qu'on est parti. And then he lets himself go. Et je rêve du jour où toutes nos peines seront une bonne fois payées de retour. Il pourra se passer ben de semaines avant qu'il vienne le temps de retour. But, il viendra peut-être sans qu'on y pense, peut-être ben plus tard, peut-être ben plus tôt. C'est pour la liberté de la France qu'en l'espérant je payant l'impôt du sang et de la souffrance, on tiendra bon tant qu'il faudra. Tant qu'il faudra, on l'attendra, jour de bonheur où qu'on reviendra, et que pour toujours, sur la vallée, nos vieux clochers, qu'on ne quittera plus, chanteront dans le soir à toute volée la belle chanson des Angélus. The embarrassment is great now when it comes to speaking about the volumes of plain war poems, which are simply beautiful and for this reason require no comment and no praise. It would be presuming much to claim that no good collection has escaped our notice, and even if this were the case, who would dare to claim to have made the best selection? Nowhere more than here would subjectivism play a part of undue importance. Let us therefore be cautious. It is safe, however, to say that many would cast their votes in favor of one or more of the few following collections. Julien Vaucan's Sans Vision de Guerre, first published in the Grande Revue. G. Champenois, À la gloire de l'armée française, crowned by the Académie des Jeux Floraux de Toulouse, and Le Miracle français, with a preface by Lebras. Gilles Normand, Voix dans la fournaise, André Alexandre, a worthy and clever follower of Déroulède, Chanson pour les poilus, Una, poème, G. Apollinaire, Calligramme, Poème de la paix et de la guerre, 1913 à 1916. Some may call them disconcerting, some original. Paul Verlet, De la boue sous le ciel, Edmond Flegg, Le mur des pleurs, Boyer d'Agen, Sept paralipomènes à la divine comédie, Jean Suberville, Le fifre de Bertrand Doux, and La fosse aux lions. Plongé dans la fosse funeste, j'ai rugi ces vers sans remords. En souvenir des lions morts, je les offre aux lions qui restent. All that really can be done further here in order to give an idea of the general tone of this war poetry while avoiding endless repetition is to pick out two collections representing the two great types of the lyrism of the Great War. The two volumes selected are mere samples. Others might have served the same purpose, might contain even better poems. We recall that we deal here only with war poems by soldiers. The first is En ces jours déchirants by Henri Derieux, 1916. The life in the trenches, horror, death, victory, is sung in beautiful classical rhythm, in style noble. It is the France of the great writers which speaks, moved but dignified. Puisque débordé, le torrent germanique a roulé son impur limon jusqu'au temple, gardien de la sagesse antique, combattit les Francs au beau nom. The struggle against the Teutonic hordes is hard and will be long, but this struggle will once more bring before the world the heroic virtues of the French people. Le labeur est dur et s'acharne, on fait violence au destin, mais pareil au jour de la Marne, nous attendons le clair matin, où brisant le moule, orgueilleuse, du fond de la fosse boueuse, à nos yeux ravis surgira, faite de vertige et de glaise, une Samothrace française, dans l'élan nous consolera. With Derieux, it is a theory that poetry ought not to allow its rhythm of beauty to yield to the ugliness, madness, and barbarity suggested by war and its chaos. Derieux wishes to be Parnassian, impeccable. Who would not be reminded of Théophile Gautier, for instance, in this description of the battlefield? Les bois, printanières retraites, où nous songions, ne montrent plus que des squelettes ou des moignons. Les maisons font des tas de plâtre, affreux à voir. Regardez la place de l'âtre, marquée de noir. Pas un lieu qui n'ait crié grâce, en vain d'ailleurs. Partout le laboureur fait place au fossoyeur. Still the soldier of France is willing to forget all this if, oubliant la nuit éternelle et le tombeau, il voit la victoire fidèle à son drapeau. Let us add that Derieux is anxious that his judgment as well as the form of his poems should remain unaffected by the violence of the feelings which the conduct of the Germans has stirred up. If there was ever anything good in Germany, that good is still legitimate to cherish. And he writes, 7. D'autres ont dit, c'est l'heure où l'esprit se délivre du joug abhorré d'outre-Rhin, et leurs mains vous chassez de la cité du livre, divinité du ciel germain. He, Derieux, will not give up Goethe, pur amant de la divine règle, Kant, aux férules de fer, Heine, au cœur d'enfant, Nietzsche, au regard d'aigle, vous, Beethoven, et toi, Wagner. In contrast to Derieux, we take Henri Jacques and his volume Nous de la guerre, poème, 1918. He does try to make poetical capital out of ugliness, tragic horror, atrocious war scenery. He has been described quite appropriately by Vidal, in the preface to the book, as à coup sûr le Barbus de la poésie né de la crise épouvantable qui en prose donna le feu. To Henri Jacques, the careful art of polishing the line when he wants to express the depth of his shocked soul seems absurd. The terrible beauty of war is in the expression of the spontaneous, disorderly emotion. The description of Vidal is excellent, and we borrow it from him. Chez lui le vers jaillit d'un bond, tel un sanglier, du taillis des sentiments. La rime fait ce qu'elle peut, homophonique à peine, hardi, se riant de la consonne d'appui, du plaisir de l'œil, de la fraternité des singuliers et des pluriels. La règle de le muet se voit négligée. Le décompte des syllabes dans une mesure est anarchique, encore que certains alexandrins chantent selon les codes avec une largeur toute classique. La césure, souvent à point, quelquefois trébuche. Au vrai, notre poète pratique le vers libre, mais prouve sa connaissance des prosodies traditionnelles. To sum up, if the Victoire de Samothrace of the Louvre is the muse of Derieux, Rude's dishevelled Marseillaise on the Arc de l'Étoile is that of Henri Jacques. Although all the poems of Henri Jacques are perhaps not equally striking, most of them have a remarkable power. La tranchée vide, de la mort des haillons de la crasse, voilà, c'est sale et c'est triste. Berceuse, dors mon gars, dors comme une brute, dors sur la paille sans remords, pareil aux morts. L'obus passe, ça ne fait rien, l'obus chante, dos, soldat, dos, dors mon gars, dos. Complainte, c'est à mon tour d'être touché, cochon d'obus qui m'a couché, le long de mon échine, du sang chaud dégouline. Cochon d'obus qui m'a couché, c'est à mon tour d'être touché. Autour de moi l'on va, l'on meurt, sous un ciel gonflé de clameurs, déchiré de rafales, de chocs, de cris, de râles, sous un ciel gonflé de clameurs, autour de moi l'on va, l'on meurt. J'ai soif, dans mon bidon, plus d'eau, j'ai l'enfer qui court sous ma peau, ah dans ma gorge sèche, sentir couler la fraîche, l'enfer galope sous ma peau, et mon bidon qui n'a plus d'eau. H-5. How the soldier feels 5 minutes before going over the top. Regarde en toi-même un peu. Sois plus grand de te connaître, de ta guenille va naître comme une espèce de dieu. Regarde autour dans la fosse tes copains, l'ardeur aux yeux, leur front jusqu'au ciel se hausse, de sentir la mort sur eux. Voici que la mort vient. Silence, jeunes hommes. Écoutons l'avenir dans le jour où nous sommes. Regardons-nous encore et donnons-nous les mains, car lesquels, mes amis, seront vivants demain. Quelque part, the soldier has gone over the top. Le cœur battant, le cerveau fou, je me suis jeté dans un trou, sous la houle froide des balles. Je ne sais même plus où je suis. On m'a dit, pars. Je suis parti, comme on se jette dans un puits. Autour de moi, les camarades, je ne sais plus combien, couraient, hurlaient, tiraient. Devant moi, je ne sais plus bien, la ligne ardente des copains s'est mise à fondre soudain. 9, 7, 5, 4, et puis encore 2 autres que je vois s'abattre, et puis un autre encore, qui s'assied, épuisé, mort. Et me voici, tout seul dans la fournaise et la fumée, debout, ne sachant pas comment, mais vivant. End of Poetry of the War. Chapter 1 of Part 2 from French Literature of the Great War by Albert Schintz. Read by Sonia.
Russia in Literature by British Men of Letters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2018. Russia in Literature by British Men of Letters. The following address, signed by a number of distinguished writers in Great Britain and intended for publication in Russia, appeared in The London Times on December 23, 1914. To our colleagues in Russia. At this moment, when your countrymen and ours are alike facing death for the deliverance of Europe, we Englishmen of letters take the opportunity of uttering to you feelings which have been in our hearts for many years. You yourselves perhaps hardly realize what an inspiration Englishmen of the last 2 generations have found in your literature. Many a writer among us can still call back, from 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, the feeling of delight and almost of bewilderment with which he read his first Russian novel. Perhaps it was Virgin Soil, or Fathers and Sons, perhaps War and Peace, or Anna Karenina, perhaps Crime and Punishment, or The Idiot. Perhaps, again, it was the work of some author still living. But many of us then felt, as our poet Keats felt on first reading Homer, like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken. It was a strange world that opened before us, a world full of foreign names which we could neither pronounce nor remember, of foreign customs and articles of daily life which we could not understand. Yet, beneath all the strangeness, there was a deep sense of having discovered a new home, of meeting our unknown kindred, of finding expressed great burdens of thought which had lain unspoken and half realized at the depths of our own minds. The books were very different one from another. Sometimes they were mutually hostile. Yet we found in all some quality which made them one and made us at home with them. We will not attempt to analyze that quality. It was, perhaps, in part, that deep Russian tenderness, which never derides, but only pities and respects the unfortunate; in part that simple Russian sincerity, which never fears to see the truth and to express it; but most of all it was that ever-present sense of spiritual values, behind the material and utterly transcending the material, which enables Russian literature to move so naturally in a world of the spirit, where there are no barriers between the ages and the nations, but all mankind is one. And they call you barbarians. The fact should make us ask again what we mean by the words culture and civilization. Critics used once to call our Shakespeare a barbarian, and might equally well give the same name to Aeschylus or Isaiah. All poets and prophets are in this sense barbarians, that they will not measure life by the standards of external culture. And it is at a time like this, when the material civilization of Europe seems to have betrayed us and shown the lie at its heart, that we realize that the poets and prophets are right, and that we must, like them and like your great writers, once more see life with the simplicity of the barbarian or the child, if we are to regain our peace and freedom, and build up a better civilization on the ruins of this that is crumbling. That task, we trust, will some day lie before us. When at last our victorious fleets and armies meet together, and the allied nations of East and West set themselves to restore the well-being of many millions of ruined homes, France and Great Britain will assuredly bring their large contributions of goodwill and wisdom, but your country will have something to contribute which is all its own. It is not only because of your valor in war and your achievements in art, science, and letters that we rejoice to have you for allies and friends. It is for some quality in Russia herself, something both profound and humane, of which these achievements are the outcome and the expression. You, like us, entered upon this war to defend a weak and threatened nation which trusted you, against the lawless aggression of a strong military power. You, like us, have continued it as a war of self-defense and self-emancipation. When the end comes and we can breathe again, we will help one another to remember the spirit in which our allied nations took up arms, and thus work together in a changed Europe to protect the weak, to liberate the oppressed, and to bring eventual healing to the wounds inflicted on suffering mankind, both by ourselves and our enemies. With assurances of our friendship and gratitude we sign ourselves. William Archer, Maurice Baring, J. M. Barrie, Arnold Bennett, A. C. Bradley, Robert Bridges, Hall Caine, G. K. Chesterton, Arthur Conan Doyle, Neville Forbes, John Galsworthy, Constance Garnett, Edward Garnett, A. P. Gowdy, Thomas Hardy, Jane Harrison, Anthony Hope, Henry James, J. W. McHale, John Masefield, A. E. W. Mason, Alma Maud, Alice Meynell, Gilbert Murray, Henry Newbolt, Gilbert Parker, Ernest de Sillincourt, May Sinclair, D. Mackenzie Wallace, Mary A. Ward, William Watson, H. G. Wells, Margaret L. Woods, C. Hagberg Wright. End of Russia in Literature by British Men of Letters.
Nos amis d'Amérique, de Pierre Loti. Ceci est un enregistrement LibriVox. Tous nos enregistrements appartiennent au domaine public. Pour vous renseigner à notre sujet ou pour participer, rendez-vous sur LibriVox.org. Nos amis d'Amérique, 21 janvier 1917. À la frontière d'Espagne, l'autre jour, j'ai rencontré un de nos vrais amis d'Amérique, qui descendait de l'Express de Madrid, et qui, avec une hâte et une aisance tout à fait yankee, comptait prendre le soir même à Bordeaux le paquebot pour New York. La France ne sait pas assez quels amis ardents elle compte là-bas, en dehors des sphères officielles, dans le monde où l'on est libre de toute pression politique, chez ces Américains qui ne suivent que l'impulsion de leur propre sens moral, de leur propre cœur généreux et indigné. Parmi ceux-là, qui sont légion, l'un des plus considérables est ce voyageur, M. W. Warren, que j'ai été si heureux de trouver comme compagnon de route depuis Hendaye jusqu'à la Gironde. Il était plein d'entrain et de joie parce qu'il venait de réussir cette téméraire entreprise d'aller à Madrid, où les Boches, hélas, manœuvrent avec tout leur impudent cynisme, et d'y prononcer contre eux un violent réquisitoire, de dénoncer, une fois de plus, leur infamie. Et il me conta cette conférence à laquelle assistaient les ambassadeurs de l'entente. J'ai dit tout ce que j'avais à dire, et, quand je les ai traités d'assassins, j'ai senti que la salle entière était avec moi. En effet, les journaux espagnols du lendemain enregistraient le succès de sa parole. Elle avait d'autant plus portée qu'elle était celle d'un neutre, que ne pouvait guider aucun intérêt personnel. Voici bientôt 2 ans et demi que je connais M. Whitney Warren, l'ayant rencontré sur le front au lendemain de la bataille de la Marne. Sans se soucier des obus, il se promenait là, son kodak à la main. Dans une exaltation de révolte et de dégoût, il photographiait, pour les mettre sous les yeux de ses compatriotes, toutes nos ruines, nos villes, nos cathédrales partout saccagées, si inutilement et ignominieusement, sans excuse militaire possible, dans la seule frénésie de détruire. Oh, pour qui a vu tout cela, entendre aujourd'hui parler doucereusement leur Kaiser, depuis qu'il a manqué son coup de la paix, l'entendre parler de l'agression subie par l'Allemagne et de la rage destructive des Alliés, ne serait-ce pas amusant à donner le fou rire, si ce n'était lugubre comme les divagations des fous? Qu'il les fasse donc un peu voir, ces monuments, ces villes sur quoi notre rage s'est acharnée. Est-ce Louvain, ou Ypres, ou Arras, ou bien nos basiliques de Reims ou de Soissons, ou bien encore les vieilles églises vénitiennes? Qu'il les montre aux neutres, nos crimes de dévastation, et surtout qu'il cache les siens, qu'il les cache à la postérité, qui laissera sa Germanie clouée au pilori, tant que les hommes auront une histoire écrite, tant qu'ils tiendront de justes et indélébiles archives. Notre rage destructive, à nous les alliés? Ô pauvre histrion déjà aux abois, il faut en vérité, pour oser proférer ces paroles, pour jeter ce défi au sens commun, il faut qu'il ait perdu non seulement toute conscience, mais aussi toute notion de l'amer ridicule, ou alors qu'il ait une bien méprisante certitude des épaisses crédulités allemandes. Et, ce qui est peut-être le comble du grotesque, c'est de le voir, lui, continuer de jouer la comédie même dans l'intimité, devant sa séquelle toute seule, derrière les portants de la scène, jusque dans la coulisse. Il y a peu de jours, avant de jouer sa dernière carte en risquant le coup de la paix, n'a-t-il pas écrit à son Batman une lettre intime où s'étalent les sentiments les plus désintéressés et les plus tendres? Des journaux en ont donné la formule exacte, que je confesse avoir oubliée. Mais, à quelques mots près, cela disait « Pour délivrer le monde de cette calamité dont mon doux cœur saigne, il faudrait un homme magnanime et d'un détachement surhumain. Eh bien moi, cher complice, moi tel que vous me voyez, moi, Guillaume le vainqueur, je serai cet homme. Moi, j'aurai ce courage. » Oh, pauvre histrion de la mort! Qui donc, en lisant cela, n'a pas haussé les épaules et souri de dédain? Depuis cette époque de la Marne, déjà lointaine, j'ai rencontré un peu partout, sur le front des Vosges, sur le front d'Alsace, ce Whitney Warren, notre fidèle ami, toujours insouciant du danger, et de plus en plus je voyais s'exalter son admiration pour nos chers soldats, son dégoût pour l'horreur germanique. Il a été accueilli par tous nos généraux, que charmait son ardeur pour la sainte cause. Il est allé même dans les tranchées des Italiens, pour y constater à quel point ils sont dignes de nous. Et sa conviction, si documentée et si profonde, n'a cessé d'être puissamment communicative. Combien d'articles a-t-il publié dans les journaux des États-Unis? Combien de conférences il a faites, à Paris, à Madrid, à New York, à Boston, pour protester contre la neutralité de son pays dans l'immense conflit que l'Allemagne a osé ouvrir entre la pensée et la ferraille barbare. J'ajouterai que son fils, entraîné par son exemple, s'est engagé à 17 ans dans nos ambulances de Verdun, où il vient d'être proposé pour la Croix de guerre, et que Madame Whitney Warren, présidente à New York du Secours national, s'est entièrement consacrée avec ses filles aux œuvres charitables françaises. On me demandera sans doute « Qui donc est votre Whitney Warren ? Quel titre a-t-il pour jouer un tel rôle ?» Quel titre ? Mais Dieu merci, il n'en a aucun. Aucune mission officielle ne lui a été confiée. Et c'est là précisément ce qui donne à ses actes une si rare et inappréciable valeur. De sa profession, il était architecte, ce qui ne me semble pas conduire fatalement à la vie si militante qu'il s'est choisie. Mais le cœur, chez lui, l'a emporté sur les considérations d'intérêt, et il a tout quitté pour se faire l'un des grands continuateurs de cette traditionnelle amitié franco-américaine instituée par Lafayette. Ce n'est pourtant pas de lui en particulier que j'ai voulu parler ici, ce n'est nullement une réclame personnelle que j'ai tenté de lui faire. Non, je ne l'ai cité que parce qu'il est typique. Il ressemble, en ce qui nous concerne, à l'immense majorité de ses compatriotes. Tous, évidemment, n'ont pas fait pour nous autant qu'il a fait lui-même, mais tous n'en avaient point les possibilités matérielles. Tous n'avaient pas non plus son énergie ni son indépendance. Lui, nous pouvons le considérer comme représentant bien l'âme clairvoyante de la véritable population américaine, et cette âme, nous ne le saurons jamais trop, est, grâce à Dieu, absolument ce que nous pouvions souhaiter qu'elle fût. Fin de Nos Amis d'Amérique de Pierre Loti. Enregistré pour LibriVox.org.
Five Inches from Little Rays of Moonshine by A.P. Herbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 5 Inches, The Great Joke. They came and split a turkey with us on Boxing Day. 10 old soldiers, all out of a job, and only 10 legs between them. At least there were only 10 real legs. 2 of them had admirable imitation ones, and there were 16 excellent crutches. One of them was a miner. Was, of course. Just now he is not mining much. Perhaps that is why he seemed such a decent fellow. Not at all violent or unpleasant, as one knows those practicing miners are. In fact, he reminded one of the miners one used to have in one's platoon. Personally, I had the honor to have a whole platoon of them. Odd, isn't it, what capital fellows they were then, and how sadly they deteriorate when they get back to the mines. And it was odd, too, to hear this fellow say that he wished he could be back in the pits. I thought it was such a hateful and dangerous occupation. Yes, he was a nice miner, and so were the rest of them, very cheerful and respectful. But they didn't talk much at first. It was strangely difficult to find a safe subject. A few years ago there would have been no difficulty. One would have talked war shop. Were you ever at Ypres? I was on Gallipoli. Did you know Captain... and so on. We did a little bit of this, but it didn't go very well. In the dining room I keep a large colored photograph of the top of the Vimy Ridge on the day of a battle. You know the sort of thing, a hideous expanse of broken brown earth, that dreadful endless brown with walls of smoke all around the horizon, shells bursting in the middle distance, a battered trench in the foreground, with a few scattered men climbing out of it, gazing at the camera with expressionless faces, stretcher-bearers stooping on the parapet with their stretchers on their shoulders, odd men straying everywhere like lost sheep across the chocolate wilderness, looking aimless, looking small. Our guests were interested in that picture. It was wonderfully like, they said. But I felt that my usual remark about it was hardly suitable. Usually I tell my guest, and it is true, that I keep the picture as a sort of chastener, so that, when I am moved to complain at the troubles of this world, I can look at the picture and think, at inches, at any rate, life is better than it was then. It was on the tip of my tongue to say so, to the one-legged men when it came to me that for them, perhaps, at the moment, it wasn't true. After the turkey and the pudding and the crackers, and of course the beer, there was a slight thaw, but it was still very difficult. We tried to get them to sing. Only a few years ago how easy it was. There was Tipperary, and many another rousing chorus. One was familiar in those times with the popular songs of the day. Unfortunately, these were the only songs we could produce now, and they don't suit. Keep the home fires burning, for instance. One doesn't like to suggest that. The chief minstrel of the one-legged men, who was also the chief comedian, disinterred from a heap of old music, "Your king and country need you." "How would that go, Bert?" he said. He said it without bitterness. I don't know why, and Bert's answer was a silent grin, and one felt that Bert was right. Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag, till the boys come home. All the old titles had a certain ironic underlining in that company. So we abandoned singing, and we sat rather silent. There was some desultory conversation about the various trades to which a grateful state had trained them, and left it at that. There was some mild chaff of Bill, who had been too old, at 35, to be trained at all, though not too old to learn musketry and lose a leg. But socially one felt the party was drifting into disaster. It was saved, like many parties, by shop, and not war shop, at least not exactly. What sort of shop will amuse 10 one-legged men? Why, one-legged shop, of course. Somebody said, "Is your leg comfortable?" And that set the ball rolling. All the tongues wagged gleefully at once. All the technical details of one-leggedness, all the points of the various kinds of legs, were brought out and tossed about and hotly contested, as if we had been a number of golfers arguing the merits of different makes of putters. Some of us wear sump socks. Some of us can't stand the things. Some of us have buckets, graphically described, which we can comfortably pad, and some of us have something else not nearly so good. Some of us are excited about the new aluminium legs, 4 pounds lighter, which are soon to be available, though we think it a terrible waste of money, now that most of us have got wooden ones. There is a chance for economizing campaigners. Now then, Lord Rothermere, no aluminium legs. What a war cry. Altogether, it is an enthralling topic. There is no more awkwardness. And it is so amusing. Gad, how we laughed. There was the story of the man on the Underground, a friend of ours. Someone trod on his false foot in the crowded train, and scrambling out in a hurry at the station, he found himself footless on the platform, while the train slid away with the other fellow still standing on his foot. Ha ha, how we laughed. But most of us are above the knee. And that provides the best joke of all. You see, it all depends on the length of your stump, or stoomp. If you have 5 inches left, you get an 80% pension. If you have more, you get less. Even if it is only 5 1/4. That 1/4 of an inch makes all the difference, financially, though practically it isn't a great deal of use. How much have you got? Ah, you're unlucky. I'm 4 3/4. A near thing, huh? Peals of laughter. You go back and have another inch off. Ho, ho, ho. We roll about in our chairs. Well, well, it's a queer world. But the party was a great success after all. End of 5 Inches from Little Rays of Moonshine by A.P. Herbert, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Open Letter to President Wilson by George Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir, I petition you to invite the neutral powers to confer with the United States of America for the purpose of requesting Britain, France, and Germany to withdraw from the soil of Belgium and fight out their quarrel on their own territories. However the sympathies of the neutral states may be divided, and whatever points now at issue between the belligerent powers may be doubtful, there is one point on which there can be neither division nor doubt, and that is that the belligerent armies have no right to be in Belgium, much less to fight in Belgium, and involve the innocent inhabitants of that country in their reciprocal slaughter. You will not question my right to address this petition to you. You are the official head of the nation that is beyond all question or comparison the chief of the neutral powers, marked out from all the rest by commanding magnitude, by modern democratic constitution, and by freedom from the complication of monarchy and its traditions, which have led Europe into the quaint absurdity of a war waged formerly between the German Kaiser, the German Tsar, the German King of the Belgians, the German King of England, the German Emperor of Austria, and a gentleman who shares with you the distinction of not being related to any of them, and is therefore describable monarchically as one Poincaré, a Frenchman. I make this petition on its merits, without claiming any representative character except such as attaches to me as a human being. Nobody here has asked me to do it. Except among the large class of constitutional beggars, the normal English feeling is that it is no use asking for a thing if you feel certain that it will be refused, and are not in a position to enforce compliance. Also that the party whose request is refused and not enforced looks ridiculous. Many Englishmen will say that a request to the belligerents to evacuate Belgium forthwith would be refused, could not be enforced, and would make the asker ridiculous. We are, in short, not a prayerful nation. But to you it will be clear that even the strongest power, or even allied group of powers, can have its position completely changed by an expression of the public opinion of the rest of the world. In your clear Western atmosphere and in your peculiarly responsible position as the head centre of Western democracy, you, when the European situation became threatening 3 months ago, must have been acutely aware of the fact to which Europe was so fatally blinded, namely, that the simple solution in which the menace of the Franco-Russo-British Entente placed Germany was for the German Emperor to leave his western frontier under the safeguard of the neighbourliness and good faith of American, British and French democracy, and then await quite calmly any action that Russia might take against his country on the east. Had he done so, we could not have attacked him from behind, and had France made such an attack, and it is in the extremest degree improbable that French public opinion would have permitted such a hazardous and unjustifiable adventure, he would at worst have confronted it with the fullest sympathy of Britain and the United States, and at best with their active assistance. Unhappily, German kings do not allow democracy to interfere in their foreign policy, do not believe in neighbourliness, and do believe in cannon and cannon fodder. The Kaiser never dreamed of confiding his frontier to you and to the humanity of his neighbours. And the diplomatists of Europe never thought of that easy and right policy, and could not suggest any substitute for it, with the hideous result which is before you. The state of Belgium. Now that this mischief has been done, and the 2 European thunderclouds have met and are discharging their lightnings, it is not for me to meddle with the question whether the United States should take a side in their warfare as far as it concerns themselves alone. But I may plead for a perfectly innocent neutral state, the state of Belgium, which is being ravaged in a horrible manner by the belligerents. Her surviving population is flying into all the neighbouring countries to escape from the incessant hail of shrapnel and howitzer shells from British cannon, French cannon, German cannon, and, most tragic of all, Belgian cannon. For the Belgian army is being forced to devastate its own country in its own defence. For this there can be no excuse, and at such a horror the rest of the world cannot look on in silence without incurring the guilt of the bystander who witnesses a crime without even giving the alarm. I grant that Belgium, in her extreme peril, made one mistake. She called to her aid the powers of the Entente alone, instead of calling on the whole world of kindly men. She should have called on America too, and it is hard to see how you could in honour have disregarded that call. But if Belgium says nothing, but only turns her eyes dumbly toward you while you look at the red ruin in which her villages, her heaps of slain, her monuments and treasures are being hurled by her friends and enemies alike, are you any the less bound to speak out than if Belgium had asked you to send her 1,000,000 soldiers? Not for a moment do I suggest that your intervention should be an intervention on behalf of either the Allies or the Entente. If you consider both sides equally guilty, we know that you can find reasons for that verdict. But Belgium is innocent, and it is on behalf of Belgium that so much of the world as is still at peace is waiting for a lead from you. No other question need be prejudged. If Germany maintains her claim to a right of way through Belgium on a matter which she believed, however erroneously, to be one of life and death to her as a nation, nobody, not even China, now pretends that such rights of way have not their place among those common human rights which are superior to the more artificial rights of nationality. I think, for example, that if Russia made a descent on your continent under circumstances which made it essential to the maintenance of your national freedom, that you should move an army through Canada, you would ask our leave to do so, and take it by force if we did not grant it. You may reasonably suspect, even if all our statesmen raise a shriek of denial, that we should take a similar liberty under similar circumstances in the teeth of all the scraps of paper in our Foreign Office dustbin. You see, I am frank with you and fair, I hope, to Germany. But a right of way is not a right of conquest, and even the right of way was not, as the Imperial Chancellor imagined, a matter of life and death at all, but a militarist hallucination, and one that has turned out, so far, a military mistake. In short, there was no such case of overwhelming necessity as would have made the denial of a right of way to the German army equivalent to a refusal to save German independence from destruction, and therefore to an act of war against her, justifying a German conquest of Belgium. You can therefore leave the abstract question of international rights of way quite unprejudiced by your action. You can leave every question between the belligerents fully open, and yet, in the common interest of the world, ask Germany to clear out of Belgium, into France or across the Channel if she can, back home if she can force no other passage, but at all events out of Belgium. A like request would, of course, be addressed to Britain and to France at the same time. The technical correctness of our diplomatic position as to Belgium may be unimpeachable. But as the effect of our shells on Belgium is precisely the same as that of the German shells, and as by fighting on Belgian soil we are doing her exactly the same injury that we should have done her if the violation of her neutrality had been initiated by us instead of by Germany, we could not decently refuse to fall in with a general evacuation. A certain result of intervention. At all events, your intervention could not fail to produce at least the result that even if the belligerents refused to comply, your request would leave them in an entirely new and very unpleasant relation to public opinion. No matter how powerful a state is, it is not above feeling the vast difference between doing something that nobody condemns and something that everybody condemns except the interested parties. That difference alone would be well worth your pains, but it is by no means a foregone conclusion that a blank refusal would be persisted in. Germany must be aware that the honour of England is now so bound up with the complete redemption of Belgium from the German occupation that to keep Antwerp and Brussels she must take Portsmouth and London. France is no less deeply engaged. You can judge better than I what chance Germany now has, or can persuade herself she has, of exhausting or overwhelming her Western enemies without ruining herself in the attempt. Whatever else the war and its horrors may have done or not done, you will agree with me that it has made an end of the dreams of military and naval steamrolling in which the whole wretched business began. At a cost which the conquest of a whole continent would hardly justify, these terrible armaments and the heroic hosts which wield them push one another a few miles back and forward in a month, and take and retake some miserable village 3 times over in less than a week. Can you doubt that though we have lost all fear of being beaten, our darkened towns and the panics of our papers, with their endless scares and silly inventions, are mere metropolitan hysteria? We are getting very tired of a war in which, having now re-established our old military reputation, and taught the Germans that there is no future for their empire without our friendship and that of France, we have nothing more to gain. In London and Paris and Berlin nobody at present dares say, "Sirs, ye are brethren. Why do ye wrong one to another?" For the slightest disposition toward a Christian view of things is regarded as a shooting matter in these capitals. But Washington is still privileged to talk common humanity to the nations. An advantage of aloofness. Finally, I may remind you of another advantage which your aloofness from the conflict gives you. Here, in England and in France, men are going to the front every day. Their women and children are all within earshot, and no man is hard-hearted enough to say the worst that might be said of what is going on in Belgium now. We talk to you of Louvain and Reims in the hope of enlisting you on our side or prejudicing you against the Germans, forgetting how sorely you must be tempted to say as you look on at what we are doing, well, if European literature, as represented by the Library of Louvain, and European religion, as represented by the Cathedral of Reims, have not got us beyond this, in God's name let them perish. I am thinking of other things, of the honest Belgians, whom I have seen nursing their wounds, and whom I recognise at a glance as plain men, innocent of all warlike intentions, trusting to the wisdom and honesty of the rulers and diplomatists who have betrayed them, taken from their farms and their businesses to destroy and be destroyed for no good purpose that might not have been achieved better and sooner by neighbourly means. I am thinking of the authentic news that no papers dare publish, not of the lies that they all publish to divert attention from the truth. In America these things can be said without driving American mothers and wives mad. Here we have to set our teeth and go forward. We cannot be just. We cannot see beyond the range of our guns. The roar of the shrapnel deafens us. The black smoke of the howitzer blinds us. And what these do to our bodily senses, our passions do to our imaginations. For justice we must do as the medieval cities did, call in a stranger. You are not altogether that to us, but you can look at all of us impartially. And you are the spokesman of Western democracy. That is why I appeal to you. G. Bernard Shaw. End of open letter to President Wilson by George Bernard Shaw.
Wir Toten auf Urlaub by Kurt Eisner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wir Toten auf Urlaub. Ein französischer Offizier hat in einem Kriegsgericht das Wort gesprochen: Wir sind alle heute nur Tote auf Urlaub. War es im ersten, im zweiten Kriegsjahr? Ich weiß es nicht, wir haben in diesen Jahren das Zeitgedächtnis verloren. Mich aber ließ das Wort, seitdem ich es gelesen, nicht wieder los und ward mir zum führenden Schicksal. Der Tod hat uns alle nur beurlaubt. Wir Schatten sind auf eine Weile in das Reich des Bewusstseins zurückgekehrt, das man einst Leben nannte, und das heute bloß ein mit den Prothesen des Todes sich schwerfällig grotesk bewegender Automat ist. Wir harren unserer Wiedereinberufung. Ein Granatsplitter setzt unserem Urlaub das Ziel, die Geschossnaht eines Maschinengewehrs, eine Giftgaswelle, ein Flammenguss, ein Torpedo, eine Fliegerbombe, die Explosion einer Munitionsfabrik, eine Bahnentgleisung, Hunger, Erschöpfung, ein Raubmord, der Anfall eines Wahnsinnigen, der von der Front kam, oder auch das Urteil von Richtern, die uns das Almosen des Urlaubs aberkennen, weil sie selbst vergessen haben, dass auch sie nur Tote auf Urlaub sind. Viele suchen durch gefälschte Scheine und Pässe die Frist sich zu verlängern, rasen in grinsenden Tobsüchten, balgen sich geil und gierig mit den Verwesungen der Welt und fürchten sich vor dem Tod, obwohl gerade sie längst zwiefach Tote sind, die nur die Zuckungen der letzten Todesqual Leben wählen. Manche aber wissen, wie sie den Urlaub menschlich erfüllen sollen, dass sie ihre Seele retten und den Tod nicht fürchten, von dem sie kommen, dass sie der Wahrheit dienen und bis zur letzten Stunde die Erde reinigen helfen für die Lebendigen von morgen, die befreit die Kraft haben werden, den Tod aus dem Leben zu bannen. Ihnen wird noch einmal Arbeit im Menschheitsdienst zu der Seligkeit eines vorgefühlten Lebens, das ihrem Geschlecht zu erringen und zu genießen versagt war. Ein Toter, des Spruches harrend, der ihn begräbt, sammelt in den letzten Stunden Bruchstücke seines Wollens und Denkens, Kämpfens und Träumens. Urlaubserinnerungen. München, Untersuchungsgefängnis, 10. September 1918 in der Sonnenaufgangsstunde. Kurt Eisner. End of Wir Toten auf Urlaub by Kurt Eisner, read by Ricarda, Germany.
Kapitel 0 von Kurze Aufklärungen über Wesen und Ziel des Pazifismus. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Kurze Aufklärungen über Wesen und Ziel des Pazifismus von Alfred Hermann Fried, Kapitel 0. Die Einwände gegen die Friedensbewegung beruhen zumeist auf einer ganz falschen Auffassung des Problems. In der Regel handelt es sich gar nicht um jene Ideen, die man breitspurig bekämpft, widerlegt, verlacht. In kurzen Sätzen soll hier der Grundgedanke skizziert werden, um damit das Unbegründete der landläufigen Einwände darzutun. Nicht, dass dadurch schon jeder Gegner zum Pazifismus bekehrt werden soll, wohl aber, um den Streit darüber von der Luft auf festen Boden zu übertragen. Ende von Kapitel 0. Kapitel 1. Ewiger Friede aus Kurze Aufklärungen über Wesen und Ziel des Pazifismus von Alfred Hermann Fried. Diese LibriVox-Aufnahme ist in der Public Domain. Ewiger Friede. Man muss unterscheiden zwischen kein Krieg und Friede. Der Zustand, der heute in normaler Zeit zwischen den Staaten besteht, ist nicht der des Friedens, wie ihn der Pazifismus versteht, sondern nur der des Nichtkrieges. Auch der Friede, der nach einem Kriege geschlossen wird, bildet nicht das Ziel der Friedensbewegung. Jene Friedensschlüsse beendigen nur einen Krieg, sie begründen nicht den Frieden. Ein Gleichnis als Beispiel. Es ist einer in der Zeit der Nüchternheit zwischen zwei Räuschen noch kein Abstinent. Wer die Unterscheidung zwischen Friede und keinen Krieg unterlässt, erfasst den Ideengang des Pazifismus nicht. Er kommt zu Schlüssen, die das Problem gar nicht berühren. Nur der Friede genannte Zustand des Nichtkrieges kann durch stets sich vermehrende Rüstungen verlängert werden. Daher, si vis pacem para bellum. Dauernd kann dieser Zustand nicht erhalten werden. Daher, der ewige Friede ist ein Traum. Diese Schlüsse sind an sich richtig, aber ihre Voraussetzungen sind falsch. Der Friede, wie ihn der Pazifismus versteht, bedeutet den Zustand eines organisierten Nebeneinanderlebens der Staaten. An die Stelle der heute in den zwischenstaatlichen Beziehungen noch vorherrschenden Anarchie tritt allmählich die zwischenstaatliche Organisation. Also nicht das angebliche Streben, unter unveränderter Belastung der zwischen den Staaten noch vorherrschenden Anarchie dauernd den kriegerischen Zusammenstoß zu vermeiden, den unter dieser Voraussetzung tatsächlich unmöglichen ewigen Frieden zu bereiten, der in Wirklichkeit gar kein Friede wäre, bildet das Grundproblem des Pazifismus. Dieses liegt in der Überwindung jenes Zustandes der Anarchie durch Entwicklung einer zwischenstaatlichen Organisation, aus der sich neben anderen Vorteilen auch die Möglichkeit einer gewaltlosen Schlichtung aller zwischenstaatlichen Konflikte von selbst ergeben wird. Kurz, nicht Beseitigung der Symptome, sondern Umwandlung der Ursache. Ende von Kapitel 1.
De wapenstilstand getekend. Uit Algemeen Handelsblad, 11 november 1918. Dit is een LibriVox-opname. Alle LibriVox-opnames zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. De wapenstilstand getekend. Hedenmorgen te 5 uur zijn de wapenstilstandsvoorwaarden door de Duitse gevolmachtigden ondertekend en te 11:15 Nederlandse tijd zijn op last van Maarschalk Vogt de vijandelijkheden gestaakt. De geallieerde troepen blijven tot nader order in de linies welke ze op dat tijdstip innamen. De oorlog is dus feitelijk ten einde, maar thans beginnen de naweeën. En duister is hetwelk een jammer en ellende de toekomst nog verborgen houdt. Het zijn ongetwijfeld zeer zware voorwaarden die de Duitsers voor de wapenstilstand zijn opgelegd. Voorwaarden die, zoals trouwens uit de uitlating van de minister-president Clemenceau van enkele dagen geleden reeds was op te maken, Duitsland tot volkomen machteloosheid doemen en het bij de besprekingen over de vrede en de dan te stellen voorwaarden geheel en al overleveren aan de genade of ongenade van de overwinnaars. De enige troost voor de Duitsers is dat de geallieerden zich bereid hebben verklaard het vredesprogramma van president Wilson te aanvaarden, maar dat is een zeer schrale troost, want alles komt aan op de geest waarin dit programma zal worden uitgevoerd op de uitlegging, die aan de wel wat al te vaag gedefinieerde beginselen van Wilson zou worden gegeven. Intussen, dat is een kwestie van later zorg. Hetgeen nu al reeds ter verkrijging van de wapenstilstand aan het Duitse volk wordt opgelegd, is zeker voorlopig voldoende en in enkele opzichten wordt daarbij ook al op de vredesregeling vooruitgelopen. Immers, de eis was tot ontruiming niet alleen van de bezette gebieden van België en Frankrijk, maar ook van Elsass-Lotharingen, geeft een aanwijzing dat in zaken Elsass-Lotharingen reeds een beslissing is genomen en de geallieerden de terugkeer van dit land aan Frankrijk verlangen, zodat elk overleg, waarvoor Wilsons definitie van het herstel van het in 1870 begane onrecht op zodanige wijze dat de vrede opnieuw in ieders belang kan worden verzekerd, nog de mogelijkheid scheen te laten ter vredesconferentie voor de Duitsers uitgesloten is. Overigens spreken de wapenstilstandsvoorwaarden duidelijk genoeg. De uitlevering van een belangrijke hoeveelheid oorlogsmateriaal, van rollend materieel der spoorwegen, waaromtrent elders in ons blad nader wordt gesproken, de tijdelijke bezetting van het linker Rijnoevergebied, dat door de Duitsers eveneens moet worden ontruimd, de eis dat aan de rechteroever een neutrale zone moet worden ingesteld, dat alles zijn maatregelen om te beletten dat Duitsland de oorlog zal kunnen hervatten. En van dezelfde aard zijn eveneens de eisen betreffende de uitlevering van 100 duikboten en van een aantal andere oorlogsschepen en de ontwapening der overigen. Wel opmerkelijk is de bepaling die omtrent het oosten is getroffen. Dat de vernietiging van de verdragen van Brest-Litouwsk en Boekarest wordt geëist, was natuurlijk te verwachten en is trouwens slechts een bevestiging van de reeds ontstane toestand. Niemand, ook in Duitsland niet, maakte zich omtrent deze verdragen nog enige illusie. Maar aan de eis dat in het oosten alle Duitse troepen moet worden teruggetrokken binnen de grenzen van 1 augustus 1914, wordt toegevoegd dat voor deze betrekking der troepen geen termijn wordt gesteld. Uit de nadere mededelingen omtrent het wapenstilstandsverdrag blijkt dat men het terugtrekken der Duitse troepen niet eerder verlangt dan dit met het oog op de binnenlandse rust en veiligheid van de thans bezette gebieden in het oosten mogelijk is. Men wil de Russische randstaten niet uitleveren aan de gevaren van het bolsjewisme en wil dus hier nog wel gebruik maken van de diensten der Duitse troepen. Of echter de Entente in haar strijd tegen het Russische bolsjewisme op de steun van Duitse zijde zal kunnen rekenen, zal met het oog op de ontwikkeling van de toestanden in Duitsland zelf op zijn minst twijfelachtig mogen worden genoemd. Het is trouwens de grote vraag of de Duitse bezettingstroepen in het oosten zullen ontkomen aan de ontbindende invloeden die de loop der gebeurtenissen in het binnenland ook op hen zullen oefenen. 2 punten in de voorwaarden zullen ongetwijfeld in Duitsland, uit een enkel telegram blijkt dat trouwens al reeds, diepe verbittering wekken. In de eerste plaats de eis van de uitlevering der burgergevangenen zonder onderscheid. In de tweede plaats de bepaling dat de blokkade voortduurt. Ook in de wapenstilstandsvoorwaarden aan Oostenrijk-Hongarije komen deze bepalingen voor en na het bekend worden van deze schreef de Frankfurter Zeitung: tot de militaire eisen is ook de onmiddellijke terugzending zonder wederkerigheid van alle krijgsgevangenen en geïnterneerde onderdanen der geallieerden te rekenen. De geallieerden wensen de geslagen vijand zo spoedig mogelijk de kostbare arbeidskrachten te onttrekken en deze aan de andere kant voor zichzelf te behouden. Dat is echter het afschuwelijke, dat ermee het mens van vlees en bloed, miljoenen van mensen, met een waardeloos geworden stuk artillerie gelijk wordt gesteld en volgens het goeddunken van een militair deskundige worden verschacherd. Deze wapenstilstand is het einde van de oorlog met Oostenrijk-Hongarije. Opmerking van de redactie. Met Duitsland kunnen we nu in dit geval zeggen. Slechts een dwaas kan dat betwisten. Hoogste plicht der regeringen van alle volken is het echter, in dezelfde minuut waarin de strijd beëindigd is, alles te doen om de ongelukkige mensen, die het lot in handen van de vijand wierp, tot de vrijheid en een menswaardig bestaan terug te brengen. Intussen, de geallieerden weigeren de wederkerigheid en president Wilson laat dat geschieden. De macht triomfeert over het primitieve gevoel der menselijkheid. Maar nog meer, bepaald wordt de handhaving van de blokkade, met andere woorden de uithongering van het overwonnen rijk zal nu, hoewel de strijd beslist is, voortduren. De vuist der geallieerden blijft aan de keel van de vijand, een heerlijk teken van de verheven zin der overwinnaars. Aldus schreef de Frankfurter Zeitung, over de voorwaarden aan Oostenrijk-Hongarije, en men kan er zeker van zijn dat in Duitsland nu dezelfde voorwaarden ook aan dit land zijn opgelegd, de verontwaardiging van het Frankfurtse blad algemeen zou worden gedeeld. De bedoeling der geallieerden is natuurlijk duidelijk en wat het voortzetten der blokkade betreft ook wel verklaarbaar, zelfs nu van een hervatting van de strijd geen sprake kan zijn. Zij hebben aldus een middel tot pressie om de vredesonderhandelingen te bespoedigen en elke neiging om nog door het opwerpen van bezwaren en tegenwerpingen een verzachting van de te stellen vredesvoorwaarden te verkrijgen, te onderdrukken. Het spel is door de aanvaarding van deze voorwaarden van de wapenstilstand voor Duitsland dus voorgoed uit, zoals het voor zijn bondgenoten reeds was geëindigd. Er is nog wel aanvankelijk in Duitsland gesproken van een uiterst verzet tegen vijandelijke eisen, die gericht zouden zijn op een onvoorwaardelijke overgave van Duitsland. De loop der gebeurtenissen in het binnenland echter heeft getoond dat zij die zo spraken slechts een minderheid vertegenwoordigen en dat de overgrote meerderheid van het Duitse volk, zoals indertijd het Russische, niets anders verlangde dan de vrede, vrede tot elke prijs. En wellicht is het ongeëvenaarde snelle en gladde verloop van de revolutie ook wel in hoofdzaak het gevolg hiervan, dat men door het welslagen van deze revolutie de zekerheid zou krijgen dat zij die nog zouden willen pogen de strijd voort te zetten, voorgoed van alle macht zouden worden beroofd. De nieuwe Duitse regering aanvaardt wel een zware taak, nu haar eerste werk moet zijn de ondertekening van deze voorwaarden. Want terwijl ze aan de ene kant wordt bedreigd door de uiterst linkse partijen, die niet de pogingen zullen laten rusten, al werkt men dan ook nog voorlopig samen, om de macht geheel en al in handen te krijgen, en die daarbij op de propagandistische steun van de Russische Bolsjewiki-regering kunnen rekenen, die reeds in een draadloos telegram tegen de Scheidemannen-partij heeft gekozen. Aan de andere kant zal zij te kampen hebben tegen de invloed van de velen, die met verbittering en wanhoop in het hart de aanvaarding zullen vernemen van de voorwaarden die Duitsland tot volkomen onmacht veroordelen. De toekomst zal leren welke invloeden het sterkst zullen zijn, zal leren of de nieuwe regering krachtig genoeg zal zijn het hoofd te bieden aan de gevaren die haar bedreigen, krachtig genoeg om in dit zware uur van nederlaag tegen de buitenlandse vijand de rust en orde te handhaven, welke alleen het Duitse volk in staat zullen stellen de geweldige slag te boven te komen, die de vijand het heeft toegebracht. Einde van De Wapenstilstand getekend, uit Algemeen Handelsblad, 11 november 1918.
A Vitória, by Coelho Neto. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Vitória, de Coelho Neto. A Política, Revista Combativa Ilustrada. Rio de Janeiro, 15 de novembro de 1918. A Vitória. Ferro, torna a forja e depura-te. Fogo, regressa à oficina e ao lar. Terra, mares e céus, volvei à serenidade. Recomponde-vos, elementos. Almas, sossegai nos corações aflitos. Dentre as hastes das baionetas, levantou-se, direita ao azul, a cotovia, núncia da manhã. Não é em seara tal que a ave madrugadora costuma fazer o ninho, mas os campos férteis de pão desapareceram calados e, porque não morre a esperança, e nos próprios túmulos subsiste neles, mostrando-se em flores, não podia desertar a terra a que canta a Diana nas alturas, a que celebra aladamente a aleluia das horas de ouro, a luete gaulesa, e escondendo-se lá mesmo, onde a tirania alastrava a sua plantação de ferro, ei-la voando triunfalmente, a espalhar entre os homens a nova feliz. A sua voz alviçareira abre-se à porta rútila do Oriente, e dela sai, augusta e reparadora, a filha de Minerva olímpica, a que cultiva a oliveira, a árvore pálida do fruto que se desfaz em luz, e é a vigília doméstica, a prece radiosa na lâmpada perene, e ainda, na unção, a flama que leva para o esplendor inextinguível as almas que passam através da morte. A espada da justiça pesou na balança do bárbaro, e o direito dominou a arrogância. Quem diria que as hostes que arremeteram das furnas de Essen com furor sanguinário, primeiro alijando a honra por inútil, como fez às portas da Bélgica, profanando o tratado que assinara, depois aventurando-se ao que os próprios demônios não ousariam tentar, a extinção do tempo, destruindo o passado e o presente, para reencetar a história do mundo na data da sua vitória, haviam de encontrar uma força que as detivesse e as repulsasse, vencidas, para as suas negras fronteiras. E que força foi essa? A humanidade, representada pelas nações que veneram Deus, que prestigiam a honra, que se inclinam ante a lei, que respeitam a tradição, que acatam a virtude, que amparam esses extremos frágeis da vida, a infância e a velhice, e que dão à mulher o culto a que ela faz jus, por ser, na terra, a encarnadora d'almas. A Alemanha fez da moral dos seus filósofos bucha para os seus canhões, e saiu, transbordou formidável dos muros da ferrenha Prússia como um cataclismo infernal. Como, durante 44 anos, fundiu o ferro, aguçou-o, afiou-o, laminou-o, tornou-o em canhões, moldou-o em obuses, preparando-se para, com mais grandeza, reproduzir a façanha de Xerxes, não sobre a pequena Grécia, mas sobre todo o mundo. Rompeu estrondosamente, e a sua arrancada foi tremenda. O ginete do Uno, cognominado o flagelo de Deus, matava a erva dos campos, o cavalo do Ulano, da raça sanguessedente dos corcéis das Valquírias, tudo destruía. Que fica no refluxo dessa horda? Ruínas de templos e de bibliotecas, cruzeiros tombados, cinerais de relíquias de arte, destroços de oficinas, escombros de cidades, detoras de florestas, monumentos reduzidos a muradais, a peste, que é a vingança dos túmulos, a fome, que é a resposta da terra aos que a martirizaram, e a imensa orfandade. No receio de que Jesus, o doce amigo das crianças, se pudesse comover com a prece dos pequeninos, a Alemanha decepou-lhes as mãos, para que nunca mais as pudessem levantar para os céus. Foram, talvez, essas pequeninas mãos, cortadas dos pulsos infantis, que, empunhando gládios das panóplias dos querubins, combateram pelo céu contra o inferno. Foram essas mãos decepadas que mostraram aos aliados o caminho da vitória. Foram elas que derrubaram os tronos. São elas que andam a corrigir o mapamundi. E hão de ser elas, pequeninas e frágeis, que levarão pela gola ao tribunal das nações todos os réus do mais nefando dos crimes que jamais tisnaram as páginas da história. Deus é onipotente e sábio nos seus desígnios, e para destruir a obra da Kultur, a construção colossal dos alfagemes prussianos, levantou da terra as mãos dos pequeninos, e dando a cada uma um raio da sua força, abençoou-as, lançando-as contra a tirania. E foram as mãos dos inocentes que abriram para a humanidade a porta fulgurante da nova era. Glória a todos os mártires da civilização. End of A Vitória, by Coelho Neto.
Program for World Peace, The 14 Points, by Woodrow Wilson, 8th of January, 1918. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentlemen of the Congress, once more, as repeatedly before, the spokesmen of the Central Empires have indicated their desire to discuss the objects of the war and the possible basis of a general peace. Parleys have been in progress at Brest-Litovsk between Russian representatives and representatives of the Central Powers, to which the attention of all the belligerents has been invited, for the purpose of ascertaining whether it may be possible to extend these parleys into a general conference with regard to terms of peace and settlement. The Russian representatives presented not only a perfectly definite statement of the principles upon which they would be willing to conclude peace, but also an equally definite program of the concrete application of those principles. The representatives of the Central Powers, on their part, presented an outline of settlement which, if much less definite, seemed susceptible of liberal interpretation until their specific program of practical terms was added. Control of Russia, the German plan. That program proposed no concessions at all, either to the sovereignty of Russia or to the preferences of the population with whose fortunes it dealt, but meant, in a word, that the Central Empires were to keep every foot of territory their armed forces had occupied, every province, every city, every point of vantage, as a permanent addition to their territories and their power. It is a reasonable conjecture that the general principles of settlement which they at first suggested originated with the more liberal statesmen of Germany and Austria, the men who have begun to feel the force of their own people's thought and purpose, while the concrete terms of actual settlement came from the military leaders who have no thought but to keep what they have got. The negotiations have been broken off. The Russian representatives were sincere and in earnest. They cannot entertain such proposals of conquest and domination. The whole incident is full of significance. It is also full of perplexity. With whom are the Russian representatives dealing? For whom are the representatives of the Central Empires speaking? Are they speaking for the majorities of their respective parliaments, or for the minority parties, that military and imperialistic minority, which has so far dominated their whole policy, and controlled the affairs of Turkey and of the Balkan states, which have felt obliged to become their associates in this war? Open diplomacy is insisted upon. The Russian representatives have insisted, very justly, very wisely, and in the true spirit of democracy, that the conferences they have been holding with the Teutonic and Turkish statesmen should be held within open, not closed, doors, and all the world has been audience as was desired. To whom have we been listening then? To those who speak the spirit and intention of the resolutions of the German Reichstag on the 9th of July last, the spirit and intention of the liberal leaders and parties of Germany, or to those who resist and defy that spirit and intention, and insist upon conquest and subjugation? Or are we listening in fact to both unreconciled and in open and hopeless contradiction? These are very serious and pregnant questions. Upon the answer to them depends the peace of the world. But whatever the results of the parleys at Brest-Litovsk, whatever the confusions of counsel and of purpose in the utterances of the spokesmen of the Central Empires, they have again attempted to acquaint the world with their objects in the war, and have again challenged their adversaries to say what their objects are, and what sort of settlement they would deem just and satisfactory. There is no good reason why that challenge should not be responded to, and responded to with the utmost candor. We did not wait for it. Not once, but again and again we have laid our whole thought and purpose before the world, not in general terms only, but each time with sufficient definition to make it clear what sort of definitive terms of settlement must necessarily spring out of them. Allies united as to policies. Within the last week Mr. Lloyd George has spoken with admirable candor and an admirable spirit for the people and government of Great Britain. There is no confusion of counsel among the adversaries of the Central Powers, no uncertainty of principle, no vagueness of detail. The only secrecy of counsel, the only lack of fearless frankness, the only failure to make definite statement of the objects of the war, lies with Germany and her allies. The issues of life and death hang upon these definitions. No statesman who has the least conception of his responsibility ought for a moment to permit himself to continue this tragical and appalling outpouring of blood and treasure unless he is sure beyond a peradventure that the objects of the vital sacrifice are part and parcel of the very life of society, and that the people for whom he speaks think them right and imperative as he does. There is, moreover, a voice calling for these definitions of principle and of purpose which is, it seems to me, more thrilling and more compelling than any of the many moving voices with which the troubled air of the world is filled. It is the voice of the Russian people. They are prostrate and all but helpless, it would seem, before the grim power of Germany, which has hitherto known no relenting and no pity. Assistance for Russia is needed. Their power apparently is shattered, and yet their soul is not subservient. They will not yield, either in principle or in action. The conception of what is right, of what it is humane and honorable for them to accept, has been stated with a frankness, a largeness of view, a generosity of spirit, and a universal human sympathy, which must challenge the admiration of every friend of mankind. And they have refused to compound their ideals or desert others that they themselves may be safe. They call to us to say what it is that we desire, in what, if anything, our purpose and our spirit differ from theirs, and I believe that the people of the United States would wish me to respond with utter simplicity and frankness. Whether their present leaders believe it or not, it is our heartfelt desire and hope that some way may be opened whereby we may be privileged to assist the people of Russia to attain their utmost hope of liberty and ordered peace. For no secret understandings. It will be our wish and purpose that the processes of peace, when they are begun, shall be absolutely open, and that they shall involve and permit henceforth no secret understandings of any kind. The day of conquest and aggrandizement is gone by. So is also the day of secret covenants entered into in the interest of particular governments, and likely at some unlooked-for moment to upset the peace of the world. It is this happy fact, now clear to the view of every public man whose thoughts do not still linger in an age that is dead and gone, which makes it possible for every nation whose purposes are consistent with justice and the peace of the world to avow now or at any other time the objects it has in view. We entered this war because violations of right had occurred which touched us to the quick, and made the life of our own people impossible unless they were corrected and the world secured once for all against their recurrence. What we demand in this war, therefore, is nothing peculiar to ourselves. It is that the world be made fit and safe to live in, and particularly that it be made safe for every peace-loving nation which, like our own, wishes to live its own life, determine its own institutions, be assured of justice and fair dealing by the other peoples of the world, as against force and selfish aggression. All the peoples of the world are in effect partners in this interest, and for our own part, we see very clearly that unless justice be done to others, it will not be done to us. The 14 points of the program. The program of the world's peace, therefore, is our program, and that program, the only possible program as we see it, is this. 1. Open covenants of peace, openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. 2. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. 3. The removal, so far as possible, of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions among all the nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. 4. Adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. 5. A free, open-minded, and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims based upon a strict observance of the principle that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. Evacuation of Russia necessary. 6. The evacuation of all Russian territory, and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world in obtaining for her an unhampered and unembarrassed opportunity for the independent determination of her own political development and national policy, and assure her of a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under institutions of her own choosing, and, more than a welcome, assistance also of every kind that she may need and may herself desire. The treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from their own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. 7. Belgium, the whole world will agree, must be evacuated and restored without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. No other single act will serve as this will serve to restore confidence among the nations in the laws which they have themselves set and determined for the government of their relations with one another. Without this healing act, the whole structure and validity of international law is forever impaired. 8. All French territory should be freed and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871 in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, which has unsettled the peace of the world for nearly 50 years, should be righted in order that peace may once more be made secure in the interest of all. 9. A readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. Must free oppressed nationalities. 10. The peoples of Austria-Hungary, whose place among the nations we wish to see safeguarded and assured, should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. Footnote. The 10th point was superseded by a demand for actual freedom and not mere autonomy for the oppressed nationalities of Austria in the President's reply of 19 October 1918 to the Austrian request for an armistice. This said, quote, "The President is, therefore, no longer at liberty to accept mere autonomy for these peoples as a basis of peace." Unquote. End of footnote. 11. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be evacuated, occupied territories restored, Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea, and the relations of the several Balkan states to one another determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality, and international guarantees of the political and economic independence and territorial integrity of the several Balkan states should be entered into. 12. The Turkish portions of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities, which are now under Turkish rule, should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development, and the Dardanelles should be permanently opened as a free passage to the ships and commerce of all nations under international guarantees. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected, which should include the territories inhabited by indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. 14. A general association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. Stand together to the end. In regard to these essential rectifications of wrong and assertions of right, we feel ourselves to be intimate partners of all the governments and peoples associated together against the imperialists. We cannot be separated in interest or divided in purpose. We stand together until the end. For such arrangements and covenants we are willing to fight and to continue to fight until they are achieved, but only because we wish the right to prevail and desire a just and stable peace, such as can be secured only by removing the chief provocations to war, which this program does remove. We have no jealousy of German greatness, and there is nothing in this program that impairs it. We grudge her no achievement or distinction of learning or of pacific enterprise such as have made her record very bright and very enviable. We do not wish to injure her, or to block in any way her legitimate influence or power. We do not wish to fight her either with arms or with hostile arrangements of trade, if she is willing to associate herself with us and the other peace-loving nations of the world in covenants of justice and law and fair dealing. We wish her only to accept a place of equality among the peoples of the world, the new world in which we now live, instead of a place of mastery. No trafficking with militarism. Neither do we presume to suggest to her any alteration or modification of her institutions, but it is necessary, we must frankly say, and necessary as a preliminary to any intelligent dealings with her on our part, that we should know whom her spokesmen speak for when they speak to us, whether for the Reichstag majority or for the military party and the men whose creed is imperial domination. We have spoken now surely in terms too concrete to admit of any further doubt or question. An evident principle runs through the whole program I have outlined. It is the principle of justice to all peoples and nationalities, and their right to live on equal terms of liberty and safety with one another, whether they be strong or weak. Unless this principle be made its foundation, no part of the structure of international justice can stand. The people of the United States could act upon no other principle, and to the vindication of this principle they are ready to devote their lives, their honor, and everything that they possess. The moral climax of this, the culminating and final war for human liberty, has come, and they are ready to put their strength, their own highest purpose, their own integrity and devotion to the test. End of Program for World Peace, The 14 Points, by Woodrow Wilson, 8th of January, 1918. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Militant Pacifism by Mary Whiton Corkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Militant Pacifism, Mary Whiton Corkins. The one thing which unites the world today is the desire for the end of the Great War. The larger desire which animates many men is the passionate longing for an end of all war. But checking this desire, strangling this hope, are two widespread dogmas. The psychological dogma that man is inevitably a fighter, and the ethical dogma that through war, and through war alone, he can rise to the supreme height of self-sacrifice. This paper proposes to subject these teachings to a brief examination. First, it is unquestionably true that those who dare to hope and to work for the end of war must meet the protest of the critics who hold that this instinct is irrepressible and that war is, therefore, ineradicable. It is vain, these critics insist, to hope, to plan, to work for a League of Nations, a world state, a reign of perpetual peace. Such dreams belong to the prophets of Israel, who foretold swords beaten into plowshares, and to Roman poets who sang of a returning golden age of peace. But we moderns, it is urged, with our scientific training, we, alas, know that we are very much lower than the angels, and only a little higher than the beasts who must prey upon each other in the fierce struggle for survival on which depends the development of living beings. The hopeless ideal of abolishing war should, therefore, make way for the intelligent purpose of replacing unjust, cruel, and dishonorable fighting by just, humane, and honorable warfare. To estimate properly the argument from the nature of instinct to the dogma of perpetual war, it is necessary to study in some detail the instincts lying at the heart of war, and, in particular, pugnacity. By instincts are meant feelings and bodily reactions reappearing in every generation, either born in individuals or else arising at a definite period of their lives as original endowments of the nature. Like all the instincts, pugnacity has two aspects, the mental and the physical, and appears in the form of anger and of combat. In both its forms, it is a very early, a very permanent, and a tremendously powerful instinct. Its outward signs, bared teeth, stiffened body, and the rest, are known by everybody, and explained by the biologists as the persistence in bodily attitude of reactions useful in the preservation and propagation of animal species. Pugnacity is widely diffused among animals and very early observed among children, and it persists, a strong instinct, throughout adult life. People differ, to be sure, in the degree of their combativeness, and one man's pugnacious feelings and actions are far more readily excited than another's. Yet every normal man is a potential and at times an actual fighter, and everybody knows by his own experience how the flame of an intense anger may devour all other feelings and obliterate all memory and all thought, and how it may lick one's mind clean and bare of every control and restraint. Pugnacity is always incited by opposition. Animals and men alike fight when they are thwarted or balked in the free play of any instinct, or, if we confine ourselves to human pugnacity, in the exercise of any volitional activity. It follows that pugnacity is excited in many specifically different ways, and that it is affiliated now with one and now with another instinct. For our purpose, this intimacy of interrelation is of utmost significance, and our valuation of pugnacity must hinge largely on our estimate of the fellow instincts by which it is excited, and which, in turn, it may reinforce and invigorate. Pugnacity, in the first place, is sometimes excited when the instinct of curiosity is thwarted, as when a child shows anger if balked in his investigation of the contents of a wastebasket. Curiosity is an instinct common to animals and to human beings, and so strong that hunters often appeal to it in decoying wild animals. It has many forms, appearing sometimes as component of the play impulse, and again, when it involves awareness of danger, as daring. Now, daring, morally controlled, is the virtue of courage, and so it comes about that the fighting instinct, called into play by curiosity and daring, is closely associated with this heroic virtue of courage. In the thick of the fray, the fighters know no fear. They ignore danger, they hurl themselves against the bayonets of the enemy, they rush recklessly into the open swept by murderous shellfire, they worm themselves along, half underground, to place the explosives by which they themselves, as well as the enemy's barricades, will be blown to fragments. And because pugnacity gives impetus and scope to heroic courage, therefore the fighting instinct will ever be glorified by man. A more hesitating estimate will be placed on the very frequent coalition between pugnacity and the instinct of acquisitiveness in its two forms, getting and hoarding. This is the instinct illustrated at its extremes by the squirrel who fills the hollows of the trees with nuts, and by the financier who first makes and then prudently invests his money. Everybody knows that pugnacity is far more often excited by balked acquisitiveness than by thwarted daring. The dog fights to get and then to defend his bone. The militia is called out to protect mill or mine. The nation fights to extend or to defend its boundary, its prestige, or its trade. And here, again, pugnacity is estimated not for itself, but according to the moral value of the instinct which excites it and to which it lends its support. The individual or nation which fights gallantly for an object rightly gained and rightly held is known as a heroic defender, whereas the attack on property or rights possessed by other men is condemned as burglary or piracy. Pugnacity, in the third place, is, as all biologists know, very often the outgrowth of fear. Fear, like pugnacity, is a primitive reaction in the face of danger. It is one of the earliest and most compelling of the instincts, shown by all animals, early observed in babies, directed toward objects, animate or inanimate, of the most varied sorts, and manifesting itself in the sharply contrasted forms of flight and immobility. Fear is, therefore, absolutely incompatible with pugnacity, since no animal can at one and the same time shrink back and make attack, feel afraid and feel angry. And yet it is plain matter of observation that fear incites to pugnacity, and in two ways. On the one hand, the fleeing animal, brought to bay, turns on its pursuers, and the desperately frightened child suddenly attacks his tormentor, and thus the instinct of fear suddenly gives way to anger. And on the other hand, fear may stimulate the deliberate and premeditated creation of the machinery of attack. Pugnacity, finally, may be excited in an altogether different way, and may reinforce instincts of an entirely different character. Man and animals alike sometimes fight not through balked courage or thwarted acquisitiveness, or in swift reaction against paralyzing fear, but to protect or succor others, that is, because their social and sympathetic instincts are violated. The neglect, even the denial, of these social instincts was one of the unfortunate results of the superficial popularization of Darwinian teaching. But every biologist recognizes gregariousness, approach in its social form, the basal instinct which crowds animals into herds and is manifested in the flight of birds in flocks, protectiveness, the instinctive attitude of parent to offspring, and imitation, the instinctive attitude toward leaders or parents, as primitive endowments of animal and of human selves. In the higher manifestations, these developed social instincts are directed toward ever widening groups of persons and are transmuted into the virtues of generosity and sacrifice on the one hand, into loyalty and obedience on the other. We are here concerned with the abundantly established fact that the fighting instinct normally lends force and vigor to these social instincts. No battle or private ends are so fierce as those which the animal or human mother wages to protect her young, and the glory of war is the lavish sacrifice of life and love and work for the beloved fatherland. At their surface value, these considerations seem to support the theory of those who disparage the war against war, for pugnacity has appeared in its true colors as a strong and widely diffused instinct, excited when any other instinct is hampered or thwarted. And those who assert the inevitableness of war assume that a man is the prey of his own instincts and helpless in the face of them, that they have a right of way and must ride roughshod over the paths of his life, even when these intersect the ways of other lives. The psychological naturalism is, however, contrary to all observation. Not merely the higher vertebrates, but metazoa and, according to good observers, even certain unicellular animals learn by individual experience, that is to say, they modify their instincts, and man, too, possessed as he is of more instincts than any animal, has advanced precisely in proportion as he has controlled these instincts. This acquired habit of controlling the instincts must be sharply distinguished from any form of ascetic practice. The effort to crush the basal instincts betrays a very inadequate conception of the place of the instincts in human life. For they are the very springs of life, and we should impoverish ourselves if we checked their outpouring of life and energy. But as has just appeared, biology and psychology alike abundantly attest the fact that it is possible to modify instincts without destroying them. A consideration of the methods of controlling instincts is, therefore, abundantly justified. Such a study at once discloses the fact that the effort to modify an instinct in a purely negative way by merely willing that it subside or change its direction is utterly futile. By such a method, the attention is simply turned full upon the instinct to be modified, with the inevitable result of stimulating it. The control of the instincts is, in truth, always positive, and it takes two main forms. Either the instinct is directed towards new objects, or it is subordinated to another instinct. Many illustrations of each of these methods suggest themselves. When the dog is taught to retrieve, his instinct is directed away from chickens toward wild birds, and the boy in Miss Alcott's classic tale diverted his fighting instinct from boys to gnarled roots of trees, and was seen wrestling with the ungainly knots with red face and wrathful eyes, till he had conquered them, when he exulted and marched off with an armful of oak wood in triumph. The pointer, whose instinct to kill is checked by his instinct to return to his master, illustrates the modification of one instinct by subordination to another, and similarly, the shyness of a little child may be wholly neutralized by the curiosity which drives him nearer with every puff of the red balloon which the strange person holds out to him. There is no reason to suppose that these practical psychological methods, so constantly employed in the education of animals and human beings, are inapplicable in the self-discipline of nations. Second, the outcome of our study of pugnacity is, thus, the assurance that war is not the inevitable result of unmodifiable instinct. But this conclusion leaves us with our ethical problem still on our hands. We have still to examine the ethical doctrine that war is morally, if not psychically, inevitable, that war must be cherished as an awful but necessary human experience which purges man's soul of cowardice and selfishness and fans to a flame the fires of courage and devotion. That war may, nay, always does, create and invigorate daring and sacrifice, no student of history will deny. And the world has need of these human qualities. We would not, if we could, blot out of the great book of human history the names of the warriors, David and Hector, Leonidas and Caesar, Richard of the Lionheart and Henry of Navarre, Wallenstein and Gustavus Adolphus, Drake and Farragut, Sir Philip Sidney and Rupert Brooke. And we could not press forward in the struggle towards a righteous social order unless men were nerved to fight in the great causes of truth and justice. In the words of William James, the martial virtues, intrepidity, contempt of softness, surrender of private interest, obedience to command, must still remain the rock upon which states are built. The bold ideal of militant pacifism is, however, to preserve and even to strengthen the fighting instinct with all these martial virtues which it inspires, but to direct it to radically new ends. The militant pacifist, in other words, expressly challenges the assumption that pugnacity can find moral expression only in the war of human being against human being. He believes that men should go on fighting, but that they should attack no longer human lives, but human ignorance, human injustice, and the great nature evils. In this conviction, The pacifist is evidently in line with the psychological teaching that an instinct may be modified and still cherished by being supplied with a new object. And in his effort to divert pugnacity from the ends of war, he is seeking to preserve for human use not merely lives, for which, as physical values, he claims no special exemption, but the great spiritual values, human love, human virtue, human toil. And the whole gruesome record of war attests the urgency of the pacifists' claim that pugnacity must be redirected toward inanimate instead of human objects. For the great lesson which history imprints on the mind of the candid reader is the tragic certainty that all wars gain their ultimative ends, whether great or petty, by the violation of personality, by the destruction of homes, by the paralysis of art and industry and letters. The irony of the terrible situation is precisely this, that even wars entered on from high motives must rouse greed, cupidity, and blind hatred, that even in defensive warfare a people can defend its rights only by inflicting new wrongs, and that chivalrous no less than self-seeking war entails relentless destruction. This truth that there is inherent inconsistency at the heart of every just war, and the sad fact that the war, unless it is on both sides the outgrowth of popular fear, must be, on one side at least, a war of aggrandizement, illumine with blinding light the truth that no individual or nation can be trusted to define its own rights, and then to fight for them, to act, in a word, at once as advocate, judge, and inflictor of punishment in its own cause. In this crisis of conflicting needs, on the one hand, the crying need of all nations for men of courage and self-sacrifice, who will fight for the ends of justice and humanity. On the other hand, the dire need of nations desolated, blighted and impoverished, to be rid of war. The militant pacifist, in season and out of season, preaches his fighting gospel of a war against obdurate nature evils, against floods and fires, famine and disease, and even more insistently he urges the necessity of organized and tireless war against human error and human selfishness in individual hearts and in social customs and institutions. Such a war, it is true, is fought with intangible weapons, but it is, nonetheless, literal fighting, and it involves all the vigor, the passion, the unyielding determination of the warrior. In truth, these warriors have need to put on the whole armor of God, for they wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places. This spiritual warfare demands also, in a manner as yet only dimly apprehended, a systematic organization of effort and a rigid training of combatants. For only by disciplined obedience to the leaders, by the harmonious exercise of their powers, and by the outpouring of their common toil, their time, their talents, their fortunes, their lives, if need be, can man successfully attack opposing nature forces and entrenched human evil, and victoriously fight for better customs, better laws, better men, in a word, for a regenerated and redeemed society. There remains the insistent practical question: how, precisely, may we redirect pugnacity? How may we teach ourselves to make war no longer against the lives and homes of our fellow men, but against their errors and ours, and against our common enemy, hostile nature? It is, of course, beside the restricted purpose of this paper to answer this question in sociological terms, to explain, for example, the constitution of international courts and international police, to set forth the method of the general strike as applied to international relations, or to debate William James' great conception of a conscription of the whole youthful population as part of the army enlisted against nature. For we are here concerned with the human instincts and volitions that control all social machinery, and we are urging against upholders of the dogma of perpetual war that the abolition of war is psychologically possible and even reconcilable with the retention of martial virtue. But the difficulty of the undertaking, the obstacles in the pathway of such a redirection of our fighting instincts, must certainly not be minimized in an outburst of mere emotional enthusiasm. The abolition of war requires nothing less than the divorce of pugnacity from the great egoistic instincts, fear and avarice, with which since the dawn of human history it has been most intimately affiliated. For fear and acquisitiveness are instincts so strong and so primitive that, reinforced by pugnacity, they lead almost inevitably to the attack on personality, on home and on society, which is war. Those who bewail war as inevitable reiterate their conviction that such a separation of pugnacity from fear and greed and physical aggressiveness is impossible. And those who idealize war as the sacrifice of individual motives to group motives insist that the only alternative to war is a selfish, cowardly and supine peace. But students of animal and human life know the power of the social instincts. And students of history attest the facts that even nations, though public opinion so largely exempts them from moral obligations in their international relations, do yet on rare occasions in circumstances which might well lead to war voluntarily and without compulsion, treat each other with justice tempered by courage, yielding and exacting the fulfillment of international obligation. Thus, on the basis of actual experience, we may assert the conviction that the fighting instinct of a rival people may be under the control of its social instincts. For it cannot too often be reiterated that liking and sympathy, as well as anger and acquisition, are instinctive impulses, impulses which may be transmuted into the virtues of generosity and justice. War against human life will cease when these social instincts dominate pugnacity. But the new war against nature and against human greed and sloth and cruelty will only then be fairly initiated. In this new war, unjust nations, like unjust individuals, will be resisted but not destroyed, and the people for whom this new war is fought will be no longer the tribe or state or nation, but the great world self, the universal community of sentient beings. For this great war, which shall liberate man from the blight of nature and from the neglect and injustice of their fellows, the time is overripe. From the one side, the heroic bodily risks of physician, explorer, and engineer make their claim on man's courage and devotion, and on all sides are walls of privilege to be demolished, strongholds of public inefficiency and graft to be stormed, attacks on democracy to be repelled, insidious influences of sloth and luxury to be checked, and human rights to be defended against relentless industrial competition and selfish social content. This greatest war will never be brought to victory until it enlists us all. And those who arm for this conflict must have eyes open to descry injustice and misery, minds trained to judge fairly, hearts pulsing with sympathy, and loyal spirits strong to fight to the finish. Like Socrates, we have followed whither the argument has led us, and now, with this last turn of the path, light fully illumines the problems which we set for ourselves in the beginning. We asked whether war is an inevitable expression of human instinct, and whether anything less than war can move a man to supreme self-sacrifice. And we have found that the instincts lying at the heart of war can be converted to the uses of a strenuous and militant peace, and that the instrument of their conversion is loyalty to the great society, a loyalty rooted in the deep-lying social instincts. Sed sine dolore non vivitur in amore. The law of this loyalty also is sacrifice. Mary Whiton Calkins, Wellesley College. And of Militant Pacifism by Mary Whiton Calkins.
War, Peace, and the Future. A Consideration of Nationalism and Internationalism and of the Relation of Women to War. Chapter 4, Internationalism, by Ellen Key. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Those who imagine they now witness the triumph of nationalism and the collapse of internationalism lack eyes to see, ears to hear. Every day and in every corner of the world, the reality of internationalism is obviously proved in the arresting of commerce, the want of raw material, the high price of food, the lack of work, and every kind of congestion. Our whole economical, scientific, and artistic life is already international. No nationalism, however one-sided, can alter the fact, proved in 1,000 ways every day, that there is not a person who is not suffering through the lack of an interchange that has become a vital necessity to all civilized nations. Their culture has grown by and through this interchange, and it will be as impossible for that culture to continue without it as it would have been for the one to come into existence without the other. But internationalism is proving its power in quite a new way, namely in the anxiety of the warring nations to be judged rightly by the world. This is most clearly shown in the way all the warring nations try to free themselves of every blame for initiating the war. Formerly, a nation that broke the peace did not trouble to try and prove to the world that it was done solely from higher motives. Then one believed, with a good conscience, in the still accepted doctrine that the might of a people is its right, that whereby my people profits, that which increases the power of my country is reason enough for war. Now war has a bad conscience. Now every nation assures us that it is bleeding for a human cause, the fate of which hangs in the balance of its victory. All now declare themselves to be fighting for right, against might, the very thing that the pacifists urged. No nation will admit that it was solely to ensure its own safety and to increase its power that it declared war. No nation dares to admit the guilt of blood before the world. All are anxious to acquit themselves of the charges of barbarous warfare. This should be proof enough of the reality of internationalism. When one sees the sphere of the responsibilities of war, one must agree with those who claim that the hasty decisions between the governments, now made possible by the help of the telephone and the telegraph, are largely to blame for the outbreak of war. Had one had more time to negotiate, it is possible that the suicide now going on in Europe would have been, at least, postponed. From all sides, one hears complaints that the negotiations were insincere or unwise. At the same time, the thought is beginning to make itself felt that mobilization and the declaration of war should be laid before Parliament for its decision. Whatever this decision might be, the people would have chosen their fate through their representatives, and would not have had it dictated to them by a few men who are seldom equal to the responsibility. If one reflects carefully upon what is said above, one can hardly help coming to the conclusion that we have to reckon not only with new instruments of destruction and a greater appetite for power, but also with new mental attitudes. When these are crystallized into clear thought, they will be as effective in ending war as the new mortars have been in destroying forts previously considered impregnable. End of Internationalism by Ellen Key. Read by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. War, Peace, and the Future. A Consideration of Nationalism and Internationalism, and of the Relation of Women to War. Chapter 5, Nationalism and Patriotism, by Ellen Key. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The best proof that the peace movement is patriotic is that it sees in international law the safest means of protecting national values. Only the narrow-minded and the short-sighted are unable to see that the love of humanity and the love of country ought to be as easy to combine as the love of home and native village, or love of country and native village. Only those who are mentally colorblind can speak of the bright colors of nationalism, in contrast to the drab background of internationalism. Those colorblind people have never seen the shining bow of promise above the present flood. It is just because there are so many colors that this bow has such a splendor. It gives one the promise of a time when the different characteristics of nations will stand side by side and melt together in as beautiful a harmony as the colors of the rainbow. To be sure, the national colors will not be as sharply defined as now, just as no individual should be too pronounced in the community of which he is a part. But the national self-assertion that a person would lose, on one hand, by an international union, they would gain on the other in safety, strength, and development, just as the individual, by making renunciations for the community, gains innumerable advantages, which otherwise he would have to forego. The real tug-of-war is not between patriotism and nationalism, as pointed out above in another connection, but between the outgrown patriotism and the new way of feeling for the mother country. For, whereas nationalism still seeks power, honor, and glory through means that endanger other countries, patriotism knows that a country's strength and honor can only be permanently safeguarded through concourse with other countries. And whereas nationalism scoffs at the idea of international laws and regulations, patriotism seeks to create such. Far from sanctioning nationalism in this respect, the present war proves by the numberless assurances from the warring peoples themselves that this must be the last war between the peoples of Europe, that an entirely new order of things must be brought about in Europe to protect us from the repetition of the present horrors. Given such an organization, the great men of science are already promising us an era of progress that far surpasses anything we have yet known. Granted that the Germans hope to develop this new order of things under German rule, and the English under English rule, if the victory should, for the time being, favor either of these imperially concerned ideas of a world peace, we may be sure that neither of these, by their own hegemony, peace-creating world powers would be spared the experience of the law that holds good not only for the trees of the forest, but also for the tree of nations, that they may not grow into the heavens. Greater Germany, as well as Greater Britain, might possibly have a preparatory significance in the creating of a world unity, but nothing more, for neither of them can create or keep its position of rulership except by means that must remain incompatible to a world unity, viz. By war preparedness. Only when this has ceased to constitute the mainstay of state power, only when broad-minded statesmen show the people new ways of creating the power that is necessary to keep less civilized nations and races in check, can we hope that the strong confederations of Germans, of Latins, of Slavs will not only ensure peace, but also a true nationalism, that is, the inviolability of the national individuality. Every peace that entails the crippling of one of the warring peoples is not a peace, but merely a suspension of arms, until either side has sufficiently recovered and prepared to begin the bloodletting anew. If, on the other hand, no one wins, then patriots in all countries will have an opportunity of hindering the creation of an empire state which, by forceful means, enlarges the narrow patriotism of merely national units. To be sure, an empire can indirectly help pacifism, just as the trusts help socialism, by perfecting an organization for international cooperation and by acquainting us with another and larger sphere of unity than that of the national state. But once the means are completed, as it will be with Switzerland and America, where equal and self-governing states unite to choose their own leaders, only then can the people be willing to subject themselves to an international law which individual nations may not break without paying the penalty, just as the separate provinces each at one time had to submit themselves to the mother country. At the same time of each of these submissions, there have been short-sighted individuals who have opposed such a step, but experience has always proved that what one at the time considered self-sacrifice has afterwards meant an increase in impossibilities through the interchange with a higher organism. As nationalism at one time was far superior to the particularism of the warring provinces and their chieftains, so is patriotism superior to nationalism. Or, in other words, the love that puts humanity before the nation is far superior to the love that puts the nation before humanity. Not only is it ethically superior, but also superior in its power to safeguard the nation's growth inwardly as well as outwardly, Only a growth, however, that does not infringe on the rights of other nations. Nationalism and patriotism are built on diverging views of the aim and reason for a people's growth. Patriots must now bleed for the nationalistic idea of the highest goal that national ambition can aim at, how best to apply the nation's strength. All are willing to lay down their lives so that the mother country may live. Meanwhile, the patriots are strengthened in their desire to lead humanity into new ways, and turn them from the ways that have now led them into a labyrinth of horrors, from which we, at present, can see no avenue of escape. The talk one formerly heard, that war furthered the survival of the fittest, is now silenced. Conscription is detrimental to race hygiene. We know that it is the strong, the well-endowed, that are killed or crippled, or invalidated for life. It is those who are best suited to become the fathers of a new generation that are the first to suffer the consequences of war. When one now speaks of war as a means of selection, he means that it is the strongest and fittest who win. This was true as long as man fought man. Now, however, it is by the perfection of their armaments, by numbers and riches that the great powers crush each other and the weaker countries. The latter may do wonders through bravery, self-sacrifice, and efficiency. Their patriotism may be ever so glowing. Nevertheless, they go under into the struggle with the greater power, because they are unable to offer invincible resistance. But such a little nation may have had just as fine, or even finer cultural values with which to bless humanity, than the greater nation whose victim it has become, even if one leaves the point of view of selection to one side. A condition between nations that at certain intervals breaks out in war is a mockery of all their cultural efforts during those intervals. Those who glorify war sing the old song that peace makes weaklings. It could never be more thoroughly refuted than at present, for no one can claim that war, like the god of the theologians, creates something out of nothing. All the wonderful traits that war now discloses were present in times of peace, but the leaders of the people have either not made scope for them, or, where these characteristics have shown themselves most plainly, in the ranks of the socialists, they have been considered dangerous to the community. Are not danger and strife in every sphere the psychological cause for bracing to an onset that for a short time remains at the highest possible tension, only to give way to exhaustion? Even if we leave this reaction aside, is there really a true foundation for the thought which with the dying console themselves, we die so that our country may live? How impoverished a country's life must be when the fields are covered with the corpses of the flower of its manhood, when its best blood flows away with the waters of the rivers, when its strongest arms are blown in the air, when the brains that should have solved its cultural problems, sought truth, created beauty, and thought world-redeeming thoughts are quenched. What can a country win in territory, in billions, or in power that will replace only a fraction of the human worth that it has lost? A single man may be worth a province, a colony, a billion. Of what avail is the monetary increase in vitality during the war in comparison with this immeasurable devitalization after the war? War has been called organized waste. And this is true not only of the material losses, the billions that fly away with the bullets and sink with the boats. Nay, for as we do not fight with professional soldiers but with conscripts, the whole capital that families and states have invested in the upbringing and education of youths for peaceful occupations is wasted. For they die, just at an age when they could have begun to repay the investment, with and by their work. Should the shadow pictures of war show themselves on the world's horizon until the end of time, life would not be worth prolonging a second. All the endeavors to decrease mortality, to increase nativity, to exterminate diseases and pests, to alleviate the drain of poverty on the health of the people, to increase the physical and mental health of the race, and to further race betterment through selection would be pitifully meaningless. For then the only aim of all this would be the producing of ever more efficient human material for even more butcheries. The barbarity of war becomes more and more obvious the more it uses science to fill the earth, the air, and the seas with implements for destroying both man and his works. If science continues to construct still more destructive weapons, perhaps lack of people and lack of money may make a peace policy a necessity. End of Nationalism and Patriotism by Ellen Key. Read by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington.
America's Purpose by Woodrow Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. America's Purpose, the Establishment of Justice Between the Nations. New York Address of 27 September 1918. My fellow citizens, I am not here to promote the loan. That will be done, ably and enthusiastically done, by the hundreds of thousands of loyal and tireless men and women who have undertaken to present it to you and to our fellow citizens throughout the country, and I have not the least doubt of their complete success, for I know their spirit and the spirit of the country. My confidence is confirmed, too, by the thoughtful and experienced cooperation of the bankers here and everywhere, who are lending their invaluable aid and guidance. I have come, rather, to seek an opportunity to present to you some thoughts which I trust will serve to give you, in perhaps fuller measure than before, a vivid sense of the great issues involved, in order that you may appreciate and accept with added enthusiasm the grave significance of the duty of supporting the government by your men and your means to the utmost point of sacrifice and self-denial. No man or woman who has really taken in what this war means can hesitate to give to the very limit of what they have, and it is my mission here tonight to try to make it clear once more what the war really means. You will need no other stimulation or reminder of your duty. At every turn of the war, we gain a fresh consciousness of what we mean to accomplish by it. When our hope and expectation are most excited, we think more definitely than before of the issues that hang upon it, and of the purposes which must be realized by means of it. For it has positive and well-defined purposes, which we did not determine and which we cannot alter. No statesman or assembly created them. No statesman or assembly can alter them. They have arisen out of the very nature and circumstances of the war. The most that statesmen or assemblies can do is to carry them out or be false to them. They were perhaps not clear at the outset, but they are clear now. The war has lasted more than 4 years, and the whole world has been drawn into it. Mankind's common will rules. The common will of mankind has been substituted for the particular purpose of individual states. Individual statesmen may have started the conflict, but neither they nor their opponents can stop it as they please. It has become a people's war, and peoples of all sorts and races, of every degree of power and variety of fortune, are involved in its sweeping processes of change and settlement. We came into it when its character had become fully defined, and it was plain that no nation could stand apart or be indifferent to its outcome. Its challenge drove to the heart of everything we cared for and lived for. The voice of the war had become clear and gripped our hearts. Our brothers from many lands, as well as our own murdered dead under the sea, were calling to us, and we responded, fiercely and of course. The air was clear about us. We saw things in their full, convincing proportions as they were, and we have seen them with steady eyes and unchanging comprehension ever since. We accepted the issues of the war as facts, not as any group of men either here or elsewhere had defined them, and we can accept no outcome which does not squarely meet and settle them. 5 issues of the war. Those issues are these. Shall the military power of any nation or group of nations be suffered to determine the fortunes of peoples over whom they have no right to rule except the right of force? Shall strong nations be free to wrong weak nations and make them subject to their purpose and interest? Shall peoples be ruled and dominated, even in their own internal affairs, by arbitrary and irresponsible foes or by their own will and choice? Shall there be a common standard of right and privilege for all peoples and nations, or shall the strong do as they will, and the weak suffer without redress? Shall the assertion of right be haphazard and by casual alliance, or shall there be a common concert to oblige the observance of common rights? No man, no group of men, chose these to be the issues of the struggle. They are the issues of it, and they must be settled, by no arrangement or compromise or adjustment of interests, but definitely and once for all, and with a full and unequivocal acceptance of the principle that the interest of the weakest is as sacred as the interest of the strongest. What permanent peace means. This is what we mean when we speak of a permanent peace, if we speak sincerely, intelligently, and with a real knowledge and comprehension of the matter we deal with. We are all agreed that there can be no peace obtained by any kind of bargain or compromise with the governments of the Central Empires, because we have dealt with them already, and have seen them deal with other governments that were parties to this struggle, at Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest. They have convinced us that they are without honor and do not intend justice. They observe no covenants, accept no principle but force and their own interest. We cannot come to terms with them. They have made it impossible. The German people must, by this time, be fully aware that we cannot accept the word of those who forced this war upon us. We do not think the same thoughts or speak the same language of agreement. It is of capital importance that we should also be explicitly agreed that no peace shall be obtained by any kind of compromise or abatement of the principles we have avowed as the principles for which we are fighting. There should exist no doubt about that. I am therefore going to take the liberty of speaking with the utmost frankness about the practical implications that are involved in it. If it be indeed and in truth the common object of the governments associated against Germany and of the nations whom they govern, as I believe it to be, to achieve by the coming settlements a secure and lasting peace, it will be necessary that all who sit down at the peace table shall come ready and willing to pay the price, the only price, that will procure it, and ready and willing also to create in some virile fashion the only instrumentality by which it can be made certain that the agreements of the peace will be honored and fulfilled. Impartial justice must be done. That price is impartial justice in every item of the settlement, no matter whose interest is crossed, and not only impartial justice, but also the satisfaction of the several peoples whose fortunes are dealt with. That indispensable instrumentality is a League of Nations, formed under covenants that will be efficacious. Without such an instrumentality, by which the peace of the world can be guaranteed, peace will rest in part upon the word of outlaws, and only upon that word. For Germany will have to redeem her character, not by what happens at the peace table, but by what follows. And as I see it, the constitution of that League of Nations, and the clear definition of its objects, must be a part, is in a sense the most essential part, of the peace settlement itself. It cannot be formed now. If formed now, it would be merely a new alliance confined to the nations associated against a common enemy. It is not likely that it could be formed after the settlement. It is necessary to guarantee the peace, and the peace cannot be guaranteed as an afterthought. The reason, to speak in plain terms again, why it must be guaranteed is that there will be parties to the peace whose promises have proved untrustworthy, and means must be found in connection with the peace settlement itself to remove that source of insecurity. It would be folly to leave the guarantee to the subsequent voluntary action of the governments we have seen destroy Russia and deceive Romania. 5 particulars of settlement. But these general terms do not disclose the whole matter. Some details are needed to make them sound less like a thesis and more like a practical program. These, then, are some of the particulars, and I state them with the greater confidence because I can state them authoritatively as representing this government's interpretation of its own duty with regard to peace. First, the impartial justice meted out must involve no discrimination between those to whom we wish to be just and those to whom we do not wish to be just. It must be a justice that plays no favorites and knows no standard but the equal rights of the several peoples concerned. Second, no special or separate interest of any single nation or any group of nations can be made the basis of any part of the settlement which is not consistent with the common interest of all. Third, there can be no leagues or alliances or special covenants and understandings within the general and common family of the League of Nations. Fourth, and more specifically, there can be no special, selfish economic combinations within the League and no employment of any form of economic boycott or exclusion, except as the power of economic penalty by exclusion from the markets of the world may be vested in the League of Nations itself as a means of discipline and control. Fifth, all international agreements and treaties of every kind must be made known in their entirety to the rest of the world. Must exclude special alliances. Special alliances and economic rivalries and hostilities have been the prolific source in the modern world of the plans and passions that produce war. It would be an insincere as well as an insecure peace that did not exclude them in definite and binding terms. The confidence with which I venture to speak for our people in these matters does not spring from our traditions merely, and the well-known principles of international action which we have always professed and followed. In the same sentence in which I say that the United States will enter into no special arrangements or understandings with particular nations, let me say also that the United States is prepared to assume its full share of responsibility for the maintenance of the common covenants and understandings upon which peace must henceforth rest. We still read Washington's immortal warning against entangling alliances, with full comprehension and an answering purpose. But only special and limited alliances entangle, and we recognize and accept the duty of a new day, in which we are permitted to hope for a general alliance which will avoid entanglements and clear the air of the world for common understandings and the maintenance of common rights. I have made this analysis of the international situation which the war has created, not, of course, because I doubted whether the leaders of the great nations and peoples with whom we are associated were of the same mind and entertained a like purpose, but because the air every now and again gets darkened by mists and groundless doubtings and mischievous perversions of counsel, and it is necessary once and again to sweep all the irresponsible talk about peace intrigues and weakening morale and doubtful purpose on the part of those in authority utterly and, if need be, unceremoniously aside, and say things in the plainest words that can be found, even when it is only to say over again what has been said before, quite as plainly, if in less unvarnished terms. Responds to the issues of war. As I have said, neither I nor any other man in governmental authority created or gave form to the issues of this war. I have simply responded to them with such vision as I could command, but I have responded gladly and with a resolution that has grown warmer and more confident as the issues have grown clearer and clearer. It is now plain that they are issues which no man can pervert unless it be willfully. I am bound to fight for them, and happy to fight for them, as time and circumstance have revealed them to me as to all the world. Our enthusiasm for them grows more and more irresistible as they stand out in more and more vivid and unmistakable outline. And the forces that fight for them draw into closer and closer array, organize their millions into more and more unconquerable might, as they become more and more distinct to the thought and purpose of the peoples engaged. It is the peculiarity of this great war that while statesmen have seemed to cast about for definitions of their purpose, and have sometimes seemed to shift their ground and their point of view, the thought of the mass of men whom statesmen are supposed to instruct and lead has grown more and more unclouded, more and more certain of what it is that they are fighting for. National purposes have fallen more and more into the background, and the common purpose of enlightened mankind has taken their place. The counsels of plain men have become on all hands more simple and straightforward and more unified than the counsels of sophisticated men of affairs, who still retain the impression that they are playing a game of power and playing for high stakes. That is why I have said that this is a people's war, not a statesman's. Statesmen must follow the clarified common thought or be broken. Glad to state war aims. I take that to be the significance of the fact that assemblies and associations of many kinds, made up of plain, workaday people, have demanded, almost every time they came together, and are still demanding, that the leaders of their governments declare to them plainly what it is, exactly what it is, that they are seeking in this war, and what they think the items of the final settlement should be. They are not yet satisfied with what they have been told. They still seem to fear that they are getting what they ask for only in statesmen's terms, only in the terms of territorial arrangements and divisions of power, and not in terms of broad-visioned justice and mercy and peace, and the satisfaction of those deep-seated longings of oppressed and distracted men and women and enslaved peoples that seem to them the only things worth fighting a war for that engulfs the world. Perhaps statesmen have not always recognized this changed aspect of the whole world of policy and action. Perhaps they have not always spoken in direct reply to the questions asked because they did not know how searching those questions were, and what sort of answers they demanded. But I, for one, am glad to attempt the answer again and again, in the hope that I may make it clearer and clearer that my one thought is to satisfy those who struggle in the ranks, and are, perhaps above all others, entitled to a reply whose meaning no one can have any excuse for misunderstanding, if he understands the language in which it is spoken, or can get someone to translate it correctly into his own. And I believe that the leaders of the governments with which we are associated will speak, as they have occasion, as plainly as I have tried to speak. I hope that they will feel free to say whether they think that I am in any degree mistaken in my interpretation of the issues involved, or in my purpose with regard to the means by which a satisfactory settlement of those issues may be obtained. Unity of purpose and of counsel are as imperatively necessary in this war as was unity of command in the battlefield, and with perfect unity of purpose and counsel will come assurance of complete victory. It can be had in no other way. Peace drives can be effectively neutralized and silenced only by showing that every victory of the nations associated against Germany brings the nations nearer the sort of peace which will bring security and reassurance to all peoples, and make the recurrence of another such struggle of pitiless force and bloodshed forever impossible, and that nothing else can. Germany is constantly intimating the terms she will accept, and always finds that the world does not want terms. It wishes the final triumph of justice and fair dealing. End of America's Purpose by Woodrow Wilson. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Introduction to the Book of the Homeless by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is not only a pleasure but a duty to write the introduction which Mrs. Wharton requests for the Book of the Homeless. At the outset of this war, I said that hideous though the atrocities had been and dreadful though the suffering, yet we must not believe that these atrocities and this suffering paralleled the dreadful condition that had obtained in Europe warfare during, for example, the 17th century. It is lamentable to have to confess that I was probably in error. The fate that has befallen Belgium is as terrible as any that befall the countries of Middle Europe during the 30 Years' War and the wars of the following half-century. There is no higher duty than to care for the refugees, and above all the child refugees, who have fled from Belgium. This book is being sold for the benefit of the American Hostels of Refugees and for the benefit of the Children of Flanders Relief Committee, founded in Paris by Mrs. Wharton in November 1914 and enlarged by her in April 1915 and chiefly maintained hitherto by American subscriptions. My daughter, who in November and December last year was in Paris with her husband, Dr. Derby, in connection with the American ambulance, has told me much about the harrowing tragedies of the poor souls who were driven from their country and on the verge of starvation, without food or shelter, without hope, and with the members of the family all separated from one another, none knowing where the others were to be found, and who had drifted into Paris and into other parts of France and across the Channel to England as a result of Belgium being trampled into bloody mire. In April last, the Belgian government asked Mrs. Wharton to take care of some 650 children and a number of helpless old men and women from the ruined towns and farms of Flanders. This is the effort which is now turned into the Children of Flanders Refugee Committee. I appeal to the American people to picture to themselves the plight of these poor creatures and to endeavor in practical fashion to secure that they shall be saved from further avoidable suffering. Nothing that our people can do will remedy the frightful wrong that has been committed on these families. Nothing that can now be done by the civilized world, even if the neutral nations of the civilized world should at last wake up to the performance of the duty that they have so shamefully failed to perform, can undo the dreadful wrong of which these unhappy children, these old men and women, have been the victims. All that can be done surely should be done to ease their suffering. The part that America has played in this great tragedy is not an exalted part, and there is all the more reason why Americans should hold up the hands of those of their number who, like Mrs. Wharton, are endeavoring to some extent to remedy the national shortcomings. We owe to Mrs. Wharton all the assistance we can give. We owe this assistance to the good name of America, and above all, for the cause of humanity, we owe it to the children, the women, and the old men who have suffered such dreadful wrong for absolutely no fault of theirs. End of Introduction to the Book of the Homeless by Theodore Roosevelt. Read by Mike Overby.
Probleme der Friedenswirtschaft von Walter Rathenau. Dies ist eine LibriVox-Aufnahme. Alle LibriVox-Aufnahmen sind lizenzfrei und in öffentlichem Besitz. Weitere Informationen und Hinweise zur Beteiligung an diesem Projekt gibt es bei LibriVox.org. Probleme der Friedenswirtschaft. Vortrag gehalten in der Deutschen Gesellschaft 1914 am 18. Dezember 1916. Meine Herren, über Probleme der Friedenswirtschaft bitte ich, zu Ihnen sprechen zu dürfen. Probleme, nicht Lösungen, möchte ich Ihnen unterbreiten. Es wäre verwegen, wenn in diesem Augenblick, wo die nächsten Jahreszeiten über das Schicksal der Welt entscheiden sollen, gewagt würde, fertige Systeme über das Kommende zur Erörterung zu stellen. Noch liegt in tiefstem Dunkel vor uns die Bühne der Zukunft, getrennt vom Vergangenen durch unüberbrückbare Scheiden, und der Fuß zögert beim Betreten. Schon die Voraussetzungen machen Bedenken. Ich möchte um die Erlaubnis bitten, diese Voraussetzungen so wenig rosig wie möglich wählen zu dürfen. Ich schlage vor, von unfreundlichen Annahmen auszugehen, in der Meinung, dass jede Verbesserung, die Sie erfahren, uns willkommen sein wird. Es ist im Laufe des Krieges über die Begriffe des Optimismus und Pessimismus viel gesprochen worden. Man hat den Optimismus in jedem Sinne zur Tugend gestempelt, man hat aus dem, was man Pessimismus nannte, schlechthin ein Verbrechen gemacht. Ich glaube, die Ausdrücke treffen nicht zu und die Begriffe sind verworren. Man verwechselt Urteil und Stimmung, Optimismus des Urteils hat uns niemals genützt. Pessimismus der Stimmung wäre das Verderblichste, das uns begegnen könnte. Ich glaube, der richtige Wahlspruch wird der sein, dass das Urteil kühl bleibt, dass man jeder Gefahr ohne Furcht ins Auge blickt, dass man sich aber die Stimmung, den Willen und die Entschlusskraft des höchsten Optimismus und der höchsten Zuversicht erhalten muss. In diesem Sinne gehe ich von wenig günstigen Voraussetzungen aus, von einer gewaltigen Verringerung unseres nationalen Vermögens, von einer umfassenden Verschiebung der wirtschaftlichen und gesellschaftlichen Schichtung, von einer erheblichen Störung unserer Wirtschaft durch Beschränkung unseres Verkehrs, unseres Handels mit dem Auslande. Ich will ferner annehmen, dass der Krieg nicht sofort beendet wird. Wenn auch jetzt zum ersten Mal das Gefühl in uns wachgerufen ist, dass dieser Krieg, wenn auch nicht seinem unmittelbaren Schluss entgegenführt, so doch ins Herz getroffen ist, dass er durch den allseitigen Ausbruch der Friedenssehnsucht seine erste tiefe Erschütterung erlitten hat, so sollen wir die Möglichkeit ruhig im Auge behalten, dass Kampf und Kampfzustände noch längere Zeit beharren. Lassen Sie endlich uns davon ausgehen, dass es nicht in vollem Umfange möglich sein wird, die wirtschaftlichen Wirkungen des Krieges durch die Form des Friedensschlusses zu beseitigen und rückgängig zu machen. Es treten uns somit 3 außerordentliche Phänomene entgegen. Zunächst die Zerstörung bedeutender nationaler Werte. Diese Zerstörung ist nicht ohne weiteres messbar an den offensichtlichen Kriegskosten. Einzelne ihrer Positionen gehen darüber hinaus, andere sind nicht darin enthalten. Mit einem Wort, nicht alle Kriegskosten bedeuten Verluste, und nicht alle Verluste sind in den sichtbaren Kriegskosten eingeschlossen. Bodenerzeugnisse, Halbfabrikate, Waren, die zu Kriegsbeginn in unermesslichen Mengen bei uns lagerten, sind verbraucht und verzehrt. Soweit die Betriebsmittel des Landes in Frage kommen, befinden wir uns in Liquidation. Unsere Lager enthalten heute vorwiegend Rüstungsmittel, die Eisenbahnen, Häfen, Werkstätten, Vorratsräume und Läden sind nicht mehr erfüllt mit den gewohnten Materialien. Diese Stoffe sind überwiegend nicht dem produktiven Verbrauch, sondern dem Kriege anheimgefallen und wirtschaftlich verloren. Was sie zurückgelassen haben, ist Asche, Schutt und Rauch, Verwundung und Zerstörung, die verzehrten Güter sind nicht wiedergewinnbar. Nebenher schreitet die Abnutzung unserer Werkzeuge, unserer Anlagen und unseres Bodens. Ein Blick auf die Straßen zeigt es uns, wir sehen nicht mehr den gewohnten Zustand unseres Pflasters und unserer Häuser, wir sehen nicht mehr die vorzügliche Fassung und Haltung unserer Verkehrsmittel. Dieser Blick versinnlicht die Abnutzung unserer gesamten Wirtschaftsmittel, die 2 Jahre lang trotz stärkerer Anspannung nicht die gewohnte Pflege und Erneuerung erfahren haben. Das gilt für Fabriken, Hochöfen, Verkehrsmittel, Kraftanlagen und Werkzeuge. Aber nicht nur das Sichtbare wird abgenutzt und erschöpft, auch der Boden verarmt. Was wir aus unseren Bergwerken emporholen, dient nicht der Erzeugung neuer Werte, neuer Produktionsmittel, kristallisierter Arbeit, sondern überwiegend dem Opfer des Krieges. Die Bodenschätze vermindern sich. Unsere Äcker, die nicht die zureichende Düngung erfahren haben, sind vorübergehend erschöpft und verarmt. Zu diesen Verlusten treten hinzu nicht unerhebliche Kosten der Wiederherstellung derjenigen Landesstriche, die von feindlicher Besetzung gelitten haben. Alle diese Posten mit Ausnahme des erst erwähnten, des Materialverbrauchs, sind in den sichtbaren Kriegskosten nicht enthalten. Andererseits sind in den Kriegskosten Löhne, Gehälter, Gewinne und Bauaufwendungen inbegriffen, die nicht als Verluste am Gemeinschaftsvermögen zu gelten haben. Der tiefste und schmerzlichste Wirtschaftsverlust ist aber der, den in Zahlen auszudrücken überhaupt uns widerstrebt: das Opfer an Menschenleben, Geist und Arbeitskraft. Nicht alle, die ausgezogen sind, kehren wieder, und nicht alle, die heimkehren, sind zu neuer Arbeit fähig. Anstelle arbeitender Hände und Köpfe, anstelle werterzeugender Kräfte werden wir tausendfach Kriegsbeschädigte und Hinterbliebene unter uns haben, denen wir nur ein schwaches Teil unserer Dankesschuld abstatten, wenn wir für ihre und der ihren Existenz sorgen. Überblicken und bewerten wir diese Verluste, so ist es wohl nicht Überschätzung, wenn wir annehmen, dass es sich um mehr als den 5. Teil unseres Nationalvermögens handelt. Das würde bedeuten, dass jedes Kriegsjahr unsere Wirtschaft um etwa 4 bis 5 Jahre zurückgeworfen hat und dass wir uns heute ungefähr da befinden, wo wir zu Beginn des Jahrhunderts gestanden haben, freilich unter bedeutender Umschichtung der Vermögensverteilung. Denn neben der Verringerung unseres nationalen Vermögens geht einher die Erscheinung, die ich als Vermögensverschiebung bezeichnet habe und deren soziale und sittliche Bedeutung stark ins Gewicht fällt. Die in Anleihen, Schulden und Umlaufsvermehrung sichtbaren Kriegskosten wachsen empor und vermehren sich um den Kapitalswert der Beträge, die an Renten und Unterstützungen späterhin zu zahlen sind. Sie vermehren sich fernerhin um die Beträge künftiger Kriegsanleihen, um die Mittel, die für die Einführung der Friedenswirtschaft und für die Wiederherstellung unserer Rüstung erforderlich werden. Das Land spaltet sich in Gläubiger und Schuldner. Gläubiger ist jeder, der in irgendeiner Form an der Kriegsarbeit beteiligt gewesen ist oder der einen Teil seines Vermögens zur Erwerbung von Kriegsanleihen hat liquidieren können. Schuldner ist die Gesamtheit. Das Reich hat gleichsam die ihm dargebrachten materiellen Leistungen in zinstragenden Banknoten, in Anleihen bezahlt. Am Schlusse jedes Jahres muss daher ein großer Betrag des nationalen Einkommens neu aufgeteilt werden. Er wird aus dem Gesamtbesitz aufgesogen und kehrt in veränderter Verteilung zu den Einzelbesitzern zurück. Die Gesamtheit arbeitet, um dem Anleiheeigner seine Rente zu beschaffen, und auch er selbst ist an dieser Arbeit beteiligt. Der Betrag, der jährlich auf diese Weise die Hände wechseln wird eher größer als kleiner sein als der frühere jährliche Gesamtbetrag unserer nationalen Ersparnis. Diese Umschichtung der Vermögen bedeutet starke Beeinträchtigung einzelner Berufsklassen, nicht zumindest derjenigen, denen wir auf dem Gebiet der Gelehrsamkeit, der Publizistik, der Technik, des höheren Beamtenwesens unseren Nachwuchs an Intelligenzen verdankten. Es ist nicht unmöglich, dass von allen Wirkungen des Krieges die der Vermögensumschichtung für alle betroffenen Nationen sich als die folgenschwerste und sorgenreichste erweist. Die dritte Quelle von Schäden ist gegeben durch die Störung der Wirtschaft, die wir erleiden können durch die Schwächung unserer Beziehungen zum Auslande. Ich weiß, die herrschende Auffassung nimmt an, dass, wenn der Krieg beendet ist, Handel und Wandel in ihr altes Geleise zurückkehren, dass der Verkehr wieder aufgenommen wird, wie er war. Denn, wie man sagt, bedürfen die Völker des internationalen Austausches, und sie werden schließlich immer da kaufen, wo sie gut und billig kaufen können. Ich wage nicht in diesem Umfang, mich der Hoffnung anzuschließen. Soweit die Stimmung des Auslandes mir bekannt geworden ist, steht sie dem entgegen, und wenn wir uns der schwierigen und peinlichen Aufgabe unterziehen, der wir uns im Kriege ja dauernd unterziehen müssen, uns in die Geistesverfassung unserer Feinde zu versetzen, so finden wir, auch wenn wir die verstiegenen Drohungen und Wirtschaftskonferenzen ihrem Wert nach einschätzen, dass immerhin genügend Bedenken übrig bleiben gegen eine einigermaßen vollständige Wiederherstellung unserer wirtschaftlichen Beziehungen. Die Meinung des Auslandes, in erster Linie Englands, des urteilsfähigsten unserer Gegner, vor dem Kriege war die: Deutschland ist ein unbequemer wirtschaftlicher Gegner, und das liegt, sagen wir es rundheraus, an seinen kleinlichen und schäbigen Arbeitsmethoden. Das war die brutale, unwahre und gehässige Meinung Englands. Der Krieg hat ein anderes Bild gezeigt. Er hat gezeigt, dass es nicht die 2 Stunden sind, die wir täglich länger arbeiten, dass es nicht unser bereitwilligeres Eingehen auf die Wünsche unserer Käufer und Kunden ist, auch nicht unsere größere Geduld, Gefälligkeit und Beweglichkeit, sondern dass hinter der Konkurrenz, die England fürchtet, etwas unüberwindbar Mächtiges steht, nämlich die Gesamtstärke des deutschen Wirtschaftskörpers. Die haben sie in diesem Kriege erst entdeckt. Dass sie dieses Land nicht aushungern konnten, dass sie mit unheimlicher Sorgfalt und diabolischer Genialität abgeschnitten hatten von allen natürlichen Zufuhren, dass dieses Land erst unter unerhörtem Druck seine ganze Gewalt des Aufschwungs und die volle Stärke seiner Technik, Industrie und Kapitalmacht offenbart hat, das ist das große, neue und entsetzenerregende Phänomen für unsere Feinde gewesen. Und sie sagen sich, wäre dieser Krieg nicht jetzt geführt worden, in einem Menschenalter hätte er nicht mehr geführt werden können, denn die Wirtschaft Deutschlands hätte uns auf friedlichem Wege unterdrückt. Nun fragen sie weiter. Und hier wird ihre Deduktion einseitig, aber wir haben von dieser Einseitigkeit uns Rechnung zu geben, denn sie ist eine Realität. Wie ist denn dieses Land so stark geworden? Wie konnte es zu diesem Vermögen und zu dieser unerhörten Wirtschaftskraft erwachsen? Und da antworten sie, das ist auf unserem und unserer Freunde Rücken geschehen. Es sind unsere Absatzgebiete, Kolonien und Märkte, es sind unsere Meere, denn so drücken sie sich ja aus, es sind unsere Häfen und Kohlenstationen, unsere Rohstoffe, zum Teil selbst unsere Schiffe und Kapitalien. Und sie schließen, das darf uns niemals wieder geschehen. Wir werden zu verhindern suchen, dass von neuem die Wirtschaft Deutschlands an der unseren emporwächst und sie überflügelt. Ich glaube, dass man von diesem einseitigen Gedankengang mit vollkommener Kühle sich Rechenschaft geben soll, dass man ihn weder unterschätzen noch fürchten darf. Wir müssen einfach damit rechnen, dass in Zukunft unsere Wirtschaft mehr als bisher auf unseren und den Kreis unserer Freunde angewiesen sein wird. Es ist möglich, dass Russland verhältnismäßig weniger von abstrakten Gefühlen empfinden wird, dass wir somit nach Osten einen wachsenden Absatz zu erwarten haben. Doch sollten wir auch davor nicht erschrecken, dass in Zukunft unsere Handelsbilanz sich verkleinern kann und wäre es auch um einige Milliarden. Fassen wir die Gefahren zusammen, denen wir ausgesetzt sind. Es ist in erster Linie die Gefahr der Verarmung infolge der Vermögenszerstörung, die uns erwachsen ist. Es ist zweitens die Gefahr der Vermögensverschiebung und sozialen Umschichtung. Und es ist drittens die Gefahr der inneren Erschwernis unserer Wirtschaft. Diesen Gefahren gegenüber erhebt sich die dreifache Aufgabe. Sie besteht in der Wiederherstellung unseres Vermögens, in der Wiederherstellung unserer Ordnung und in der Wiedergewinnung derjenigen wirtschaftlichen Bewegungsfreiheit, sei es im Verkehr mit dem Ausland, sei es auf uns selbst gestellt, deren wir bedürfen. Betrachtet man diese Dinge nicht vom bloßen Standpunkt der Wirtschaft, sondern im Ausblick auf ein höheres Absolutes, so könnte gefragt werden, ist es denn nicht besser, wenn ein Land arm ist? Werden nicht die stärksten Kräfte seiner Geister zum Idealismus, zur Vertiefung, zur Transzendenz getrieben, wenn das äußere Leben gestillt wird, wenn das wirre Treiben der Wirtschaft schweigt? Wir können diesen Einwand abtun, denn in diesem Kriege, in dem wir stehen, sind wir uns bewusst geworden, dass unsere nationalen Güter die ersten sind, die wir zu verteidigen haben. Und da wir nicht wissen, ob und wann abermals ein Krieg uns droht, so müssen wir stark sein. Stark sein aber heißt zugleich wirtschaftlich mächtig sein, denn soweit wir in die Zukunft blicken, auch die künftigen Kriege werden nicht nur Kriege der Geister, der Sehnen, der Nerven, sondern zugleich der Gesamtheit aller wirtschaftlichen Mittel bedeuten. Es ist bisweilen gesagt worden, wir werden die alten Verhältnisse wiederherstellen, wenn wir sparsamer leben und mehr arbeiten. Gewiss, wir werden es müssen und wir werden es gern tun, aber damit begegnen wir nicht allem. Über ein gegebenes Maß dürfen wir die Länge der Arbeitszeit nicht steigern. Muße ist so unentbehrlich wie Arbeit. Sie ist es, die nicht nur die Arbeit rechtfertigt und erträglich macht, sondern auch veredelt. Mit bloßer Sparsamkeit und Mehrarbeit werden wir weder die Verschiebung der Vermögen rückgängig machen, noch die Beziehungen unserer Außenwirtschaft wiederherstellen. Wir werden uns ruhig darauf gefasst machen, dass unsere Wirtschaft bis zu einem gewissen Grade Binnenwirtschaft sein wird. Dies hat nichts Erschreckendes, im Gegenteil, ich möchte meinen, dass etwas menschlich Schönes darin liegt, wenn nach diesem Kriege, in dem wir ganz auf uns gestellt waren, in dem wir ganz unserer Kraft uns bewusst wurden, vor allem unserer Kraft zum Opfer, wir von dieser stolzen und reinen Gesinnung etwas behalten, wenn wir auch in der Wirtschaft den Stolz fühlen, auf uns gestellt zu sein, aus eigener Kraft, aus eigenem Willen und aus eigenem Denken wieder emporzuwachsen. Es liegt aber auch etwas ästhetisch Schönes darin, denn die Verschwommenheit unserer Güterwirtschaft hat dazu geführt, dass jedes Produkt an jeder Stelle der Welt zu haben und zu sehen war. Die Güter umflossen die Erde und die alte Schattierung, die noch vor Jahrzehnten fühlbar war, Die schöne Abstufung, die dem Reisenden entgegentrat, der nach fremden Städten und Ländern kam und neue Bodenfrüchte, neue Werke der Kunst und des Fleißes erblickte und genoss, diese Abstufung ist unserer Zeit verloren gegangen. Ein ästhetisches Schöne der Binnenwirtschaft aber kann und wird es werden, dass die Produkte, die Güter, die Werke wieder den Charakter ihrer erzeugenden Erde tragen. Zwischen dem, was uns bevorsteht, und dem, was wir heute erleben, liegt ein Zwischengebiet, das der Übergangswirtschaft, das ich hier nicht näher berühren will. Es ist ein wichtiges Gebiet und es ist zu begrüßen, dass unsere Regierung seine Aufgaben bearbeiten lässt. Aber die Fragen, die dort behandelt werden, sind nicht die grundsätzlichen, die wir heute erörtern sollen. Bei der Übergangswirtschaft handelt es sich vorwiegend um Probleme des gewohnten Gleises, und bei aller Weitschichtigkeit der Lösung werden neue Gedankengänge nicht in dem Maße erfordert werden. Die Probleme betreffen in erster Linie die Frage der Tonnagenverteilung, die Grundsätze und Methoden der Rationierung aber sind bekannt und werden mit Erfolg geübt. Wir haben in unseren Kriegsgesellschaften die Organismen geschaffen, die damit vertraut sind wie mit ihrem täglichen Brot. Es handelt sich sodann um Fragen der Valuta, die schwieriger sind, die aber schließlich auch gelöst werden können durch Rationierung der Einfuhr, durch richtige Abstufung ihres Tempos und ihrer Reihenfolge und letzten Endes durch das Universalmittel der Anleihen. Wir sprechen von diesem Gebiet also nicht, sondern behalten das Ziel im Auge. Das besteht im Aufbau und in der Unabhängigkeit unserer Wirtschaft. Und wir erkennen, dass eine neue Denkweise uns durchdringen muss, wenn wir diesen Problemen uns hingeben. Als Leitsatz hat von nun an uns das Wort zu gelten: Wirtschaft ist nicht mehr Sache der Einzelnen, sondern Sache der Gesamtheit. Denn das ganze Wirtschaftsgebiet, auf dem wir stehen und leben, ist begrenzt und erschöpflich. Die Materialien sind es, die Arbeit ist es, die Kapitalien sind es. Wer aus diesem Gefäß schöpft, der erschöpft. Jedes Schöpfen aber wirkt weiter, wirkt zurück auf die Wirtschaft der Gesamtheit, beeinflusst und verändert die Grundbedingungen des Wirkens der anderen. Wirtschaft bleibt nicht länger Privatsache, sie wird res publica, die Sache aller. Wenn wir das Gesamtgebiet unserer Wirtschaft überblicken, so ergibt sich eine notwendige Teilung. Es tritt uns entgegen zunächst das Gebiet der Materialwirtschaft, sodann das Gebiet der Arbeitswirtschaft, endlich das Gebiet der Kapitalwirtschaft. Lassen Sie uns im Fluge diese Gebiete durchschreiten. In der Materialwirtschaft werden die Grundsätze, nach denen wir zu handeln haben, lauten: nichts vergeuden, alle Quellen erschließen, unabhängig werden vom Auslande. Zu dem Wort von der Unabhängigkeit vom Auslande bedarf es einer kurzen Bemerkung. Es besteht bei uns und in der Welt noch immer die dunkle Vorstellung, es sei für eine Wirtschaft die Ausfuhr ein Selbstzweck. Andererseits heißt es, sie sei ein gewisser Übermut, eine Exuberanz der Gewerbe, und es wird von einer eigenwilligen Ausfuhrindustrie gesprochen. Ich möchte glauben, dass dieser Vorstellungskreis der Kritik bedarf. Nicht alle Länder sind selbstgenügend hinsichtlich ihres Wirtschaftsbedarfes, auch Deutschland ist es nicht. Wir alle sind gekleidet in Stoffe aus fremder Wolle, aus fremder Baumwolle. Diese Räume sind erfüllt mit fremden Metallen, fremde Bodenerzeugnisse tragen bei zu unserer Ernährung, und wir haben bisher noch nicht die Mittel gefunden und werden schwerlich die Mittel finden, um die volle Selbstgenügsamkeit unseres Bedarfes herzustellen. Der einzige Wirtschaftsbetrieb, von dem man sagen kann, dass er selbstgenügend sei, ist der der Vereinigten Staaten. Aber Deutschland ist es nicht. Wer aber kauft, muss zahlen. Wenn das Land Käufer ist für Milliarden an Produkten, die es jährlich braucht und nicht besitzt, wie zahlt es? In Gold und Silber jedenfalls nicht, denn der ganze Schatz, den wir haben, würde kaum für eine Quartalsrechnung hinreichen. Länder, die bedeutende Anlagen im Auslande besitzen, können derart zahlen, dass sie ihren Zinsertrag überweisen. Aber selbst vor dem Kriege war der Zinsertrag unserer ausländischen Besitztümer und Anlagen nicht so groß, dass er unseren Einfuhrüberschuss gedeckt hätte. Wir können zahlen mit den Produkten unseres Bodens, und das tun wir, aber die Leistungsfähigkeit des Bodens ist begrenzt und somit wird immer ein Überschuss der Schuldrechnung übrig bleiben. Womit wird der gedeckt? Er kann nur gedeckt werden durch Ausfuhr von Arbeit. Wir kaufen von den Rohstoffen, deren wir bedürfen, mehr als wir brauchen. Wir verarbeiten und verfeinern sie und zahlen mit dem Produkt unserer Arbeit, mit dem Produkt unseres Denkens, mit dem Produkt unserer technischen Fähigkeiten unseren jährlichen Schuldbetrag. Unsere Ausfuhr ist nicht Willkür, sondern Schuldenzahlung. Stellten wir eine Zeit lang unsere Ausfuhr ein, so würde das liefernde Ausland Besitztitel unserer inländischen Werte fordern und somit Herr unserer Wirtschaft werden. Überdies würden wir durch das Sinken unserer Valuta in unserer Kaufkraft geschwächt. Die Handelsbilanz gewinnt an Bedeutung, umso mehr als das Zahlungsmittel nicht mehr von uns allein abhängt. Denn wenn der andere nicht den Wunsch hat, es zu nehmen, so kann er sich dagegen schützen. Er kann Zollmauern errichten, er kann selbst die Einfuhr verbieten. Mit einem Wort, der andere ist Herr über dasjenige, was man ihm schuldet, und er kann das Zahlungsmittel entwerten, indem er die Einfuhr erschwert. Er kann seine eigene Ausfuhr überteuern, indem er den Gegenwert verschmäht. In früheren wirtschaftspolitischen Verhandlungen spielten Einfuhrzölle die größte Rolle. Der Wille zur Ausfuhr war das Entscheidende. Es ist durchaus denkbar, dass in Zukunft eine Umstellung sich in dem Sinne ergibt, dass viele Völker, vielleicht auch wir selbst, uns gegen Einfuhr schützen. Nicht im Sinne der alten Schutzzollpolitik, sondern im Sinne der Richtigstellung unserer Handelsbilanz, also im Sinne eines Neomerkantilismus. Ein Gegenmittel gegen diesen Schutz aber bilden Ausfuhrzölle und Ausfuhrverbote, und es ist möglich, dass diese bei künftigen Zollverhandlungen eine ähnliche Bedeutung erlangen wie früher die Einfuhrzölle. Nach dieser Vorbemerkung seien wir eingedenk, dass wir uns noch im Gebiet der Materialwirtschaft befinden, und da stehen wiederum vorne an die Rohstoffe, über die uns die Kriegsnotwendigkeit ein neues Denken gelehrt hat. Rohstoffschutz habe ich vor einem Jahr die Notwendigkeit genannt, die sich uns auferlegt, wenn wir in zukünftigen Kriegen und auch im Interesse unserer Wirtschaft eine größere Unabhängigkeit vom Ausland beanspruchen wollen. Es ist nicht mehr allein die Frage, wo ist das Produkt am billigsten zu haben, sondern es entsteht die neue Frage, kann ich es einigermaßen wirtschaftlich im Inlande erzeugen? Wenn ja, so muss es im Inlande erzeugt werden und dementsprechend geschützt sein. Gewaltig sind die Kriegslehren, die wir auf diesem Gebiete empfangen haben, und hier im Saal sehe ich zu meiner Freude einige der Herren, die mit Energie und Geschlossenheit uns die Wege gewiesen haben, insbesondere in der Industrie der Chemikalien. Auch die Gewinnung inländischer Metalle hat sich beträchtlich gehoben. Ja, wir dürfen sagen, es gibt nicht ein einziges Gebiet des Gewerbfleißes, das nicht eine Erneuerung in dem Sinn erfahren hätte, dass entweder die gewohnten Urprodukte in größtmöglichem Umfang der heimischen Erde entnommen werden oder dass diese Urerzeugnisse bis zu einem gewissen Maße durch andere einheimische ersetzt sind. Sogar die Textilrohstoffe haben es sich gefallen lassen müssen, ersetzt oder ergänzt zu werden durch Produkte, die unserer Heimat entstammen. Auf diesem Wege haben wir fortzuschreiten, und wir haben das Gebiet der Materialien zu ergänzen durch das Gebiet der Kräfte. Wir haben sorgfältiger umzugehen mit der kalorischen Energie, die uns die Sonne einmal geschenkt hat in Form unserer Kohle und die sie uns nie wieder schenken wird. Wir haben sorgfältiger und entschlossener umzugehen mit den Kräften, die abermals die Sonne uns spendet, indem sie das Wasser emporzieht auf die Höhen und es in Stromgefällen ins Tal herniederfahren lässt. Die Politik unserer Kraftquellen und unserer Kraftverteilung wird eine der Grundfragen unserer Wirtschaft bilden. Nun aber müssen wir ein anderes Gebiet berühren, das nicht nach der Art und Beschaffenheit der Stoffe und Erzeugnisse, sondern nach ihrer Verwendung, nicht physisch, sondern soziologisch-sittlich orientiert ist. Das ist das Gebiet des Luxus. Vor Zeiten und noch im letzten Jahrhundert galt der Spruch, Luxus bringt Geld unter die Leute. Das war bis zu einem gewissen Grade richtig, denn die Vermögen jener alten Zeit entstammten vielfach fernen Quellen. Es gab Kolonialvermögen, Vermögen, die von Auslandswirtschaften herrührten, Vermögen, die aus fremden Bergwerken oder aus Hoheitsrechten flossen, und man konnte mit einem gewissen Rechte sagen, wenn diese Vermögen eine Zersplitterung und Verteilung durch Luxus erfahren, so kann das zu einer Befruchtung der Wirtschaft führen. Für unsere Zeit gilt das nicht. Die Luxusfrage ist im Laufe der Zeiten häufig den Weg gegangen, dass sie die Gesetzgebung berührte, und dann hat man immer wieder festgestellt, Luxuszölle und Luxussteuern unterdrücken den Verbrauch, bringen wenig und sind infolgedessen nutzlos. Nutzlos ja, nämlich im Sinne ihres Ertrages. Nutzlos für unsere Wirtschaft sind sie nicht, denn das, was man als schädliche Nebenwirkung ansah, die Verkleinerung des Verbrauchs, kann unter Umständen für unsere Betrachtung die Hauptsache werden. Machen wir uns klar, was es bedeutet, wenn eine Perlenschnur in unser Land gebracht wird. Das bedeutet nicht weniger, als dass der Ertrag eines großen Bauernhofes künftig Jahr für Jahr uns verloren geht. Wenn ein paar hundert Flaschen eines kostbaren Weins eingeführt werden, so bedeutet das, dass ein Techniker oder ein Gelehrter weniger ausgebildet werden kann. Denn der Betrag, um den wir dem Auslande dadurch zinsbar geworden sind, entspricht, ins Geistige übersetzt, der Lehrzeit eines Menschen. Alle Aufwendungen an Arbeitskraft, Rohstoff, Werkzeug, Transport, Einfuhr, Einzelverkauf, Lagerung, die auf ein entbehrliches oder überflüssiges Erzeugnis des Luxus verwendet werden, bleiben unserer Wirtschaft verloren. Der Teil der Weltwirtschaft, der heute an überflüssige, oft hässliche und schädliche Dinge vergeudet wird, ist unermesslich. Die Erwägung des Luxusproblems wird uns von jetzt ab auf lange Zeit nicht mehr verlassen. Die gesetzgeberischen Mittel der Vorsorge sind einfach. Zölle werden die Einfuhr ermäßigen, Abgaben werden die inländische Produktion verkleinern und es wäre wohl denkbar, dass auch vom Verbrauch und von der Benutzung luxuriöser Gegenstände, vom Besitz großer Kostbarkeiten, insbesondere solcher Objekte, die der Verwendung der Wirtschaft entzogen werden, Jahresabgaben an den Staat zu entrichten wären. Es sieht vielleicht nach weltfremdem Puritanismus aus, wenn hier wie in der Zeit der Quäker oder Cromwells vom Auswuchs des Luxus geredet wird. Doch es werden neue Quellen der Freude und des Genusses erschlossen, wenn wir etwas von dem ablassen, was bisher als begehrenswerter Luxus gegolten hat. Es bedarf zum Wohlbefinden und zum Glück nicht jener enormen Mengen von Waren, die heute in unseren Läden, in unseren Verkehrsmitteln, in unseren Lagern und Fabriken kreisen, die vielfach hässlich, schädlich und töricht sind. Es ist keine Entbehrung, wenn ein Teil dessen, was wir als Genussmittel Jahr für Jahr verzehrt haben, in Zukunft in Deutschland keinen Platz mehr findet. Umso mehr wird die Gemeinschaft darauf hingewiesen, sich den Dingen hinzugeben, die nicht Werke des materiellen Luxus sind, sondern der geistigen Atmosphäre entstammen. Die Kunst ist kein Luxus, sondern Selbstzweck. Und je mehr wir hingeführt werden von trivialen Käuflichkeiten, zu denjenigen Werten, die absolute sind, zu den Werken der Kunst und zu den Werken der Natur, desto mehr werden wir Geister und Herzen bereichern und beglücken. Wir kommen zum Gebiet der Arbeitswirtschaft. Hier wird der oberste Grundsatz sein: Jeder Mann wird gebraucht, kein Werkzeug darf feiern. Unsere Industrie hat nicht nur jetzt im Kriege, sondern in der rastlosen Arbeit der Jahrzehnte durch wundervolle Verquickung der Wissenschaft und Praxis es zu Wege gebracht, dass wir sagen können, wir stehen heute an der Spitze dessen, was man technische Arbeitsmethode nennt. Und trotzdem, noch immer sind Betriebe zu vervollkommnen, noch immer gibt es Werkstätten, die mangelhaft ausgestattet sind, es gibt Herstellungsweisen, die Arbeitskraft und Material vergeuden. Noch immer besteht eine Zersplitterung in viele Betriebe da, wo ein oder wenige Betriebe ausreichen. Ich weiß, dass ich da etwas ausspreche, das gefährlich erscheinen kann. Wir fürchten uns vor der Konzentration und nicht mit Unrecht. Die Konzentration der Betriebe und Werkstätten kann hemmungslos geübt zur Gefahr werden, aber in unserer Zukunftswirtschaft, wo Wirtschaft nicht mehr Sache des Einzelnen ist, sondern Sache der Gemeinschaft, kann es nicht gleichgültig sein, ob der Einzelne Raum, Werkzeug, Materialien vergeudet. Freilich muss vorgesorgt werden, dass durch übermäßige Konzentration nicht Mächte entstehen, die sich jeder Kontrolle entziehen. Hier, wie in manchem, was uns noch bevorsteht, sehen wir ein Seitenlicht in das Bild hineinfallen. Strahlend von der Sonne des Staates. Nicht um eine Verstaatlichung der Wirtschaft ist es uns zu tun, noch um Einmischungen herbeizuführen, da, wo sie nicht nötig sind. Doch es wächst das Gefühl, dass in demselben Maße, wie wir nicht mehr uns allein verantwortlich sind für das, was wir wirtschaftlich schaffen, sondern uns wechselseitig verantwortlich sind, dass wir dadurch auch dem Staate verantwortlich werden und er uns. Eine engere Gemeinschaft des Staates und der Wirtschaft ist nicht zu fürchten, sofern der Staat sich von einseitigen und bürokratischen Methoden freimacht. Auch er wird manches umzulernen haben und zum wahren und höchsten Organ des gemeinschaftlichen Willens und Geistes erwächst. Das Arbeitsproblem berührt auch die Frage, wie weit ein Mensch das Recht haben soll, sich außerhalb der Arbeitswirtschaft zu stellen. Gewiss, wir verdanken manches den Ständen, die uns als Rentner, als Erben, als Liebhaber, Besitzer und Beschützer von schönen Dingen bisher Erfreuliches und Farbiges beschert haben. Doch das Hilfsdienstgesetz, das jetzt an uns herantritt, läutet eine Glocke, die dazu mahnt, dass in einer Wirtschaft, die zur nationalen Sache geworden ist, nicht ohne Not jemand beiseite stehen darf. Das betrifft nicht die freien Gebiete, die Selbstzweck sind. Wissenschaft, Kunst, Betrachtung, Religion. Diese Dinge stehen nicht innerhalb eines wirtschaftlichen Zusammenhanges. Sie sind aus eigenem Recht und sie dürfen nicht angetastet werden. Aber es wäre durchaus vorstellbar und nicht zu fürchten, wenn allmählich sich eine Ordnung bei uns einstellte, die den gesunden und kräftigen Mann, der auf idealem Gebiet nicht produktiv leistend sein kann, zur produktiven bürgerlichen Arbeit aufruft. Und wenn dann einige Studenten der Kunstgeschichte im Lande weniger erzeugt werden und wenn dann einiges Rentnertum und einiges Genießen und Sammeln nicht mehr mit der gleichen behäbigen Ausschließlichkeit wie früher gepflogen werden kann, so wäre das zu verschmerzen. Wir haben davon gesprochen, dass die Industrie trotz ihrer hohen Stufe gut tun wird, nochmals in ihr Inneres zu greifen und sich zu besinnen, um die Wege, die sie jetzt im Kriege beschritten hat, mit verstärkter Kraft weiterzuschreiten. Aber was der Industrie recht ist, ist dem Handel billig. So bewundernswert die Methoden und Leistungen unseres Handels sind, mit so großem Stolz wir auf unsere Hansastädte blicken und auf das Gewebe, das unsere Kaufleute um alle Länder der Erde spannen, indem sie mit der Kraft des Gedankens den Strom der Güter und Werte durch Venen, Adern und Arterien lenken, so müssen wir auch mit Offenheit uns Rechenschaft darüber ablegen, dass auch im Handel manches zu ändern sein wird. Sie betreten die Straße und erblicken einen Zigarrenladen. Sie gehen 100 Schritt weiter, abermals ein Zigarrenladen. Und alle 100 Schritt ein Zigarrenladen. Was bedeutet das? Das bedeutet, dass die Arbeit eines Armeekorps in Berlin dazu nötig ist, um Tabak zu verteilen. Auf einem Grund und Boden, der von der jährlichen Mietsrente annähernd mit Silber gepflastert werden könnte, sitzen Tag für Tag, Jahr für Jahr 1 bis 2 besser oder schlechter bezahlte jugendliche, arbeitskräftige Beamte, die auf Kunden warten und ab und zu einem einzeln oder packweise Zigarren oder Zigaretten verkaufen. In einzelnen Stadtteilen gibt es kaum ein Häuserviereck, das nicht ein Seifengeschäft oder ein Papiergeschäft enthielte. Mögen diese Detailgeschäfte künftig von Frauen oder Kriegsbeschädigten geführt werden, mögen sie konzessionspflichtig werden oder mögen sie sich in ihrer Zahl verringern, unsere kräftige jugendliche Mannschaft bedarf künftig anderer Aufgaben. Hier darf uns keine falsche Mittelstandspolitik bestimmen, denn falsch ist jede Politik, die einen Stand zu unwirtschaftlicher Tätigkeit verurteilt. Die Aufgaben des Mittelstandes sind groß und schön und stark, aber sie dürfen nicht so weit verkannt werden, dass wir Legionen von Arbeitskräften produktiver Wirtschaft entziehen. Ein weiteres Gebiet. In einer Provinzialstadt lebt eine Witwe, die Schnittwaren verkauft. Zu ihr kommen jeden Monat 3, 4 junge Männer, mal von diesem, mal von jenem Geschäft, erzählen ihr 1 Stunde lang interessante und unterhaltende Sachen aus der Großstadt, legen ihr Muster vor und sie entscheidet sich, ob sie kauft oder nicht. Das ist scheinbar ein Privatvergnügen. Aber es entzieht uns Arbeit und insofern betrifft es uns. Es ist nicht wirtschaftlich nötig, dass ungezählte schaffenskräftige Menschen auf der Bahn liegen, um den Kunden kleine Wege zu erleichtern, um Einrichtungen zu ersetzen, die mit ganz geringer Mühe und geringem Aufwande 100-fach verbessert geschaffen werden könnten. Hier sind Sammellager möglich, hier sind Zusammenschlüsse von Kunden und Verkäufern durchführbar. Hier können gewaltige Ersparnisse an Arbeitskraft, an Lagerbeständen, an Sortimenten, an Krediten und Ausfällen geschaffen werden. Die Verbilligung der Ware an sich ist erstrebenswert, denn sie hebt die Konsumkraft. Doch ist nicht sie die Hauptsache. Die besteht darin, dass wir unserem Lande, das seine sämtlichen Arbeitskräfte braucht, keine unproduktive Leistung aufbürden. Freilich sollen diese Dinge nicht zum Äußersten getrieben werden. Es handelt sich nie darum, bis zu den letzten Grenzen zu gelangen. Auch künftig wird es unentbehrliche Geschäftsreisen geben, Kaufleute und Monteure werden nach auswärtigen Arbeitsstätten fahren müssen, aber auf die Größenordnung kommt es an und die ist reformbedürftig. Auch im Großhandel wird manches erwogen werden müssen. Wirtschaftlich ist es nicht entscheidend, ob ein Stück Tuch oder eine andere Ware sich auf dem Wege von der Fabrik bis zum Konsumenten um 100% oder mehr verteuert, obschon hierdurch gerade der kleine Verbraucher schwer betroffen wird. Rechnet man auf dem Wege nach, so findet man, dass jede Verteuerung an sich gerechtfertigt ist. Denn bald handelt es sich um Verderb der Ware, bald um Entwertung von Mustern und Zeichnungen, bald um Veraltung durch Wechsel des Geschmacks und der Mode. Es treten hinzu Fracht- und Lagerkosten, Zwischengewinne, Zinsverluste, Versicherungen, dann wieder Aufschläge, die gemacht werden müssen, weil die Kundschaft nicht schnell genug oder gar nicht zahlt, oder weil darunter sich Leute befinden, die eigentlich nicht Kunden sein dürften, weil sie keinen Kredit verdienen. Kurz und gut, verfolgt man diese Wanderung, auf der die Ware naturgemäß sich verteuert durch das Hin und Her, durch das zu viel an Feilschen, durch das zu viel an Auswahl und Mustern, vor allem aber durch das Übermaß der Lagerbestände, die unsere Betriebskapitalien brachlegen und unser Geld verteuern, so empfindet man das Bedürfnis nach Reformen, die nicht leicht, aber dennoch durchführbar sind. Nicht nur der Handel selbst wird den Segen solcher Reformen spüren, sondern auch der Käufer und Produzent. Ein letztes Kapitel der Arbeitsersparnis möchte ich flüchtig erwähnen. Es wurde mir nahegelegt durch die Umfrage einer Juristenzeitung, die wahrscheinlich an einen Teil der anwesenden Herren gelangt ist. Die Zeitung fragte: Ist nicht unser juristisches Betriebswesen zu ausgebreitet? Und ich habe darauf, das gestehe ich, recht radikal geantwortet. Mir scheint, es wird viel zu viel bei uns prozessiert. Mein Gegenüber, Exzellenz Dernburg, wird sich besser erinnern als ich, wie viele Prozesse damals in Südwestafrika zwischen 2000 Weißen schwebten. Es waren wohl etwa 6.000. Somit hatte jeder Kolonist im Durchschnitt 6 Prozesse laufen. Es ist in Deutschland vielleicht nicht ganz so schlimm, vielleicht aber auch nicht sehr viel besser. Es braucht nicht so viel prozessiert zu werden, denn es wird in anderen Ländern nicht so viel prozessiert. Doch wenn schon so viel prozessiert wird, so sollte nicht so viel geschrieben und geurteilt werden. Nun kann man sagen, die absolute Gerechtigkeit könnte darunter leiden. Da möchte ich den Herren Folgendes zu bedenken geben. Wir finden, wenn wir die Urteile zweier Instanzen vergleichen, dass in der Regel das der zweiten Instanz anders ist als das der ersten und das der dritten anders als das der zweiten. Hätten wir in Deutschland eine vierte Instanz oder nur eine zweite, so wäre damit wahrscheinlich ein großer Teil der Erkenntnisse umgekehrt so, wie er jetzt ist. Das heißt, die ewige Gerechtigkeit hat mit diesen Sachen weniger zu tun als die Zahl der Instanzen, also eine reine Prozesseinrichtung. Daraus geht hervor, dass auch diese Einrichtung keine absolute ist, sondern dass die Frage ernste Aufmerksamkeit verdient. Wie kann man es erreichen, dass der Deutsche weniger prozessiert und seinen Richtern und Advokaten weniger Arbeit macht? Wir kommen zum letzten Gebiet, dem der Kapitalwirtschaft. Auf diesem Gebiet ist der Wahlspruch: alle Mittel zusammenhalten und sie gerecht verteilen. Hier allein ist die Heilung möglich von den Folgen jener Vermögensumschichtung, deren wir am Eingang gedacht haben. Deshalb greifen diese Erörterungen hinaus über die Fragen reiner Wirtschaft in die Bezirke sittlicher und gesellschaftlicher Ordnung. Bisher waren alle Handhabungen des Kapitals in Deutschland nahezu vollkommen frei. So konnte mit geringen Beschränkungen jedermann das Geld Deutschlands in ausländische Unternehmungen oder in ausländische Staatskassen führen. Es besteht heute wohl Übereinstimmung darüber, dass Geld im Auslande nur dann zugeführt werden darf, wenn große nationale Vorteile daraus entstehen, und solche nationale Vorteile sind es nicht, wenn das Ausland gefällig genug ist zu sagen: 30% des aufgenommenen Anleihebetrages gebe ich euch an Aufträgen, an denen könnt ihr 1/10 verdienen, das sind 3%, um so viel habt ihr die Anleihe billiger. Solche Erwägungen werden künftig uns kaum dazu veranlassen, Kapitalien auszuführen, fremde Wirtschaften zu befruchten, fremde Beamte, Arbeiter und Unternehmer zu ernähren. Eine andere und ernstere Frage ist es, die wiederum die Strahlen des Staates seitlich aus den Kulissen auf die Bühne fallen lässt. Steht jedem und jederzeit das Recht zu, indem er zum Notar geht, eine Firma gründet und Kapitalien einzahlt, über das Kapital des Landes, über seine Arbeitskräfte, über seine Werkzeuge und seine Stoffe nutzbringend oder schädlich zu verfügen? Bleibt das Gründen, das Finanzieren, das Vertreiben von Werten weiterhin der freien Wirtschaft überlassen? Werden Gesellschaften und Konventionen, gleichviel welchen Zwecken sie dienen, welche Sonderrechte und Monopole sie ausüben, dauernd privatwirtschaftliche Gebilde bleiben? Hierüber können Meinungsverschiedenheiten entstehen, und da überdies die Zeit drängt, so gehe ich schweigend an diesem Punkt vorüber, um mich der letzten Frage zuzuwenden, die abermals mich beklommen macht. Denn mir gegenüber habe ich die Ehre, seine Exzellenz den Herrn Reichsschatzsekretär zu sehen, der allein sie beantworten kann. Vielleicht wird er mit milderer Hand diese Dinge berühren, als ich es ohne Verbindlichkeit und mit einem gewissen Radikalismus beabsichtige. Worte sind eben leichter als Taten. Von dem Umfang unserer künftigen Lasten haben wir uns einen Begriff gemacht. Ihre Größenordnung wird, wenn Wiederherstellung von Schäden und Erneuerung der Rüstung, wenn Umstellung auf Friedenswirtschaft, wenn Unterstützungen und Renten in Betracht gezogen werden, wenn endlich eine weitere Kriegsdauer in Rechnung gestellt wird, etwa innerhalb der Grenzen von jährlich 7 bis 8 Milliarden liegen. Auf dem Wege üblicher Finanzreformen solche Summen aufzubringen, wird kaum möglich sein. Der Ertrag einer durchschnittlichen Finanzreform beläuft sich auf etwa 400 bis 500 Millionen das Jahr. Wir würden also von dieser Gattung eine Reihe von etwa 15 Nummern gebrauchen, und wenn wir uns erinnern, welche Arbeitslast, welche Kontroversen und Konflikte im Volk und Volksvertretung jede der früheren Reformen gebracht hat, so können wir an solche gesetzgeberischen Serien nicht glauben. Wir werden zu schweren Eingriffen und zu scharfen Schnitten kommen, und jeder von uns dürfte sich ein Bild davon gemacht haben, dass das, was uns bevorsteht, man kann es milder oder schärfer ausdrücken, eine gewisse Ähnlichkeit haben wird mit Konfiskation. 2 Wege sind möglich. Entweder es werden die Renten im Lande angeschnitten oder das Vermögen. Die Anzapfung der Renten ist bequemer. Staatsrenten, Kommunalrenten, Hypotheken, Aktien, Obligationen, Schuldverschreibungen können mit einem Stempel geschlagen werden, der sie um so und so viel verkleinert zugunsten des Staates. Es ist die bequemste Methode, aber sie hat den Nachteil, dass sie das erarbeitete Einkommen nicht voll einschließt. Sie hat nicht den Nachteil, dass sie nicht anwendbar wäre auf die Landwirtschaft. Diese Möglichkeit ist durch Eintragung von Hypotheken gegeben. Die zweite Form ist die, dass ein Teil des Vermögens dem Staat überantwortet wird, und diese führt zu merkwürdigen Problemen. Denn nicht jeder ist in der Lage, bar zu zahlen. Wenn es sich darum handelt, einen Betrag in der Größenordnung von 30-40 Milliarden aufzubringen, so gibt es keine Barmittel im Lande, die dafür ausreichen. Es kann jeder nur zahlen mit dem, was er hat. Der eine mit Aktien, mit Obligationen der andere, mit Hypotheken der dritte, mit Grundbesitz der vierte. Auch wenn wir nicht so weit gehen anzunehmen, dass der Ladenbesitzer mit Warenbeständen zahlen sollte, so werden doch die Zahlungsmittel recht verschiedenartig sein. Der Staat wird in den Besitz einer seltsamen Güteransammlung kommen, die er bewirtschaften muss und die er wahrscheinlich nicht anders als mit privater Beihilfe wird bewirtschaften können. Vielleicht werden bedeutende Unternehmungen gemischter Wirtschaft, Finanzinstitute neuer Art entstehen und es dem Staat ermöglichen, das zu lernen, was in hohem Maße für unsere und seine Zukunft wichtig ist: die Arbeitsmethoden, die Geschäftskunde und Denkformen der Privatwirtschaft. Dass eine starke Besteuerung der Einkommen nötig war und in höherem Maße nötig wird, das wissen wir nicht nur, sondern wir fühlen es auch. Unser Empfinden ist im Kriege sozialer geworden. Wir empfinden, glaube ich, heute alle das Belastende eher in der schweren Verschiedenheit der äußeren Glücksgüter als in der Pflicht des Ausgleichs. Und jeder von uns wird gern sein volles Teil an Lastentragung und sozialem Ausgleich auf sich nehmen. Man besteuert heute neben dem Einkommen auch die Ersparnis. Es ist zu prüfen, ob das richtig ist. Im Sinne dessen, was ich auszuführen mir erlaubte über Verschwendung und Luxus, wäre es verständlich, wenn vor allem der Verbrauch, der über das normale Maß hinausgeht, eine starke Abgabe zahlte. Das klingt paradox, denn wenn erst das Einkommen zahlt, dann die Ersparnis, dann der Verbrauch, so ist es ja eine dreifache Besteuerung des Gleichen, da die Summe gleich dem Ganzen ist. Und doch könnte die Ersparnis entlastet werden zugunsten eines neuen Faktors, der uns sogleich beschäftigen soll, damit dann auch der übermäßige Verbrauch getroffen werden könnte, der vor allem dem Wiedererstarken unserer Wirtschaft entgegensteht, indem er Güter und Arbeitskräfte verzehrt, Räume absperrt und einen Teil unserer Wirtschaftsarbeit zum Leerlauf verurteilt. Der neue Faktor, der die Belastung der Ersparnis ersetzt, ist der veränderte Begriff, den wir dem Erbschaftswesen entgegenzubringen haben. Wir alle wissen, dass jeder Eingriff in das Erbschaftswesen, in das Erbrecht gefürchtet ist, denn jeder sorgt für die Sicherung seiner Nachkommenschaft. Jeder sorgt für die Stärke seines Stammes und Hauses, und darin liegt ein menschliches. Aber auf der anderen Seite darf die Sorge für das Haus, für eine fremde, ferne, unbekannte Nachkommenschaft nicht übermächtig werden im Verhältnis zur Liebe zu Land, Staat und Volk. Denn diese Sorge ist es, die das Land ewig in 2 Schichten teilt, die des erblichen Reichtums und der erblichen Armut. Und hier wird eine vermittelnde Gerechtigkeit einzugreifen haben, und die starren Grundsätze, die bisher einer Besteuerung des Erbes entgegenstanden, werden sich mildern. Treffen wir das Erbe, so treffen wir zugleich in milderer Form die Ersparnis und dennoch mit hoher Ergiebigkeit für den Staat. Und da wir hier ja nicht nur von Wirtschaftsdingen, sondern auch von menschlichen, von sozialen Fragen, ja auch von Fragen des Gewissens reden dürfen, so ist es vielleicht ein tröstlicherer Gedanke, dass im Laufe der Jahrhunderte alle, die deutschen Namen tragen, zum Ausgleich sozialen Schicksals aufgerufen werden, als dass jährlich einige Tausend den vollen Ertrag ihrer Erbschaften erhalten, die über bürgerliches Maß hinaus zum Anspruch gänzlich veränderter wirtschaftlicher Einstellung und zum Recht auf dauernde Unterhaltung seitens der Gemeinschaft führen. Der Begriff der Monopole ist häufig erörtert worden, und es scheint, dass man sich von dieser Wirtschaftsform übertriebene Erträge verspricht. Unsere Größenbegriffe haben sich verändert. An die Stelle der Million ist die Milliarde getreten und ein Ertrag, der groß schien, weil er im Jahr 60 Millionen ausmachte, bedeutet heute wenig, wo 100-fache Aufwendungen zu decken sind. Doch es besteht ein politischer Grund, um die Monopole nicht außer Acht zu lassen, die Stellung gegenüber dem Auslande. Die Monopole können unter Umständen zu den stärksten wirtschaftlichen Kampfeswaffen werden, sowohl Produktionsmonopole wie Handels- und vor allem Einfuhrmonopole. Es ist nicht so leicht, einer Privatgemeinschaft zu sagen, ihr exportiert dieses oder jenes so lange nicht mehr, bis unser Auslandskontrahent sich gefügt hat, denn die Privatwirtschaft antwortet, wie komme gerade ich dazu, den Schaden zu tragen, wenn ein anderer den Nutzen hat? Der Staat in sich aber kann, wenn er etwa das gesamte Kali Deutschlands besitzt, dekretieren, jenes Land bekommt so lange kein Kali, bis es auf diesem oder jenem Gebiet sich gefügt hat. Mit gleicher Stärke kann der Staat sich der Einfuhrmonopole bedienen. Und er wird allen Anlass dazu haben, sofern es nicht bei Friedensschluss gelingt, zwei Dinge zu sichern. Erstens die Unterdrückung jeder gegnerischen Ausfuhrerschwerung für Rohstoffe, zweitens das Verbot jeder Nachforschung nach dem Ursprung einer Ware. Von allen künftigen Finanzordnungen wird keine an kultureller und wirtschaftlicher Bedeutung von der Belastung der berauschenden Genussmittel übertroffen. Da möchte ich seiner Exzellenz dem Herrn Grafen Rödern zurufen, Landgraf, bleibe hart. Es ist gewiss nichts Neues, wenn wir von Bier und Tabak als Steuerträgern sprechen. Die Vorstellungen von ihrer Belastungsfähigkeit haben sich aber bei uns vielfach verschleiert. Auf der einen Seite wirken Mittelstandstendenzen, die stets Beachtung fordern, jedoch hier nicht stichhaltig sind, auf der anderen Seite die Furcht vor Umschichtungen einzelner Gewerbe, daneben partikularistische Erwägungen. Das Wort »Es werden die und die Leute brotlos« hat uns von manchen entscheidenden Maßnahmen abgeschreckt. Umschichtungen werden wir jetzt und in Zukunft noch vielfach erleben. Wir haben sie in diesem Kriege gewaltiger erlebt als je zuvor, gewaltiger als jemand ahnte und haben sie bewältigt. Das Hilfsdienstgesetz wird abermals Umschichtungen bringen und sie werden abermals bewältigt werden. Brotlos aus Mangel an Beschäftigung darf in Deutschland kein Mensch sein noch werden. Finanzielle und wirtschaftliche Maßnahmen haben dafür zu sorgen, dass eine Berufsgattung, der das Gesetz zu nahe tritt, entschädigt wird und dass ihre Glieder an anderer Stelle neue Arbeit finden. Doch die kulturelle und wirtschaftliche Aufgabe darf weder vor Berufsinteressen noch vor wahlpolitischen, parlamentarischen oder partikularen Beängstigungen zurückweichen. Nicht die Milliardenbeträge, die der Tabaks- und Alkoholbesteuerung jährlich entnommen werden können, sind entscheidend, obwohl eine zweite annähernd so reiche Ertragsquelle nicht zu finden ist, selbst nicht in der Besteuerung des Brotes, der Arbeitskraft und der Kohle, die als das Mark der Wirtschaft geschont werden sollen. Entscheidend sind die Forderungen der Volkskraft. Es gibt in Deutschland Bezirke, wo auf den erwachsenen Einwohner im Durchschnitt täglich 3 Liter Bier entfallen. Das bedeutet mehr als unmäßigen Aufwand. Es bedeutet den Verlust ungezählter Arbeitsstunden. Mancher von uns wird empfunden haben, dass ein Frühschoppen nachwirkt. 1 Liter im Werte von 20 Pfennigen vernichtet unter Umständen Arbeitswerte im Vielfachen dieses Betrages. Mag man die Freude am Bier- und Tabaksgenuss höher oder geringer einschätzen, sie besteht und soll nicht geopfert werden. Doch ist sie nicht der Menge proportional. Sie kann getrost verteuert und vor allem erheblich vermindert werden, um edleren Genüssen Raum zu geben. Eines der unübersehbarsten Ergebnisse dieses Krieges ist die Entalkoholisierung Russlands, die nicht bloß auf dem Papier steht. Soweit solche Maßnahmen innerhalb technischer Grenzen durchführbar sind, ist sie durchgeführt, nämlich etwa im Betrage von 80-90%. Das bedeutet eine gewaltige Stärkung unseres östlichen Nachbarn. Wenn ein nüchternes Volk neben einem minder enthaltsamen lebt, so kehrt die geistige Bilanz sich freilich nicht um, doch es entsteht eine Verschiebung des Kräfteverhältnisses. Die Tendenz der Enthaltsamkeit aber umkreist die Erde. Auch in den Vereinigten Staaten und in den nordischen Ländern hat sie Wurzel gefasst. Wir sollten uns von dieser Tendenz nicht ausschließen, denn es gibt kein Kräftegebiet, auf dem wir hinter anderen zurückbleiben dürfen. Überblicken wir das Bild, das sich uns entrollt hat, so wird vielleicht hier und dort der Gedanke auftauchen, es handle sich um ein weltfremdes, entbehrungsvolles, freudloses und fadenarmes Leben, das wir in Zukunft führen sollen. Das ist nicht zu fürchten. Unser Leben wird freier und reicher sein, wenn es auch etwa in stilleren Formen sich abspielt. Unsere Herrschaft über die Naturkräfte werden wir nicht aufgeben oder schmälern. Unsere Technik, Produktionskraft und Wissenschaft wird auch fernerhin wachsen. Aber etwas von dem Gellenden, Blendenden und Schreienden der Gewerbe wird gestillt. Ein Teil des Luxus, des Überflüssigen, des Tandes und des Krames, der in unseren Wirtschaftsbehältern kreist, verschwindet. Ich glaube, dass unsere Arbeit geistiger und intensiver wird. Ich hoffe, nicht länger. Ernster durch das Bewusstsein der Zuversicht und des freiwilligen Entsagens, durch das Bewusstsein, auf uns selbst angewiesen und auf uns selbst gestellt zu sein, wird das Leben der Gemeinschaft gestärkt und erhoben. Wir werden zu den natürlichen Gütern geführt anstelle der künstlichen. Vom Käuflichen werden wir gewiesen zum Ewigen, zum Absoluten, zum Allgemeingültigen. Vor 3 Jahren, als das Jahr 1913 anbrach, wurde des Jahres 1813 gedacht, in dem Sinne, als hätten wir die Opfer jener großen preußischen Zeit erneuert, indem wir den Geldbetrag 1 Milliarde hingaben. Mit Geld sind die Mächte des Opfers nicht zu erringen. Erst die Zeit, die gekommen ist, hat uns wahrhaft Opfern gelehrt. Heute stehen wir im Jahre 1916 mit anderen Gedanken. Wir wissen, dass die Zeit unserer Vorväter groß wurde dadurch, dass sie in ihr Innerstes griff, dass sie in die Tiefe ihres Gewissens drang, dass sie aus ihrer Seele die neuen Kräfte ihres Daseins schöpfte. Und wenn wir heute aus dem Kriege eine Lehre und ein neues Bewusstsein empfangen, so wird es abermals darum zu tun sein, dass wir in die Schächte unseres Inneren dringen. Damals trug man empor einen neuen Begriff der Bildung, einen neuen Begriff des Bürgertums, des Heeres und der Politik. Heute formen sich die Pflichten anders, aber nicht weniger tief, nicht weniger schwer und schön. Wir müssen das emporläutern, was die trübe Zeit der freien Wirtschaft nicht gefördert hat, an sozialer Gerechtigkeit, an bürgerlicher Freiheit, an Werten der Entsagung und Idealen. Wenn in jener Zeit es möglich und nötig war, dass die Erleuchtung und Befreiung von außen und von oben kam, so wird diesmal die Wiedergeburt vom Volke kommen. Niemals ist ein solcher Beweis der Würde, der Selbstständigkeit und der Mannhaftigkeit erbracht worden, wie von unserem kämpfenden Volke. Deshalb kann und wird dieses Volk aus eigener Tiefe die Wiedergeburt schöpfen, deren es auf wirtschaftlichem, auf gesellschaftlichem, auf menschlichem Gebiete bedarf. Die Wiedergeburt zum Wohlstande, zur Vergeistigung, zur Verantwortung, zum Herrentum und zur bürgerlichen Freiheit. Ende von Probleme der Friedenswirtschaft von Walter Rathenau. Gelesen von Ricarda.
Shall We End War? By Harry Emerson Fosdick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shall We End War? By Harry Emerson Fosdick. A sermon preached at the First Presbyterian Church, New York, June 5, 1921. On this Sunday, dedicated by the churches to the cause of disarmament, we already have sung and prayed and read our morning subject and our morning text, "Neither shall they learn war any more." How impossible that dream must have seemed when first Isaiah and Micah, prophets together in a generation torn by many wars, used the words. Their contemporaries must have listened to such a hope as they might have felt a passing breeze, cooling them for a moment in the heat of strife, but passing on swiftly to be forgotten. How vain the hope has always seemed, that the time would come when men would not learn war any more. Indeed, at no time would sarcasm have been easier than now over the contrast between the ideal of peace and the actuality of war. Not learn war any more, when we have just passed through a war that has made all its predecessors in history seem like popping chestnuts beside a thunderclap, when preparations for the next war are everywhere anxiously afoot, and the race of competitive armament has begun again. To one who knows history, however, something else is apparent beyond this discouraging contrast between the actuality and the ideal. Said Victor Hugo, Nothing on earth is so powerful as an idea whose hour has come. It is possible in history to trace that moment of thought which has brought us to the hour where now we stand, where we must either give up war or else give up civilization. At least the dim suspicion of this dilemma between war and civilization has not for centuries been altogether lacking. The Church, all too feebly recognizing the irreconcilable conflict between war and the spirit of Jesus, has for all that, at her best, been endeavoring to restrain war, to abolish its worst barbarities, to limit its area, and to bring, where it could, the truce of God. Before 1914, some kinds of war had been done away. Religious wars, for example, that during so many centuries devastated Europe. Throughout the 19th century there was a growing apprehension about the crisis toward which humanity was drifting. During the first 50 years of the 19th century, practically nothing was said about arbitration treaties. During the first 10 years of the 20th century, 96 international arbitration treaties were signed. And before that fateful day of August 1914, the Hague peace conferences had been desperately endeavoring to trim the claws of war with rules and regulations that might protect the wounded and non-combatants and limit the methods of killing. All of these things have proved to be futile enough in practical effect, yet they are valuable as prophecy. They indicate that humanity for a long time has dimly perceived what now we are fools if we do not clearly see, that war and civilization are diametrically opposed, that we can have one or the other, but not for very long can we have both. Let us this morning consider a few of those things which, in view of our late experience, we ought to understand about war. First of all, there is nothing glorious about war anymore. We used to think there was. When we were children, with tasseled paper caps and tin guns, marching to a beaten drum, we incarnated in our boyish pride the ancient fallacy that there is something glorious about war. Is it not amazing that the most damnable things in human life are so habitually dressed in the alluring paraphernalia of parade and gorgeous clothes and stirring song? What is intoxication by strong drink? Any man with eyes to face the facts knows it to be a beastly thing with a trail of poverty, heartbreak, and death after it, so that men ought to hate it with a bitter hatred. Yet when men sing their drinking songs, intoxication is radiantly clothed with gaiety and mirth, with the clink of glasses and the surge of song, until the very souls of the elect might be deceived. So war, which is a skeleton, has covered itself with a gorgeous robe. One of the first men in history to tell the truth about war was Vereshchagin, the Russian painter. He fought in the Crimean War, and then he painted the battlefields of the Crimea as they really were, with all the glory stripped away, with nothing but the horror and the rottenness and the cruelty left. War, stark, naked, and infernal. The old Tsar's government tried to keep him from exhibiting his pictures in Russia. They knew that men would not forever cry for war and glory in it if they knew the truth about it. There is no excuse, however, if we do not know the truth about war. For the first time in history, we have gone through a gigantic war, for news of which we have not been chiefly dependent upon official dispatches, but upon multitudinous letters from millions of men, many of whom we knew, and upon detailed reports from journalists on the spot. War glorious? Read Philip Gibbs's Now It Can Be Told. Read Barbuse's Under Fire. Read Will Irwin on the Next War. These were not idealists, pleading a preconceived cause, but men looking for the facts. and their testimony is unanimous. There is nothing glorious about war anymore. It is a brutal, organized butchery of human beings. In saying this, one would desire to guard himself against any appearance of dishonoring the memory or depreciating the spirit of the men who bore the burdens of the nation on the field of battle. Any one of us who was with them in France would rather have his tongue plucked out than do them dishonor. Their courage, their resourcefulness, their dash, their spirit of comradeship and sacrifice, their willingness to die, were stirring and splendid. Let humanity not altogether despair of herself, if her youth can display qualities like that. But this very fact was part of the horror of war. To take these supreme qualities of human character and to use them to do what war does, that is not glorious. To take a splendid youth, willing to serve the will of God in his generation before he falls on sleep, and to teach him the skillful trick of twisting a bayonet into the abdomen of an enemy, that is not glorious. To take a royal-spirited man who is not afraid of anything under heaven, and teach him to drop bombs on undefended towns, to kill whom he knows not, it may be the baby suckled at her mother's breast, that is not glorious. One of our young men came back from France, and, like many others, would not talk. One day his father took him apart and rebuked him for his silence. "Just one thing I will tell you," he answered. "One night I was on patrol in no man's land, and suddenly I came face to face with a German boy about my own age. It was a question of his life or mine. We fought like wild beasts. When I came back that night, I was covered from head to foot with the blood and brains of that young German boy. We had nothing personally against each other. He did not want to kill me any more than I wanted to kill him. That is war. I did my duty in it, but for God's sake do not ask me to talk about it. I want to forget it. My friends, that is war, the quintessence of it at the central point of its self-revelation. There is nothing glorious about it anymore. In the second place, war is not a school for virtue anymore. We used to think it was. We half believed the German war party when they told us about the disciplinary value of their gigantic establishment, and when Lord Roberts assured us that war was a tonic for the souls of peoples, we were half inclined to think that he was right. In particular, when our war broke, and in answer to the nation's call so many millions leaped to arms, and we were all bound up in a common fellowship of devotion to a common cause, and when to the roll of drums our men went out to fight, ready for the uttermost self-sacrifice, so stimulated were we that we almost were convinced that out of such an experience there might come a renaissance of new spiritual quality and life. Is there anybody who can blind his eyes to the facts now? Every competent witness in Europe or America has had to say that we are on a far lower moral level than we were before the war. Crimes of sex, crimes of violence have been unprecedented. Large areas of Europe are today in a chaos so complete that not one man in 1,000 in America even dimly imagines it, with a breakdown of all the normal, sustaining relationships and privileges of civilized life, and with an accompanying collapse of character unprecedented in Christendom, I suppose, since the days of the Black Plague. If we are wise, we will never again go down into hell expecting to come up with redeemed spirits. To be sure, there are many individuals of such moral stamina that they have come out of this experience personally the better, not the worse. There are people who would build into the fiber of their character any experience that the earth could offer them. But if you are thinking of the moral stability and progress of the world, Surely there is nothing in the processes of war as we have seen them, or the results of war as they now lie about us, that would lead us to trust to them for help. Take one fact about this war. 10 million men in the prime of their lives died on the battlefields. Some of us in the cities and the camps watched the way in which these men were selected. First, conscription in its broad net brought in all the men of the nation, at those ages when they might be expected to be in their physical and mental prime. Second, the draft boards weeded out the obviously unfit, the insane, the maimed, the halt, the blind, and sent them back into civil life to propagate the race that is to be, while all the best they sent up to the camps. Third, in the camps, these picked men were put through the sieve again. The nervously unstable, the physically or mentally undeveloped, were strained out and sent back into civil life. When the armies went into battle, they represented the flower of the nation's manhood at its best. And 10 million of them fell. 10 million of our race's hand-picked best. Of all France's youth between 19 and 31 years of age, 60% fell in battle. Just where are you going to get moral progress for the world out of that? What you are going to get out of that is inevitable racial decadence. If that were the only fact involved in war, it ought to be evident that we can have war or civilization, but we cannot have both of them very long. In the third place, there is no limit to the methods of killing in war anymore. We used to think that there was. We used to think we could make a duel out of war, controlled by regulations that would tone down war's worst barbarities, so that the whole business could be carried on with a flourish of chivalry, decently and in order. And we dared to think that something like this had actually been accomplished by the Hague Peace Conventions. Now we know that when war gets underway, all rules are like the 7 green withes with which they bound the arms of Samson, and which so easily he snapped. History long ago would have taught us this, had we had the sense to read it and the wits to understand it. Always there was an initial reluctance about adopting new ways of carrying on war, from the time men substituted bows and arrows, which kill at a distance, for stone hatchets, which kill close at hand. Always the first users of these new means of killing were considered dishonorable for a little while, and always in the end everybody adopted the new means and took them for granted. There was a great to-do about the use of gunpowder when first it was introduced, but by the time we came upon the scene the last shadow of that reluctance had vanished utterly. Will Irwin is right when he says that April 22nd, 1915 is one of the outstanding dates in human history, because on that day the Germans rolled across the western trench line a cloud of iridescent chlorine gas, which sent French, Arab, English, and Canadian soldiers by the thousands back to the hospitals, coughing and choking themselves to death from rotted, inflamed lungs. That day advertised to the world that the barriers were down, and that there was nothing that modern science could discover too powerful or too horrible to be used in war. Already in these few years we have passed through all the stages of changing attitude toward the use of poison gas in war. First, unutterable indignation at the use of it. Second, reluctant consideration of using it ourselves if the other side did. Third, tentative employment of it to see how our people would react. Fourth, frantic endeavor to beat the enemy out in the use of it before we were too late. Until now, all nations take it as a matter of course that poison gas will be used in any new war, and are preparing it with the same nonchalance with which they prepare muskets. We in America have our Lewisite gas. It probably is the best, up to date. It is invisible. No one can ever see it when it comes. It is heavier than air. It will sink into the lowest dugouts and cellars. Moreover, it has this element of exquisite efficiency. You do not have to breathe it to be killed by it. If it can touch your skin anywhere, it is fatal. And it is estimated that in any landscape where it is once used, nothing will grow for 7 years. War has been bad enough in the past, but there is no man living with imagination adequate to picture what war is going to be. Already our military authorities are preparing the minds of people for new ways of killing men. Listen to General Swinton of the British Army. The final form of human strife, as I regard it, is germ warfare. I think it will come to that, and so far as I can see, there is no reason why it should not. If you mean to fight, prepare now. We must envisage these new forms of warfare, and as far as possible, expend energy, time, and money in encouraging our investors and scientists to study the waging of war on a wholesale scale, instead of thinking so much about methods which will kill a few individuals only at a time. This last war, therefore, which when it was here seemed to be a real one, was only killing a few individuals at a time. The American Civil War was regarded as the greatest conflict up to date. 700,000 men fell in that war. The Franco-Prussian War was quite a war of its kind, and Robert Louis Stevenson told us that he used to lie on the ground of his island and kick the turf in agony at the thought of the weariness of marching men and the cries of the wounded. 184,000 men fell in that war. Yet when 10 million men fell in this last war, General Swinton tells us that we were only killing a few individuals at a time, and that the hour has struck at last for us to get down to business and learn how to really make war, wholesale war, with germs and gas and lethal rays, concerning which last the General says that they will shrivel up or paralyze or poison human beings. That is war as it actually will be waged. The barriers are all down. You never can put them up. There is no limit to the ways of killing any more. That leads me logically to my next point. There are no limits to the cost of war anymore. There used to be. War used to be comparatively inexpensive. The knights used to go out, furnishing their own equipment and maintaining their own expense. Even the wars in which the United States have engaged have been economic Lilliputians compared to this last conflict. Our own Revolutionary War cost only $170 million. A whole war, lasting 8 years, for only $170 million. What a bargain. Those were the good old days when you could get a real war cheap. But when this last war drew to its conclusion, it was costing, not in indirect losses but in direct expenses, $240 million every day. $10 million an hour. You read in the papers this last week that Great Britain had just scrapped 113 outworn warships. Those dreadnoughts a few years ago cost $1 million apiece. Now they cost $40 million. Every rise in the scientific efficiency of war is met by a corresponding rise in the costs of war that go up by incredible leaps and bounds. Airplanes, gas, long-range guns, high explosives, ships, vast armies, worldwide campaigns. We almost need a new word for war. So different are the implications of it from anything humanity has ever faced before. And the economic consequences are appalling. The United States is the least of our brethren in bearing the financial burdens of war and feeling their weight. And yet, even here, 93% of all our national taxes is going now for war, past, present, and to come. The total wealth of the French nation, everything the French people own, land, farms, mines, factories, houses, everything, in 1920 was estimated at $92.5 billion. The total national debt of France today is $46 billion, one half of its total national wealth. How long do you think civilization can go on at a rate like that? Here in the United States, one finds everywhere a latent fear of that revolutionary spirit which is summed up in the word Bolshevism. That fear, so far as the world at large is concerned, is justified. I share it keenly. But one does not find in the United States, as one wishes that he did, the clear recognition of one of the underlying causes of that revolutionary spirit. It is the intolerable burden of modern militarism and of modern war. The people of the world are very patient. The more one knows the facts, the more he wonders not at their revolutionary spirit, but at their incredible patience. But they will not forever patiently endure the insufferable burdens of modern war. They will rise in their fury and blow this so-called civilization to bits first. For we can have war or civilization, but we cannot have both very long. War is not glorious anymore. It is not a school of virtue anymore. There are no limits to its methods of killing or to its cost. And now there is no possibility of sheltering any portion of the population from the direct effect of war anymore. Once there was. Once only a comparatively few men went out to fight. First the men who wanted to, later the men who were paid to. The area of operations was comparatively limited, the people engaged few, the number even indirectly affected small. Then, at the time of the French Revolution, there came a change. Then, for the first time in modern history, the principle of national conscription for military service was instituted. Even then it did not spread widely or swiftly, until 1870, when Prussia made it a settled policy of state. Within the lifetime of a large portion of this congregation, national conscription for military service has become a recognized policy of modern states. Not only, however, are all men drawn into a modern war. When a nation fights, the women must join them. In the last war, the women were at the front, and behind the front they made the munitions. The war could not have been fought without them. And plans are now on foot for a thoroughgoing conscription of all women as well as of all men in the event of another war. And not only must all men and all women bear the burdens of war, all men, women, and children must face the perils and meet the deaths of war. Some of us were in Paris during those long days when every 20 minutes a great shell burst, scattering civilians right and left, regardless of age or sex. Some of us in London have seen all night long in the sweltering subways the English families huddled, mothers trying to protect their little broods from the indiscriminate bombing of the city. And everyone knows that before the war was over, indiscriminate bombing was practiced on both sides of the line, and that already bombs of 1,000 pounds weight were prepared to annihilate Berlin in 1919. The inevitable development of modern war means that it shall not be waged against armies alone, but against populations. If you are going to have war at all, that is the kind of war you are going to have. Have you any little children at home whom you love? If it were a question of grown men going out to fight as grown men used to fight, because they liked it, then we might palliate the folly and forgive the sin. But these next wars, if they come, are going to kill babies as frequently and as cheerfully as they kill men. They will use germs that are no respecters of persons, and bombs that have no eyes to see where they may fall, and gas that asks no questions about age or sex. If you say that we here in America are plentifully able to protect our children, I ask you, if in protecting our children we find ourselves caught up in a great modern war system where the only way to do it is to kill other people's children, will you like that very much better? This is what war means, the endeavor of a whole population to annihilate another whole population by means fair or foul. If you are going to have war, be sure in advance that this is the kind of war you are going to get. Surely you are now ready to accept my last proposition. We cannot reconcile Christianity and war any more. It cannot be done. We have reached here the same pass that our fathers reached about slavery. For a long while they had dallied with it, excused it, compromised about it, but at last they came to the parting of the ways, where it was evident that no longer could they reconcile Christian civilization and slavery. And we have come to that parting of the ways about war. I am not a theoretical pacifist. I do not hold my ethics in a vacuum apart from actualities. I recognize the place of force, of massed force if need be, in exigencies where other methods fail. But opposition to this building up of vast war machines in a deadly competition which will end with an inevitable crash, bringing down in ruin the priceless gains of our civilization, this is not a matter of theoretical pacifism. It is a matter of common sense. Only a blind man can favor this organized madness. The men who know what war is are saying to us what Marshal Haig said to an audience in Britain. The gospel of Christ is the world's only social hope and the sole promise of world peace. It is a crusade to which I urge you, a crusade not having for its object the redemption of a single city, however holy, but the freeing of the whole world from the devastating scourge of war. You have in your hands today the statement from our own General Tasker H. Bliss, lately Chief of Staff of our armies. It ought to touch our consciences. He is a man whose business is war, who knows what war is and what war will be, and he is saying, "You Christians, in the name of God and for the sake of humanity, make my business needless." Let us say out loud what we often say in private, that in our national life and in our national government there are two factions. One is fairly pictured in the person of Mr. Harvey, our ambassador, I will not say our representative, at the court of St. James. With his narrow nationalism, with his insistence that we fought this war for selfish purposes alone, and that without ideal or sentiment we will control our international policies by selfish motives only. The other is represented by men like Mr. Charles E. Hughes and Mr. Herbert Hoover, with their broad outlook, their international interest, their sincere desire for reduced armaments, and for an association of the nations that will minimize the chances of war. Which of these two factions is going to come out on top? It depends altogether now on the pressure of public opinion. There never was such a chance in this country, I think, for a wave of expressed public opinion to decide a great national issue. Was there ever a nation in the world that was in so good a position as we are in to take the lead? Nobody is going to suppose if we do it that we are afraid. Afraid of what? After our record in the late war, with our unchallenged primacy in strategic position and wealth and men, afraid of what? No one is going to suppose that we could not keep up the pace. Everyone knows that we could keep the pace as long as anyone else could keep it. If the United States goes to Great Britain and France and Japan and says, "Gentlemen, let us stop this ruinous madness that in the end will bring down our civilization about our ears, like the pleasure hall of the Philistines when Samson broke its pillars. Let us sit down at a table and make plans for the disarmament of the world." Everyone knows that there would be only one reason for our doing it. that the best in the United States has conquered its worst. For the sake of the liberal, forward-looking people in the other nations, who, against handicaps that we with difficulty can even imagine, are fighting their militaristic cliques and do not want war, let us take the lead. For the sake of that Christ whose sacrifice on behalf of all the world we shall commemorate this afternoon, and whom for so long time we have called Lord, Lord, without doing the things that he said, let our country move out at the front toward that day when men shall not learn war any more. Prayer. Eternal God, our Father, if ever we have prayed to Thee with slack and unstirred spirits, it is not now. We are pleading before Thee for the preservation of a civilization that our fathers died to build and to save. Thou seest written in our hearts the names of children whom we love better than ourselves, and to whom we would not hand down a world committed to devastation and death and ruin unimaginable. God, make us strong in the hour of our opportunity, that we may do our duty and lead this people, as it has been so great in war, to be greater yet in peace. Amen. End of Shall We End War by Harry Emerson Fosdick. Read by Maria Casper.